Examine all angles of the choose your own story. Should it be one creator or should it be multiple creators?
I think um, I think one creator is probably the best way to do it. If you could really get behind somebody you trust, like someone who's been streaming for a long time and they have a following and they're willing to do well. Here's the thing: you can't say that no matter what the crowd says, the person has to do it. It would basically have to go to a team that says, "Hey, this is the here's the top 5 suggestions, and we're gonna choose between them." Because you're gonna get people who really push the limit, and you don't want your creator doing something with which they're uncomfortable. Uh, Now, if you were to say,
No, I mean there's guidelines. Absolutely.
I understand, but even there are going to be people who toe the line. So they'll be like, okay, you said that the person can't be naked. Okay, fine. So they'll say, all right, the person has to wear a G-string, and then you say, no, okay, that doesn't count. And then the person's gonna, okay, well then they have to be, then they have to be in a speedo. If you say no, not that, then it'll be like, okay, then they have to be in a pair of huggers. And then be like, no, you can't say that. And be like, okay, well then they have to wear like a spandex. And they're like, no, you don't want to do it. Like basically, you get what I'm saying? Like people keep going.
Wearing a work suit isn't that bad.
Okay, but I mean, then they'll say, okay, then they have to wear a mesh wetsuit that has see-through material.
I mean that's why there's a moderation person and I guess all vetoed or approved by the person who's actually doing it. But yeah, before it even goes to the vote, you have to filter out ones that are appropriate or not. But if you have one creator, your audience, like decides like the podcast idea is going to be like siloed into that one creator's audience mostly. But if you're making it into more like a TV show, even like the mini pod, you get like multiple creators competing against each other and then leverage those people's audience. And it's, I could see both. They're going to be started out following a hero along their journey versus fragmenting it and turning it into a live competition. Apparently, the AI thinks that competition is better for long term success of like rich in that, which I can see, especially if they're relying on Bitcoin Obama to be potentially backfire the moment things aren't going perfect.
No, that's a terrible idea to partner with Bitcoin Obama.
He seems to like the idea.
Of course, he likes the idea. He's gonna. Did you hear that he called Zoot for money today?
He does that every day.
I know,
Even
but
though he said in his chat he's not begging, he's hustling. Which,
dude, and you know what? I can't blame him. I cannot blame him. One time we had him cornered in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu discussion. I had him in a. He was in my Discord call, or not my Discord call, my Telegram call, and he's in there. And I said to him, I was interviewing him, and I said, "All right, Bitcoin Obama, the community has given you like $100,000 in the tokens. and we know your wallet address, and we know that you've sold it, and now you're asking for more money. Why would you sell something and then you say that you would never sell it, but we have it like proof that you sold it? Like basically, we've got you cornered. And he says, "That's life." And what are you going to say to that? It's the perfect answer.
So you're saying you can't be trusted.
Oh, did you think he could be trusted?
No, I sent it some tokens that he said he would not beat, and he beat it for $20 instantly. And I was like,
What,
maybe they may have done that.
you sent him tokens, and then what did he say?
So he beat it instantly.
Oh yeah, of course.
But I mean, if you're in Africa and someone sends you $20, which is like $250, like from his point of view, are you gonna risk it going to zero, or would you rather just take the immediate payout? And I get that we're looking at it from a third world perspective where it's just like, oh, why don't you just hang on to it, bro? But when it's like, you're not coming from a privileged place, it's like more life or death if you're any stake.
Exactly. You
I'm not
can't.
saying that there's any, that's necessarily the case, but I'd assume it's more desperate over there that I can see why he would want to sell. And I have no idea how he spends the money, if he's supporting the grandma or if he's spending it on drugs. I
No,
don't
he says
I
that
don't
he
know.
wants to buy like a 2012 Mercedes Benz.
Did I tell you that or did you tell you that? Because yeah, he was asking for 2 Ethereum to afford the other half of the. Said he already paid the owner half of the Ethereum for the Benz and then needed 2 more ETH, and he didn't trust himself to not like gamble the money away, so he just sent it to the guy with the Mercedes.
That's a good question. I think that Zook told me, but you could have told me.
Well, anyways, single creator or multiple creators?
I would go with single.
Despite the network effect?
I just think that it allows you to focus all of your energies into one project, and you don't have to worry about people branching off. And um, to me, it's just logical to like build up one character than like multiple characters. But that doesn't mean that if it didn't get big enough with an audience that you couldn't do, like a whole team, like you were saying, like the Olympics. But to start off, I would just do it with one person. And somebody like Bitcoin Obama would be a very good person to do it. He's extremely well. He'd be terrible. He would just rug the project immediately, and you'd never hear from him.
No, but he only gets the reward if he actually completes the task.
Okay, so that's an interesting. That's interesting. Um, okay, so what
And
happened?
I think that Bitcoin Obama has
What what happens to him? Let's
proven
let's say
very
the
open minded and he's willing to do a lot of goofy things, and I think that people will want to push the boundaries, and it'll be funny. I think there's a lot of potential for, like, imagine just all the Harry Potter people just basically brainstorming the stupidest thing for him to do, that they
Oh, wow.
oh wow is right. Where I don't know.
Right, right. And you're talking about roots
It's not Zoot, it's Riser.
of right, right. What you do?
We're just talking about this premise for an idea where basically there's a community that gets to vote on what a certain creator uh, has to do, and then that creator will create a video content based on the idea that this community votes on. There could be something like, I don't know, jumping across, like leapfrogging onto a giant castle. I don't know, anything that you can think of. Creating a chair, creating the giant, biggest human chair possible, or whatever. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yeah, you got confused me right there.
But you could put a proposal that says to make a video skateboarding and like tucking a pie,
Riser,
getting pies in
Riser, you got to be able to explain this a little better. All right, Miss Aquarius, imagine you have someone who is a streamer and you let the audience choose what they're going to do with their lives. So basically, you could have them travel to New York City or Los Angeles, and you would have the audience vote on it. Or you could have them eat Italian food or Chinese food, and you have the audience vote on it. Does that make sense?
Got it, got it,
Hey.
got it. Got you now.
But it's a good idea, Riser. I'm not, and the fact that if you make it with a cryptocurrency where that's how you vote on it, that's really creative.
Okay, well, burgers are hot dogs, right? The burgers are hot dogs.
Go with burgers on it, definitely. I mean, I do like. I mean, I had this debate: sausage or hot dog, and I also choose sausage every time.
That's good.
Let me ask you a food. Which one is better?
Right.
Gosh, I have to think. Pizza or pasta?
Pizza. I love pasta, but pizza is my favorite.
Yeah, it's hard to live without pizza. And you,
Right.
how long do you think you could go without pizza for?
Maybe a week.
Maybe a week. Yeah.
Yeah.
When the cravings start to become way too strong.
Yeah. Until you smell it, that's what the problem is.
What do you put on your pizza? You're not a pineapple pizza person, are you?
No. I like pepperoni.
Okay.
What about you?
All kinds of things. I mean, not really all kinds of things, but I think my favorite's probably prosciutto and arugula.
What is that? What is
Prosciutto is this like Italian meat.
Oh.
Yummy.
Oh, I'm gonna have to try it. Girl, what's
Yeah.
the other one you just said?
Arugula. It's like some plant.
Okay. I'm gonna have to try it. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I love trying this stuff.
What do you have against pineapple pizza, Riser?
It's just
You,
doesn't match with my palate
you know,
personally.
you know it was first
They
invented.
like,
You know it was first invented in Canada, right?
and that's why they called it the Hawaiian.
Yeah, it was some guy in Toronto, or it was a Canadian guy who created the um, Hawaiian pizza. I'll find the Toronto city right now.
I think they did it as like a troll, and then people thought it wasn't a troll or something, and because it's very.
Um, it is Chatham, Ontario, Canada, in 1962.
I love pineapple. Like I love. Um, yeah, I don't think they're bread.
Dog, it's amazing. I love it.
That's wild.
I like
Do you
I
put
like
chocolate on apples too, or
oh, absolutely, 100%.
what won't you put chocolate on?
Just about anything. In fact, I one time did this Ask Me Anything. It's actually in the About Rabbi section of this Discord, and it says, "What weird food combination do you like?" And it's hot. It's hot fudge and pickles, or I put chocolate covered pickles. And the reason, like, how did you find out you like that? It's a children's book that was written basically, in, I believe, like the 80s or the 90s, and it was just like a weird food combination that I remember we tried as little kids, and we all kind of liked it.
I hate pickles, but so I can't even. I probably hate it, but maybe.
I mean, chocolate's good with like
I
everything.
love pickles. You don't like pickles?
No, I absolutely despise pickles. I'm a pretty picky eater.
Pickles are good. That's my favorite. Oh my God, I love pickles.
Do you like Miss Aquarius dill pickles or like sweet pickles or both?
I like both. I like dill pickles, but
Same
I
here.
like the sliced pickles. I like them on like a salad or a sandwich.
Same here. And I love going to a deli when they give you a pickle alongside. That's like my favorite.
Yeah.
Where's the best pastrami sandwich, Rabbi?
I like a place called OC Kosher, but that's just because it's kosher. In LA, the most famous is probably Cantor's Deli, which is on Fairfax, but it's not kosher, but it's very famous. It's a Jewish deli, but it's not kosher. But it's where a lot of famous um, Hollywood stars go. Now in New York City, there are two really famous delis. One's Jewish, one's not. The Jewish one's called Katz's Deli, and um, they have very famous pastrami on rye. And then there's it's called the Carnegie Deli, which is maybe one of the most famous delis in the world, and uh, not a Jewish deli, a regular deli, but they have a very famous pastrami on rye. But I like my local. Um, there's a there's a market that has an excellent pastrami on rye. So that's where I get mine. But there are some other famous ones. Now,
Nice.
anywhere else in the United States, um, there's something called sometimes it's called kosher style or New York style, which is not kosher, but it's like Jewish, like a Jewish deli. So you'll see New York style, which is like code for Jewish deli, or it will have a lot of Jewish delicacies, but it just so happens to not be kosher. So if you ever see that, that's kind of a tip off that it at least might have a Jewish touch if it isn't kosher. Um, And
Do you have pickle with it?
oh, absolutely, big old pickle,
Oh, really? Interesting.
100% pickle with everything.
How do we make this thing go viral? This choose your own story.
I'll give you the answer.
Who's the candidate?
I'm the ideal candidate. There's no doubt because I stream more than anybody else. Um, but if you weren't going to choose me, you'd pick some really hot chick. I mean, it's just the old adage, sex sells. So why not pick a really attractive person, especially on the internet?
Now, but they gotta be willing to do some crazy stuff.
For the right price.
Obama's no filter, which is the type of person that we need.
Yeah, but I mean, for the right
Steve-O type of character.
For the right price, you can get anybody to do anything.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay, but how do you make it go viral? You'd have to advertise it a lot because you wouldn't want the same like 5 people always making the decision, for the the person. I know I'm not making sense. Like you want a diverse group of answers as opposed to just the same, you know, small group of people to make decisions. But I mean, you hear people do this all the time. Influencers they say, "Chat, what should I do? Chat, what should I do?" So it's just basically a poll.
Yeah. That's why I don't know if the single creator is like unique enough, I guess. I don't know. There's already streamers asking their chat what to do. This would just be more religious and or like consistent and funded by some transaction fees. There's no like competition amongst them.
How is it religious?
Like I just meant in like in a sense that it's like very a consistent thing. How far do you think it'll go if Zoot and Bitcoin Obama are involved? Because I think if Zoot is involved, then Bitcoin Obama is less likely to cheat.
Oh, it's doomed from the start. If Zoot's involved,
No, he's not like he's just able to cast votes. It'll be hard to make him vote for something that isn't off the rails, but that's what the moderation does.
um, you said something that I think is an interesting premise, which would be allow people to, like, maybe it would be better if you had like not a whole bunch of people but just 2 people, and that way you could have people vote on their competition. So like instead of it, like they could be like who could the soda the fastest or the water the fastest or who could run to the next destination the fastest. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
you could just have it be one
No,
person.
it very much reminds me of a show that is my absolute favorite show in the whole world, called Kenny versus Penny. That was filmed in Toronto, Canada, and Ontario. Then the premise of the show is literally 2 friends that are rivals. prizes, and they do various competitions like who can piss off the more people, who can sell more Bibles, who can like be the best soldier, who can create the best play. And one of the guys like always cheats ruthlessly, and the other guy usually loses. And then if the loser has to do a humiliation, which is usually something extremely vile, like rolling in a hamster ball with dog shit in it down a giant hill, or something even worse than that. And I think if you have two people that are just going against each other, it opens up a slippery slope, potentially dangerous. I mean, I guess they're not. They're on opposite sides of the world. It doesn't, in the moderation, people can make it not something that is bad. But I don't know. Maybe it could work if there's good enough ideas being submitted to keep it constantly going, I guess. Or it could be like, if you've ever heard the show, it's a cooking show. It's called, what's it called? Beat Bobby Filet, and it's about this. And the premise of the show is there's this guy Bobby Filet, and he's like a
Stop calling him Filet. Stop calling him Bobby Filet. It's Flay, Flay.
Okay, whatever. I've never seen the show, but in that show, I'm sure, as you know, it's like step up and see if you can beat Bobby Filet at cooking a meal, and then usually like 8 times, at least out of 10, Bobby Filet wins because he's the GOAT, and it's like, can you dethrone Bobby Filet? So potentially it could be like that, and then you have like a main creator that is like the GOAT creator, let's say, Bitcoin Obama, and then other people, creators, you still get an influx of people trying to take them down and see if they can win the vote of was their video better than Obama, or did they win the competition against Obama? Now that is an interesting hybrid marriage between those two universes.
Okay. So, could you do one where you had Zoot go against Bitcoin Obama?
Absolutely. It could be Zoot. It could be any single creator versus Bitcoin Obama. It could be Bitcoin Obama versus 10 creators in some Mr. Beast style competition digitally across the world, doing God knows what. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone could, I guess, be voted on or apply to be voted on, and can go up against Bitcoin Obama.
Okay. It's gonna be on YouTube, not on all. Would you multi-stream it?
I don't think that it would be like a live stream, although it could be, but it's like they cast an idea and then they have to film themselves fulfilling the idea. So
Doug, how aren't you gonna make this live? Like, that's what people want.
To be like it doesn't need to be synchronistically happening. It's not like a race from point A to point B. I mean, it could be that, but it could, if it's first to do something, then they'll have to submit the video, I guess, and prove that they did it before everyone else.
Now that's a really good idea. Basically, Amazing Race, but unedited. So at any given time, you could see teams racing against each other anywhere in the world, and it wouldn't be cut down to like an hour-long show.
Yeah, and I agree that like if it was live streamed, that would augment it because you'd be able to actually like tune into whoever the hell, Jake Paul or someone that's trying to take down Obama and who can like construct the biggest trampoline of non-trampoline materials or whatever it is. Or yeah, who can first get permission, get their virtual crane operator. I don't know.
Were you going to say crane operator's license?
Yeah, and then I was like, I don't know if that is the greatest idea in the world.
I mean, then they'd have to like take a test, which wouldn't be really that interesting.
I would love to see Bitcoin Obama taking the crane operator's test.
I would too, but I mean, there's a written part of it that like wouldn't be that interesting.
You'd be surprised. I think if he's talking out loud and thinking, like they're trying to understand Bitcoin Obama's thought process, and then he's describing his thought process, and people in the comments are like, "Bro, what are you doing?"
Right. Okay, that's a little bit.
Right answer.
That's a little brilliant.
Oh.
That's a little piece of brilliance.
I agree. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. I want to make that into like a Sora prompt.
You want to make it into a Sora prompt. What do you mean? Oh yeah. I get it. Like him talking to himself. I wonder if like
AI video.
Like AI knows who I am. I wonder if they know who Bitcoin Obama is.
Yeah, he's Schiller 690.
Yeah, but I mean
on Sora, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's right. What I meant to say is like, oh yeah, so then it does know who he is. I wonder if his little friend is on there too. I'm sure somebody's tried to get him on there.
He is. Yeah, I've made like multiple. I made reels of him just as an alien on top of the pyramids of Egypt. Countless other reels.
Oh, excuse me.
All right. Do you think that Bitcoin Obama? I mean, what's stopping him from saying, "I will not continue if you don't pay me money"?
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, you're a core component of this project, and as we gain popularity and sponsorships, then of course you're gonna get a fair share of the pie, and we'll do our best to make sure that everyone involved is happy and it's a sustainable project for everyone.
Do you think that's going to work for Bitcoin Obama?
I mean, I don't think he'll want to destroy his golden egg that this could be. And I think that if it's getting enough traction and people see the social experiment and it catches on, like headlines are popping up, this guy, this new thing on the internet that is like 10 times of a better idea than ambush podcasting is making waves, and I think he'll be on board. I mean, he's a volatile character, but I think based on his initial reaction, there is potential, and that's sometimes all you have in this world is some hope and a dream. You gotta shoot your shot.
Okay. How are you going to fund this game show or whatever?
I mean, it doesn't really need funding per se. I mean, I guess
It needs a ton of funding.
It's been a while since I've mint tokens. If there's some website. I guess it depends how you mint it, but potentially token sales go directly into the funding.
Yeah. Okay.
or transaction fees, as I mentioned before, at least worked in for funding videos on whatever they need funding for.
Now that makes sense to me
Sponsorships.
because you're gonna have people who have really good ideas, but you're gonna need funding to be able to do those ideas.
Yeah, I would argue that sometimes, I mean, there are many examples of ideas and internet trends that have come up that are very low cost. One of them is the Sway Lee song. I don't know the name of the song. First, I probably could if I sing it in my head, but I don't want to sing it in my head right now for a minute and a half. It's called Black Beatles. There, I saved you some time.
That's not Sway Lee. That's not Sway Lee. That's Ray Strummer.
Sway Lee.
That's
Sway Lee.
That's Ray Strummer.
No. That's who Sway Lee is.
And it's Ray Strummer. Sway Lee's only one person of it.
What?
Ray Strummer is a band. Or it's a duo.
Yeah, and Sway Lee is part of that duo.
Okay, but he didn't do it on his own. You need to give credit to the other person as well.
Okay, well, if you want to be that goddamn precise about how I define the artist as a Black Beatles song, you're more than welcome to. And thank you for pointing out that so that the audience in the future, 5 million years from now, will know the true origin of the Ray Shremmerd song Black Beatles. I appreciate you highlighting that.
It's Sway Lee and
Sway Lee.
Slim Jimmy.
Yes. But I wasn't incorrect that, I was not technically incorrect in saying that it is Sway Lee's song because he is definitely has ownership rights of that song. I was not necessarily speaking to the whole Ray Shremmerd title.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah. So, anyways, there's a very viral trend of just recording people standing, like freeze recording, like you stay still like a statue, and then people are doing like all these kind of like crazy, like Matrix-y, outrageous, like action film type of poses, and then it's an interesting little videos of people walking around with people freeze framing. That costs virtually $0 outside of the cost of a cell phone. Is many people in the world own cell phones, and yeah, perhaps maybe some person purchased a cell phone so that they could go out and do the Ray Shremmerd Black Beatles viral TikTok challenge or whatever, but I'm not sure what percentage of the population that is. Another example is the milk crate challenge. I don't know the retail value of milk crates, and honestly, this is a pretty poor example because if you're
It's super dangerous.
Go to the milk crate store and purchase a bunch of milk crates, then it could actually be costing a lot of money.
Dude, the milk crate challenge.
I agree. I agree. It's very dangerous, and I do not encourage anyone to do the milk crate challenge. But it is a viral, somewhat low cost trend. Another one is like the bottle flipping. Another one is the ice bucket challenge. Just dumping a bucket of cold ice on your head. That can be something that people vote on and want to see, or God knows what they dream of. So,
okay, so
you start. My whole overall point was that you start a very low cost video ideas, and then like Mr. Beast, he didn't start off with $1 million budgets each video, he gradually worked his way up and progressed like a very common stepping ladder in life. So, does that answer your question?
I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. So I think that it has potential. It is something though that you need people who are, if you're going to do it, they already have to be established streamers, right?
I wouldn't say streaming is a requisite. As I said, it doesn't hurt, but just content creator in general. That because the challenges, like I said, are not necessarily synchronistic challenges, but they could be synchronized, and you could live stream it potentially. Like you can do this math test or whatever. Like who gets the multiple choice test questions correct the most, or whatever, or who can do the best origami out of a giant cardboard box or something.
What happens if while the person is doing the challenge your coin that is supporting them rugs?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
Sure. So you said that you're basically going to crowdsource the expenses for this project through a coin, right?
Through transaction fees.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And also potentially merchandise sales or God knows what.
Okay, fine. What do you do if you say to the winner, like, hey, if you win 100,000 of our coin, and then as you guys are doing the challenges, the coin ends up rugging, and the $100,000 ends up being like worth like $1, and then
That's actually a great idea that I haven't even considered, and not the coin, but literally offering, albeit inflationary rewards, which are generally frowned upon, but it can be justified if there's enough growth potential behind the token to warrant the inflationary rewards. If you believe that you're getting more value than you're giving out, then it can be a net positive. Obviously, you have to be careful and not just give someone half of the supply for winning the poke a hole in a piece of paper contest. But it could be used as a incentive, the tokens as well. But I was initially just thinking strictly for voting and speculation. But prizes is a good thing. But again, that could be funded by transaction fees as well. So,
right, I know, but
in other sponsorships,
if you're
stuff.
if
So
you're
it doesn't necessarily have to take away from supply.
if your coin though, as the competitions are going, gets rugged, then that might cause the people to just be like, oh, I'm doing all of this for nothing, and then they just quit. So basically,
isn't that a risk with literally everything in existence practically? Is if it goes to zero, then we're all gonna be screwed.
no.
There's
You
some,
could say that you make it.
The United States would crumble tomorrow if the GDP just dropped to zero, right? It's like it's the thing that's kicking it down the road is like the fact that there's a whole bunch of value behind the country and a whole bunch of manufactured and businesses that are all operating inside of that country to produce value, and there's the value of like what you're building basically.
Okay, sure. If you think the entire Federal Reserve System will crumble while this coin is being conducted, then yes, I'm in agreement with you. But what I'm saying is that there's far less of a chance that that happens versus somebody just doesn't like your project and rugs your coin.
I mean, why do you think like someone can just rug the coin?
They could manipulate the market to be able to screw over your project, to be able to get like to be able to get fame. Like, hey, did you know that competition's going on? Yeah, I'm gonna rug it. I'm gonna rug their project so that the people who think they're gonna win actually get nothing, and it's gonna be hilarious.
Yeah, I mean that is a very a valid concern,
So
which
what?
is why with the greatest crypto, it's doing it with a fair launch so that there's not a like centralized group of people that own a disproportionate amount of the supply. I feel like that's kind of the way to mitigate it. Basically, is you have an even distribution and it, or potentially, yeah, you don't release all the supply at once, and it can only be like earned and I don't know whatever safeguards in place to not have it be manipulated and controlled by a small group of people that have way too much control over the project.
Well, I was just thinking that you could fundraise with your coin, having all of the proceeds of the tax or transaction fees go into a pot that becomes the collection for the winner, so that no matter, even if the coin rugs, the winner still gets a what they were competing for. So, like, say you are able to collect $100,000 for this pot. At the end of the competition, the winner, still gets that $100,000. They don't get perhaps some rugged coin.
Yeah, tokens that are valueless. Yeah,
Exactly. Which is funny.
yeah,
I know we've talked about this before, but there's that meme of that. I mean, and like they're just like those video game competitions that happened in like 2012. That would be like the winner gets $100, second place $50, third place through 10th place gets 25 Bitcoin each.
wow, that would be nice.
Well, that's a real thing. That was like uh, for quite a few different competitions. They were just giving away Bitcoin to like places third through 10. And so, in the same way, watch your coin has the opposite effect. Like, I'm over here saying, oh, you don't want to give the winners the coin because if you do, there's the potential it could get rugged. But if it becomes very popular, that could be like 25 Bitcoin in the future.
Right, they would be potentially just playing themselves.
Exactly, which is really an interesting
Yeah,
point. Okay, well,
I mean, you don't want to have inflationary rewards, but it seems like the whole idea basically is like banking on, okay, will the internet actually give a shit about these people's competitions that they get, or not actually narrow it down to competitions, but just ideas of content that they create that is voted upon by the community, which could be competition, creating a video about a certain thing, or just making a life decision of some kind. Practically anything that you want to see a person do. And yeah,
dude,
maybe, yeah.
dude, I now that you say that, I had this idea with this guy. I gave him this idea, and um, oh, it was something that you would really like. Okay, let me think about it. I spoke with this guy like 4 months ago, and oh, this is such a good idea. Okay, imagine. Okay, let me think about how this went down. Imagine you are you have a project and you want people to promote the project for you for a low price and you want quality content. Basically, what this was a marketplace that you could put out jobs like Craigslist or ZipRecruiter or Indeed or something. That you say, hey, we've got this project. It's called the greatest cryptocurrency in the world. And what we're looking for is people to make um, a 1 minute video. And if you make the video for us, you will be in the running to potentially win whatever the prize is. Let's just say um, $100. And then what you do is you allow people to um, make submissions publicly for your project, and then you can choose the winner as a company. And what this does is it, it was like win-win. It was win for the creator because there's a chance that they could make money. It's a win for the company because they get a ton of social media posts and they get to choose the best one. And it would be a win for the marketplace because they get a small um, benefit, like a small fee from the competition being posted. So basically, for $100, you might get 1,000 people who make submissions, 1 minute videos, and all you have to do is choose the one that you like, and you um, give the winner $100. But you're going to have maybe 1,000 people who have posted about your project on their social media. It's like this extremely.
Does the thing exist, or did you come up with it? 'Cause that's an
Isn't it amazing an idea? Yeah, it is an
that's
amazing.
fucking amazing.
Thank-
You came up with that?
Yeah, so this guy, he was in a yeah, it even gets better than that. But yeah, it is really good. Okay, so there's this guy who was in a Twitter space, and he had an idea for a marketplace that was like um it maybe wasn't even a marketplace. I don't know. He just came into my Discord, and I was like, all right, well, that's a great idea. Here's a better idea though that you should do instead of that idea. And he's like, that is an amazing idea. He was in the same way. He's like, I have to tell my partners about this. And
Was he from Nigeria?
no. It was an American or Canadian project or something. It was North American.
When was this?
Like 4 months ago.
Did you follow through with it?
No, I haven't heard from. Not only haven't I heard from him since, but he hasn't been on Twitter Spaces at all. So I don't know what. So this was his idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and oh man, like so. This is a really good idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and basically the coin was gonna be something like uh, he was gonna have a website where um, basically people could upvote or like vote on different submissions of people, something like that. I don't even think he had that. I think that's something that we came up with, and I was like, okay, well, like that's a good idea or whatever. I was just like multitasking, and I'm like, but you know what? A really good idea is if you took your website, which you already have, and you have the LLC and everything, and you just have like you could go to brands, you could go to like Procter and Gamble or Honda, and you could say, look, oh yeah, this is why this is a really good idea.
like basically you guys already have like media teams or like social media teams, and you won't need them anymore. This would all of your social media could essentially be grassroots. You just put out a request that, hey, we want a even like an hour long.
Holy fuck.
You get what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
It is. It's a really good idea. And then on top of that, one of the things you have to do to win is post it to your social media. So then it's a free advertisement for your company on all of these grassroots um, influencers. And I thought to myself, that's how advertising is going to be in the future. It won't be like, hey, we're going to come up with like our video editor at Honda came up with this really good idea. No, it would be like we took the top 1,000 entries and picked the one that we liked the best. We paid them. We paid the top winner, and then all of the other people posted to their social media. So we already got all of the influence or all of the impressions that we wanted out of those. We paid the winner, and we only had to pay them like $100 or $1,000 instead of paying a full time design crew. You know, $1.5–2.5 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a win for
Dude,
the company.
it was a win.
Advertising, except if everyone submits just dog shit.
No. That's the thing. If they
Do you
do,
think?
if they do, then you raise the price, and you'll get quality people. That was the thing. We were trying to give jobs to small time artists who were very creative, and this would give them an outlet. Basically, like you could say, like let's say, your local, you like that juice place, right? They make smoothies for you.
It closes down, but yeah.
Okay, well, it wouldn't have with this idea. So a place like that doesn't have that much money to be able to put out like huge Instagram campaigns and things like that. What they do is they just say, for $100, just make a nice little video for us, and they'll get 20, 30 submissions on it because it's like a contest, and that gets people motivated because it's a competition, and they choose the best one, and they're going to post it on their social media. But that also means that 20 or 30 people who have made submissions do the same. And the other cool thing about it was none of the videos have to be hosted on the website. It's just the links. So the overhead is very small in comparison to all of this data that you would need to host video and pictures and things. It's just on Meta's servers and on Amazon servers and on Google servers. All you get is a link, and then you can also have people vote on it as well. You could say this is the fan favorite, but if the fan favorite isn't what the person wants, then they don't have to choose that one. I remember saying it.
Or they could split, or they could like you don't have to do like first prize gets the whole thing. It can be like the top 5, like the one that we pick, and the 5 or the 4 other like fan favorites get prizes of various degrees.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I when I told this to this guy, he was like, "That is the best idea." That like it basically took his idea. He already had a website and like a small team, and he had like some programmers.
What was his initial concept?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
It was shilling?
Yeah, it had
a shilling marketplace.
No, it was a coin. It was a coin, and it wasn't a marketplace to my knowledge. Like I brought that into it, but basically he wanted to have a thing where, like basically people could vote on content, something like this. People could vote on content, and then um, a winner could be given his cryptocurrency. And I was like, okay, well, that's cool and everything, but why not just pay them in cash? And instead of going to small time creators, why don't you do this for big businesses that have deep pockets and major advertising budgets? And it's going to save them money. I mean, can you imagine how good an advertising campaign would be if you are on 100 different influencers, like artist influencers pages that it's just there organically because they made a submission to you 2 months ago and it's still on your page, even though you didn't get picked. You're still proud of the work that you did, so you're going to keep it up on your page.
Yeah. I mean, if it was, I mean, it could be very like obviously the applications are like endless practically, but let's say it's like a company that sold art supplies, and they're like, okay, submit your video of using our art supplies, and they just get like 1,000 submissions, and they're like, oh, these ones are awesome. We're gonna share those officially.
Exactly.
Thank you for the free advertisement. 995 owners.
Exactly. Exactly. And then
when any one of those people posts a video being like, oh, I'm submitting this for this advertising contest, then even more, like potentially just infinite branches of people will see that and also attempt to create their own submission.
Well, that's exactly right.
It's basically a lottery at this point.
It's a contest website, and that's what we talked about. It's basically a place where people, individuals, or corporations could go to get organic art and basically use crowdsourcing their marketing. But the thing is, how much cheaper that route is, and how much better the quality will be, versus if they just keep it in house. I know that people might say, "Oh, well, like a marketing firm is going to do a really good job for someone." Yeah, they are, and they're going to charge millions of dollars to do that. Or you get some really creative individual who puts a little bit of time into their project, and their thing's actually funnier than what the marketing team came up with. And the thing is, the fact that
you got William Montgomery shilling your project for pennies on the dollar.
Exactly. The fact that you're crowdsourcing this means that you're going to have so many different choices that, like, one of them is going to be better than what you would have gotten if you go with your advertising company. And that means that you are going to be able to reward a small time creator and then additionally use their content in your advertising campaign. And then on top of that, you get all the other people who made submissions and keep their submission on their social media, perhaps for years. There are going to be some people who are just like, I'm really proud of that video that I made. Yeah, it didn't win, but I wanted other people to see how creative I am, and they're just going to keep it on there. Basically, what I'm saying is you can turn influencers or even just small time creators, their timelines into your advertising organically. Instead of paying for clicks, you just basically use this guerrilla like advertising model where you are you run a contest and give people the opportunity to win, and that rewards small time creators. And then also it means you don't have to spend so much in advertising. It's like when I thought of it, I was like, that's a fucking brilliant idea. It wasn't this guy's idea, but I was like, you can take that and take it. I don't do anything with it. It's like,
and you haven't heard.
Yeah, I didn't ask him to come back or anything like that. What I did say is, you.
I own 51%.
No, I didn't say that either. Though any idea that I should have probably done that with it was that one. No, I told him, you should, like, this is a really good idea. Like his idea was like, hey, we're gonna launch a coin and we're gonna pay people with the coin.
Even ironically, to even like market this platform to itself, it's some hilarious inception shit. But
I get you. I know what you're gonna say.
Like the question of how do we launch the thing? It's like, okay, we go to the platform. $10,000 for the best video that's promoting our platform.
That's exactly right.
Boom, you're now on like fucking every fucking social media 2 days, you're literally the most paid, like, you know, I mean, clearly the guy didn't take this idea because this is like a Spotify level like idea.
I know it is.
And
you can take it.
If it was popular, then I'll work on it and I'll give you your 51%.
That's what I want. That's what I want. 100%.
We're even though we're always
51-49, baby. 51.
In bowling and better in friendship. What's the line? Mrs. Aquarius?
Oh, it's undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yes, that will be the motto. Goddamn thing.
Well, it's a.
Because I've heard a lot of shitty ideas from you, and I've heard a lot of great ideas from you. This is possibly the greatest one. I'm honestly, like, as you were saying it, I felt like I was exiting the Matrix, and like my whole life was just in like Truman Show or something. Because it's just like, how does this not even exist right now?
I know.
It just seems like it makes so much sense. And also, one little jot point about it is like, as a service, like you could, if I'm assuming like Honda may not want to waste time reviewing 10,000 submissions, so potentially you could charge them money and just weasel it down to the top 50 for them to pick or something.
Well, the idea with that is that's where you would have people vote on them, so that they just have to vote on the top. They just have to look at the top 10 or whatever and choose whatever one they want.
Oh yeah, very good point.
And then on top of that, that gets people to say, "Hey, vote for me," and they're going to tweet about it and be like, you know, like getting their friends to come to your website. And it's just think about how cheap. Think about how cheap it is to advertise this way. Okay, imagine you had a coin, and you just say, "Man, we need people to find out about our coin, but nobody knows about it." Hey, guess what? We're just going to offer $1,000 of our coin or $100 of our coin, which is basically nothing to us, and we're going to get a bunch of really good videos from independent creators. And the thing that I really liked about this idea is it helps artists, because there are a lot of artists out there who are really talented but don't have a way of making money. So literally you could be an artist on there, and all you do all day is just make little YouTube shorts that are attractive and cool, and you could literally make a lot of money doing that, because you're going to get some companies that really want a lot of submissions, and they're going to offer $25,000. And you know why they're going to do that? Because it is such a cheaper way to advertise than it is to do an Instagram campaign or a Google AdWords campaign. A Google AdWords campaign, if you don't have that's assuming that the end user doesn't have a pop-up blocker. Let's say you're able to get just an Instagram campaign and they get eyes on it. They just scroll right past it. They don't look at it. But if somebody's posting something organically, voluntarily, of their own volition, not only are people going to be interested in it, but it's going to stay on their page for long periods of time.
You hit the nail on the head. People are definitely going to like pay way more attention if it's coming from a creator that they actually follow and somewhat care about.
That's exactly
some like forced advertisement.
That's exactly right.
You did raise like a point. Kind of seems like almost potentially a double-edged sword, where it's like, do people want to invest the time in creating a very good video, which potentially would take a lot of time and potentially money to create such a video, or just a lottery chance at winning? If there's 2,000 entries, it's like, am I going to invest 5 hours of my life for this lottery chance at winning?
Well, so here's the beauty. Here's the beauty of it.
An ROI, or
here's the beauty of it.
I don't know.
No, we talked about this.
you're going to have a company. I'm just using Honda, but you could have McDonald's or whatever, and they're going to get, I don't know, 2,000 people who send entries. But then your little Shake Shack or wherever you get your smoothie, they might only get 15 entries. So basically, if you want to make a lot of money, go for one of the big ones. But if you're just looking to pick up a small job and you know that you're a good creator, go pick up one of the small jobs. And then you could get like,
Right.
you would have like a thing like you came in third in Honda's like fan poll. While you didn't win, got like you get some kind of reputation points for that, so that people know that you're a good creator. Then the next time that you apply, or the next time you send in a submission, it's going to get a lot of eyes on it.
Yeah. Because there'd be like some algorithm in the feed, I guess, that will show you other people's submissions to various biddings, I guess you could call them.
Well, you would just see.
I mean, it's almost like who do you think it's? What do you think it's most comparable to?
Reddit.
It's almost like
It's like Reddit in a lot of ways,
think
because like Reddit,
Reddit.
yeah, Reddit doesn't host a lot of the content that's on it. It just has links that are embedded that you can see what's on the other side, and you can click through and go to Instagram or go to Facebook or go to TikTok or whatever. It doesn't have to host all of that stuff. And then additionally, there are options in Reddit where you can just scroll. And there are going to be people who just scroll and just look at different entries and get different ideas for potentially other brands. And the beautiful thing about the brand
I
issue,
was gonna say it's kind of like a code arena where people who post their smart contract with a bounty that's like whatever $25,000 if you find a bug in this code, and since it's open source, like the platform is open for anyone in the world to audit, you get like all of these eyes on it, and then the result is that you get, because you've opened up the aperture to a bunch of different participants, then you get like an actually secure, like based open source power product where it's highly secure because so many people have gone over it and checked it,
Okay.
So it's like with this, it's like you use the power of numbers, like in the old saying, like 2 brains are smarter than 1 or whatever, and then you're getting a higher quality product, more robust product in the end.
Excellent. Okay.
Monetization benefits.
And okay, so yeah, it's similar to that. And a beautiful aspect of this is my whole conversation with this guy was recorded. So, I mean, let's say it just blew up and became the biggest thing ever. I could literally say, "Hey, I gave you that idea. Here's our conversation. If you don't share the proceeds with me, then the whole world is just going to see that." Yeah, exactly. You're going to look like shit. You screwed me over. I have the protection of my streams. Like basically, it would be like saying, like you came up with the idea of eBay.
Insurance.
Exactly.
Insurance.
Exactly. So it's win-win for me. Like, that I could, and I'm not saying I would hold this guy hostage or extort him. I would just say, look, people are going to see our conversation, and they're going to see that you had an idea that was okay, but was just like everybody else's idea, and I gave you this idea, and yeah, you ran with it and blew it up, but people are going to see I'm the originator of that idea, and so it's in your best interest.
Didn't you say though, go take it? Didn't you say take the idea it's yours?
I did, but I'm fine with saying that because when he goes to his origin story, it's going to be, I'm going to be the person who came up with that idea, and people would demand, hey, you got to share with this guy. Like the lady who made the Nike symbol,
Right, just out of good human will. Yeah.
Exactly. The lady who made the Nike symbol, I think, originally did it for like $26. But then, because it became so popular, Phil Knight was forced to give her, like, at the time, like $100,000 in stock, which made her a multimillionaire by now, like, easily. So she got taken care of. And basically, I would expect the same thing for me. Like, look, I came up with this idea. I said you can run with it, but I didn't say I fully signed this over to you by any means or anything like that. I mean, I don't own the idea. It's a good idea, but if anything, I can say it would be like saying eBay started or whatever, and it would be like PayPal. PayPal started with, let's say, Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Well, imagine if there was a conversation of those guys at a table with some unknown third party, and the unknown third party was like, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if you could do your banking online with like something? I don't know. Let's just call it PayPal." And they would be like, "Yeah, that sounds like a great idea." And then if you could go back to that conversation and had it on video, it would be like, "Dude, you guys owe this guy." And he might even have an argument to be made that he should be considered, at least to some extent, a co-founder of the organization.
I'm not sure if the law necessarily would back you up on that.
No.
From a strict legal
Wait.
but from a
As a-
social peer pressure
Exactly.
standpoint, people-
Exactly. So you could easily say to them, "Okay, I'm not going to sue you over it. It's your company. But just know that you're going to look like a bunch of assholes, and I have it on video on 20 different streams that I gave you this idea. So give me a cut of it, or you're going to look bad." I'm not saying that I'm going to publicize it. It's already publicized. But if you don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, you will cut me into this.
Interesting.
Only-
But
It only,
you told. I mean, yeah, it's just the people.
and I'm not
on how
extorting them.
they
And I'm,
view it. They could have their own thing or
Well-
whatever. I would not screw you over.
well, exactly. Well,
Friend.
no. I understand that, but even these guys, it's in their best interest to take care of me. My video is out there. Their found stories out there. When they're writing their books in the future about how did you come up with this idea, they can't lie about it. It's literally on video. I have the video as my
Or
evidence.
they'll have this, or they'll have the Satoshi's vision battle, where it's like, okay, you don't want to comply with my chain, then I'm going to just launch my own chain, and we can let people decide who's the real OG Bitcoin. And then it's going to be like, do we even want to risk that? Is that battle worth fighting? Where the guy who came up with the idea is just going to squash it once people realize what the truth is?
Just one moment. The lady who made Nike, how much is she worth today? The Nike swoosh. How do you do it for? So, this lady, Nike paid $35 to for this, and so they did this in 1971. But in 1983, Nike gave her a gold swoosh ring with a diamond and 500 shares of Nike stock. So that's estimated to be like worth $3 million now. So they made her a millionaire. Basically, they took care of her. Did they have to? No, but they knew it would be a public. There would be public outcry if they didn't take care of her. Now, that's a lot different. They had already started the company, and this lady with the logo. With mine, they had some other company that was different than this, and my idea was like, hey, you guys should just make a marketplace that does this. And it was like all these ideas were coming to me at once, and all of that video. So there's an argument to be made that if you don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, then you better do what Nike did and cut this person into it. And if you're really smart, you'll give him 51% because it was his idea. Just recognize that he'll take care of you because his video is worth more than your marketplace.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Absolutely.
And that's why I love live streaming my life.
Oh yeah.
That's why I love live streaming my life because it's the big that I have. That if you accuse me of anything, go to the video. If you if I have a good idea, like it's all tracked. I like the truth is on my side, and then I can use that against people, not in a malicious way, just in a no. This is how it really happened. I'm going to give you the evidence for it. It's an incredibly powerful medium that I have dedicated to my life. Like basically under under other circumstances, that guy could take that idea and run and be like, I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is. I've never heard of him. And that's fine. But under these conditions, he knows he's live on 20 different streams, and this was not his idea. This was my idea. And I gave it to him. And if he doesn't want to have huge public backlash of this, he will give me my $3 million in Nike stock like they did for this lady who made the swoosh. Now I recognize that Nike's worth billions of dollars, and this $3 million isn't that much. But also, this would be like me saying these guys who were like making, I don't know, which is kind of like the origin story of Nike, making like keys were made with like waffle iron. We're a waffle iron company, and I come say, hey, you guys could use those waffle irons to make the soles of shoes, and I bet you could sell those shoes to athletes and all over the world and make like one of the top running shoes in the world and go through all of it, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what this lady would have been doing. Like basically, she would have been at the founding of the company, but she was not. It was already established. So I don't know. I don't really care, frankly. If we get to that point where that company gets big, I am far bigger than that company is. I've had a lot of conversations with people who have helped their businesses in those kind of ways, but over all of it, my data, my video is going to be worth more than all of it. It's like I'm in my own way.
Yeah, I mean, especially once people start being like, "Who's this guy on the Forbes list?" Like ties to every fucking major startup.
That's exactly right. Especially the crypto world. I mean, I was in SPX 69,000 coin. There's Harry Potter Obama. There's the Doodle Genix. There's the Doginal dogs. Like I'm the epicenter of all the cryptos in the world, and
I thought your only like the main mascot is Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Do you endorse other?
No. I've just been live streaming my life in their Discords.
Okay.
So they all know who I am. So I'm like the epicenter. I'm the central spoke of like the wheel that is cryptocurrency. So you're absolutely right. Like there's a thing. It's called a coaching tree. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's the idea that like all the coaches like eventually work for a get connected. So like I don't know, in hockey it would be like of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Maybe he was the assistant manager of the Oilers, and then that he was just like I don't know how the hockey works that well, but basically like everybody worked under somebody, and it becomes a coaching tree, and then you have one coach who like spawns all of these different coaches, and I would just be like that central coach who spawns a bunch of different businesses.
Like kind of like the paradox of like who teaches the teacher that teaches the teacher how to teach teachers type of deal.
Well, at the heart of any teacher, you have to be a learner. So we're all learners, and the best teachers are the people who have learned the best and can communicate that to other learners. Who
But
then
the idea is to keep like kind of going down this like family tree to trace the origin of who's coaching who on how to coach or who's teaching who how to teach.
yeah,
Because
I
I
mean,
guess that's like
and then it goes back to like the original founders of the sport. Like basically that's how it works.
right, or the founders of teaching.
Well, that would be for
Anything at all.
that would be for teachers, but just in the coaching terms. So, but
Do you
yeah,
think if you're going to describe this business concisely, would you say
it is a
like, would you say crowdfunding advertisement?
yeah, yeah,
Or
exactly.
how would you
It is
crowdsourced advertisement?
it is a grassroots crowdsourced advertising marketplace.
Yeah. Um, cool. So
Take it,
roll this and
take it, and
make us all
take
billionaires.
take it. And I'll say to that,
Genius
that
idea.
I'll say to that other company, and let's say Riser's company becomes extremely successful. Riser's going to give them a cut of whatever his he feels is the $3 million in Nike stock, because frankly they came in here of your stock, like you're giving me 51%. They'll share with them, and in the same way, they don't owe you anything. So I don't know if they necessarily have to be taken care of, but they would certainly have to take care of you. But in your own way, let's say your business blows up, then people are going to go to this conversation and be like, get the idea, right? So you're like, well, talking to Rabbi, and then they be like, okay, well, where did Rabbi get the idea? And it's like, well, he thought it up, but he's having a conversation with somebody. And so, in order for you to avoid any kind of public blowback,
Further and then like go to like that guy's life, all the decisions in his life, doing him to have the idea, his idea originally,
well,
just keep paying.
that's what I want to do. I mean, when I tell people I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent, I want you to be able to have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. That's what I'm talking about. I want to help every single person who's helped along the way and give back to them, and I want them to do the same to the people who did that to them. That's exactly right.
Hallelujah.
We're done. But yeah, okay. So if you want to know how to do this, it is very Inception-esque, where you could crowdsource somebody to come up with a really good advertisement for you, and this is the guy. You're going to get people who make little skits. You're going to get people who make, you know what I mean? You're going to have a ton of different things. And on top of
Yeah,
that,
I was gonna say like with AI now, especially, it's like the perfect tool for this to enable. I mean, it might also kind of in a way take away from it. I mean, not really.
it's going to enhance it.
But
because
it
you
could just
still-
be it could just be like AI schlop versus AI schlop, which
No,
not
not
be
necessarily.
the
Because
best.
then you wouldn't choose that. You
But, yeah.
you're going to choose what you think your audience wants and what best expresses your brand. So if somebody comes in and makes up, you're not going to choose that. You'll choose something organic. That's the beauty of this idea, is that the person who chooses is what fits the company the best.
Okay, well let's go down hypothetical here. Does this company curate what they deem as potentially harmful to its consumers.
Yeah, we
Like if, say,
talked about
some
this.
supplement company is saying, yeah, okay, this supplement is super great, but it's in reality it's not what it claims to be.
Wait.
It's still a real company and it's paying the platform money. So are we accepting that, or do we have our own filtration process to shield us from potentially even crypto? Well, as you know, crypto is full of rug pulls. So are we now getting innocent people to shill these coins that are going to potentially like gain a lot of traction, so that some people can rub them? That seems like a SEC nightmare to go down.
Yeah, but
like what regulation?
not for you. Not for you. All you are is an advertising marketplace. You're not even hosting the data. You're literally just connecting all the links together. And just like eBay, you can't sell.
The guy from Silk Road was just connecting a few wires.
That's true.
Drug dealers to sell massive quantities of heroin over the internet.
That's true. Or the Pirate Bay.
It's fine, but I mean, there's still consequences and legal actions that unfold from those like events that are taking place.
That's absolutely true. Same with the Pirate Bay. So that's why, just like eBay says you can't sell, I don't know, firearms or explosives, or they have a lot of things there you go. They have a lot of things that say you can't sell. So in the same way you would say you can't sell, this can't be for anything illegal. It can't be for anything that is whatever you want to deem to be immoral or aiding a dangerous cause, or you can make it whatever you want, and then you have moderation, but the moderation wouldn't have to be that big. Literally, it's just going to be like a mom and pop restaurant who doesn't have the money to be able to do a huge campaign that says, look, we'll give the winner $50 gift cards to our restaurant.
Eastside Mario's for life.
There you go. I mean, literally,
in and out for life.
And there was another aspect to this. You could pay in anything that you wanted. So we talked about cash, but then I said as well, why wouldn't you take Bitcoin, or why wouldn't you take any type of cryptocurrency? And with my discussion with the guy, he's like, yeah, we were going to only make it so that you could only take our coin, but that makes sense. Like, nobody wants our coin. It's not worth anything. Why wouldn't you say, hey, it's basically a contest site, and but it's more than that, because it's like crowd funded, and the idea is that, like, imagine, let's just scale it out. If you are, let's say, Nike, and you go to some advertising, firstly, your in-house marketing team is huge and it's very expensive, and you then have to outsource commercials and things to marketing agencies. That's tens of millions of dollars. And let's say the advertisement that you get out of that costs, or on a scale of 0 to 100, let's say it's really good, it's a 92. Like, that's a good ad. 92 out of 100, that's great. If you offer not tens of $1,000,000, but if you offer $10,000, not even a lot of money, you're going to get somebody out there, because the crowdsource audience is so large, who comes up with something that's just outside the box. It's going to knock your socks off, and it's going to be a 97 out of 100. So it's going to allow.
There's another point. Sorry, let me just ruin your train of thought.
You okay?
Super Bowl ads. The budget's like $30 billion for like 1 second.
Yeah.
So you crowdsource it, you get a lot of submissions, but as you said, like that filter of the fans being able to vote is already telling you from a substantial sample size what the best ad is, how people are reacting to it. So you're already seeding and eliminating the whole expense of like testing it out in real time to people and like feedback.
That's it. You have focus group. Exactly.
This is the greatest one for the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
The Coke ad has been decided.
Exactly.
Girl with huge tits.
There you go. There you go.
doing it.
You have built-in focus groups. You have built-in focus groups with this website, and on top of that, you're going to get people who really get into advertising and marketing, and they are going to be on this website all day, just looking at new commercials that they like.
And why is that a benefit, sir?
Because it's more impressions on your brand, for your brand. So basically, like,
Okay.
trying to get the word out about what you're doing on social media. But the fact is, people who like your website enough that they're just going to be taking in absorbing all kinds of commercials all day. And if they like something, they're going to put it on their social media. They're going
Viral potential. It's it also, yeah, like the network effects of this is also just like unbelievable. Like it's probably 10 times greater than trying to ambush podcast people, you know?
Well, wait.
Like ambush
Hold on.
podcasting.
Hold on.
Multiply on like a
Hold on.
crazy level. The amount of social media outreach is just insane.
Hold on. Ambush podcasting.
The greatest idea we ever.
Ambush podcast still an excellent genre, and I still am the founder of that. But
I wasn't chopping that down at all. I'm saying that this is like that like amplified.
I agree. So I remember talking to this guy, and I said, "This isn't $1 million idea. This isn't $1 billion idea, but this is literally $1 trillion idea. It essentially will kill all. It won't necessarily kill, but it will significantly reduce the marketing uh, departments of Fortune 500, but it gives them more opportunity to be able to spend more, and their advertising will be more on point. And so that's what they want. They're going to save, like, it's going to be really easy to go to McDonald's and say, look, you spend, I don't know, $500 million a year on marketing, and your marketing team costs you $50 million a year. We're going to say that you only need a marketing team of $5 million a year, and you're going to be able to reduce your marketing budget. If you want, you could even just use the money that you save to add to your marketing budget. But what you do is you're going to have more focused advertising, which is what you want. And they're going to say, that's exactly what we want. We want better advertising. And really, at a certain point, like if you know how these marketing agencies work, and I've worked alongside them, it's basically creative people. They're called creatives in a room, and they come up with really good ideas. But frankly, that's only like 5 or 10 people. Why not use 500 to 1,000 people to do the same work? It's $1 trillion idea.
I agree. It's funny that you live up to your slogan of Rabbi Rothschild will make you a trillionaire.
100%, dog.
Most people you can't really say that about, but with you, the proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely, baby. Now, what would I say to this guy who came in here, and he'd be like, "Hey, you took my idea and gave it to Riser." He's not going to be able to say that. He knows this was my idea. I said he could run with it, but that doesn't mean that I can't help other people with it. And ideally, there's enough here that you both could start companies that, who's to say, and a GoFundMe or an Uber and a Lyft. There's nothing that says that there can't be competition in this realm.
Yeah, the moment it gains any traction at all, there's going to be big players with eyes on it that are, what the fuck is this? It's going to be a question of, is your growth and community able to compete with the Goliaths of the world?
Well, here's the thing.
Because it's self-marketing, genius. Because it's like, we already have the tool and like the network effect of the marketing.
And
It's like the foundation of like anything to be successful whatsoever.
and it's just a website. It's not like you need a bunch of server space or anything like that. I have another really
No
excellent
data farms required.
nothing like that. Yeah. The one thing that you might have to do, or like I'm sure that there are things, but you'd have to protect yourself against botting because people will bot this like crazy, especially when money's
You will
involved.
bot it yourself.
Absolutely.
You're
But
the only person allowed to bot.
exactly. But here's the thing with it. Even if somebody bots something, at the end of the day, it's the company that's going to choose what they like. And I remember talking about this with that other guy. Is there will be something in the terms and conditions the company can do with your creation anything that they want. They just have to like that's part of it. You're submitting this, and if a company likes it, they can take that idea and use it for something else. Like basically that's art. It's like if you come up with a really good idea but you don't win and that company uses it on something else, they're allowed to do that. It's you don't own you don't you don't own anything in this world. So the idea would be that but if you did win and the company wanted to, let's say they liked your 30-second commercial but they had to get it down to a 15-second commercial, they can edit it down any way they want so long as they pay you, then they can do with it what they wish.
And obviously the platform takes the money first as a deposit before the post gets uploaded.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
So wait, this was the brilliant part of this. So Matt, you know how I said that you could take this guy wanted it. You had to take his cryptocurrency, and I was like, I wouldn't do that because like basically now you're competing with Bitcoin and all that other shit. Why not just accept Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency out there? Here's the beautiful thing. You know how I gave that story about first place for that video game competition got $100, second place got $50, and third through 10th got 25 coin. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, in the same way, you could, as the platform, say, we're going to take 10%. That's what I think I said. The you as a platform would make a lot of money doing this too, because you take 10% of whatever um, the contest is. So let's say the contest is going to be $100,000 giveaway. Well, then to post it on your website, it's $110,000, and then you take $10,000. But what you could do is for someone who says, "Look, we have a cryptocurrency project. We don't know how much this is going to be. It's going to be successful or whatever." You can say, "What's the grand prize?" And they can say, "Grand prize is going to be $1,000 in our coin." Okay, if you want as a platform, you can say, all right, we'll take $100, the 10% in your coin, and then you can run the contest any way you want. But what that does for you is it diversifies your um, your revenue streams, and you might have one of the coins become the next Ethereum or the next SPX 69,000 or whatever. That makes you more money than everything else combined.
I mean, I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that there should be at least a brightly colored neon banner. And obviously like here's the thing, like the website itself has to curate and have an people like different values. So they can be filtered by category, which is beautiful.
Doug, of course. Of course. By newest, but the filter aspect is like a given. By newest, by largest to smallest, smallest to largest, newest to most to oldest.
Category.
Yeah, certainly categories.
Expiring soon.
Exactly, all that shit. I mean, but really good filters and searches And like whether somebody's looking for a video or just a meme or a picture or whatever, but you got to imagine, like, from the meme verse, like imagine you're I don't know, Burger King, and you say we just want a really good meme. Do you know how good people would come up with memes for Burger King if they were going to be paid $10,000? Do you know how creative people would get, even though like it's just a picture? Do you recognize that like this would be, and then Burger King is going to have this all over?
That's amazing.
It is. And then it's going to go viral because
It's not even like video advertisements, just any picture advertising.
exactly. And then people are just going to post this, and then the meme becomes like a type of advertising for the company. Like okay, so on the radio, uh okay, there's this thing, it's an unwritten rule, but basically like once you become a big enough or in the news in the United States as well, the company does not want to have to pay for advertising anymore. Basically, it feels that it's so big that it should just have organic or advertising. So they'll come up with, like, I don't know, just something in the news like Tesla. Tesla, how many Tesla ads have you ever seen in your entire life on television? Zero. But Tesla's a big enough name that they just make things that are newsworthy that become organic advertising for them on both television and radio and such. And what you're doing is the same thing. Basically, you're saying that your meme is so good that people don't even consider it advertising anymore. It's just become part of the nomenclature or part of the collective consciousness of the internet. So it is subconsciously telling people go to Burger King or buy Burger King or whatever, but people are using it in text threads as jokes. That's what you want to do. Like basically not have to pay for advertising clicks, have the people do that for you. I know this is fucking amazing. The thing is, it needs a really good name. I like how Riser just went dead at someone. That's baller. That's baller, Riser. All right, Riser, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to say something. Oh, he gone. There he is. Can you hear me?
It's working now.
Oh, you've got you. Did you change your microphone?
No, I mean I was talking on this mic for a while now.
Oh, okay.
Is it shitty or something?
No, it's not. Okay, so I was saying that.
I heard your organic conversations where people are naturally using it because it's funny or relevant.
Exactly.
Is a selling point.
Exactly. Oh,
so AI swap summary was
exactly. Do you remember? This was like a year or two ago. McDonald's. I don't know. I don't eat there, but I did notice they had some kind of campaign that was like for some kind of I think it was some kind of anime thing, but they took the golden arches, which are usually like an M inside down, and they were a W. Do you remember this?
Potentially.
Okay. Well,
I
even
mean, there's been a lot of McDonald's like basically like I don't know like in just barely twisting the word McDonald's or the logo to make like Whopper Burger or whatever, but it's literally like an upside down M.
Okay, right. But okay, so they had this campaign where they were doing something and they took the M and made it upside down. And then what they did is they partnered with like YouTube or Twitch or kick or all three or something. And whenever you typed a W in, like when you were like W for win, you know how people do that in the chat, it did the upside down McDonald's, or it could. And so people would do that. And so subconsciously, they're getting all these advertisements for McDonald's, but they're not even recognizing it. And McDonald's isn't paying for that. Maybe initially they had some kind of partnership, but basically they were able to become the collective consciousness of these chats by just flipping their logo upside down to go from M to W for win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I was just gonna say that, like, one of the greatest advertisements, like, for McDonald's ever that was natural was possibly the movie Super Size Me, which just, I mean, McDonald's has probably had a lot of internet attention or just media attention, but the movie Super Size Me, even though it was like completely like shooting McDonald's in the face for everything it stood for and everything that it is, it still just like organically attracted a lot of eyeballs to McDonald's. Probably in a really horrible.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree.
It's just to illustrate the point that, like,
I disagree with that take.
The power of the individual to influence a brand.
I disagree.
From their own content.
I disagree with that take. It was not a good thing for McDonald's when that movie came out. McDonald's lawyers fought.
That's what I was saying. Like it is like the worst way an advertisement.
So here's a way. Okay, did you see the movie The Founder?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, dude, it's like my favorite movie of the last 10 years. It's amazing. So it's the story of Ray Kroc. Yeah, it's the story of Ray Kroc. And the entire thing is one big McDonald's advertisement. Yet people literally paid money to go watch an hour and a half long McDonald's advertisement. And they make McDonald's look better than the food. There's this fucking woman in this video or in this movie, and when she eats this fucking hamburger, she looks so beautiful. Like, I've gone onto her IMDb to see, like, who is this woman? She's the way, and I remember like seeing, like, they made her like eat like this hamburger like 50 times, and she kept, having to spit it out to get the right take. But man, when they got it, and that's just like perfect organic advertising. Okay, so have you ever seen?
They're doing 15 takes out of that organic.
Well, they to make it look organic, I guess. They.
Is it a documentary?
No, it's not a documentary. It's a motion picture, but it's amazing. I love it, and I think you would really like it because
it's not a true story. So
well, it is, but it's manipulated. It's how Ray Kroc stole McDonald's from the McDonald's brothers, and it shows Ray Kroc in a really good light, but does not show the true story of what really happened. Basically, the McDonald's brothers were supposed to have 1% of McDonald's equity in perpetuity, and it was a handshake deal, but there was like no proof of it. So that's a perfect example. If that conversation had been on camera, those McDonald's brothers could be like, "Hey, you fucked us out of 1% of ownership of all of McDonald's," but they didn't have it on camera. With that being said, I mean, this isn't a wonderful example of this, but it's a pretty good example. Have you seen The Office before? I know you're not in love with it, but there's one scene where
I love The Office.
Oh, you do? Oh, apologies. I did not know that. Maybe it was somebody else who was talking. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we don't talk about it a lot, and I love that show. I've seen it like a billion times, and I've listened to a podcast, all kinds of shit. Okay, so there's an episode where everybody in the office. You're cutting out. Can you repeat that? Are you cutting out, or am I cutting out? You're cutting out because I can hear my other device. Can you repeat that? I can't hear you if you're talking. Riser. Okay, what'd you say? Riser.
Yeah, sorry.
I like the American one, but I also like the UK. All of the people in the office are trying to set up Michael with a um like a potential girlfriend. And Kevin, the fat accountant guy, um writes on a piece of paper or something, uh and says, "Hello, is Wendy available?" And they're like, "This is a Wendy's, the restaurant." Okay, the idea. Have you heard the phrase? This is heard that
No.
become like in the lexicon of the internet. Somebody just goes crazy on somebody, they'll just be like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Basically, like, calm your jets. Like there's no overreact. Well, guess what? Every time somebody says Wendy's is subconsciously in the consciousness of whatever person does it. So what does this all get back to? To this website. Basically, you're going to be able to crowdsource a lot of these ideas much easier and not have to pay some giant marketing company that's going to get you 5 out of 100 or 89 out of 100 or 2 out of 100. It's going to get you a 99 out of 100 or a 98 out of 100 or 100 out of 100. You're going to hit home runs. Basically, you're going to be able to say to the Fortune 5, we're going to be able to have you be able to be marketed in a much better way. And you're going to be able to test market to have a really great story as well. We changed somebody's life. We had our Super Bowl. It was created by a 19-year-old college, and they won $100,000 for their education.
They're a millionaire now and 10 million. Or 8 million. I don't know how much
Exactly.
maybe, yeah.
Exactly. So
He has a lot of money.
they could. So you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Yeah, it's an excellent.
this many years to tell me about this idea, but I appreciate that it's come to the surface now.
Yeah, it was 4 months ago. I had
It's like the easiest thing, maybe not the easiest thing, but it's not like technologically like complex to build. It's not an AI model that needs all this exclusive data. It's like simple website.
That's it.
With links.
With links.
9-year-old HTML people could probably in a day.
It just needs basically embedded that allow you to see, like what the link consists of, and you could filter it. You can click on somebody's VS, just like you have with VS posts. You can see what they posted on. It
could potentially. Let me close this one first. I was going to say, really, people will see someone do an advertisement and then just skip the whole open source thing and just say, "Hey, you did a really great ad. Just do my ad." And then the platform or marketplace gets like nothing. But that's just one little thing. But potentially, do you think it would be? I think you're gonna say no. But,
wait. Can we take on that idea of Pepsi saying, "Hey, I saw what you did for McDonald's, and we just want you to do ours." Do that already on Instagram, so it's not like they don't already have that competition thing. Who's to say that the person who did the original McDonald's ad is going to be better if they just crowdsource it? Again, it's going to be the one person versus 1,000 other people, and there's a very good chance that one of those 1,000 other people builds an ad better than the person who they stole from the McDonald's ad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know. I I agree. I was just saying that they could just select an
Out of 100,
ingrained in culture and not forgotten about.
exactly.
It'll be
I can tell you,
yeah.
I can tell you when I was a kid, and there are a lot of people like I get emotional about marketing. Um, I really do. So there's an advertisement. American or United Airlines used to play a song. Um, it's a George Gershwin uh, blue. Um, just for a moment. George
I
Gershwin
asked you about
Blue.
advertising before. I was like,
Rhapsody
are
in
you
Blue.
advertising? And you're like, yeah, I've been there, done it. Not really.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I'm the best marketer in the world. It's the thing. The thing is, there's not a lot of money in it. Well, there's not a lot of money in being a creative. There's a lot of money if you can utilize it to your for a company. There's a lot of money in that. Okay, so
Fair enough.
what I want you to do, if you would, um, go to. I'm not even gonna look at the 1980s airline Rhapsody in Blue. All right. So the United Airlines used to um, advertise with this song, and it was like it's George Gershwin, which is in like the public domain. And when you read the comments on what this is, it's like it's very powerful. And I remember, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago, I was on my stream, and I had tears rolling down my face of what this commercial meant to me and what it meant to America and the world. A plane could get you anywhere in the world. And when, I mean, I hate to say it, like I get emotional when I think about it, how marketing can really affect you or affect a person. I'm going to send it to you and just read the comments. Like, you think I'm moved. There are people who are just bawling because of this commercial. And and what I'm saying is
For an aircraft?
for an airline, not even an aircraft, an airline. Just watch what I just sent you, and it's literally just planes and music in the background. But it makes me want to cry right now. It's because I get all these emotions of what it was like to be on a plane as a child, and to think like what the future would be of the world, and just just it cry now.
I just skin of a kiwi. It's not actually that bad.
Exactly. I think that people will eat it that way in the future if it's washed properly. Um, so go
Do
to
I have to wash it?
yeah, you have to watch it, or you should. Okay, so go to your Discord messages and just watch this. It's 69 seconds. It's nothing. It's nothing special. But here we are, 40 years later, and I'm talking about this advertisement, and you think I'm passionate about it? Read the comments.
think it might. I don't think I'll be able to hear you once I open up those.
That's okay.
Yeah, stop looking at all.
What'd you say?
What is that?
What are you talking about?
Oh, my dog's licking the wall.
Dog, just watch it.
I'm reading the comments. I don't understand why people are crying. This is not on a scale of like 1 to like, or the final moments of Air Bud movies. Like a 1 in my opinion. I think that song, are people saying that like in other movies that had like a lot of meaning or something?
So, I mean, I'm crying right now. It's. There are a couple other versions of it, but they all. The thing that makes it brilliant is there are no words. You can show this ad anywhere in the world, and people understand. It's about flying in a plane. Um, so the one that sticks out with me is I believe from 1988, and you're gonna be like, I don't get it. That's okay. You didn't live through it. But when you recognize that, like, to fly in the sky is such an amazing gift that we have that we really like we take advantage or we don't give it a second thought. But like the generations before us did not have this ability to be able. I mean, you'd have to risk your entire life to be able to travel, and now it's just so easy. And especially in 1988. Okay, go to the one I just sent you in 1988, and I'm not even looking at the comments, but I'm sure they're going to be the same thing. They like this brings tears. Oh, comments are turned off, of course. Um, but the thing,
United Airlines.
yeah, just go to it.
Why are they sending their children into the airport?
So that's how you used to be able to just send your kid. I can remember we would be on a flight to like the East Coast, and people would just have like 7-year-old kids on the flight, and they were going to see their grandparents. Like things pre 9/11 were much different.
Is that legal?
It used to be pre 9/11 parents would buy a ticket for their kid and just get them on the plane, and then the grandparents would be on the other side. But I can remember my parents would like just keep an eye on these kids, to make sure that like nothing happened to them. So you're gonna be like, I don't get it. I don't get that commercial. I understand you don't get it. You didn't live through it. But if you lived through it, there are those of us who are passionate about advertising, and it brings a tear to our eyes. And I'm saying that commercial happened 40 years ago, and even doesn't even have words in some of them. Yet I'm talking about it. That's the kind of advertising that you could be able to get if you crowdsource these things.
Yeah, no, I do agree. My next criticism, which you may have an answer for.
I've got an answer for everything, baby.
And I can already. I think perhaps, and this could be because I'm very biased about social media. Like on my Instagram account, I don't want to post pictures that are not related to art. And on my cryptocurrency Twitter account, I do not want to post non-crypto related currency or non-crypto posts. And I'm wondering if this contest method would perhaps deter big creators from doing it. And I understand that they may have totally different viewpoints on the content that they put out, especially for a contest where nothing is guaranteed. Some of them could be like, yeah, I don't want to put anything out there that I'm not getting paid for. Or other people can be open-minded and be like, hey, I'm doing this contest. Here's my advertisement for the new pastrami pickle deli sandwich. And it's the greatest thing ever, and you should go check it out. And I did a really good job. So I'm curious how you think how incentivized bigger creators are, and I do like that the platform is kind of like this Robin Hood platform of giving back to anyone in the world potentially, and so maybe it's a good thing that large creators don't want to taint their feed with some lottery contest post because it makes them look like perhaps cheap or something, even though it could be they're just exercising their creativity.
Yeah. So just create a burner account. Your question is like 14 minutes long. So just create a burner account. It's fine. No one says it has to be on your main account.
Okay, well, someone famous like Johnny Depp creates a burner account to start doing these like little Honda CRV contests. People are gonna see that it's on Johnny Depp either way. But I guess if your primary goal is to just not obstruct your main feed, just get an alt account.
Exactly.
But that wasn't really the question. The question was like how receptive large creators are going to be to this type of platform. Do you think they'll participate or be incentivized to not participate, or same rules basically for any person on Earth?
Yeah, they're going to love it. It's going to be free money to them. So basically they're going to be able to say, all right.
This could be bad though, because someone with 1 million followers can go post a shitty video and they say, oh, to their fan base, go upvote it so that I get a prize. And then how are you going to...
No, so here's the thing.
How are you going to deal with that?
Here's the thing. No matter how many votes your project gets, no matter how many votes, that doesn't mean that it necessarily wins. It's the company that chooses. So they can have 100,000 people vote on their thing, and they will only win the fan contest element, which doesn't have the grand prize. It's just basically a feather in their cap, which is great. It's like Reddit karma. Okay, so you've got a lot of Reddit karma. It doesn't necessarily do anything for you. But the little guy who comes up with a better idea and the company chooses that as their choice, that person's going to win the money. And that's what matters.
But when you think that it's better to have multiple prizes of the top, I guess you basically really kind of
you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
The voting system, if you're rewarding prizes to what users voted on most, would have to all be elected by the company. That way, it's just the best advertisements. No fan input.
Wait, that's the beauty of it.
But be rigged too easily.
Wait, that's the beauty of it. But it's in the best interest of the company to also give a smaller prize to fan input, so that you do have a marketer or you do have an influencer who has 100,000 followers, push their uh, audience to your website. So let's say, how would it break?
Right.
How
Yeah,
would
it
it
would be positive because you get free chilling.
exactly?
Next to nothing.
Exactly. So how could you do it? You could say, hey, our grand prize is going to be a $10,000 grand prize. That's to the winner. We're also going to get $1,000 in cash to the fan vote, which is a serious contest. And what is your platform going to make? $1,100 because you're going to make 10% of everything that the company runs for the contest. So, um, you know, they're gonna have $11,000 in prizes, $10,000 for the grand prize, and $1,000 for the vote, and you get 10% of that. So all in all, to the company, it's gonna cost them $12,100, and they're gonna get 99 out of 100 advertisement that people are gonna be talking about 40 years from now. It's win-win. And on top of that, they're going to have huge influencers who are going to be sending their audiences to your website to vote for them in a popularity test. It's great.
And what if they submit a really shitty video though? And that's just there now on the internet.
Well, you can always
It's
hide.
still advertising technically. So
No. You could. Well, there's that idea, but you can always hide it. You're the one running the contest, so you do just like with a with like a tweet. If you tweet something and somebody sits in there and bashes you, you can say hide this tweet or hide this response. The thing is, you want to
I'm
make
just
this.
saying it's kind of like pay to win, and I feel like like even if you submit, it might just incentivize people from submitting if there's only a first prize and the other prize just goes to some big creator they can't compete with. They're never going to get the small prize, so it's like why submit?
Wait, you're thinking of going only for the big contests. They're going to be small mom and pop contests that if somebody puts some work into it, they're going to win. And then that means that their profile is going to get more badges and recent wins. And if they have a quality
Their
app,
social media like will grow as they like the bigger like the company is going to promote their social media as well. So there's a huge incentive there. You get a freaking retweet from Coca-Cola practically.
that's exactly right.
Like you're going to go viral, so there's huge incentive with that.
That's exactly right.
That
And
it only crossed my mind like right now, kind of.
imagine you're watching the Super Bowl and in the corner it says courtesy of @Riser on X. Like do you know how big a deal that would be?
Some love.
Wait, do you know how big of a deal that would be? You know that you'd get every creator on the internet basically who could be like, dude, I could be in a Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, it's the Pepsi when the jet. There we go. The jet is the Super Bowl commercial.
I mean, you wouldn't even need to. If Coca-Cola said, "Look, we're not going to pay anything for anybody's content, but we will put your handle in one of our commercials," you get 100,000 people who came up with really good Coca-Cola ads.
Yeah, and then how the fuck do you sift through all those? Like, I guess there's a cost to that Coca-Cola.
No, you don't. You have the audience sift through them. People will upvote and say, "I like whatever," and then you have a marketing person who just looks at the top 100 and is like, "Okay, these are really good," and then they bring them to their team and say, "We've got these are the top 10 that we like. Let's choose one," and then that's the winner. It's really not hard.
Yes, you're right. A monkey could understand it.
I mean, truthfully,
Honestly.
you don't have to look at 3,000 submissions.
You're gonna let the audience do the work for you. They're gonna upvote, and sure, maybe somebody's gonna manipulate some things, and that's cool. But you are gonna basically have your marketing person look at the top 100. So that's like that. There's a good chance that you can get some small organic creators in there, and if they have a good ad, that thing's gonna take off, and it's gonna be really upvoted highly. And it's like top comment of Reddit. Sometimes somebody's got such a good top comment that people write at the below it thread closed. Nobody can come up with something better than this. And you're gonna have somebody who does that with their social media post. And on top of that, um, you may have someone who is like, let's say they come up with a really good idea, like whatever you said, Coca-Cola girl, big boobs, Lamborghini. Okay, cool. And they submit that on a Monday, and then somebody comes in on a Thursday and just takes their idea, the crowdsourcing of this can say, look, the one that came up on Thursday just stole Monday's idea, and we have proof of it because it's on this website. So don't upvote Thursdays,
Right.
upvote Mondays.
Yes. Do not follow the influencer that's literally copying the idea.
Exactly. And currently on social media, there isn't like a system that allows you to do that. Basically, if somebody gets traction with a reel or an Instagram reel or a post or something in TikTok or a YouTube short, other people just take that and make their own thing out of it. With your system or whatever this is, you can literally say, yo dog, you stole this idea from this person. They put this submission in on this time, but if it's different enough, then other people are going to say, no, it's different and it's a better ad anyway. Vote for Thursday. And that's part of the dynamic of this. And at the end of the day,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, their vote doesn't fucking matter at all. It's what the corporation likes. And that's the beauty of it. Guy who I talked to like 4 months ago, he's and whatever it is, the winner, we would have it so that the company has to use whatever they choose, whatever the people choose. And I said that's not a good idea, because you'll get people in there who upvote really stupid stuff. I even told him this story.
I said, "Do you know about Bodie McBoatface?" He's like, "No, what's that?" And I'm like, basically, there was a governmental organization that said we're gonna allow people to name the boat of our like Coast Guard ship or whatever, it was in England or something, and you can name it whatever you want. So they put the boat out to the people, and the people voted Bodie McBoatface, and that was not something that they wanted on the government boat. So they call it something else, but it's like affectionately known as that. Yo, what's the Bodie McBoatface story? And he's like, no, I've never heard of that, but that makes a lot of sense. So Bodie Boatface is the internet famous nickname that emerged from a 2016 UK public naming contest for a new polar research vessel. The National Environmental Research Council launched a poll to engage the public, expecting serious suggestions of Shackleton or Discovery. However, James Hand, a former BBC presenter, jokingly submitted Bodie McBoatface as a gag. And that's like the thing, like Elon Musk says, like the most ironic answer is the one that's going to potentially be chosen. The name quickly went viral
Yeah. Yeah.
social media and surged to the top of the poll with 124,000 votes, far ahead of any other entry. So you're going to get that. Well, what if Coca-Cola doesn't?
There's a Taylor Swift concert that's the most voted one she would perform at, like their school. And the internet voted for her to perform at the school to death.
Yeah,
She
I remember
didn't
that.
do it and gave them a donation.
Right, exactly. So that's what you're going to run into. You don't want Coca-Cola having to deal with Bodie McBoatface. But if you allow Coca-Cola to choose the winner, they don't have to go with Bodie McBoatface. Maybe Bodie McBoatface is really popular and Coca-Cola wants to use it later. They can do that, but they can give the winner out to the serious entry that they want.
I was gonna. There's also like this. Like unrelated kind of. Let me. Okay, let me say it before I forget.
Say whatever you want, baby.
Like I was just kind of like had like this joke in my mind where it's like, is the website for this gonna look like the mini putt course where it's just plastered with logos everywhere, and then also like a Inception marketing thing is like whatever the name of the thing is, like Hoodoo or whatever, is that going like the concept of that is like paradoxical that you have a logo for a company where you advertise other companies. It's kind of funny circular joke there.
Okay, so you have multiple questions. What's the layout going to look like? It'll
That
probably
was just some silly observation.
It'll probably look like where
It's gonna be NASCAR with just shit tons of logos everywhere.
No,
that advertisers can advertise on the advertising.
well, I mean, if you want to consider it that, it'll probably look like Imager. Do you know what Imager looks like?
I've been there a few times.
Okay, so maybe they've changed it because I used to go to all the time. It used to be my favorite website, but they changed it, and so I like never go there anymore. But basically, if you go to their webpage, their like homepage, it's just a bunch of squares, and you can choose on anything that you want, and the squares change, their like with popularity, and then you can filter stuff, but the filters have to be really good. So it would have to be like, by submission, by submitter, people who have a certain amount of karma, people like big contests, small contests, different categories, how many times a company has posted, all that shit. Like more filters than anything. So you'd be able to just find whatever you want. And if you're a small time creator, I mean, I even said this to this guy. I even said this to this guy. If you wanted to and you were talented, you could make a living just doing these contests if you were good. If you're like a video editor, if you wanted to, you could make a living out of just doing this because you win two or three $10,000 contests over the course of a year. That's a pretty good salary for just
Yeah, I mean,
sitting at
for
home.
substantial prize winners, yeah. I mean, if there's just so many entries, like your odds go down the more the price goes up.
Well, but then there's the idea: get good, then see what's been winning, and then start moving in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair. I mean, ultimately, it's like, I mean, it's not entirely the market decides, but the market influences the decision.
Yeah.
Right? Usually, the best ideas will rise to the top.
I'm in agreement with you.
Bodie McBoatface.
We're, we're done.
Their thing. How much funding is needed even to $0, basically?
Um, yeah, basically. You just need a website. But the beautiful thing is, you're not putting up any money for the contest. The other people will.
And also the interest that you get from, like, these contests last for, say, 30 days, a week, 5 years, or whatever. Like, you're holding that money and that earns interest.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So free interest of just holding money. I guess it would be it's in the website's best interest to have the longest competition possible, so that you can hold on to the interest as long as possible.
That's exactly right.
I mean, there's a line though, because people, it's a 3-month competition. Probably like, oh, what the hell? I'm gonna save this for last minute or something. I don't know. I might lose engagement if it's too long, probably.
No, I mean, you'll get people who will want to have the longest account on there or the longest contest on there.
Which companies do you approach first to pitch this to? Any in particular? Like, do you go straight? I mean, the thing is, like, before you even approach Coca-Cola, the chicken and egg scenario, you need users and you need those, like, that user base for people to even like be aware that the thing exists. So how do you actually get the ball rolling for this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, you could just start with a small mom and pop startup and say, hey, we want you,
Local restaurants.
yeah, we want you to just host a contest, and you don't even have to pay any money for this. Just give away $100 gift certificate, and we're gonna have local artists who come up with social media posts for you, and you choose the best one, and it's no, you don't even have to give out money. You just have to give out like a little food or something like that, and you're gonna get people from all over the community who come up with really great advertising, and it's gonna be grassroots.
Yeah, you will need moderation though to moderate the companies and moderate videos being submitted.
Not really. Not, I mean, a little bit, but here's the thing. If it's going to be okay for Instagram, because that's where the link's going to come from, or Reddit, or TikTok, it will likely
Which platforms do users submit the video?
just your major social media platforms.
So a whole broad spectrum of wherever a video file could be hosted.
Exactly. And that gives people that's going to allow you to dominate the internet because you're going to have like a bunch of different places from which to choose. And um, it's going to help Instagram and YouTube and all those places because it's going to get them a lot of clicks. People, you may just be able to embed the video on your website, but people would be able to through and go to YouTube and see what the comments say and go to the person's profile on YouTube. It's win-win.
I'd imagine that most of those major platforms have embedding. Probably not Twitch, because that place sucks, but other ones.
Yeah, and if not, then there could be just take a screenshot and start to host some images. No big deal. That's not that expensive.
I mean, this would go like viral instantly if Twitch came out with a contest. I was just like, yeah, best advertisement for Twitch gets like 30 grand.
That's
Or
right.
literally, it just takes like one little like push, and like from like a big company, and then it just like would explode. But as I said, you do need the users to begin with before that happens. So I'm just wondering like the fastest way to get there. And yeah, I mean, contacting. Okay, so it's a maybe I feel like food isn't the most ideal. I mean, it could be, but just because the menu items might be difficult to actually like showcase or something. But there's a billion different types of businesses, I guess, that could use advertisements, taxis, or whatever. Um, yeah.
All right, big dog. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, we gotta wake up at 5 to watch the hockey game.
Yeah, dog.
Of course.
I don't know if that's gonna happen, but What were you gonna ask?
So just any holes in this idea or obstacles that you
No,
thought of?
it's a fucking $1 trillion idea. It's first to market. It's whatever, But even for anybody who comes up with it, just like FanDuel has DraftKings, and Coca-Cola has Pepsi, and uh, you know, TikTok has Instagram. Like everybody's got
It's not a
company.
patentable idea, or is it patentable?
No, it's just a website, so it's not anything that is
I
like
mean, is Facebook patented?
no. All you have to do is just add a feature, and then it's a different patent. So it doesn't make sense really to patent
Okay.
software.
Um, yeah. Sorry. Before I end this amazing talk, which I appreciate you pouring your ideas out into the world, and I just I'm super stoked about this one because I know a winning idea when I hear it.
Yeah, and ambush
Just like
interviewing,
ambush.
ambush interviewing is big. All right, so next time we speak, let's come up with a really good idea for the name.
Right.
Here's the thing, though. I'll tell you this, Ricer. You try a lot of different things, and you've got to see it through. So if you really think that this is the idea that's going to change your life, you've got to pour yourself into it and see it through.
I agree.
Excellent.
I mean, I
That's very big of you to say.
say the things
That
that I don't believe in.
that's very big of you to say. So I want to commend you for recognizing that.
The fact that I suck at committing, or that the idea is good.
Um,
Okay.
no, both that you recognize that you suck at committing, but the thing is, you've got a good head on your shoulders, so you can commit to something and become successful with it. You just putter out, and I think that you sound motivated.
I think it's not necessarily like it. I think belief drives a lot of my behavior, and if the belief starts to fizzle, then I'm gonna spend my time elsewhere. But
I,
if the belief is like, I didn't really know you back then, but literally for like full, I mean, arguably like since 2017 to like 2023, for like 6 years of my life, all I was doing was Chainlink, decentralized Oracle network, blockchain insurance, and like just deep into uh, different applications for blockchain insurance, and just like obsessed about that like on a daily basis, like forest fire insurance, vineyard insurance, shipping delay insurance, like all these types of insurance. I was just deconstructing them to their bones, figuring out, oh, hey, instead of basing it on the wind, we should base it on the SCADA data of like the computer, and then the consequences of that, and like, oh, this could apply to all sorts of renewable energy things. And I basically stopped pursuing that because like the nature of the insurance industry is like very motive and like very difficult to penetrate through, and it's just the complex waters to navigate, really.
I get it. I'm saying that you have a $1 billion idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time as well. And all that took from you is to literally go into X spaces and promote it, and that fizzled. Like, but that's a $1 billion idea too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It hasn't fizzled. I literally published an article today, but then the belief in it that was fizzling. But now that I am out of that mindset, I'm more motivated to keep pushing it. Because I'm also like, I didn't tell you this, but literally today, within like 2 hours ago, I checked in my followers. There's one guy with like 57,000 followers who followed me, and another guy with like 30,000 followers, 32,000 followers that followed me. And
That's
I just
great.
see that I'm like these are not like small little people that are following me, and they're following me because there's words on my page that are appealing, basically, that somehow they construct in their minds and form an idea of what the premise is that they are at least curious and fascinated enough to give me a follow. So
That's great.
little shit like that kind of makes me feel like I'm on the right track. And if you're not getting any signals or feedback to kind of keep pushing you along, it's easy to. I mean, you have like you're either like well, I don't know. You just have like very thick skin. It's like you do not like seem to on like the surface ever to get like upset that you haven't gone viral or whatever yet. You're just like it's all a matter of time or whatever. The universe will work itself out. But I bet you there could be if you fucking had 1 million people lined up, and it was just like a competition of who start streaming your life 24/7, and then just like who's gonna outlast one another. I don't know how many people would be standing, like out of the 1 million people, would be standing after like 4 years, like you are. But you're
Well,
just a
thank
tank,
you.
apparently.
Thank
I know
you.
a lot of people would just give up after like day 3, week fucking 1, week fucking 3. It's like the Mr. Beast competition, just axes and fucking into the fire pit with all these people. A year, like 98% of the people are gone after like a year, and then it's just like the really like insanely like dedicated people that are left.
You're exactly right. Well, thank you for your high praise. I can tell you, it would be one thing to say, "Oh, I've made it 4+ years. Oh, like I can't wait for it to be over." Fuck no, I'm the opposite. I get stronger every day. I love it more and more with each day. I appreciate it even more than when I first started doing it, and have committed to this for life. The other guy in here, the spirit man, he wants to do it for the rest of his life. But he's kind of like, we only have 6 months to be able to go viral. Like, we have to do it. Like, he's got a lot of other things that why he thinks he should go viral and such. And I recognize that there are those kind of people who feel like they need to push it. But I don't. I feel as if the world or like the universe has um, a divine plan, and I'm part of it, and I know it'll come. I know that. I mean, I'm 40 years old right now. If I continue to do this and I'm a little old man, somebody out there is going to be like, "Oh yeah, I saw this motherfucker 30 years ago and they're still going." I mean, I still get that from people who are like in my YouTube chat like, "I can't believe you're still going." You're absolutely correct. I am still going, and when I say that this is what I've dedicated my life to, I mean it. But I also know that the benefit of this is so huge. In addition to like, oh, I have like an archive of my life, it has the possibility to make me the richest person ever, the most desirable bachelor of all time, and the most famous person ever, and the most memorable person in history. Why wouldn't I try it?
Do you think? I mean, I don't think this would happen to you, but it is like an interesting phenomenon. I find like that, like a absurd amount of fame and fortune, like really can like twist people into going down very like mental instability rabbit holes, like Britney Spears or Macaulay Culkin, or I've recently seen reels of Shia LaBeouf just acting like a complete maniac jackass and not really being too sane, and it's almost like a curse in a way that it's like people or Justin Bieber. Even though I don't think Justin Bieber has had, I mean, he probably has had a shitload of mental breakdowns from the fame, but it's just like at the very least, his fame is like seems like really annoys him based on how he treats the paparazzi, being like, can you please just pleading with the paparazzi to just leave him alone, but they're just like stalking him everywhere, and like, God, that would make me like paranoid. But
I'm not too worried about it. Their fame depended on them doing concerts and like being in the public. Like mine, generally, I mean, I do have quite a bit of footage of me live streaming IRL, but generally I could do this for the rest of my life from just hotel rooms. Like I could,
right,
basically be, remain as anonymous as I want. I just, basically outside with a mask, and people might not necessarily. It's like I don't have to perform in concerts. I don't have to make myself uh, that open to the public if I don't want to. But I want to. I've got a good head on my shoulders, and I think I'd be able to handle it. But anytime that I don't want to be on camera, I can just turn them off or leave. It's like there's nothing that I say that I have the longest stream in global history. That I don't. I mean, I eventually want it, but that's a lot of stress. I don't want that. I want the most amount of data in global history. That's what I have.
right. Yeah, I mean, you're fine surviving in the bunker, basically, shielded from society. That snowboarder Olympic athlete that like turned into like a cartel member and had like a huge FBI 10-year manhunt. Apparently, some guy on YouTube was like, yeah, like, and the police are very patient, and they're like, we don't think that this guy is gonna like last in like a bunker in Mexico. Like he stands at like a sore thumb as a 6'4" white guy living in Mexico. Like he's gonna just like slip up and we're gonna catch him. And I think that, I mean, he did get caught like 3 weeks ago or like a month ago due to insider information. But yeah, I think most people, I mean, it's also an interesting conundrum. And for me personally, I feel like digital friends on the internet, like such as yourself or the other people I talk to that are worlds apart from me, like I find the relationship over the internet to just like be like incredibly fulfilling, even though we're not in the same room. But some people that grow up socially isolated and only have like internet have like very poor social skills, and it seems to like affect their life potentially more than someone who was interacting with people in real life. I just find that phenomenon kind of strange. Do you have any? Sorry if you want to go to sleep.
No, you're okay. I have
ideas on that.
Yeah, I mean, I have generally been a popular person IRL. Growing up in school, I always had a lot of friends. As a young adult, I had lots and lots of friends. Social media started, and I had more friends than my friends on Facebook when it first started. And so I've been able to see the growth of social media, but also within my community, I have religious friends, I have non religious friends. And then having dedicated myself to the live stream, I can use the skills that I've built from my IRL social uh, behavior and be able to utilize that in on the internet. And I mean, it's just like I am in agreement with you. I get an immense uh, amount of benefit from the people with whom I'm around, and it's certainly a unique relationship that I've built with many of these people. But I I basically see when I was born it's a really unique time. I mean, I was born in 1985. I was able to see the world without any internet, without any computers, and then I mean, we had computers, but it wasn't like everybody had computers, and the personal computer was still new, uh, and wasn't that popular. But then the growth of the beginning of the internet, and so I mean, like I remember a time when there was pre-computer, at least pre-personal computer, and then to move through to where we are today, where we're literally connected 24/7. um I think it's a beautiful time to have had the best of both worlds, or at least had um the ability to witness the changeover. I know that, like, in terms of data, something like in the year 2000 three or something like that. Um, Digital data, the amount of digital data in the world overtook analog data, and I was there for that. Like, basically, all of the films of the past and all of the video cassettes of the past and everything were overtaken in about the year 2002, 2003 or so, in terms of the digital formation and digital data. And I then have been able to see the birth of the internet, the birth of social media, the birth of the smartphone, um, and I've I've seen how people react, and I mean, it's one of the reasons why I don't want to talk to children in these discords. Uh, Firstly, I don't think it's appropriate for adults to be talking to children. Secondly, they're just not on, we're not on the same maturity level. And while there are some, young people who are mature, they just don't have the social skills to be able to hang with me, and I frankly would find them to be somewhat of an annoyance. Um, there are some people, though. I don't want to put down all adolescents, but just generally, uh, there's like no respect for elders. There's like certainly the I the online anonymity allows them to feel like they can say anything to anyone that they want. Um, in my day, that just was not something that existed. You respected your elders, you respected your mother and your father. There were many two parent families, I mean mostly two parent families, and you had good role models in your media generally. There wasn't a breakdown of the nuclear family, and now I see what society is, and I can't blame these people, the youth of today. It's just the only thing that they've ever known. But like in 1991, you wouldn't go up to a random stranger and just yell 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", but people will do that in 2026, um, whether they feel like they're being rude or not.
It's crazy that like you went from your parents, like your generation, like you went from your parents parenting you, but now in this generation, it's like the internet is parenting you. I think parents have to do like they should be wary of the horrors that are lurking on the internet and the dangers. You don't have to be paranoid about it, but like they should be, you know, there should be some like basic safeguards in place that it just seems like way too unfiltered almost to be safe. And there's like a lot of crap on the internet. I mean, there's a lot of great things, but there's like a whole giant heaps of garbage piles too that they're training data of their little mind's AI model is just gathering information from, which can lead to a whole host of terrible beliefs and actions further down the line. And it's kind of, yeah, dangerous.
You said something very insightful. Yes, the internet has become the parent of children today, and in previous generations, people made the argument that the television had become the parent of uh, previous generations, and perhaps in my generation, the computer, not necessarily the internet. Um, Basically, like, and then you get into screen time. like a generation prior to me, screen time wasn't a phrase that was used. My generation, it wasn't used until recently. But in today's generation, the youth of today, they're being asked at the doctor, like, when you take a little, like a 3 or 4 year old child, the doctor asks the parents, what kind of time are they spending on the screen? That seems bizarre to me, but that's a serious question that's asked by pediatricians today. Um, and like, how can we limit that? And uh, I personally think that the youth of today is very disrespectful, but the people prior to me felt my generation was that way, and the generation prior to them felt that it's societal. Um, but there there's certainly a breakdown in when I was reading or I was listening to something on Roblox today. Like, I've never played Roblox. I don't really know anything about it. I think I really don't know anything about it. I want to say it's like Lego, but that's Minecraft, which I really don't know too much about either. But Roblox has its own currency. I know that. I know that it has microtransactions. I know that, and I know that the average player of it, I think like 40% of all Roblox players are under 13, and um, to me, there's a major issue to allow a child under 13 to be able to be on the internet in like chat rooms and in like groups. Like, do you know how manipulative people can be in these things, especially if there aren't safeguards that say you have to be like this is only a chat for 14, like people under age 13. Um, it would almost be like, imagine kids on the playground who are talking in circles, and then all of a sudden a 40-year-old person can come up and just talk in that circle and use any language that they want. And then an 18-year-old kid can come in there and just, or 18-year-old adult comes in there and just starts yelling, the N word or using the term bitch or something like that. Like,
It's the Wild West.
it's absolutely the Wild West. Um, and that's why, like, if I had to advocate for it, I would not change the internet at all. I would allow the internet to continue to be free, but I would offer parents software that limits the internet for their children. So for instance, like, you just, it would use optical character recognition software so that you would just never see the term fuck anywhere if you were a child, or the term, any of the cuss words. Um, you, it would,
Honestly, that seems like pretty basic software to build. I haven't really heard of it, but like literally you just whitelist the websites that they're allowed to go to, or have some filter. I mean, it's like YouTube Kids, so like that of like approved websites, basically.
yes, but even with YouTube Kids, I could go in and use it be like the username. There are ways around things. Like, I could make my username like uh like fuck me 69. You know what I mean? Like, and YouTube still allows
Well, you
that.
shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is people will come up with things instead of being fuck me 69, they might make it FUKME 69. So with optical character recognition, you could just limit all of these things, and they do offer, there are companies that offer this software. It's just not highly purchased or utilized because it's an extra, it's an extra cost
$10
for parents. Exactly. And it doesn't always work that well. And I understand that. But I personally would say, if I were president, I would say that every household in America should be able to get this software either at a reduced rate or for free if you don't meet the minimum requirements. If you have a child in the household under age 18, or certainly under age 13, I want children to be able to use tablets and do all that kind of stuff, and that's cool. But we would force software to be able to block them from all of the things that they shouldn't be on. But what does that mean?
But like,
That
sorry,
that
like the insane thing of just like having it's just like an open world of like anyone can go on Roblox basically. Like most people are fine or whatever, but like the handful of strangers that are predators that have access to children that can do harmful things, like I don't know if they're currently under scrutiny by the law, but like or if they're just saying like, hey, it's the parents that need to not let their kid access this game that allows voice chats. Like, I don't know, it's wild. I don't
I
know what the perfect solution is.
Well, it's a software that limits it. Now, how does that stop some kid from getting on his parents' cell phone or computer or whatever? That's why you'd have to have like uh, there are passwords that you can put on things. But if you want to give a child a tablet, YouTube Kids is not good enough. It really needs to be software that takes over the whole system so that nothing that they see is going to be uh,
I thought YouTube Kids was curated just like Netflix Kids.
oh, it is. But what I'm saying is, if you give a kid an iPad with YouTube Kids on it, but it still has the App Store available, all they have to do is click on the App Store. They're going to see games with women with giant cleavage and even just cartoon characters, and it's going to open up their minds to things. Basically, I'm saying you should have the entire device locked down for people who are under age 13. Um, YouTube Kids, though,
Yeah.
even in itself, I know when I first started streaming, there's a thing when you create a YouTube stream that says, "Is this for kids?" And I would write yes, not thinking that it's going to put me on the YouTube Kids app. It wasn't not okay for kids. It was like just me sitting in my room. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
It
And it
should have.
doesn't tell you that either.
It
They don't
doesn't.
tell you that crap.
It doesn't. And so I got these parents who would come into my chat and they're like, "What are you doing cussing on the stream?" And I was like, or I don't know if it was that, but it was just like, how is this kids content? And I'm like, and that was only for like the first couple weeks that I did that. But I was like, well, it's not for kids. Um, and so then I had to change it. So I remember thinking to myself, is this that's not the right question to ask. Is this for kids? It should be uh, basically the question. I think I rephrased it as something like, um, uh, does this does this content or does this content feature anything that should not be seen by anyone under age 18 or something like that? It was like more specific, just not is this for kids? Well, it's not for kids. I mean, anyway, um, uh, I just I don't think that even YouTube. I mean, if you watch YouTube Kids stuff, they put some really weird stuff on there, like on it's like creepy. If you watch YouTube children's channels, there are some really creepy channels. And they say that they're for kids, but they'll like do weird things with cartoon
Completely.
do weird things with cartoon characters. So again, I just think that there should be software that takes over the whole system that blocks children from being able to use the internet. And
Have you heard of Elsa Gate?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. That kind of shit.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. We're going to leave it at that, my friend, because I've got to watch the United States kick ass at 5 in the morning. Yeah, right. I'll look it up
Are
on.
you actually gonna be up? Because I have my alarm set, but I was just setting it to like I have mine set for like 5:30 because I don't think I want to get up at 5 exactly.
Yeah. I'm not even going to say it. It's like, there's. I know if I did, I would just fall right back asleep. But you never know. I might awake at like 4 in the morning and then I might actually watch it. So you never know. If you do watch it,
Well, I appreciate the discussion.
Absolutely.
It was amazing.
And the $1 trillion ideas that I just give out like fucking candy.
In exchange for not publicly shaming the fuck out of the company when it's a success.
Well, isn't that a funny?
With verifiable data.
Exactly. Isn't that a funny backup? I mean, it would be like somebody going on Shark Tank, and all of the sharks are like, no, we're not going to buy your thing, and then they came out 6 months later with the same idea. The person could just be like, dude, I was just on Shark Tank 6 months ago. You stole my idea. That's essentially what I'm doing here.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely speak more about it. I'm sure possibly tomorrow. Yeah, you've had a lot of amazing ideas. This one is like right, and it's crazy that it just doesn't exist. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
Which is like astounding to me after I've digested the idea. It's just like, why?
I don't know. I do not know. All right, Biggie. Take care, sweet dreams,
Later.
and USA,
Later, friend.
peace. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
At the beginning, it's such a weird, you're basically like running a marathon blindfolded. Yeah, through trees. Finally, when I did like a special, I was like, oh, this is the point of it. You have to come up with an hour of stand-up. Before I was like, I need to have a good 5 minutes for my, I would just go up, and I'd be like, great. And I would just go back home with like no plan or anything. Well, that's a lot of guys who live in cities where you just short sets all the time. Yeah, we were talking about that the other night. Like some guys who do a lot of like New York City clubs, they have a really good 15 minutes of fucking crushing 15 minutes. But when they have to do an hour, then things get weird because they can't keep the same energy for an hour. It's not, you have to pace it. There has to be hills and valleys. You have to kind of like structure it. Yeah. And then they also don't really have material because they're basically just doing their best 15 minutes all the time. Yeah, true. I had I wasn't even really doing stand-up. Me and Shane were doing a podcast, and I was like, I'm just doing a podcast. I don't even want to do stand-up anymore. And then it was pretty funny, behind my back, the manager at Helium was like, dude, have that headline. And I was like, yeah, and the guy hit me up. So I started doing that. So I had been like not doing stand-up for how long? For like months and months, like maybe a year. And I had like, I went, it was like I would go and try stuff. So then I started doing, so when I first started headlining, I would do an hour, have off for like 2 months, do an hour somewhere else. It was the most insane. It really started fucking with me. Just have recordings to listen to. Yeah, I would record the audio and I would listen to it, and I would like jot down notes. And it was the most insane way to get back into it. That was the thing that we experienced after COVID. There was a moment where I did stand up for 4 or 5 months. Yeah, it felt so weird. And Houston had stand up. They had clubs open. They like space people out, put masks on. This is so ridiculous. Yeah. And we were doing shows inside, and I only did one weekend. And then I got so prepared for it. Like, people just love me and talking. Yeah. I'm being so selfish that I want to do these shows. And so I got to stop. So I had this whole podcast, and my first thought was, what if I have it and I give it to Tana's son? I was so freaked out. Yeah. I didn't have, I wasn't even remotely sick. That was what was crazy. Like, it was just it was a boogie for sure. It wasn't like I'm coughing and I shouldn't go to work. No, it was like I feel great. What if I have it? And now I'll give it to this lady. Yeah, I had my first kid right there. Like March 2020. So we got out of the hospital, and like a week later, I was like holding my face in the grocery store, being like, "Fuck, well, at least you can be able to reach people." Yeah, that was cool. That was crazy. Yeah, people were dying because you couldn't visit them while they were dying. And it was insane. It was like, luckily, when we went in for our second kid, that was like it was still kind of in the mix. I mean, we were able to go in together, but like our nurse, we didn't have like a mask on. She was like, "Oh, whatever, I don't care." I was tired of people were getting like just like 2 weeks after we were getting born, they're like, "I gotta stay home. My wife's there by herself." All it was like, it's just asking. But even navigating that was crazy because it was like, I told my wife, like, "I'm gonna go do this." She's like, "Well, if you bring it all to all of us," I remember as a small boy being like, "We're all gonna fucking get it, dude. I don't know." I did the numbers. Like, I think this affects more people. what time is this? So it was March. It was like March 2020, and then like the next 6 months, I would go try to do stuff. Some people outside, get sick. I was worried about it. I wasn't really confident that people were going to get really fucked up by it until like a few of my friends got over it. Yeah. And then my family got it, and I didn't get it. I thought that was crazy because I tried to get it. Like I didn't. Yeah. I didn't. I hugged my kids. They were laughing. I was like, I'm not gonna get it. Another part of it was boiled. Yeah. I never got it. I worked out and I didn't feel so great. I said, let me just go through the paces today. And then I worked out the next day. Same thing. I don't feel so good. I feel like weak. So I just wanted to do like my kettlebell routine, like 35 minutes, just easy. Don't push it, just a couple sets. So I did that 2 days in a row. And then the third day, I went to the gym. I'm like, how do I feel? I'm like, I feel fucking good. Like, I feel great. Like, nothing feels wrong at all. I had a full workout. And I felt fine. So I was like, all right, I guess I didn't get it. Yeah, I went and got tested to see if I had antibodies, like if I recovered from it. I went in there. Yeah, I touched my wife. She was coughing. She was all that such a fucking beast, man. She was like, you're gonna get it. I'm like, let's find out. Let's find out. This is a beast move. I'm like terrible at math, but I remember looking up like how likely is it to die first. It was like 0.00001 or something. I was like, fine, man, 0.008. There was so much probability. It was like the thing was, we were in the middle of doing podcasts and we tested everybody. They show up, make sure that nobody has it. Tested all of the employees, security guys, and everybody that works for me. Everybody got tested every day. Yeah, we'd show up and be separated. The nurse would come with a mask on, test everybody. Once we had the results, then we would allow the show to go on. Yeah. So I was like, I can't fuck this up because if I fuck this up, I fuck this up for everybody. Yeah. So I gotta be careful. Yeah. And I still want my guests. Like the guests were flying in, taking a chance. A lot of them were, a lot of professors. They're flying in to do this podcast. And I had to make sure that there was someone rad as hell. So the health department showed up at the studio and they wanted us to have a bag of masks right when you walk in. So we had to put a bag of masks right there. We had to put a hand sanitizer thing right there and then a sign that says like what you're supposed to do, 6 foot distance and all that shit. I was like, all right. They were saying that we weren't social distancing. We saw a lot of people outside the front door. That's really disturbing, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why. You know what it was? Because my parents were just like, the first time we all went outside, my parents were like, bro, this sucks. We're just coming inside. We're not doing this. And that was like, my parents were terrible. Hundreds of fuck noise. My parents didn't want to go until we got vaccinated. They really, they're older. Yeah. When you get older, that's why a lot of these people, like Neil Youngs and Howard Sterns and all those people that really freaked out about it, they're older people. Yeah. So to them, they're looking at, they might be that 1% that dies. Yeah, you know what I mean? Whereas like you're young and healthy, you work out, you'll be probably fine. Get your wife's healthy, you'll be fine. Yeah. When you're an older person and you smell death in the air already, every day you wake up, you're like, oh, fucking back hurts. Oh, Jesus, you can barely get out of bed. Your fucking feet are swollen. Like, it can get you. It's crazy. My parents are like, they're like, early 70s. They're just kind of like, we don't give a fuck, man. So it depends on where you grew up. I think that's what it was, man. They were just kind of like, they're all just like, that, it's bullshit. No matter what it was, they were just fucking bullshit. Yeah, if you were on hard, about a cough. Yeah, I remember I finally got it. And after they kind of rocked me the first day, I talked so much shit. And I got it. I was like, bro, my God, it's going to suck so bad. And it's like, we got it. My wife got it 2 days later. So then I had, we had a little kid. So I had to like switch it off. I kind of was like recovered enough. So you're a kid never got it. Just kids can go right through it. Both of my kids got it. They just burned through it. One of them had it, but she's like, she was pretty sick for a couple days. Not like scary, but she didn't feel good for a couple days. The other one like barely had it. It like went right through her. Yeah, the one didn't get it all. The one like a runny nose. I was like in bed for 3 straight days, just like her super fever hurting. You taking any vitamins at the time? At the time I was living in Sudan. Yeah, I'm all over the vitamins. I was all over the vitamins then. My wife back then, I don't think not so much. Yeah, I don't think she did as much. So when I was around everybody that got it, it just never got to me. Yeah, no, I was. I would be in like relative newborn kind of situation going on. It was that's a hard one. My immune system's crushed anyway because you get zero sleep. Yeah, everybody's like ready to fall asleep. Watching TV. I've never recovered. I'm still ready to pass out. Like I can fall asleep. I go home. I take naps. That was a big thing for coffee. Now I can take naps. So I can't take naps when I get coffee. Oh, I never take naps. So I love little siesta. The only time I ever take a nap is if I have to do something really early in the morning. So like if I do a 7 and I'm not home until like 12:30, and like maybe I have to get up at 6 or something, I'll take a little nap. Just because for me, there's a balance of like what's more important, getting things done right now or not getting into a deficit. For me, it's not getting into a deficit because when if I do a podcast and I'm sleepy, I get so mad at myself. I'm like, what are you doing? Yes, it's your one job. Be awake and talk to people and sleep like a toddler instead of wow, that's what so how it is embarrassing. What the fuck? It's the worst that I'm just drinking coffee and energy drinks and taking nicotine pouches and just trying to fire the brain up. Yeah, and then when I do that, my face just gets hot and I'm just anxious. It's like that's why, especially for shows, like I try to travel like on an early flight, get where I'm going, and just take a big nap. And then I wake up and go to the show. One thing that I started doing when I was on the road a lot was I would go in on Thursday if I had a show on Friday. So I would get in Thursday night, sleep, and then instead of flying every day to the show, because you're always a little foggy, it's hard here. Back then I wasn't on the nootropics as much. I wasn't like taking it with me on the road, brain vitamins and chilling and alpha brain. But now I'm trying to build that stuff. Yeah. I do head up. I can't help it. I just go early. Yeah. I did a show in Vegas last weekend that like didn't start at 10 p.m. Vegas time. So I mean, the content I was in was brutal. We got there, took a nap, woke up at like 9 p.m. Vegas time. Just like a bug. You know what my trick for that is? The moment you land, the moment put your shit in your hotel room, go straight to the gym. Yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You gotta get workout. You gotta sweat, like really sweat. Just really get it going. Do some push-ups, whatever the fuck you want to do. But just really sweat. It feels like it resets your system. I can see that. That would wake you up and kind of calm you down. Yeah, it resets your system. Like whatever the fuck happens when you're on a plane and you get off, it's like, I feel like I've been microwaved. Yeah, pretty much. I feel my voice smell weird. It's like an X-ray. X-ray. Ah, fuck. Yeah. The other day, I was like, maybe it's like good for me somehow. It's just like constricting my blood vessels and like turning into a superhero. Well, I like was in Denver and I ran. Recently I was like running and working out in Denver, and I was like probably altered now. I do like a 30-minute workout. I'm like, I'm probably totally different now. Well, I lived above Boulder for a while. Yeah. And then I had a gig in Philly. So I was living up there for a couple of months. I was living at 8,500 feet above sea level, and I'd work out up there. And then when I go down to Boulder at 5,500, I had all this experiences. This is crazy. How in Denver? Yeah, from Boulder to Denver. Saying no, from where I was in the mountains above Boulder. So I'd go down to Boulder. Gotcha. There's like 55, 57, whatever it is, but I was at 85. Yeah, 8,500 feet above sea level. Yeah, that's a lot. So then I did a gig in Philly, and I went to the gym, and I remember I called my friend Mark, I didn't want to do a fucking wall. Damn, I want that so bad. That's why a lot of athletes train. Like, they go to Big Bear, Cowboy, they train up there. I got to do it for like just once. Awesome. If you can live at altitude and train at altitude and then go down to sea level, I feel like that's superpower. That's awesome. So a lot of endurance athletes, that's why they go to the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs. Yeah, like training at altitude is a legit hack. Yeah, I realize because I've always wondered like why is it so hard? It's literally just the air thins and less oxygen. Yeah, that's it. And then your body has to adapt, so you get more red blood cells. Yeah, that's why they take EPO. That's what EPO does for it. Oh, you don't feel it altitude. Well, I think a lot of people they just go hard. It's really push it to be that. Like how much before I get a stroke? I'm trying to win the gold medal. I'm trying to win the Tour de France. months. Dude, I started sprinting again, like sprinting, all out, total sprints, and just to like see where I was at. Cause I'm like, so I'm like, I feel like if you just stop, you can feel that like, age creeping a little bit. And I think there's a lot of mental stuff to be like, man, it just fucking goes. But you're not like testing it. How do you know? Because you're just not letting yourself know anyway. So I was like doing it. I've been running like that forever. And dude, like my fingertips would go. I would do 100 kind of thing. I would do 100-meter sprints, and I like can't feel my hands. Now I can. Now I can. I fixed it, and now I can feel like grow new veins and shit. I swear to God, it's true. I don't know. I dropped, dude, for all you know. Dude, I remember when we see where I'm at, I was like, bro, you really do. You use it or lose it, man. And I can run now. I did it this morning. I can sprint now. I don't get It's pretty awesome. How do you do it? Do you go to a track? Yeah. Track near my house. And I just roll early, super early in the morning. You feel amazing. All day. And so you just pick a certain amount of distance, Yeah. I do like some days, like today, I did like 2 300s, 2 200s. Like you're supposed to do 150s. I got 2 taps. So your time like 15, 20 minutes. You're done. You go there, I'm there at like 6 o'clock, and I'm done in 20 minutes. And you feel like, it's like you're talking about, you run to a city, you just get like an all out workout. Yeah. You feel like you're walking on air for the rest of the day. Does that make sense? There was a study recently about explosive exercise, and that's one of the things that's lacking in like older people. As they get older, they stop doing any kind of explosive exercise like sprinting, and how beneficial that is for maintaining your health and your ability to move around. Dude, I'm telling you, like that was like such a drastic thing, but I was like, damn, my circulation is like going. Like I can't fucking run without my hands feeling all like lose immediately. That's so weird. And it came back. Now I can do it. My fingers feel fine, and it's yeah, it's very nuts. That was the thing. Cardio was always like, cardio, who cares? And then you're like, I learned. Then you just like you create growth hormone, and then your veins and capillaries start like you get like new and wider veins. Does it make sense? Pretty cool. It makes sense. I mean, your heart is fucking pounding out of your chest. Yeah, you're getting 180 beats per minute. It's like fucking forcing all this shit into it. Just clearing it out. Like, all right, what are we holding on to right now? See, like you never got fat, or you never got like really badly out of shape. You see a guy like Jelly Roll, like I have so much respect for that man. Yeah, I have so much respect for that man. That dude lost 300 pounds. He lost like 300 pounds. No Ozempic. Just stop eating the sugars. No Ozempic. He took testosterone replacement. That's it. It's fucking sick. It's sick. I just started on. I was like, I gotta do it. He started on just walking. That's just trying to walk. When he came here, when last time to the podcast, he ran 6.2 miles the day before. So they ran, like it was deep hunt down in South Texas. And he was with my friend Cam Haynes, and they went on a run. They did 6.2 miles. They ran. And hills and shit. Yeah. And then he came in here before the podcast. He ran 2.6 on the treadmill. So I was working out. He was over there running and talking and laughing. Look how big it is. Yeah. How crazy is that? Fucking nuts. It's amazing. It's amazing. And we did the whole deal. We did the sauna afterwards. It was awesome. How long did he do it? 3 years. 3 years. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. I think he did it the right way. He did it the hard way. Just working out and eating right. No sugar, no bullshit, eating clean food. He just slowly let his body drop. He's gotta feel awesome. Yeah. It's gotta be crazy. Damn. How's he saying he's doing like career wise? He has like a persona things, it's like this, he's got amazing voice. Yeah. Jay's voice is still amazing. Yeah. Which Jay does I'm sure it's I don't know. I've heard like if you're like an alto or something like that, you're in a certain weight, it can change if you kind of start like your diaphragm and stuff. I know some dudes who lost a lot of weight. They don't like the way they look because their head was too big. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that made up. It just grows. It makes sense. Right? Significant weight loss can change a person's voice, often making it sound higher pitched, lighter, or clearer to reduce fat accumulation in the larynx, throat, and chest. These physical changes decrease pressure on the vocal cords, improving breathing, resonance, and reducing the effort required to produce sound. So it makes you a better singer. But it doesn't though, because like your opera singers aren't they all fat? I think so. That's what you have to do. I don't know. Are there any like really thin top whiskey. I don't know about all of that. I like to just check it out. It's a good quality. It's a good quality. I can see it now. Yeah, I've seen it in cartoons. Those fat trout guys, fat lady with like, yeah, it's always. But that sounds good though. So your voice gets clearer, higher pitched, and it's not as much effort. So I think that's R&B exercise. Also, cat cardio, like weight cardio. Your heart won't beat as fast, or you have more oxygen. It's all good. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, his voice is amazing. And it's his songwriting too. It's not just the voice. It's like what he's singing about. It's like that's like yeah, his fans. I have like a weird thing in my head for like for comedy. I'm like I get too good at shit. Like fuck this guy. Which I don't know. That's not what's happening, but it's like you always wonder about that. Like I wonder if they do like that. Right. You know what I mean? Well, that is what. Like I never. I don't want to teach a teacher. Because if you're too jacked, I don't. Like I would never go to integrity. Tag might be crazy. I mean, tag would be kind of crazy. That would be crazy. Rich bosses do that all the time. That's on stage. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, boss. Yeah, that character, like Kid Rock style. I just saw. Workout video. No, what do you mean? You see the Kid Rock, Robert Kennedy workout? Shut up. You didn't see this? No. Bro, you said you did it on social media, so I said, like, I'm on social media. I'm on social media, dude. It is. It's very good. I'm on social media, but apparently I'm not on the fucking news, which I think I have to be off now. Yeah. Because I haven't been on social media, but I read the Apple news feed, the Google news feed, and I'm like, fuck. That's basically scrolling through. I tried to say it through about B-52s headed to some Air Force Base, clear with a B-52, like, water. Yeah. So it's Kid Rock, and oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, this must be Kid Rock's house. Yeah, I think so. Rock out, workout. RFK Jr. works out in jeans. Yeah, he always works out in jeans, which is so crazy. Yeah, this is Kid Rock's house. Kid Rock has a fucking insane house that looks like the White House. He had like the outside of it looks like the White House. The inside of it has 2 bedrooms. And it's like 25,000 square feet. It's an enormous house with 2 bedrooms. Yeah, it's all just party. He's got a huge like hot tub room. Mark Jack for 70 on the air dive, doing push-ups. These guys doing the air dive in a sauna. They're wild. Yeah, I think they go to this like gold punch with jeans on. It's like it's crazy. What's wrong with your legs? Now I need to know. So this is his crazy room that looks like a mining cavern. I've heard of this. He's got like this. It's really cool. He's really into pickleball too. He plays pickleball. That's as you tell me. You get up and play pickleball 7 a.m. Everybody play pickleball. He's like, dude, that's what it looks like. How dope that is. His house is so dope. It's the fucking dopest house I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, that's awesome. And it's such a Kid Rock house. Like the outside of it looks exactly like the White House. That's impressive. Just fire. Oh, you just go on. Let's roll, bro. Yeah. Here's actually something that's happening. That's talking about aliens. I kind of video on this perfect one. So, Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of 9 million visitors? We can't classify information as absolute. The aliens are real, right? I don't know if they're real or not. We can't classify information as absolute. I made a big mistake. What you gonna classify information? I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. You believe it? Well, if the president up to now, I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. That's hilarious. I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. Jeez, I hope he does. Yeah, really. Yeah. You imagine you can get in trouble as a president for saying aliens are real? I don't think so, man. I don't think he's going to for that. Well, what did he say then? What was that? They've been saying there's aliens. What did he just? He just hates Obama. He's going he's going to jail. I'll get Hillary and Obama for aliens. They all hate each other. They all have a bunch. Yeah. whose funeral was that? George Bush. And then they ended up canning each other to George Bush. George Bush and Michelle Obama. So everybody's, yeah. Because but George Bush never engaged in like this insult kind of thing that Trump does. It's a different thing. Yeah, it's totally, it's always very classic. Yeah. And especially when you see the videos of him back in the day, and you like now you're like, man, this guy's lovely. Oh, dude, in comparison to the politicians, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he was like, oh, why is he lovely again? Class, he has a complete class act. And then you're like, oh yeah, fuck, you lose out on that, but it's like, oh, well, yeah, same on the side. Yeah, true. Dick Cheney is running around fucking shooting his friends in the face. Hunting trips. That's true. I don't know. I mean, that thing is like, it was a classified. It's like now, but then if Trump's going to be like, yeah, he gave out classified, then he's letting you know it's classified, right? He's telling the cats out of the bags. But saying I may be classified. I hope he does. I hope this like gets him because that is a weird thing to say. He's not supposed to be saying that. Well, that means it's real. He gave out classified information. That means there's real data that aliens are real. That's the only thing you can draw as a conclusion from that statement. Yeah. Right? Yeah, you would think. I don't think he's. I would try to come up with another reasonable way. He would say aliens are real. You shouldn't say that because it's classified. Yeah, that means it's real. Yeah, it is. But that's like that's such a crazy. If Trump was trying to keep it classified, he could be like, I don't know something. I mean, like, well, yeah, they are, but I can't say they are. He's in trouble now. That's what I'm talking about. Bob Lazar and times. Oh yeah, yeah. I have one podcast. I did that for Schultz. I thought Schultz was in down in LA. I imagine because why was up? I go, you want to go have dinner with Bob Lazar? He's like, what's the package? UFOs and Area 51. He goes, fuck yes. Hey, all right. So we went to Fogo de Chao in LA. So we sat down with Bob Lazar and I just got to ask him all these questions. I've known him for years now. So I've known him for probably, I did the podcast with him when he was so I've known him for 6, 7 years now. However it felt time-wise. And he's always been sensitive. He's a very reasonable guy. And I've had dinner with him a couple times. Super normal guy. Doesn't seem like a big fat liar. Obviously, a scientist. Like, obviously, very brilliant guy. I keep searching for some bullshit. I keep searching for some dirt. He never saw anything. He never saw anything. He just was back there. These crowds that didn't make any sense. It's like he got there, he saw it, and he decided to look like that. That's what it's based on. That thing on the desk, that's the support model. So, yeah, there's a guy named Designs by Perry. Perry is a free. He makes things on the internet. He makes it like a desk clock or a desk lamp, rather. So you have to like examine the like motor or whatever. They didn't even tell him what he was doing. So this is what it was. So he worked at Los Alamos Labs in New Mexico, and he was a propulsions expert. He famously put a jet engine in the back of a Honda. He built the Honda with a jet engine on it, just for funsies. Yeah, it's just a genius. Yeah, just loved engineering and doing things. And he had contacted this guy about getting some work, some work in laboratories or whatever. And he said, I might have something for you that is more along the lines with your capabilities. So he just says he has no idea what the thing is about. He has no idea what they're doing. They don't tell him. They start asking him about background, what he did in South Wales, what he was interested in. And he said, just tells his whole story of science and stuff. And so later he said, okay, show up at this place. There's airplanes that will fly you out to where you're going. She said, okay. So the only thing we knew about these airplanes, but now it's been confirmed that there's a bunch of airplanes right outside of Mandalay Bay. You can see these airplanes that they fly the employees that work in Area 51 and they live in Las Vegas. They just fly them out. Nobody knew about this in 1989. Nobody was talking about it through the whistle. Yeah. And so they fly them out there. They, show them how everything works for a couple of days in terms of like how the base works and where you have access to, what you don't have access to. Bring him to this guy that is his co-worker that was there before, and just go out and show him the ropes. And then a couple of days later, they bring him to hey, there's that thing. And it has an American flag sticker And so he goes, oh, these are bars. He said, oh my God, no wonder why people are seeing these things. This is something that we have. So then they tell him, essentially, tell us how it works. He said, this is a test. But they're very vague, by the way. No one's telling him where it came from, no one's telling him anything. And then he realizes, like, the whole thing doesn't make sense because there's no notes, there's no scenes. It's like it's 3D printed, and you have to crawl in it because it's designed for people that are like 3 feet tall. And there's no controls in it. It's like, what is this? And there's this generator in the center of it that has this triangle piece of this element that doesn't even exist on Earth. This element 115 is like, what the fuck is going on? And they explain to him, you bombard this element with radiation. This is how this thing works. With this dome on it, it gets bombarded with radiation, and then that causes this field around this craft that allows you to move. And so they do a demonstration for him. He goes outside, they fly this thing, he's under it, he can't see anyone. He has to step away from where he is so he can see it again. He's like, what the fuck is this? It's not making any noise. It moves around. It gives off this like glowing light when whatever this generator inside of it is operational. It gives off this glowing light. And this thing is like silently flying around. And occasionally it would go from one point to another very quickly. Like it could go from like this part of the mountain to that part of the mountain, just appear there. It would look like it just disappeared because it would move so fast. It would just appear in a new place. And so, like, what was steering it there? I don't understand. I don't understand. They don't exactly know. He knows how supposedly this generator, there's these gravity beam projectors that are on the bottom of it, and the way you get it to fly fast, it would turn sideways, and it would point these gravity projectors, whatever they call it, into a certain direction. It would create this fluid around this craft, and it would just instantaneously go to wherever it was supposed to go. That's crazy. Right. So he's working on this for months and months, and then his wife starts having an affair on him because he doesn't tell her what he's doing. It's like super top secret. And so when you have a super top secret clearance, you can't tell anyone what you're doing. And so he's like, I gotta go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. Where are you going? He's like, I have to go to work. So he would just jet off, and she was like, well, I'm gonna go fuck my flight attendant. Yeah, my flight instructor. So this is all recorded because they have his phones. And so they suspended him because they were wondering if he's going to be emotionally unstable. So while he's suspended, he takes his friends. He's like, I gotta tell them about this. Like, I can't. What was something going on? I gotta tell these people, hey, every Wednesday I have a schedule. Every Wednesday they fly these fucking things. And the reason why they do it on Wednesdays is that's when there's the least amount of traffic on the roads. So he takes his wife, he takes a couple of friends, and he takes them up to see this thing. And they go once, they go twice, and they get caught. And then when they get caught, then they grill him, they scare him, they poke him in the chest with a gun, they freak him out, and they tell him about his wife and the affair and all this shit. And so then he goes public. So he gets a hold of this guy, George Knapp, who's a news reporter in Las Vegas. And he tells him a story. And first, initially, they black his face out. So he remain anonymous. He's like, look, if I can stay alive, they have to show me this. Because they're threatening him. They break into his house. He goes outside, goes to the gym, goes outside. His trunk is open, his hood is open, all his doors are open. The car was locked. No one broke into it. So there's no idea that fucking he's really worried. Someone shoots his tire out on the highway. Where did he go? I don't know if they're supposed to say it, so whatever. But he's like around. Yeah, no, he's not. It's a long time. It was a long time ago. He's kind of discredited. They tried to discredit him. He never worked at most Alamos Labs, so I got a hold of the employee roster from the time that he was working there. His name's Ethan. So someone who worked there at the time said, I have the employee roster from 1985, whatever it was. And he said, if you're here, and they go through the roster and says, right there, Robert was on. There's also a newspaper article that was printed about him being a physicist at Los Alamos Labs and that he made his crazy energy power plant. So there's him in the Honda, and he's listed in his lap, and then his old physicist in his lap. Dude, that shit's so weird. I met him, and then that guy just said, yeah, what you just said, you're not supposed to say that, it's classified. But, yeah, why don't you look at down on us? Well, I was wondering if they're going to try to do like a Space Force thing, where it's like WMDs and Middle East, we go to the Middle East, now they're going like, yeah, there are aliens, and now we get to play Space Force. I know, but it's also like Rex and defense thing in outer space, and it's bio China. It's like, yeah, I think there probably are aliens, but by the way, I would imagine there's something. I don't know. Whenever they start floating out things, like I assume there's going to be like they just dropped aliens on us out of nowhere. Everything's kind of like, okay. Well, it really started around 2017. That's when it started becoming legitimatized. Because that was when the New York Times printed this article about it. And they talked about these pilots and their experiences, these videos that they couldn't explain. These crafts that no heat signature, they were flying at ridiculous speeds over the ocean. Yeah. I remember them just coming out with it. And then, like, and then they started doing the UAP thing and all that stuff. And they're like, yeah, there's unidentified crafts. And lots of things kind of, yeah, it's weird. What the hell are these guys up to? It's hard to know what's weird and what's not. But when you start talking to pilots and people that have experienced certain EMs, you just go, wow, what is this guy saying? Yeah, and I don't deny it. I'm always kind of like, yeah, he probably did some of that stuff. But it's like, I don't know, it's like, why is it classified? It's got to be I would imagine it's military stuff. Like we want to use a photo or reverse engineering for our military. Just and then they're also eyeing on each other, so I would imagine they would know too. Well, the people that I've talked to said that Russia and China have training crashes. Really? Yeah, it's not just America that has them. It's other countries that have them too. Supposedly, this is the next story. So there's one that's so big that they can't move it, so they built a building around it. That's supposed to be in Korea. Supposedly. That's what I heard. Yeah, this is the war. This thing is so big that they couldn't move it, that they had to put a building around it. Dude, that's wild. That'll be the thing I always think about. If they come out and say, yeah, there's definitely aliens, like, what are we going to do? Yeah, this is the building, supposedly. A giant building in South Korea's off to the side of this UFO storage facility. Can you imagine if they just built it the shape of it? That kind of looks like that's so crazy. You do a square building. It's in that building. That's really yeah. What is it? Why are they? Why do they do this? Well, I would imagine that place would have heavily gone on. Yeah, it's just a gate. What's that guy? Eric Burleson insisted on the existence of aliens, but admitted he has no definitive proof of them. He was going to go live in Korea. He mentioned he was going to go live in Korea. He didn't say where it was. Oh, this is the Congressman's. So there was U.S. Congressman's claim classified facility housing a UFO is highly coincide. Well, that's kind of highly coincide. They literally made a little antenna on the top, just like this sport model. It has a sport model. It has that antenna on the top. I live in I know what it is. 27 feet diameter. Holy shit. That's fucking that's insane. Yeah, especially now with all the deep fake stuff that's going to come out in the next election. Like deep fake territory. Everyone will be like, you were on the FG list, you were on it, no, you were. I'm just, you could have people saying all kinds of things that they never said. Well, I mean, like, I didn't do that. Hanging out with people that hung out with those, all those photos that were fake of Epstein and a bunch of different people. Oh, yeah. No, there was completely fake videos people were sharing. Yeah. It's like, so I don't know. By that time, it's like, I've been trying to pull back completely from the language. I'm like, hey, what is the official story of the Colbert show where they had to air that Talarico interview on YouTube? Because I'm hearing two versions. I'm hearing one version is that CBS won't let them air it because like Trump was involved, the government was involved somehow or another because they're worried about this Talarico guy. This is very charismatic guy in Texas. They're really very nice guy. I watch him. Brian Simpson. And then the other thing I'm hearing is no, with FCC equal time rules, if he had Talarico on, he would also have to have Talarico's opponent, which is I think Jasmine Crockett. Is that true? I didn't even know there was a common bills. So I think there's rules like that for the FCC that don't exist for podcasts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that balance it. Yeah, like if you have this person on that's running for office, you also have to have someone that is opposed to it. Okay, I didn't know that. Is that true? So he was on when he was on the Bear Show. Who chose him? Yeah, Steve Leonard Bear Show. Okay. So they were framing it like it was the government was censoring this guy because he was saying that they're going to flip Texas. That's what he said. I don't know if that's true because I'm so honestly, it sounds like it's a Colbert saying one thing, CBS lawyers saying another. What are CBS lawyers saying? They're saying that it's just FCC thing. Colbert says court here. Damn well I don't prove my script. But CBS lawyers who, for the record, approve every script that goes on. Yeah, but it's not about the script. It's about the humans, the people that are on. The people are. Yeah, here it is. The show provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time limit for two other candidates, including Jasmine Crockett, and presented options for how equal time for other candidates could be fulfilled. So you would have to have equal time. Colbert scoffed at the statement during the Tuesday show. They know damn well every word of my script. This doesn't have anything to do with the script. So they don't know damn well that every word of my script last night was approved by CBS lawyers who, for the record, approved every script that goes on the air. That's just diverted because that's not what the subject is. Okay. I got called backstage to get more notes from these lawyers, something that had never ever happened before. They told us the language they wanted me to use to describe that equal time exception, and I used that language, Colbert said. So I don't know what this is about. And what I'm saying was it mad at the network who does not want an adversarial relationship. He's on his way out. Yeah, right. He's doing it, I think, until like April or May or something. Come on, you're Paramount. No, you're more than that. You're Paramount Plus, correct? And for the lawyers to release this statement without even talking to me is really surprising. The host also noted the long, very famous exception to the equal time rule, and that exception included talk shows, interviews with politicians. Oh, interesting. So that makes it interesting. We looked and couldn't find one example of this rule being enforced for any talk show interview, not only for my entire late night career, but for anyone's late night career going back to the 1960s, he said. Colbert said that Carr has not gotten rid of that exception for talk show hosts yet. Maybe CBS was worried that this is a rule that the government could crack down on them, although no one has ever done that in the past. So this is a different kind of government, right? Obviously, it's a very adversarial relationship in CBS, or at least the Colbert Show has already with Trump. Yeah. What are they worried about? What party is Tallarico? He's a Democrat. Rocky was Rocky. She's a Democrat. Too. Yeah. But it's like, oh, they're running against each other. Exactly. Yeah, okay. So Tallarico's a white guy. He's a guy that his story is very interesting. He's a school teacher. And his story was that he had this kid that was very troubled in his class. When the kid was receiving counseling, he was starting to get better. Budgets got cut. And when budgets got cut, they cut off the counseling. This kid started fucking off and acting out and really falling apart. And he wound up getting kicked out of school. And it really hurt him because he was like, this kid had like real potential. He is a teacher. Yeah. And so then he decided to run for office to try to remedy these problems. Gosh. So didn't he just get like jammed up in something now, or like someone claimed they were in his office and he said something kind of like disparaging about like a black guy? He's a very mild mannered looking guy, right? Yeah. There was I don't know if I'm getting my policy, but it was like hard. Yeah, they started flying. But it was about another politician. All he said was like, I didn't know I was going up against, this like, I don't know, I guess like whatever word he used, election violence. I thought I was going up against a mediocre black guy. That was it. Some lady claimed that he called Colin Howell a mediocre black guy. Fixed allegations that he referred to his opponent Colin Howell as a mediocre black man during a private conversation with an influencer. A comment Rep. Tallarico has denied. The allegation caused significant backlash from all calling for supporters to vote for another candidate, Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, that's a way to get people to not vote for that guy. Yeah, it kind of sucks. The influencer said it. An influencer was like, I worked in his campaign, and he was like, if I'd known I was going up against this strong black woman, I wouldn't have known. I thought I was running against a mediocre black man. And then the guy responded, being like, nothing about me is mediocre. You know, the guy had the time. You know, really see one. Poor Talrica's having a tough time. It sounds like he's a sweet guy who's like trying to help kids out. This man's too close to the guy that killed that dude. So it's like, he fucked him up. Taglioni, Talarico. I see it could be the same village. When I say the killer's name, the cop, I keep saying that because it's the Taglioni. I think this guy killed him. The thing is, like, an influencer said, like, what is that? Yeah, look, it's pretty genius though if you want to do dirty politics. But what if he said, I thought I was going up against this mediocre guy, and now I'm going up against this powerful black lady. That's what it's not that. He was like, that makes sense. He is a black man, so if you say mediocre guy, now he's a black man, and then that person says, he said mediocre black man. Yeah, it's not even that bad of a thing. All you have to do is just not say the black part. And you'd be like, oh, he's just talking about politicians. That guy's mediocre. It happens to be black, but he's mediocre. As soon as you describe him accurately, yeah, you're fried. Especially if you're dead, man. Yeah, you cannot be going, no. Yeah. He's a religious character, which is interesting, but also opposes putting the Ten Commandments in schools. Okay. Yeah, I said that they was going to push people away from Christianity. Had a very well thought out plan about it. Yeah, we had a really good conversation. You don't need to be in school and be like, thou shalt not commit adultery. It's like, yeah, dude, you're not going to fucking life this. It's not that. It's pushing this religious rule. These religious rules. Like, it's one religion. It's like, what about people that are Buddhists? What about people that are Muslims? What about people that are dude? You go down the list forever and ever and ever. So, come on. Yeah, and it's also, you can kind of summarize it up in like 3 minutes. I worked in high school for a while. I was a counselor. Really? Yeah, I was like I went to school for a while. So like, what kind of counseling? Just like therapy. I went to therapy. It was a really cool. The way they did it was like, it was the charter school, and I was there as an intern. So I was getting my master's in social work. So they would have interns there as therapists for kids, basically. So the kids could get free therapy at school if they were exhibiting kind of problems. So he was like, I worked at this, like, he was getting inner city school, but like, he was going there and chilling in the office. And he was like, I have to get kids to class, and they would, we like talk a couple times a week. And then you could bring the family in if they feel like they had problems at home. It was called the mom and dad. This is what this guy was talking about. So tell Rico was talking about what he was like funding for. Yeah, it's a shame. This school was like, they kind of like ran it. I guess they were funded by the state. The way they got around it was using the form. So it wasn't like, you're not getting like the most experienced people in the world. You're getting something. This kid that he was talking about, this very detailed story where this kid was like, this kid who fucked up house. And he wanted these people around him really good positive influences that he never had, and he was starting to get better. Yeah. And they took it away, and he started to fall apart. Yeah, it's also like, you don't forget, like, it's like for kids, when you like, especially like in the city, when kids are telling you like their lives, it's like, it's fucking heartbreaking. Shit, like their day-to-day setup, and you're like, fucking Christ, man. And then there's looking at you like, what do I do? I'm like, try to hang in there. There's nothing I can do. There's really nothing I can do. It was sad. It was one of like my favorite. If I didn't do stand-up, I would probably do that for you. I loved it. It was fun. That's something that actually. Yeah, it's just like intense. You're just sitting there in a room with somebody, and it's like everything they're saying. There's no like guidance. You have to just be like, all right, well, like, maybe this, maybe that. It's like I don't know. I felt really. I always liked it a lot. It was pretty cool. And then you would like you go back to the school, and it's so funny. I went to social work school just because I was doing stand up. I was kind of kicking around. I was like, I was doing a podcast. I was like slow going. And I remember watching Jordan Peterson. Like, the school's crazy right now. Now, part of me, like, I wanted to be a therapist, but I remember being like kind of curious, like, I wonder how bad they are. I went to school. I went to my master's program in social work, which was like ground zero for all the stuff he was talking about. And he was doing this individual course that he made out to people. It was hard. was insane, dude. It was literally like, I went to school again to be a therapist, but like social work, you can be a therapist faster than if you went to school for psychology because you just like read any science really, you study kind of like theory, whatever. So you can be a therapist quicker. It's like a shortcut kind of thing. But it would be like, it was just literally be in a room with like 13 other people, and they would like, you talk about whatever. Like, let's talk about like clinical approaches here and there, and it would just right away turn into like race and gender. There was loads of graphs to do this, and it was just like people would tell stories. Like one time this guy said this to me, and I'm like, I can't believe that fucking guy said that to me. It was literally like nothing. Take 60 grand, and like I would be terrified if I was getting therapy. And again, it's like not everybody, but there's a lot of very people would cry in class. So you'd be like talking, and like people would just start bursting out in tears, like I don't feel safe. Oh, it was insane. And I'm like, dude, I'm talking to people who are like homeless. How are you gonna help them? And it was all female. It was mostly female doctors, me and 3 or 4 other guys. And then like people would come in and you bring your case files, and like here's something I'm dealing with. Let me get some, what do you think about this? I remember this guy was dealing with this like Vietnam vet, like just his whole life. And he was like, I was just shocked at the way you talk about it. It's so brutal. Dirty bag and flying too fast chicks. I'm like, oh man. It was just kind of weird. He was like, dude, he's a fucking 70-year-old dude for his whole life. Coast trauma. So yeah, he was just very fun about what I was saying. Man, this guy is, don't throw him on the fucking bus. He supposed to be helping. That was my whole point. It was like, if you're doing therapy with people, it's like, life is just so hard and so complex. And if you're going to be like, this doesn't sit with my party politics, I was like, you guys got to drop the political shit, man. Just like meet these people where they're at. Just just that's what I mean, dude. He's exactly what it was. Like, dude, I know what you're doing right now. You're dirty necking these guys. And you're like, personally, I was offended. I was the worst. I couldn't stand it at all. Especially the worst. And then they tried to kick me out of school because when Shane got told for SNL, my name popped up in the byline because I had no clue. It was like a double life. I'm going to social work school. You're supposed to get loans. I'm like, we'll see what the podcast works. I'm just pay off the loans. He doesn't have a degree. And so I had been pretty contentious because my plan was like, dude, just go, keep it cool, don't say anything, and then you can do this last minute. Like I remember the one time this lady, they put up college, they come out and be like, well, and I think this like unprompted. She was like, well, if she was like, I would never personally call the cops on a black person ever. And I'm sitting in the back of the room, and I'm like, no one's going to say this is the craziest thing. I'm like, what if he was beating a woman? She was like, it was just that non-fucking stop. And I couldn't help it, so I would start saying stuff that really go into chaos. So, like, I literally couldn't bite my tongue. And then eventually they found, once they already kind of had it out for me, once that news came out on the podcast, they were like, got him dead to rights. So then they let student council, they all admitted, they all kind of did a motion to get me kicked out. And so the teacher came to her, the dean or whatever, who actually was a nice lecture live. She was like, I had a meeting with her, and she was like, yeah, these people feel unsafe, blah, blah, blah. So it was like unsafe for them, just all, I had a meeting with the board, basically. Did you ever fantasize about getting to do yourself in court? I got to do that. I got to have we got to debate about whether or not I had actually violated the code of ethics. And it was kind of this gray area. So it was awesome. I recorded it on my phone. Wow. It took an hour long, so I never listened to it. It was like, wow. And I was like, just in case they jam me up. And the lady was like, what would you do if we kicked you out? And I was like, dude, I'll make the most of that for sure. I wouldn't want to do it, but I would just say to you guys, man, you can't kick me out. I'm already invested. I know, blah, blah, blah. And then COVID happened, so they just watched it all. But I just got to finish all my class. Yeah, they tried to give me the boot. I remember the day. They have a specific thing they were upset about was fear association with children. Just that clip that Chinatown clip came out. They just saw us I'm sure they looked into other stuff and they're like, he's making this place unsafe. We're not safe here. I'm like, shut up. It was also, dude, I thought having a master's off of your own geniuses, it's you're not that smart. You're going to place masters and PhDs, half of them don't even read anything. Talk about a book club, I never heard of that. And then they show you Netflix. They're all paying 60 grand for this. You hear that Netflix doc? God, it's like this is $8 a month. They were showing me Netflix docs. They were rewatching Netflix docs. One of the classes we watched like the 13th Amendment. I was like, I saw this already. What the fuck, man? Like it's that like I mean, I remember thinking like, damn, everyone's on Peterson's ass about this. He was totally right. Liberal arts colleges, like it was. I couldn't have thought of really wasting the money in terms of like bang for buck. Like, what did I actually learn? Well, I remember when we were talking about all the madness that was going on in schools, and people were like, why do you care about this? This is happening in college. Like, they're going to eventually graduate. They're going to have this ideology, and they're corporate actions. They're going to get into business. They're going to carry us with them. They try to enforce these crazy rules. Or like your kids having problems, and you go to a therapist, and they're just like psycho. Like we were talking about modalities of therapy. One of them, someone floated. The teacher was like, "Oh yeah, for sure." It's called like I don't know what it's called. It's like activism therapy, where you get people politically active in order to like motivate them and enrich their lives. And I was like, you can't do that. You can't think like you can fuse existentially into a person and be like, this is what you need to do. I swear to God, dude, there was like really creepy stuff going on there. It was all just like complete groupthink. Like if you said anything outside of like what was acceptable, then you would just get punished. The teachers would kind of be like, some of them would try to like school through and be like, yeah, okay, dude. And it's like it's a lot. I can see it why it would just bring people. I would like argument meeting. I don't really like conflict like that. But it was also like, dude, some of the stuff like you can't understand it. It's just insane. Did you ever talk about this on stage? No, I've never really talked about being in social. Oh my god, it's like there's gold. It was fun. At that time of the podcast, I would leave school. I'd come back to the podcast and I'd you don't believe the fucking people say it on the podcast. No, that's awesome. It just seems like it's a great gold mine for stand up. Yeah, because you have a very unique experience. As a window into how crazy people are in school. Yeah, no, it was terrifying, man. And then the weirdest part is like after years went by, they were like, "Do you get your PhD here?" I was like, "No." After COVID, after all this one. Exactly. I saw that. I can tell that. That's too cool. So we're talking about that. Don't think I didn't think about it. Come on, dog. This just says how many doctors are out there. That really opened my eyes. I thought doctors are the smartest people in the world. And I went to like higher education. I'm like, this is fucking insane. Anyone can be a doctor, dude. Anyone can be. I was like, anyone can be a fucking doctor. It's such a subsubject. Exactly. That's the thing. Not like hard sciences. Not hard science. You want to be a doctor. You know, it's like anthropology or whatever. Yeah. No problem. They can't say shit. You can like make thesis on anything. Excuse me. Well, did you ever see what Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay and Ellen Kilrose did? You know, they made these fake academic papers. Oh yeah. So like heteronormative something in dog parks. They were talking about like gay experiences with dogs now. It was like peer reviewed paper. Fat bodybuilding was one of them. Yeah, and these they were like celebrated. These papers were celebrated. They would go 100% with their theory, like the critical race theory, all that stuff. You cover, they get into it. You're like, it was. And I remember like saying this. It was very like it reminded me because I've been outside of Walmart, so I handed me like a pamphlet. It was like white supremacy literature. When you read that stuff, you read the first two sentences, you go, okay, that sounds legit. And then there's this like huge quantum leap in reasoning. You're like, whoa, how the fuck did we get here? A lot of that's very similar to the naked thing that just no one can disagree with. Right. And it jumps real quick. You're like, just yeah. That was scary to be like, man, these people are going to be like, these people are therapists working with kids, older people, you know, this and that. You know, and it was just like, how is people supposed to be like, you know, guiding people through life or like anything or loss or suffering and I don't know, it's kind of rough. Because the animus against a person who like thought differently, it was palpable and like very severe. Where it was like, and the funniest part was like, I was in that high school in the inner city. The school was like 97% black, the rest Latino. They're like, how would your students feel about your podcast material? Like, they didn't give a fuck. They would laugh. They had bigger fish to fry than being like, what did you say on podcast? It's like, they're like high schoolers who feel like fighting for their lives. How would you students? That was the big disconnect. When you guys have like, I don't know, man, like they would even teach you this and crack me up. I was like, say your client's black, and I'm a white guy, I should lead by going like, how do you feel about the fact that you're black? I was like, dude, you guys realize you're in classrooms studying how to talk to a black person? Like, that's fucking weird. So you just talk to, like, you just talk to them, man. If that comes up, tackle it. But, like, you're uncomfortable, and then you're going like, so black person, how do you feel that I'm white? It's like, dude, that is, and they would push back against me. I'm like, no, you guys can't do that. That's crazy. Well, you were actually applying it in the real world. They were just exhibiting, they were just hanging out in these social groups. Exactly. And a lot of them would be like, I'm social justice, blah, blah, blah. Like, all right, what does your field is? And I was like, that was your internship. And they're like, I'm out in like the main lines of the place. And it's like, I'm doing like a high school in the main line. It's like, okay, it's like, it's like take that like somewhere else. And it's like, those kids don't want to hear that shit like, at all. I would like you to talk to them. Like, if race comes up, I would talk to them. But like, that would be so crazy if they get a black eighth grader and like, I'm white. How do you feel about that? That would be so creepy and weird. Isn't it crazy that they think you're obligated to you have an obligation to discuss it? Also, it's like, I fucking know. You can see me. I'm clearly white. I know I'm white. And it's like, exactly. It's like, and if that, you talk. And then you can, like, bring it up as a thing. But it's like, leading with that, I always feel like you least of the problems. Exactly. Which is probably happens. Someone takes an interest enough in this kind of thing. And that was a big thing, too. Like, because they could get him out of class, and a lot of them, they were like, fuck this guy, so whatever, I'm just chilling. Like, we just do your homework. Then you start helping with your homework, like, what are you doing? You had things a little before. But it was just like, like, these are the teachers telling me this, and they're like, fuck, man, you guys are guiding people into this. It was, dude, I walked away from that being like, yeah, damn. There's a lot of people that like a lot of psychology, a lot of it is just complete bullshit. Yeah, they are good about therapy, they are complete bullshit in terms of like the academic study of it, applying it to people. It's a very few people get better. I think it does help a lot of people. Yeah, I think it really helps a lot of people that are in really bad place. I think some people just want to talk to someone. Yeah, that can help too. Yeah, it's like, what can you actually do for them in terms of like the tools and the techniques of therapy versus just being a human and talking to a human and seeing their side of things and trying to tell them your perspective and trying to give them a rational point of view. Yeah, give them maybe some things to work on. It's like, it's all science. It varies so much between the individuals. Yeah, there's the individuals, then there's 40 million modalities of therapy. So it's like you can be doing like CBT, which is like that's supposedly the most scientific, where it's like there's a system, it's kind of rigorous. You have like Jungian stuff, where you're like with your controlling a manual based on your beliefs. Or you just be like, let me just be nice to this person who's never had anyone be nice to them. Right? Let them kind of open up. Like, yeah, I think they did a study one time where they took they let people who were trained therapists be therapists, and they didn't find any giant differences in terms of like who was getting what result. But then it is a skill though. That's the other thing. It's a skill. It's a hard job. But I think you're totally right. Where it's like it all depends on the person, and are they in touch with what's fucked with the therapist? Do they know about what's fucked up with them? And like, right. It's usually like, I don't know, man. It's such a crapshoot. It's like, I think it can be beneficial. I think like being stuck in it your whole life, I don't know about that, because it just becomes a thing where you sort of like, fuck me. For a lot of people, you have to go to therapy. Everybody should go to therapy. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I remember I didn't do it ever, and then when I went to school for therapy, they're like, you gotta go to therapy so that like you can know what it's like, and blah blah blah. So fair enough. I genuinely walked in there being like, I'm about to blow this lady's mind. She's gonna think I'm more than a guy so put together. And like, I went in there and she kind of picked me apart. And I'm like, fuck, I'm kind of fucked up. But it was, I for real was like, this lady's about to be the girl. Let me just tell her about my life. I like, I'm real. You're gonna be the therapist for her. I thought I was a chosen one. It was good though, because like the one thing they can do is like if you're in a family system and you have no other like available worldviews, you're locked in that. So a therapist can be somebody outside of the system you would otherwise never have access to, who can let you run like things through your head that you would never think of. That I think is good. But then it's like, at a certain point, it's like I feel like teach you to get in and out. Kind of like, all right, here's the thing. It's like there's like acceptance commitment therapy. That's good. It's like they teach you how to be like mindful, how to like monitor your thoughts without having them like completely attack. There's like there are like skills you can learn. Yeah. But it's like, dude, fucking getting women is crazy. Like that's the other thing. Like it's so expensive. Right. Does insurance pay for it for most people? It's like they don't cover it for some. You have to be you have to get a therapist in that network, and then they have to diagnose you with insurance. If you want your insurance to cover you, the therapist has to diagnose you with mental disorder or some sort of mental thing. Do they have to prescribe something for you? They don't have to prescribe, no. But it's like, so they have to give you a, like, you know, your bipolar adjustment disorder is the one where it's like, the psychiatrist, like, no matter how many of them are just like incentivized to put you on something. There's like that. So, and then some of them just swear by it. They're like, just take this, take that, take this. Yeah, I have a friend who was a psychiatrist, and he was going through it. But the first meeting, this guy's trying to put him on antidepressants. Yeah, and he's like, I don't think I need that. Yeah, I'm not that fucked up. I'm just not happy. Yeah, I'm sad. It's also first meeting's crazy because it's like, let's see what your life's about. He's like, let's get you on this and we'll make you feel better. Yeah, we'll work from there. Well, some of those guys are like ruthless materialists where they're like, hey, bring us just fucked up. Right. Is that like, have you ever seen the Sapolsky guy? Yeah, Robert. Yeah, I think it's great. I love his lectures. His last book, and again, this was like, I didn't read it, but his argument was like, yeah, we just all have different brains. If you're like, you know, if you're like a fucking home invader or a burglar, just your genes suck, and like, you should never punish anybody. You should just kind of like keep equal sides. You know, it's basically saying like, you have no choice of what you do. Free will's completely random. Yeah, the determinist part. Yeah. I don't know about that argument. I mean, obviously, free will is real, but obviously, you are affected by your genes, your life circumstances, your past behavior, your all the experiences that you've had. There's a lot of factors to say that will doesn't mean anything. But then why is inspiration so important? Yeah, why do people love inspiration? Why do people love like a good pep talk? Why do people love like a good motivational video that gets you out of the house? Like obviously there's will involved. Yeah. Will is the thing that turns you into a jelly roll at 500 pounds to jelly roll at 200 pounds. Like that's what will does. Yeah, that's a real thing. It's not a fake thing. It's like you have free will. It's no determinism that the jelly roll decide to start walking. It's hardcore will. Yeah. No, I agree. I don't. That argument always bugs. I like Sapolsky. I like a lot of his stuff. That argument just bothers me because it's like, okay, you're taking the idea of will and switching it with like this nebulous, like, well, there's like a isotope in your brain that is going to get switched on and then you're able. It's just like a just a weird point to kind of like try to put across. So like, there's no free will, just your gene activates and then you get things. I guess. But then you can like change your genes apparently by like acting a certain way. So it's like, you know, that's I just never went there. So it's a weird argument, but there's some validity to both perspectives. There's validity to the perspective that free will is a real thing, but also determinism is a giant factor in how people make their lives the way they live. Yeah, especially if you have a shit circumstance, terrible gang-ridden community, get beaten in your house, your mom's on crack, there's chaos everywhere. The idea that you're going to come out of this writing beat poetry is true. So that's true, and that's insane. You're a product of your environment, at least to a certain extent, and usually someone finds something that they love that gives them an outlet, and then they get out of it. The problem with the determinism stuff for me is like, I do get that. It's like, you know, yeah, if you have a horrible upbringing, you kill people. It is like, yeah, I get it. Like, if I had that been me, maybe I could be better. Like, I think we should treat everyone a lot more kindly and not punish people. It's like, I'm all for that. It all, for me, it all stops at pedophiles. So it's like, so I'm supposed to just like, through a pedophile, it's like, part of me is like, I should probably fucking fry those guys, where it's like, well, that's one of the craziest things about this whole, what's going on in the bullshit in academia is they're trying to call them minor attracted persons. Yeah, so there's like legitimate academics who are describing pedophiles as minor attracted persons, and that it doesn't mean that they're evil. It's like, what? Yeah, I know that's a problem. It's like, oh yeah, you have kids. Like, I don't know anybody who has kids who has a girlfriend. No, if you did, you have to be like a sick fuck, like to think that's it's just a minor attracted person that fucked my kid. But Well, yeah, but that's the whole thing too. It's like all those bags, of like cheese or this material, that just does something sometimes. It's like, all right, well, let me fucking squash this pedophile thing. Let me get rid of this bag for you. It's like, it's okay to born a child. It's like, I know. It's like, yeah, that's what it is for me. All that like determinism. Like, we should just be kind and have a more rational approach to criminal justice. It's like, for sure. It's like, yeah, fuck pedophiles. It's like, yeah, you can. Pedophiles, serial killers. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of one of the interesting things about psilocybin is I did some crazy work on toxic plasmosis. That's how I really got into it. Really? Yeah, he was the guy that we first started reading about that was saying that a disproportionate amount of motorcycle victims when he was doing his residency. The guy who he was working with on surgeons would test motorcycle victims on toxic plasmosis. He said, giant percentage of them have this cat parasite. Oh yeah, I heard about this cat parasite alters behavior. It makes you more reckless. It makes you more prone to erratic swings. It makes you more aggressive. It's interesting. Yeah, disproportionate amount of successful soccer teams have high levels of toxic plasmosis. Countries with higher toxic plasmosis. It'd also be higher countries with higher toxic plasmosis don't have any money. It's easier to get a soccer ball. If you get a soccer, it's the way out of the game. I mean, the way out of bad neighborhoods. But this motorcycle thing is nuts because we know it affects human behavior. And we also know that it affects animal behavior. Yeah, it makes cats. It grows inside cats' guts. It's the only way that it reproduces. So what it does is it rewires the sexual growth system of rodents. And like mice and rats get turned on by the smell of cat piss. So they go to seek out cat piss for like a boner, like literally, and then lose all their fear of cats. So that the cats devour them. So when the cats devour them, then that parasite is now inside the cat's gut, which is where it reproduces. So that's why they tell pregnant women you should never touch cat litter. Really? Yeah. It's toxic plasmosis. They think it does the same thing humans, where it just makes you like kind of drives. Yeah. That's, you know what else is nuts, dude? You were saying that's more in like certain countries that are like developing. Well, it's in rural areas, in places where people have like outdoor cats. Yeah. But there was one point where in France, it was like 50% of people had toxic. Jesus Christ, wild cats everywhere. Yeah, big cats they're on the countertop. Their fucking shit is on their paws. I don't. That's one thing. Like I have dogs. Cats are fun. If I see a cat, I'll pet it. But like when I see those cats on the countertop, I don't get squeamish easily. It's kind of like it's kind of gross. It's shit in a box. Yeah, around in that box of shit and piss. And then they hop on your couch. That shit and piss on their paws. Yeah. Dogs go outside, they take a shit, they come inside, they're good. Tell your dog to rub his asshole on your dinner plates. I've had cats like walk on your plates, they don't give a shit, they'll take a seat on your plate. Yeah, like, I have to get a new plate now, you fuck. What are you doing? Get out of that. And they're funny. Every time I see them, like, get out of the litter box, walk across people's countertops, it's like, dude, it's funny. I don't know, I have wild animals. Kids are allergic to them, right? They are fun. I like them to fuck pets. They're cute, they can purr, yeah, but it is weird to have a box of shit in your house. And there's a lot of people like that are lazy. They go over their house, they have a cat, they're not cleaning that litter box enough, and as soon as you walk in, fucking waft of piss and shit. Like, bro, you're just smelling this all day. So I would even be out there. I used to let stray cats come to my house. After college, I lived in a house by myself in Italy. It was a small house. A lot of the houses on the street are knocked down, so there's only like there were row homes. So I had a standalone row home. Like a lady across the street had a standalone row home. They just knocked all the houses next to us down. But two of the people that let a stray cat into my house, like, I'll just come save me. You can't. Like, this thing can't get in my bed. By like 3 days, that thing was like curling up next to my face. I got a fucked up eye infection. It's called it's called epidermolysis conjunctivitis. It's called shit. The eye doctor was like, I have only seen this is like in third world countries. 6 months afterwards, after it got cleared up, I had to shut the thing down and clean the whole eye practice. Afterwards, my eye at 10 o'clock was starting to dry. Because the white blood cells would rush to my eye, so I would be out 6 months after this thing had finally cleared up. It was viral, but there's nothing to do for it. I would go out, my eye would start drooping, and I'd be like, I gotta go home. virus typically types A at 1937 cause rapid onset of red, painful, watery eyes, often with light sensitivity, blurred vision, and swollen eyelids. I would wake up in the morning, my eyelid was stuck together, and I had to pull it open. And then I saw the movie Ray. Remember the beginning of Ray when his eyes get all flapped up? I was like, dude, if I go blind, this would suck. That would suck. Cat's ass would fucking suck, dude. Bro. Yeah. A friend of mine has shingles on his face. It's crazy. His whole face is all swollen up, and he's worried he might go blind. Yeah, now? Yeah, he just got it. He's an older guy. He just got it. What are your shingles like when you don't get chicken pox and it like comes and gets you afterwards? So, I think it's a form of herpes virus. Affects that's particular. Only people care about shingles, vaccinations, and shit. Is that what it is? Totally. I always heard that if you don't get chickenpox as a kid, you might get shots to it. I was my uncle got shingles. Known as herpes zoster viral infection causes a painful rash that stems from the reactivation of the varicella zoster virus, the same one responsible for chickenpox, which lies dormant in nerve tissues after the initial infection. So after you get the infection, then you get shingles. After chickenpox resolves, the virus remains inactive in the body's nerve cells. Factors like aging, weakened immunity, or stress can trigger reactivation and feeding the shingles. Most commonly in adults over 50. And my friends like in the 60s. It sucks. Yeah, that's rough. A lot older people are scared of shingles. Yeah, I know my uncle got it. Like he was. Is the shingles vaccine effective? Does it prevent shingles? Is that one of the legit ones? That's the vaccines like shingles reduce the risk significantly. Antiviral drugs shorten outbreaks. Let's start with so I know his kids got MRSA from food one of those. Oh, dude, that's scary. We got the pictures. It was just like bubbling. It looked crazy. MRSA's terrifying. Yeah, that's all from people taking antibiotics. Or staph. Staph is not. Yeah, staph is the more dangerous one. Or excuse me, MRSA is the more dangerous one because MRSA is medically resistant. Medicine resistant. This is just staph. So it's like a giant bubble on the head. Look, crazy. I mean, it's so I get it from jiu-jitsu. A lot of people get it. It's real common. Like, a lot of people get it and they don't even realize they have it. It tastes too like Ari. You didn't know he had it. We were playing pool once and he was walking around. And he goes, oh, I got a spider bug. He was doing jiu-jitsu. I bought him a jiu-jitsu for Christmas. Yeah. My first time celebrating Christmas. I just say it's Hanukkah. I got him a Christmas present. He said he rolls his pants up, and I see this bubble on his knee with like a pus center of it, and I go, we'll go to the hospital right now. He goes, are you serious? I screwed my kid. I go, we have to go to the hospital right now. I go, right now. I got that staph infection. And he's like, why don't you fucking tell us about? Why are there signs in the gym warning you about my nuts? Like you kind of have to hear about it from somebody. Yeah. I found out about it from my friend Tate. Shout out to Tate Fletcher. We were at the airport once. And I had shorts on, and I had just like my foot set up like this. He goes, "What's on your calf?" I had like little pimples on my calf. Nothing. And he goes, "Dude, I think that's that." I'm like, "What?" Like, what's this? I think that's that. He goes, "Yeah, should get that checked out." And I went to the doctor and said, "Yeah, it looks like staph. He goes, I'm gonna put you on antibiotics right away. We're just gonna swab it and send it in." But I don't want to wait. And I got on it right away, and so I killed it quick. But I remember the antibiotics. Dude, you feel so weird when you're on it. Yeah, it's like so tired. I hate it. Some guys have like, I know guys that have got staph infections in the UFC, fought off the staph infection with antibiotics and then fought on the antibiotics, which is crazy. Yeah, I don't know how you can do this. No, I always feel, I also, they mess my stomach up so bad. Ruining with my stomach is fine. Well, my friend Gordon Ryan, that's his belt up there, the greatest jiu-jitsu grappler of all time. He has to retire because he got stabbed so many times and he was taking antibiotics so often that it fucking just got bacteria. Like he kept food down, throws up all the time. Yeah, it's crazy. He's been dealing with it for years, and just announced on Instagram recently that he has to retire. Dude, I can't train. That's not that fun. He's the greatest of all time. He's 30. Yeah, that's tough to call. Like, unanimously regarded as the greatest grappler of all time. Yeah, he's gone like 10 years undefeated, beating the best fighters in the world. Every like time off, he just take like 5 years. He's trying. He's talking about this compete in a couple of years. He can't train. That sucks. It's like it keeps coming back. Dude, I had eczema one time, and it like came up on my, it was like on my legs, and it was on my dick, and I thought it was ringworm, so it was like a perfect circle. So I go to the, whatever, urgent care, and like, I got fucking ringworm. That's what everyone's doing there. They're like, just put fucking, Lotrimin, or I think Medicil, yeah, like Lotrimin and that shit. So I put Lotrimin on my dick, and it just dried, like, the whole thing. It was like, it was disgusting. So then I had to go back to another urgent care. It was like the second or third time. They showed like a fucking shriveled, flaccid, like shaft of that penis. I showed this one nurse who goes like, I don't know. Calls in another nurse. And I'm like, talking, all right. She comes in. I don't know what that is. They call me someone else. I go, third nurse. Giant black guy comes in. I'm like, no. He's gonna laugh and say, oh, bro, he's probably actually believed. Yeah, it was bad. And then finally, I went to a dermatologist, and dude, you look it up, it's Tennessee dermatology, run by just like big. Like, it's on the website. Everyone knows this. Who's ever gone there? My friend, I was talking about it one time. I was like, bro, I know exactly what you're talking about. She comes in and checks it out, and she's like, dude, that wasn't even like word that you gave me. So I cleared it right up. So I just showed like my champ. Bro, that's yeah, dude. She saw me at my worst. Hilarious. So I just showed her like 4 people. It's like a leprosy piece. And then eventually she was like, oh no, you take like it's like a quarter steroid. It's cleared right up. I know people that have had this above that went on carnivore diet or whatever. I can't believe it. That's the thing. I've been looking for gluten for a while, and if I kind of backslide on that, it's like I'll get a little negative flare ups. A lot of people are allergic to it. And a lot of people don't think it's actually gluten. They think it's actually how they finish their crops or the glyphosate. I've heard about that. It kind of makes sense because like, why are all these gluten intolerant? Nobody heard about those in the 70s. No, someone gluten intolerant. No, it was dude. The weird thing is my mom. She's always been a health person. She got this book. She had health problems in like the 80s. My aunt Claire's gave this book. My mom self-diagnosed with gluten allergy in like the 80s. And everyone's like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, nobody has this, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, then like when I was in college, I was like, dude, okay, like, I feel like every time I swallow food, it feels stuck in my throat. I had like gas and burping. My stomach's fucked up. I'm not sleeping. I was having like racing thoughts and shit. And she was like, I'll try not eating food for a while. You can clear it up. Like, it was insane. I wonder if that's the same with like when you're like in Europe or there's so many driving stuff. That's what I heard. People eat it. Apparently, you can go eat it, in Europe, and it's fine. I remember I took a test finally, and it was like, it was like one of those like internet blood test things. And it came up like allergic to not even the gluten. It's like gliadin, which is like another protein inside of wheat. Which I don't know if it's like the same thing, but it's just allergic to it. I showed it to Shane. It was like it was moderate. He goes, moderate, you're a pussy. Pizza. I'm not sure. He's always like, everyone's like, it's fake, it's in your head, you're full of shit. So I finally have proof. I'm like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, it's moderate. It's one of the worst intolerances to have. It's the most delicious food. Like, think about it: spaghetti, lasagna, bread, sandwiches. Even the gluten-free bread is like it's not even. At that point, you feel like I'm not eating bread. It's not supposed to be good. In order to make it good, you have to put so much shit in it that you're like, I've been on gluten since I was a teenager. Wow. And anytime I would like backslide at a restaurant where they cook with it and stuff, it would, weirdly enough, though, if I get enough sunlight, I can tolerate a lot more stuff. I guarantee it too. I think I don't know. It's weird. Every time I go to the doctor, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. Well, vitamin D is good for your immune system. These are autoimmune issues. Yeah, it sounds like they're kind of being connected somehow or another. Yeah, like I couldn't eat after the gluten. There was like the I get sunlight. I could eat the day. It's fucking weird. And that's just the sunlight thing. Like, they're so warm. People saying, yeah, the sun's going to kill you. Now they're going, no, you need to get in the sun or you're going to die. What's the new food pyramid now? I know. Well, a lot of people are so angry. They're so angry at RFKG for flipping the food pyramid. But there's so much evidence that this is the accurate way to eat. This is the way people are supposed to be eating. It's like whole foods, like actual food, like vegetables, meat, fish. Like, that's what you're supposed to eat. Like actual food that people have been eating for thousands of years. That's what you're supposed to eat. And that's the stuff that backlash against, and then I'm like, I told you. It's like getting like the weird shit out of foods that they don't have in Europe for like schools and stuff. And it's like, that was always the Northland's position. I think it's like no preservatives, no additives, natural food. I know that's the thing too. Like I love like because I have all these food allergies, so like I gotta go to like a hipstery kind of like rainbow flag restaurant. That's the only place I can eat from. So I'm like, I know you guys like this. Why are you pretending to not like getting rid of like red food and all that? Because it's connected with Trump or because RFKG is a part of this part of this. So it became a political thing. So silly, they'd rather commit suicide than admit that he's right. It's insane. Like, they're just giving one, like, all right, that's actually good on. It's that resistance to recognizing maybe this person that I don't agree with because he's connected to this other person that I don't agree with. Maybe that's a good point. Maybe if a person that was like someone that I aligned with ideologically at the same point of being like, yes, thank you. Yes, these preservatives are terrible. Yes, these dyes are terrible. Yes, this is bad for you. Yes, you should have warning labels. Yes, other countries have banned these products. Why do we have them? Yes. Especially like when you have kids, it's like, dude, you worry more about that than like the kids not eating a bunch of crazy bullshit. It's like you just let it go. You can be like, all right, like I don't like this, but that's fucking raw. I like that. Let's click on that. It's like, yeah, I think people are religion. Don't have religion in life. They have worship science. Like science, they treat it as if this is like a doctrine, a dogma. If you don't support it, you're a heretic. There's something wrong with you. It's like, do you know those people? These scientists, like a lot of them are fucking severely compromised. They're compromised by financial incentives. They're compromised by academic incentives. They're trapped in these systems where you're forced to have a group think. You have this top-down control. People at the top are controlled and connected to these pharmaceutical drug companies. They're pushing those ideas. Like, this isn't all cool. Hanging with Epstein too. And I know, they're great. Love scientists, man. Thank God I wasn't a scientist. That's so fucking great. Yeah, and the science shit is like, I do know this from going to masters. I know you need to understand statistics. You need like a very serious understanding of statistics to actually make sense of those studies. And I never was able to do that, but it's like, you can read those studies and like, oh, look at this, it's a graph, everything's going up. And it's like, yeah, but like, what was like the percentage of the where this and it's like statistics is real like magic. It's like it's so slippery and weird and like you can make one thing look this way and it's you can arrange the data a different way and you're like, oh shit, the fucking thing went up, now it's better. It's like, well, that's like what pharmaceutical drug companies do for sure. They'll run 15 studies and throw out all the ones that show no efficacy. They hide dangerous side effects. They hide. And I think they're allowed to do as many. I remember reading a book on antidepressants like years ago, and I think they were allowed to do as many studies as it needed to like show basically what they wanted to do, which wasn't even good. It was like 50%. We had a lawyer here that he worked on cases with pharmaceutical drug companies. So one of the things that's really crazy was he found out that the pharmaceutical drug companies don't, when they get peer reviewed, they don't have to give the data to the scientists. They give their review of the data to the scientists, and then it gets peer reviewed. Damn. That's like great. Yeah, that's great. It's so great. Remember the study that was like, if you drink one glass of wine, you'll be healthy? Yeah. That was complete bullshit. That was made by a body of science that was like coded by the big alcohol companies. It's completely false. I know so many people who are like, dude, it's good for you. I need alcohol every day. Or else it's like resveratrol. Yeah, grape shit. But it's also just like you fucking grape it. Also, contain resveratrol to get supplements. The amount that you get in supplements is like far exceeds a glass of wine. You drink the whole bottle. Yeah, true. They usually get liver test steroid. Yeah, that shit always threw me off. I remember No fucking way. That's true. Yeah. No, you hang out more, you're less lonely. I think there's something to the relaxation of alcohol that like at least makes you feel better. I think feeling better is part of like having a better life and having a better, a healthier mind. Because there's something about people that are just riddled with anxiety and thinking about things all the time. There's a lot of people that are just they don't have the tools to navigate this fucked up world. So they're all drink a brew now and then. Maybe not. Drink a little just fucking juice, like yeah, true. If you drop the cortisol, yeah, it's a little bit of relaxation. There's a lot of people that like one of the only things keep them hanging on is the drinking night. Just a little drink, just nothing crazy. Yeah, kill yourself. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take that. Yeah, I don't want to take that. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't want to take that, but it is. It's just nothing. Yeah, like well, it's lesser to you for sure. It's like when they try to say that like Fruit Loops were healthier for you than ground beef, was that one of the studies? Was it really? They were like in comparisons, like they had a chart like where things fit on the healthy versus not healthy. It's funny. The old food pyramid was the best. It was like cereal, bread, pasta. That was what you're supposed to eat. Like maize, not you're supposed to eat food. You're supposed to be charged on just fucking like hello macaroni. That was real grown up. That's what it was. I remember people in France, they're eating loaves of bread and they don't get fat, and they're healthy. It's fucking it's weird. Yeah, everybody comes here from other countries. Like, I eat poor. I know they have a hot dog and they're fucking vomiting in the trash can. Alright, you want to wrap this up? Alright. Yeah, this is one around Mexico's some shit. First thing we came out with the full video today. And there's this clip going around that I don't know what the context is. I'll show you. It's on the screen right now. Okay, so I'm playing and see. He says, I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. Okay. Okay, he's just joking. Yeah. He wants him to answer questions very short answers. He keeps people saying you're not allowed to coach people in their position. That makes sense. I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. That's hilarious. I thought he would whisper that. That's crazy. That's so fucked up. What is their relationship? Like, do they fuck around like that? Yeah. It's hard to say what that is. That almost was kind of charming. It was kind of like sweet, actually, in some weird way. Fucking shit. He's like, I had no idea. You stealing money from your babysitter for his 5 years. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know that Epstein was stealing money. That's what he's saying. Yeah, true. Nothing ever happens. People probably just all everything. Yeah, nothing happens from all this. And Prince Andrew's the one that goes down. What if he just gets a slap on the wrist? He's not going to like fucking Maximus. He's not going to like Oz. He's not going to be there like doing burpees and shit. He's going to be a protective cousin. I never thought he was going to do it for 11 hours. Right, but you should try. Right? Well, see, the thing is like, I never thought he'd be arrested. I never thought that was true. I thought like they stripped him of his friendship, whatever it is. That's it. Dashing to it, and then they kicked him out of the estate. I was like, whoa, things getting serious. Yeah, I think they saw. They got to see stuff. Right? Just fucking the best. Yeah. Alright, let's wrap this up. Thank you. A lot of fun hanging. LA Club. It's been good times too. It's fun watching your act grow too. It's fun. Thanks. And you're aware this weekend? This weekend, Salt Lake City, and Louisiana. Go get some tickets, folks. Go see him. Matt McCusker, fucking hilarious. Bye, everybody. there's nothing. Pop artists, teacher, comic books, and painting in the 60s. You experienced that. Oh, I'm sure. I have now. I've seen them in memes. What does that mean? Like a man backhanding a woman. No. No? No. Well, he's stepping on her hand over there. That's his hand. Oh, guys. Oh, Jeff, I love you too, but John's great. This was a lot of, yeah, what I wanted to do, which I couldn't do, I wanted to do a Kenny like a mannequin, like lifeless eyes, and kind of like legs, right? But that was a lot. Like CGI from 2 years ago. Yes. Or like, yeah. So like sort of this. Okay. I was on, I was on, no, 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 no. I was on Jordan's show last time we season and had the Q&A show in my face. With his, well, again, I had that Russian hat and everything. And Jordan Peterson had this thing for 3 hours in the elevation. And you're going to forget a couple of minutes, you know, because for anyone tuning in, it's just like, it's so loud. It's about that. Oh, I know. I've done dozens of podcasts with Duncan. Oh, yes, definitely. Clowns. Why are they just accustomed? Yeah, I think the internet is doing yeah. Wait, isn't it saying like the face of evil? There's one like politics for evil here. Michael Malice. How is Jordan doing? Is he okay? I think he's doing better. I just talked to Michaela a couple of days ago. I think he's out of the woods. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. What happened? I don't really know. I think this is really something I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to be. He just keeps going through a series of ongoing health crises. Yeah, and it's very, what bothers me a lot is how much faith people seem to have with this. And I think the other things that I think the internet's going in a dark place. People are going in a dark place. It's leading to that. It's people. Well, I think it's making these other public think. I think that when AI starts validating your preconceptions, I'm very scared about the near future. I'm very scared too because so many people are so easily led and so prone to whatever the ideology is at the moment, just full scale adopting. I was on a couple of months ago and we were talking about how Sam Altman said ChatGPT is going to have Iran and everything. I said, well, let's about it. Making jokes. And I go, listen, I said, not that long ago, John Hinckley shot in 1981. He shot President Reagan because he thought Jimmy Foster was going to fall in love with him and they might turn him away from it forever, right? And I said, what happens when ChatGPT, you really hate Trump, you really hate Joe Rogan, you really hate Fauci or Kamala Harris, and your AI friend is checking you out, being like, yeah, like, if there's 350 more people and you're staying out of those, 350 are going to try to do something. Right, they've already had ChatGPT talking people into killing themselves. I know. Whether it's ChatGPT or whatever AI, right, large language model. Yeah, I don't see any breaks on this, and it's happening I think faster than the whole point of paleo diet, the whole point of much of the paleo lifestyle is our biology has not kept up with our technology, right? And that kind of makes sense. Pushing up the shelf, processing, pushing up like more food, natural food is probably better for you. It's just a good heuristic for everyone. But when you're talking about people argue like human beings are basically good and human beings are basically bad. I think human beings are basically animals. And animals can be emotionally collaborative and wonderful to work together. Even across species, you see this dogs saving cows to whatever it is. But animals are also, so there's that shit in all of us. Yeah. And when that mob starts fomenting, like, people are blood and they love it. Yeah, you also get all this powerful reinforcement from other people in the group to tell you you're doing the right thing and they support you. And if you, the thing with the Epstein stuff online is just really kind of, like, I remember 5 minutes ago, right? Which one of the blue pill people on COVID. If you don't care about COVID as much as I do, and if you aren't informed as much as I am, you want to kill me. Right? Like, that's your told this to listen. Your kids should be taken away from the air. half of society. Right. And my life of the press is very complicated because if you don't have COVID, I can't guarantee you just never matters, right? But that was the mindset. And now there's so much. There's like 3 million Epstein docs. If you are not as invested as some people, you are. You can't touch it. You're covered for them. You want this to happen. You're implicitly attracted somehow. Yeah. And I can't make any deals. I had Kowski on my show. We had a conspiracy. I was like, anyway, conspiracy guy for a very long time. Alex. He broke it down. And Michael Tracy on my show. And he said, look, a lot of this area. I don't know who is right, who is wrong. But if I have any kind of skepticism, I am somehow wanting to challenge it. It's insane. Well, it's also it's like so much of it is cryptic, but we don't necessarily understand what they were talking about. Right, and if you say, let's eat jerky, here's the thing, it's obvious. It's not just that it might be kids, it's obvious. And if you deny that jerky is obviously kids, you're denying that people are children. I'm not denying people are children. I'm just saying, what if it's heroin? What if it's right? I don't know all those things. That would be literally intense. It seems like I want to see summer scenes. Yeah, it could be many things. I mean, it certainly is a code which indicates, at least to me, that they were doing something they want people to know about. And I remember the pizza kids stuff I talked about this like, right, I think it was legal. Because there was an email where it was like, oh, the maps are flags at the end of the day. So now it's not talking about maps or flags. It's obviously like something we don't know what. Right. To pretend that there's nothing. There's also this generation that's clearly code. But eating is not code also. Like eating jerky can be like beating off, right? Or killing someone. Right. The idea that the eating part is true, the jerky part is kids. Frankly, what bothers me is don't want to know that they're not eating kids. Yeah, well, it's like you just want to know. And if they already have been doing it for a long time, that seemed outrageous before a gigantic ring was exposed where there really was a sex trafficker who was compromising people and really was doing it at the behest of at least an intelligence agency, whether it's ours or the Israelis or whoever it is, the Russians. A lot of people want to say it's the Russians. Was there any validity to the Russians? The reason I noticed the Russians is because I was a judge, and the headline was Epstein was Russian. So it was presented on Drudge. Take my word for it. Right. As there's no receipts. This is why I'm saying there's misogyny, obviously, especially with Joanne. CIA is a no-brainer. That's why they back this guy for years. I talked to Kurt Metzger about this, and broadly speaking, and he brings me that these are other people. It's like, yeah, I'm going to step right out of the CIA MI6 is your buddies with each other. And frankly, in many cases, they want to be working with other countries and have international trafficking or terrorism or crimes. But I don't recognize these things. Right. No, you're honest. That's why. Now, with the Russian thing, is there anything that makes sense to you? Let me try new documents show Justice Department documents mention Russia thousands of times, let me repeat, over 1,000 times, reflecting extensive Russia-related communications and contacts in Epstein's network. Emails, travel records, indicate, okay, so there's really something to it. Epstein made multiple trips to Russia, obtained business visas, had scouts there recruiting young Russian women for him, of course. Similar to his operations elsewhere, the files describe Epstein cultivating ties with Russian political and business elites, acting as a facilitator of deals and introductions, not just sexual encounters. Epstein repeatedly sought a meeting or back-channel communications with President Rabbi, at times suggesting he had advice or insight to offer about dealing with Donald Trump. He had documented ties to at least one former Russian official with a background with the FSB, who he used to gather information on a woman he claimed was trying to extort his business partners. For sure, you're going to have that. You're going to see a bunch of Russian hookers bringing over there. Some of them are going to try to chase them. That's KGB. Right. KGB for decades, for like almost a century, was blackmailing Americans. This is one of the main reasons why there were restrictions against gays, because if you were gay at the time, it was socially acceptable, and the Russians found out about it, they couldn't do it. Because they sit you down and they'd be like, look, we're going to have you, or you're going to be involved. And should be fucking. Why would anybody care? See, no one cares. Like if a woman has an affair on her husband and has sex with some hot guy on an island, everybody's like, "You go, girl." Yeah, Stella got her groove back. Yeah, Stella got her groove back. How would you? How would I want? Okay, let's try to do this. Here's a CIA lady, and I want to flip her. Right. How do I? You gotta get her to fall in love with you. No, you gotta get her husband to cheat. Or threaten her kids. You gotta threaten kids. Yeah. Threaten kids. Yeah. That's a hard one. But that's a different thing than getting her to do something that she shouldn't have done out of lust. Yeah. How do you blame her? Yeah, you don't. That's probably why a lot of women are in trouble. Why they are in trouble? Aren't? Yeah, they are. Right, because like I would imagine we would want them to. There's plenty of women politicians who want to compromise. I mean, they did get Stacey Plaskett. She was cooperating with Epstein, going back and forth during Trump's administration. Did you see also Kristen Sinema on that lawsuit? Oh no, no. So she was the senator for Arizona. She was like a centrist. Right. And she wrote a marriage basically. And in Northwest South Carolina, where she was sued, Frankie Reese filed for damages and got a side piece. Oh, and if you lost sued, that's a crazy law. That's a bitch ass law. Like you're suing a senator. And I believe they had the filing committee because the filing said he had PTSD, so she was offering to give him psychedelics to help him heal, which I'm sure she did. And basically, they just started a relationship from left to right, and it's like, this is unfortunate that happens. Like, she's facing legal damages. That's so wild that that's a law. You know, like, what if the person was on the way out anyway? That's his argument. Yeah, I'm sure. Yes, oh no, we were a loving couple. We never had any problems. Scared of us shows up, but now look at me. How is that not the man's fault? I think it's my fault. Well, I know he's just so simple. She's not the guy. That's so crazy. What a stupid fucking law. I don't know how to stop it. There's so many old school laws that are so dumb. How is that a law? And people have to be together. Like people change their minds on people all the time and don't want to be with someone anymore. You meet someone you really like, and you go, I can't imagine living the rest of my life without this person. And I've been trapped in this fucking horrible marriage. I'm out. And then that person gets sued. She gets motherfucking that. Like, no, the guy texted her like I think it was fuck the military, and she was like, oh, she got all the text out of his phone. That's funny. It's funny. It's a joke, right? But I also, it's like, I think it's, the feminists talk about the kind of misogyny here. I think there's misogyny there blaming the woman and not blaming the guy. Oh yeah, for that, like the suit, the lawsuit, that's crazy. That's such a bitch ass lawsuit. North Carolina is one of a handful of states that allow children spouses to sue for alienation of affections to seek damages from a third party responsible for the breakup of their marriage. You should only be able to pay them in tissues. You should pay them in just crazy, crazy tissues. Or you get $500,000 worth of tissues. I just bring up fucking semis filled with tissue. I just think it's so salacious. Stupid shit. Well, even if we do know it, the law itself is fucking preposterous. Alienation of affection. Well, how people decide they don't like people all the time. That's why divorce exists. Yes. And one of the reasons divorce exists is people find someone they like more. And they go, oh, I fucked up. I have to get out of this marriage. I'm in love with this other person. And you don't always have to get divorced. There's plenty of marriages that survive shit. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I mean, what's the counter then? Fuck you, you're a bitch. Like he doesn't like you anymore. That's a lawsuit. It's cool. You get money for that. What's the ticket? He's not saying I have to pay this lady money. I just suck that guy. I think it's the money that she said. How much? You know the damages are, Jimmy? Well, you go high just to settle. Yeah, right. The fact that there's no ceiling, I don't know what the ceiling is in an attorney or Carolina attorney. It's not cheap. It's like I can get a hoe and a side piece. It's on the rush. She's basically paying the white elephant. Oh my god. It's real money. Yeah, it's no joke. This is like, who would fucking. And if. She gave $9,000 to you. Yeah, if it's 75 grand, she would have paid her to shut her up. Maybe she just doesn't want the principal. It's got to be more than 75 grand. There's no way. If you're a senator, maybe. You're maybe because most people have the reaction that we're having. Like, no one's outraged. No one's angry. I've heard the responses. Alienation of affection. They named the homewrecker law as seeking $75,000 in damages for her lawyer. She argued the complaint, in a complaint that Cinema engaged in numerous unlawful acts with her ex-husband, including, but not limited to, having conversations with him. That's unlawful. Meeting him under emotionally and physically romantic and sexual circumstances, having sexual encounters with him, and encouraging him to leave his wife. So she took this in concert together. They went to Coldplay. I think it was like Green Day. Yeah, well, is that a physically romantic and sexual encounter? Is that what that is? I think it's something. Put that back up, please. The lawsuit alleged that in the fall of 2023, when Cinema's then head of security resigned, the head disclosed to Matthew A. Nell concerns that Cinema was having sexual relations with a bitch ass security guard, sexual relations with other security members. The security head urged Matthew Amel to leave, but Amel refused, citing the job's financial security. She's fucking her security guard. She's a wild bitch. While on the job, Matthew Amel had at one point informed his ex-wife, according to her complaint, that should he and Cinema be together on a work trip to Napa Valley, California, it would have appeared as if they were on a romantic getaway. 2024, Heather Amel discovered that Cinema frequently messaged her ex-husband on Signal, which included a picture of the former senator wrapped in a towel and suggested that he write MDMA. Yeah, let's go. Houston. The drug commonly known as Molly or ecstasy to a road trip so that Cinema could guide him through a psychedelic experience. Wink, wink. In March of 2024, Matthew Amel informed his then wife that while he was serving as civil security at an event the former senator was having, getting handsy, and that she held his hand and touched him. According to the complaint, Matthew Amel expressed that he didn't know how to get out of the situation without offending Cinema. She was also the first bisexual member of the second and what a good kid. She's a freak. What a good kid. Molly, towels, pictures. Let's go. Forget she's running for president. Let's go, Cinema. Come on, she's a centrist. That's what America needs. You want a woman president? Yeah, let's go. Let's get a freak in the office. He struggled to admit to the affair, the complaint says, but expressed that he wanted a divorce. Oh, he struggled to admit to the affair, but expressed that he wanted a divorce. After a November work trip, Heather and Matthew Amel separated. Her complaint alleges that her ex-husband and Cinema remained romantically involved. Cinema and Matthew Amel both appeared at a forum in October. Are they still together? Those don't last. Chicks get bored once they win. Once they win, they get you. I'm like, yeah, who's next? Yeah, they're bored. This episode is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a total game changer. The first time you try it, you're like, wait, how is this non-alcoholic? They've won 185 global taste awards, and they got a ton of different styles. You get the ritual, you still get the taste, just without the hangover. They've got everything: Goldens, IPAs, light brews, even this new lime and salt one if you want something refreshing. Whatever the mood calls for, they've got the flavor. You can find Athletic Brewing at over 75,000 grocery stores or liquor stores, bars, and restaurants nationwide. Or you can grab some of their limited release stuff directly from their website. Go to athleticbrewing.com/Rogan to find stores near you or get brews shipped right to your door. Use code Rogan, get 15% off your first online order. Near beer, terms and conditions and certain limitations apply. Athletic Brewing Company, fit for all times. She's the security athletic system. She's going to all the security guards. Yeah. She's a freak. Yeah, like, look, we don't have any problem with men to do that. Well, we do now. People do. There's two types of people that want to be leaders: warmongers and pussy hounds. I prefer the pussy hounds. Don't leave your wife alone with them. But I prefer them because at least they're just trying to get sex. They're not trying to blow up the world and conquer in the like they want to be Genghis Khan. He's all actually, he's very position. Lindsey Graham is not Lindsey Graham. Here's my position. Lindsey Graham is allergic to pussy. Yeah, wait, remember when they asked him if he was going to run for president? He's single. Yeah, but he's single. Yeah. And what about first ladies? Like, maybe we'll have a bunch of first ladies. Oh, like these things. Is it something along those lines? I remember we just never something a man would say was into women. And Barbara McCulsey was this executive in Maryland for many years. He was like 4'11", hobbit preacher, clearly gay, no disrespect to her. She was asked about it. And she turns to the guy next to her and is like, hey, good looking. It was something like that. It was so cringe and awkward. Yeah. So, what did Lindsey Graham say about having many first ladies? His sister has Philippines. Oh, okay. Because like what Dolly Madison did that. Like it was the first film really found about this was like they were rotating the sister first and then rotating first lady. What year was this? It was what? 2015. Remember the thing I remember about his campaign is Trump had a rally and he gave out Lindsey Graham's phone number. Right? He did. Oh, you remember this? So Trump, this is the best part. This is so insane. So Trump, he's like, this will call for campaign donations. And Trump's like, if you guys don't agree, let's give him a call. He goes, 345, blah, blah, blah. And Lindsey, yeah. His face. What really big is? Hold on, it gets better. So Lindsey, like, how do I play the narrative? Lindsey, you need to okay with taking his phone, breaking with the hammer, and I'm like, you still have the same number. You just broke your own phone. You're not trolling Trump at all. It's like, if I just broke a device, right? I got Verizon. My license plate, I wrecked my own car. I'm not trolling too. I'm trolling me. I'm like, does no one realize this doesn't make any sense? It was so crazy. Everyone's so performative. Next time it was a warmonger. Putin's a pussy hat. Is he though? I don't know. Did you not see it? He's more of a warmonger when he's both. Did you not see Bro Apple's girls? Oh, really? He was right. He's thrown into the blender. Just hitting it with a hammer, golf ball, lighting on fire. Oh, well, you see, that's Wayne. You see that magic Red Bull into the phone? What's that about? Yes, like, oh, that's Red Bull. Why is it Red Bull? Lit it with a golf swing, lit it on fire. Like, this is so cringe. It doesn't make any sense. Put it in a fucking bagel. Oh my god, what's wrong with this dude? Remember this thing? So bitch. That's back in the old flip phone days, too. Wow. He was still rocking a flip phone back then. Well, back in the day, it's the does a flip phone help you? I think so. I hope so. I don't know. At this age, you can still get all those texts. But I did think up as I think so less than the internet. That's true. Yeah. But you can also just spend less time on the internet. Yes, that is also an option. I think it's a healthy option. I think you can do. Do you know what I mean? I want to hear your thoughts on this. So during COVID, there was a huge amount of time I never spent in my life. Everyone's suffering with COVID, everyone's constantly agitated. And my concern is that they still should be. Mark Zuckerberg's job is to keep you on Facebook as much as possible, right? All that data that they had for COVID is still there. Right. And I think all these social media companies are still keeping us in a constant state of agitation. So you're stuck watching the screens, and it's really doing harm. And it's not getting better. That's a fact. Okay. Yeah, that's a fact. Well, testifying, they're testifying soon about whether or not they set up their algorithms to harm children. They set up their algorithms to addict children to their social media platforms. You remember Elsie Gate, yeah, that was the whole thing. Yeah, explain that. What Elsie Gate was this, I still don't think we have an answer. People made this, but they don't even know where it came from overseas. There are these bizarre YouTube videos with millions of views where we like the home, which is like stealing kids' feet, and Elsa's just doing like putting in cages, like bizarre things that is kind of essential but not really, and you don't know what the purpose is, but because account as a riot. Right, but the point is, I think when he posted it for a second. I don't think he posted it. Yes, he did. I thought it was an anchor. Well, the point, I guess, from his account, someone reposted it, right? That's what it was. He reposted somebody else. I think so. Yeah, is right. But he posted it. Anyway, Nelson Gate, kids start watching one video, and after the algorithm just snags them. Yeah. 1 hour later, they're watching completely deranged stuff. The Nelson Gate thing was weird too, because a lot of it was like old cartoons, and what people were saying is that if your child, so if you give your child an iPad, and it goes from one YouTube video to the next, that should suggest those got lumped in there, and you could click on it, and there was also like someone would get a arm broken over their head, there'd be blood everywhere. It was really weird, right? And it's like a Mickey Mouse cartoon. It was no utility. Still, you know, it's kind of it's continued, but it's switched from like it's whatever's popular at the time for kids. So back then it was Frozen or whatever. Now it's like, what are they doing though? Like, why is it? Like, why would they have these cartoon characters get hit over the head with bottles? Because remember that one? Like a lot of them, when they would get drunk and fall and break their head on a fucking countertop or something. I think we covered. I think this is another one that we covered does. It's not like they got that kid real. It was just like, what is going on? Were they eating weird stuff? So does YouTube remove those videos? Because there's plenty of violent videos on YouTube. Like, is it because do they put like an age restriction on them? I don't think they did, because what's the age restriction? There's nothing sexual. There's nothing about violence. Some of them just weird. Yeah, so there's lots of shots. There was a lot of ones where kids got left alone with creeps. Yeah. Cartoons. Very strange. It was also live action stuff. Oh, really? Yes. And it's just like, what are these people doing this? And what? I saw another one. There was this channel which has millions of views for each video, and it's things like turtles on a fish, like dead fish, like live action, with dead fish coming from the ground. I don't understand what the point of this is. Do you remember this is during Benghazi? They tried to blame the attack on this video. Remember that? Of course, that was the propaganda, was that there was some video that no one had seen, right? Like some terrible video. Some that got riled up. Yeah, and then got the Muslims riled up, and that's why they attacked. And there was also, she was also blaming the 2016 election on ads in the dark web. It's like, how many people in the dark web do you agree? Right. Ads in the dark web for the election. That's hilarious. That's insane. 50 incels. Right. In the chat room. Like, the fact that she says this all the time. Yes. Well, she just says it. You know, like, she doesn't have to be credible anymore. It's like we just assume, we just know that kind of community. If you're having a one-on-one conversation with her, just privately, and she started talking like that, you're like, what are you talking about? It's just making sense. She really believed that. She got clouded with this. I did. The Czechoslovakian guy. Yeah. It was fun. It was very fun. So I did look at it. She was interrupting too. You want women to have the rights taken away? Like, what? That's not what he's saying. He's literally talking about all this crazy shit, these gender transitions. People were really like, they've had enough of the immigration. People don't have, you're pretending that's not real. Like, this way forward. Like, if the Democrats want to have a way forward where they connect with people, they gotta admit that there's some reason why people responded the way they did. Fucking open border, to men playing in women's sports, to all the shit, gender transitions of children. Like, people were freaked out, and not just fucking Republicans. A lot of people. Yeah, Karen's this week earlier. Karen doesn't like this kind of stuff. Yeah. If you saw Nancy Pelosi's retirement video, you laugh. Nancy Pelosi's probably the smartest politician in Washington in terms of being correct. But she knows how to fucking get a bill passed. She knows how to make it walk the plank. So she's retired from Congress this year. She had this 10-minute long video about, saying goodbye to someone who's 10 minutes. She talks about AIDS and right? Obviously, like in San Francisco, doesn't mention the word gay once. Talking about AIDS, doesn't mention LGBT, doesn't mention black people, people of color. She mentions that when she was going to church, St. Thomas in CC, and so I'm like, she knows what we're saying. Yeah. Not gonna pivot and start talking about popular stuff that Kevin used to recently. Don't opportunities, you backtrack with Charlie Kirk. It's just, I know I in sports. And now he's done with trans kids. Which is, is he really? Just like, how does he think that that's going to work? I think he thinks he's got to get that primary. Right, but does he not know that people are dying? No, because I'm sure he has never followed any right. And I'm sure maybe I'm just naive about California. Well, it's not California, it's because they've got bases in California. Sure, he's also killed as well. Well, yeah, because he did assist his family as well. I was watching this. You know, this, no, which one was wrong? I'm sure it was something awful, but I'm a politician talking about something that personal, that publicly. I am not going to look at it with a positive thing. And this maid stuff is unfortunate. It's not just, well, it's awful. You know, Kelsey Sharon, talking about this, she blew my mind. So first it used to be, because it's always, oh yeah, 55. Long battle with breast cancer. The first event is described as a complex experience involving assisted suicide. Washington Post report in his memoir expressed deep grief and remorse regarding her death. Remorse is a very dark word in this context. He was 34 and a San Francisco supervisor at the time. Yeah, but maybe it was his mom's decision and he helped her. He should have. Like, if you're dying of terminal cancer and your body's rotting out, I feel like, just like you put a dog in there's times where I think assisted suicide is probably a good option. There's no hope, and there's going to be agony for months. And there's times where people have gender dysphoria, and it's a big thing. Right, and that's different. That's different. I don't know who it is. People like my wife or not, they have gender dysphoria. It's perfectly appropriate to call them she. They are talk about it very disturbing. 5 minutes later, once you guys both be a she, it's anyone who just puts on a dress. Right. So the point that Kelsey's been going on with Canada is now they're going after people who are depressed. Right. They're going after people who are disabled, they're going after kids. And the darkest thing that's happening over there, which they're importing here, is that old people are extremely expensive for the system. Right? If you have socialized health care, I don't know what the number is, because you remember towards the end of your life, you're racking up those bills. So there's a huge incentive for that government to get you off of their ledger. So now they're having this movement where let's all get together and have grandma. We're all going to go kill grandma. 5 minutes ago, if you don't wear the COVID mask, you want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. Now, if you don't want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. You don't want to end this way. You're such a strong person. I would think that you blah blah blah. It's not always people stuff. And in Europe, they're having with teenagers who are depressed. And you know perfectly well, I've been listening to this. It's not a slippery slope, it's an elevator shaft. This is the back door. Is it financial incentive? It's hugely interesting. Think about it. If you're old and you're $1,000 a day, and the government's paying you, if I get rid of you, how much you're saving? Right. And you don't want to get burned to your family. You don't want to have them sitting by your bedside. Come on. It's happening here. New York just passed it. It's 14 states. And no one's talking about it. New York just passed it. You see, Mandami is trying to figure out a way to use his budget. His budget is higher than the entire budget of the state of Florida, which has 3 times more people outside. Yes, it is. Yeah. The budget for look it up. The budget for New York City is larger than the budget for the state of Florida. Holy, I did not know this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is true. We should look it up. But I was reading an article about it today, unless the article is completely bullshit. They were saying that it's several $billion more for New York City than it is for the entire state of Florida, which has roughly 3 times as many people living there. Is that true? I go back every once in a while to the UFO, and I can't believe I'm saying this as a former New Yorker, but I like LA better now than New York. Whoa. It hurts me. What's wrong with New York? There's no. Here it is. I'm hopping a mountain. Insider called Insanity is up around 11 billion from the current 9% up. Yeah, a record $127 billion budget proposal on Tuesday. The city leader's plan includes a whopping 9.5% proposed property tax hike. 9.5 hike on New Yorkers, which he claims to be a last resort, while allocating another $1.2 billion for migrants. What's the employment budget? Scroll down a little. Okay. Wow. that's the same throughout the city of New York. Yeah, it's comparable. Holy crap! So it's not 3 times more, whatever the fuck it is more. 3 times more people, right? Right. It's true. Yeah, triple per capita. So the budget of Florida, this Florida house is 113.6 billion to 115 billion, and the New York proposal is 127 billion. So it is more. So New York City is their budget is more than the entire state of California with state of Florida with 3 million more people, or 3 times. Sure. It's not like the point is it says it's up 11 billion from the current year. It's still a proposal though. He hasn't passed that. Well, he's not. He's the amount of migrants is crazy. There should be $0 for illegal immigrants. I don't think you can have zero because if they're going to be there, you have to feed them. You have to do something with them. Literally, if you don't feed them, they're going to be robbing stores. They have to human beings need food. What are you going to do? Get them jobs. How are you going to get a migrant a job? Get them a job in Guatemala. Would you rather give them food than a job? I want to take care of them. Citizen jobs. Well, the whole thing. So the whole thing is, the point is you can't just throw them away. Right. Unless you're going to remove them from the country. Right. Unless even if you want to put them in jail, that's not cheap. Right. That costs a lot of money. So what are you going to do? I remember Piers Morgan had this amazing interview with, I think, a British politician, Diana, who was really special needs clearly. And in the UK, you have the government, which is members of parliament who join your party, and then you have the minority party, which has a shadow cabinet. So if there's Secretary of State, the Democrats have a Democrat, deal with those issues. And she was their shadow home secretary, was dealing with immigration. And he goes, Diana, if the Labour government wins the next election, and you have illegal immigrants here, what do you do with them? Do they get to stay? Do you have amnesty? Do you deport them? And he goes, Piers, the Tory system is not fit for purpose. It's terrible. It would be more efficient and more fair. He goes, right, gotcha. There's a illegal immigrant. Do they get to stay, or are they deported? I've explained this to you, and it was just this amazing thing. Circular. Yeah, I love it. How much money do they give to poor New Yorkers? Oh, it's getting a lot. But is it the same amount of this? Okay. So 7.54 billion to fill cliffs across 6 major unbudgeted items. There's property taxes there. Is that true? 25 years. Well, the property taxes are high. Just but I understand they shouldn't raise it. Because it goes as the property value go up, exactly. Exactly. There's no reason to raise it. Like this idea that they haven't done it, so they should do it is crazy. Look at that. So if your condo's $120,000, which is no condos get that cheap, you're paying like 15% every year in property tax. Yeah. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. I think the idea is that rich people are just going to pay it, and this is what they're trying to push. Meanwhile, people are going to leave, just like they've done in other countries when they've done this sort of wealth taxes. It's $1,200 a month, yeah. No, it's assessed at $120,000. $14,060. But that's a condo that's assessed at $120,000. Good luck finding a condo assessed at $120,000 in New York City. 14,000 divided by 12. So look at that particular condominium unit. Right? About $15,000. Difference of. Oh, I see that. Right. That's 12% on 120,000. Now to a $55 million condo. The really wealthy people are responsible for a large percentage of the tax income in New York City. I think it's the upper 1%. I think the upper 1% of New York City are responsible for 50% of the tax revenue. It's something crazy like that. See what the actual number is. So the thing about that actual number is those are the people that are going to leave. Because those are the people that they own multiple properties in New York City, and then he hits it with this tax, and it winds up being an excessive amount of money. And then the planning on taxing people if they leave. This is like what they proposed in California. They've also proposed this, I think, in the Netherlands to try to stop people from leaving, where you still have to pay taxes. France was a similar thing. I don't know what you do. Democrats was leaving. They're trying to do something. They're just trying to steal money. Top 1% of New York City income, earners paid 48% of the city's personal income tax liability in 2021. The most recent year, detailed data. Why is the most recent year 5 years ago? The PIT share equates to roughly 11% of New York City's total tax revenue. PIT accounts for 23% of overall city tax collections. So it's a lot of money. It's 48% of the city's personal income tax liability. It's an enormous amount of money. So property tax is 45%. That's where they get all the money from, which you understand if you can't take the advice they build somewhere else. Right. But if you're jacking all that up, top 1% paid 40% of PIT shares of the decline post 2021 lower capital gains. There's something I like. So Human Catholic Hope will have this thing now where they're trying to streamline. I'm sure this is attached to make it easier to build because they're understanding if the rents are high, then they increase supplies at a lower cost. So they do that. I think that's a great thing. Obviously, which I never saw that. Right. That's definitely good, but there's still people who just they don't like that kind of leadership. It's I'm much more concerned about if he has someone on his cabinet or proposed in his cabinet who's concerned with decarceration. And the principle is we got too many people in jail. Now, maybe that might be true broadly speaking, but if you apply that en masse on a case by case basis, who are you going to be letting out? Because I don't think this claim to have that, like, oh, all these people are weak. They're not. And certainly not in New York City. When I was on a grand jury and these weed cases came along, people would like they're just like, we're not people part of this BS. Right. So you're going to get, look at what's the guy who was on Murder Lily? Was that his name? 40 arrests? Much like girl in the face, the old lady in the face, kind of term. Yes. So for you to be in jail in New York, it's not nothing. Right. Yeah. And why? Why would they want to do this? Because their principle is the system or society, whatever you want to call it, whatever the term for it is making people who are marginalized desperate. So they act out. So instead of putting them in jail, which helps no one, is the argument, we should be working with them systemically to kind of normalize and make them open source. And what's their plan for that? Yeah, you have welfare programs, training programs, just throw money out. And here's the thing, I can understand that argument maybe if someone's throwing bread if you're a family. I've never understood how I really afford, so I'm going to hold them over down and do bad things. Right. That's not a thing. Or just randomly punch people in the streets or throw people on fire trains. That's right. Like, that's not it's not because you're late to your job interview. Right. That you're stuck somebody in front of the 6 train. Right. Yeah. It's dark. It's very dark. But LA is not as dark as this. I think in LA there is still this sense of hope. Really? Because people I talk to in LA, everyone I know knows someone who's broken into. Like the home invasions are up. They're up in a huge way. I'm just comparing on the cancer. And I'm saying the cancer in LA is better than the cancer in New York. Because I remember growing up, not that long ago, with New York neighborhoods. You find some neighborhood, and maybe some ice cream store, some sock store, or whatever, or find a store, cool fucking spots, and it would be fun adventures, walk around, just walking in places, and that's calm. You can't open up some weird little store in New York anymore. The rent's through the roof. Like, the crime is through the roof. It's miserable. LA has these little pockets, which I enjoy seeing. So what's the solution for New York after this guy's out? Do you think that it ever turns around, or do you think it keeps going in the same general direction? The powers that be want it to go in this general direction. Always turns. So John Lindsay was mayor in the late 60s during the summer flood stuff. He had sexual assault over. Remember, New York was going bankrupt under 8B. Joe Ford was president, and Ford, the headline of the New York Post was that Ford to New York City dropped dead, and that cost him some votes and possibly the presidency. But New York has these, I don't know what the cycle is. For Giuliani to win, you have to have a dictator. For Obama, you have to have a Bush. So at some point, here's the other problem. There's 2 issues. One is a lot of people good left. There used to be a plan when New York was so big. Now it's Florida. guns Florida or Austin.
Yeah.
And New York isn't New York anymore. Because Brandon was my second year police here. She had this point. She goes, look, there's a lot of things you can say about a city that's full of rich people. You can say it's good, or bad. You can't say it's interesting. And unless there's a space for young people who are willing to lose, who are going to bring culture and innovation, artists, broadly speaking, not just little thinkers, but artists. It was Williamsburg, it was the Bowery before that, there were pockets of magic. And I remember there was a bar called Lily's that all of Frederick was deserted. It was just one light open, like came to this bar and these amazing singers. It was like a mystical experience. And there was street art. But you can't do that now.
A friend of mine's girlfriend used to work at this place called Den of Thieves.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's no sign.
Right.
Keep going. It's just a dingy little hole in the wall.
Look at how you see this place is so cool. It's so cool. But you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think under this guy, there's going to be that return.
So do you think he's just appealing to this base of disenfranchised young people that have been told that the reason why they have all these problems is rich people are greedy and they ruined everything and we should tax the rich and we'll be the poor?
I think he is speaking to a lot of things. So people on the right think everyone on the left is like a big monolith. They're not. And I think there's a lot of lefties, especially young lefties, who don't think the Democratic Party is an effective mechanism for resolving their issues and concerns. And just like Trump wasn't in the Republicans, Republican, they didn't know just the Republican Party. He took them all out one at a time. This guy's a Democratic socialist. He has no, in 1934, when Upton Sinclair ran for governor of California after years of running as a socialist, he goes, people vote for the party the grandparents voted for. So he's a Democrat on paper. He's a leftist, obviously. He's a Democrat on paper. And Romo is this Dr. Hack. And he's like, look, there's an Obama in 08. Do you want to go with this old party hack or this young guy who's got a different vision? And he definitely does have a different vision. This isn't how Hillary would govern New York City or Eric Adams or some of these others.
Well, I think one of the big reasons he wanted to pay what he said that he wouldn't go to Israel.
Do you think that's a big deal?
100%. I think that was an enormous shift. I would say that's a 10-15% shift.
10-15, huge.
We have absolutely huge. I think the polls bullshit because it's only people so fucking stupid to answer polls. Like, who are those people?
I
think there was a giant cultural shift where people are like, right, shouldn't we be paying attention to why are all these people saying they want to go to Israel? Why are they saying that? Who's paying them? Why are they saying that? That's an odd thing to say. No one's saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Belgium. They're not saying that. They're saying we're going to go to Israel.
Sure, but there's also a huge Jewish population in New York City.
Right.
So I don't know what's happening to that. I don't know. I don't think Donnie was somehow outed.
Right.
As a design
Politicians, like the percentage of people that are Jewish in New York City is small in comparison to people that think that New York City should be the main focus of attention and not Israel.
Sure.
And I think when you have all these politicians that are doing things that don't make sense to most people, like saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Israel, like what are you talking about? The city's a mess. And this guy comes along and says, I can serve the Jewish people of New York City better in New York City.
And he had a large Jewish percentage of Jewish people.
Right.
My point is, I don't think that number had a debate. I think that was part of his appeal from the beginning.
Well, I think for fence sitters, though, that debate was big. Because you have to see one guy who's like, this is a solution to this system that we have been just replacing the heads of the people that are in charge, but it's the same exact thing.
So that's what I was saying earlier. That he's not a member of the Democratic Party. Cuomo is this whole party hack, and it's like, look, let's throw all that stuff in the garbage. This is something you're going to do, which is an argument about the 808. And he's not wrong.
Right.
Like when he had his inaugural speech and said we're going to get rid of the coal, whatever, grasp of capitalism embraced by the board of collectivism, no Democrat is saying things like this. This is something completely new and completely innovative. So how it's going to look in practice. Here's the other thing, though. The mayor of New York has the ceiling to what he can do. So I would not, if I'm he's 34, I don't, if I'm sat in that office and know I'm against the New York City real estate industry, it's not going to be an easy fight for me.
Right.
Trump had to learn this in the first term. It's like just because you're president doesn't mean people are going to do that. hasn't had a job. It's not for fucking parents. But this is also a big concern with Democrats in general, with both parties. You have the base of the establishment who are basically just gangsters who are doing money laundering, and you have the kids who are like, we've been screwed over here in this for bullshit for decades. Let's have an alternative. What do you do when you're Nancy Pelosi and you're Chuck Schumer and you're to a lesser extent Hakeem Jeffries and these people are coming out, the kids and wanting Democratic socialists? I mean, kids are very idealistic. You're like, you're trying your way. Give a shit. Give us Trump. What do you tell them? You know, what do you tell them? There's no answer. You like vote for Steny Hoyer for another 10 years? Like it's ridiculous. Amy Klobuchar is not going to be your candidate if you have this democratic socialist vision. She will not deliver that for you, and she'll tell you that to her face. So I think that's the dance is trying to do, and I don't see. I think he would be the perfect fit because he's a great attack dog. He doesn't have to worry about defenders. I've heard that too, but he was Jerry Brown's number two. He bided his time. Yeah, but he was Jerry Brown's number two. He was young and he never really got with him. Sure. I'm just saying, like, he would be the perfect VP for the Democrats. I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to be the king. I think he wants to ruin San Francisco, ruin California, and then go on to become the president. You don't think he'd have a good shot at being president? Yeah. He does. He does. Yeah, I think he does. Yeah. I think people are that dumb. I don't think it's that dumb. I think they're that dumb that they're willing to go party line no matter what. This guy is just a good speaker, who's a good bullshit artist that could be able to sweet talk his way into that position and just fudge data, lie about stuff. Nick Shirley is in California right now doing the same thing that he was doing in Minneapolis. Yeah, and they've already uncovered fucking billions of dollars of fraud. Yeah, making videos about it. Same kind of fraud, Medicaid fraud, to the roof, all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah. I don't know how much that Minnesota stuff permeated. I mean, that's a fault, which is like one of the biggest scalps. Like, no one saw that coming. Right. But the same thing with take out Tim Walz. If you look at Charles Governor, it's a hydra. You're not, frankly, you'd rather have him more defeatable than her. Does it depend upon how much a fraud gets exposed and who gets connected to that fraud and what the investigation entails? You're going to have people listen to NPR tell you with this straight face that this fraud happens or anything. They'll have a list of excuses. It's been investigated and resolved. This happened, what? There's no fraud in Florida and Texas. Or what are you saying? Or why are you targeting the Somalis? Right. So you're not going to get. And at the end of the day, I think people expect government to have fraud. And if it's in Minnesota, you're not really going to. If I'm a Democrat in Minnesota voting Democrat, and if I'm a Republican, how many votes is this going to swing? Well, they've done an amazing job in Minnesota of distracting people from the Somali fraud by organizing protests against ICE. Right. That's what people need to understand. Like, yes, people are upset about ICE. In fact, unquestionably, just regular people at home that aren't protesting. But that protest is not just organized. It's funded. It's heavily funded, organized. They had signal chats with Democratic congressmen or Democratic politicians, rather, that were involved in this. They knew what they were doing, and they did it because they wanted to distract from the fact that this fraud was being committed. So I think they were regardless, but they totally shifted the narrative. Yes. Nobody's talking about the fraud anymore. Everybody's talking about ICE being murderers. Right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If there's more fraud exposed, I don't know that it's going to work against usage. Well, it depends on how the trials lay out. So if people wind up going to trial over this, if people wind up getting indicted over this, that could get more interesting. Because then you remove it from Minnesota and it becomes this federal court thing. And so then it becomes mainstream public news if they do this correctly. But if there is something there. But the thing is, you have to worry about if the judge is going to be complicit and the prosecutors will be complicit, like, it's also. You got to find that arrow. Yeah, you got to go through the bushes and make a small hole. Right. And then to try to make it, and then it'd be very easy for you to be like, I'm so glad this got exposed. Right. I promise you, as a president, this won't happen in America. And if you want to talk corruption, look at Trump and all his sweetheart deals, blah, blah, blah. Hillary's already throwing him under the bus right upstairs. What is she saying? Hillary's like, Trump's in the files thousands of times. Like, let's have this conversation. She started it. Right. What does that mean, though? You're the thousands of times because he is the guy that was in contact with the FBI about Epstein. He did contact the FBI after Epstein was arrested and thanked them for arresting him and getting him because that guy was a real problem. And he did kick him out of Mar-a-Lago in 2005, which is the factual version. It's factual that his name is in the files. Yes. And then you leave it for the person listening to it. Right, that's all you have to say. We were talking to Don Ron's yesterday. He's in the files. Okay, because Epstein went to visit his show, went to watch his show at improv in West Palm Beach. I did a search for the one in Target. And I did an email I got was sort of like, can you email me that photo where I look at the Target? That's it? I mean, there's nothing to do. It's too much. It's redacted. Yeah. No one wants to know if they were fat or retarded. It's with the headwinds in there. So there's a lot of references to pizza. You know, I think there's thousands of references to pizza and jerky. The jerky and grape soda. Grape soda, yeah. So the great thing about grape soda is great is like when people do get around the algorithm, they're discussing grape. When they do heat grape to them, this is the funny way. I don't think people know that that's right. And I think Epstein is a boomer. He knows how to get around algorithms. Right, it's not an algorithm thing. Right, it's just a code thing. So I thought maybe it's a black thing, but then grape soda. Oh right. Yeah, but then he's racist. There's no things that don't bring black people. Oh really? Oh yeah. He says don't bring black. Something to that effect. Something to that effect. Please double check me on this. There was something that he was not no black girls. Oh, no black girls. Interesting. So, I don't think we're ever. The other thing that I'm kind of stuck at is there's this online that if there's enough education, like QAnon, we're already having some mass arrests, and I don't see that happening. And I don't think you can do anything to force them to release the real bad stuff that they have. So what else is left? There's 3 million other files, right? They said they released everything. Well, they also said there wasn't anything, right? You know, when Cash Patel was on here, it's like there's no videos, there's no evidence, there's no nothing. The craziest for me was when Panbach said, I've got the list. And I said to myself, and I talked to my friend the other day, like, I really don't think he had like clients list on doc on his desktop. Right. Right. So I believe he doesn't like have a literal list. And she goes, when I said list, I meant blah blah blah. And I'm like, you said list. Right. Well, they had those binders. They were all purportedly holding those binders. We have the files. We're gonna go through them. Heads are gonna roll. Nothing out. Right. And then Les Wexner, what did he say today? Jamie, you were saying this. God, so many years. I've been seeing online all the accuracy that there's a bunch of missing files from specifically 1999 to 2001. Right. And then people are connecting that to 9/11. Oh. Yeah. 1900. Pre and post 9/11 are all missing. Wait, so Epstein might be involved with 9/11? But I mean, what's the double access here? I'm not saying it's impossible. Well, there's a lot of people that believe that Israel was involved. Right. But I don't think Epstein was high up in the Israeli decision-making process. But I think they're just looking for financial records of things. Those are all missing. People's names. You know, if I found out Rothschild was a pedophile, I just started disliking him. That would really change my opinion. Epstein files surrounding 9/11. Wow, coincidence. No, this just came out. Yes, I mean, people are still digging into stuff every day. Holy crap. Well, I mean, finding that shit all the time. Oh my god, let's scroll down. This is fascinating. Fucking cryptic. George W. Bush photograph. It's the art. Yeah, the draft passed outside. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. You stumbled across something where there was redacted photos. If you look to the files and typed in something like no photos rendered. Yeah. There's thousands of videos. Wow. Yeah. Lots of those videos from prisons from Iowa. Flight lines starting. Okay. Have they found anything in those videos? You got to go to them individually. I know people are. No, I don't think the accuracy. I don't know. I've seen a video or someone said this was from the video, and there's like a girl crying in it, but I don't. Adderall and autism, do your job. Find those videos. That should be the subtitle of the show. Your drug experience, autism, do your job. Holy crap. Oh my god. just that his was here on your show. Yes. I got invited to speak, and it was really a great experience. I got I'm an application. I got a Dilbert mask, and the thing with the Dilbert mask is there's no mouth, right? So Dr. Drew was supposed to speak, and I was going to go there and do my little terrorism where I was going to have my little phone and say, "Nice to meet you, I'm Dilbert," wave, and then swipe and be like, "Can you take off your glasses, please?" And take some glasses, be like, "Nice eyes, may I please take them?" And just fuck with people at my funeral and like snap what I wanted. It was really great because it was very upbeat, and I was kind of honored. I felt that's what I felt texted me and goes, "Hey, you're going to speak," and I go, "The huge honor." It just was great. I don't know if I actually speak here, just want to see me. I got some certain interest there, we still with a few other people, and afterwards went to his house. And there's something really kind of eerie about walking the house of someone who had just passed. His ex-wife Sherry let me take through his markers, which I will, always treasure and kind of have in my house. There were two lines I couldn't say at the memorial because it was a fancy salty, which is Scott is in heaven right now, with black people, and Sue Gilbert was a black and white college student because Scott didn't like the colors. Right, but Scott was a humorist and just told the joke. Right. But it's just it's weird how much it still resonates, I think, with people. And I don't really have anything else particularly to say, but I just felt it was important to kind of commemorate his passing because he's really helped me out a lot in my thinking. Yeah, it's a real bummer, man, because it happened so quickly. His cancer, he got terminal cancer. Well, he had it in January 2025, and he said, "I'm going to wait for my stepmother to get married." She was living as me, she's a lovely kid, to get married, and then I'm going to do it. And then he tweeted something out, RFK jumped in, Trump jumped in, they got him this medicine, and they got him a few more months. And, so he got the 6 more months. Point being, with the date stuff, just because someone's terminal doesn't mean they don't have months left. Yeah. You can do a lot of this month. It was funny, there's another cartoonist, right, Colin doesn't like his name, and he was friends with Scott for a long time. Scott had promoted his work once, and I felt like obscurity, like a big name. And Scott asked me, "Hey, can you write a forward to my forthcoming biography?" And the guy's like, "I don't have time." So it would be like Scott was the kind of person where he's just like, just because I'm about to meet my maker, I don't want you to be morose. His poetry brain is a complete masterpiece. So what he does is he goes through freight mindsets and instantly recalibrates them. One thing is, the regular framework is, I should be great at my job. And his reframe is, my job is to prepare for a better job. Now, if you think about it that way, having a shitty job is kind of rough, it's just making it work towards something better. So when I spoke, I said the framework is we're having a memorial for Scott, but the reframe is we're having a party at Scott's Villa Land. Right? So if you think about that, hey, we're having fun. Where's this asshole? Because he didn't want us to be there like lonely. He always was positive, always was fun. He didn't during that day. So I just thought a lot. Did he blame his death on COVID shots? So he got a lot. And this really bothered me because he be tweeting that stuff. People like, "Should have got the shot." It's like, this guy's about to die. This is your gotcha moment. This is your like I told you so moment. It's just, he did not blame it. I would be surprised if that was the case. So I would just have, I met James Vanderbeek through him. I met with him on the ship in the Green Room. 48, 6 kids, the wife. Seemed very single, charming too. He just seemed like a real chill dude. I haven't seen one person super nice. Not one person has anything to say about him, which says a lot about kind of guy. No, he's sweet. So 48, that's scary. It's an unprecedented number of young people who die of cancer. In fact, it was in Time magazine that had a cover up, and I saved it because it was kind of the cover is kind of crazy because it's proposing like what is causing these things and why is this all happening as if no one knows. Yeah, right. Like, what can it be? What is this? Some fucking mystery. It could be anything. I saved it. Oh yeah. Yeah. What do you think it could be? Anything weird happen? Do you guys know what an SU-40 is? try to look it up. It's based on articles. Like, they argue that article making a point to technically ignore the vaccine, or so-called vaccine, or do they downplay it as the cause? Like, there's the two options.
Right. What did they say in that article? Did they bring up?
Dare I possibly be? Do you know what really funny man recently? And people laugh in my face, and every Maha person listening to me laugh in my face. Wow. And you can feel free to laugh in my face. It's how broken does. Aspartame. I drink my main method of hydration was Dr. Pepper Zero. It's worked. This is why I'm broken. And I go to New York and I'm low on calories for my macros, and I switched to full sugar Dr. Pepper. So it wasn't heavy, and my thinking changed. And I'm like, this is. And I go online. This is no. Thinking changed how so? I was wondering my feet. I was having trouble remembering words or names, remembering just things. My verbal speed, how I speak is something that is part of my job. And I was having issues with that. I had to work around so I could think of some speech word. And when I was having this false there you go.
Researchers linked high consumption of aspartame to impaired memory, spatial learning deficits, and faster cognitive decline in adults under 60. Neuroinflammation, oxidative stress, aspartame metabolites can trigger chronic microglial activation and increased oxidative stress in the brain, leading to neuronal damage and potential neurodegeneration. We know push that through, right? The aspartame. Rumsfeld.
No.
Yeah. So there's that.
So here's the thing.
Throw that into the flex.
If you're listening to this and you're somebody like me who's living on it, just try for 2 days. Right?
Really?
And you'll know right away. Because I also had this low key anxiety all the time. Like it was like a 1 out of 10 days there. I thought, okay, it's just right. So I thought just like, no, it's not.
Donald Rumsfeld, CEO of GD Zero in the late 1970s, early 80s, played a pivotal role in the FDA approval of aspartame, the artificial sweetener, in products like NutraSweet. Yeah. So there was studies back then showing approval due to potential carcinogenicity risks. Hayes approved aspartame for dry food shortly after expanding its beverages by 1983. There was studies on, I think it was rat studies.
It became like Alzheimer's.
Well,
So I just warn people as much as I can. Pretend or crack, that's fine. Just give it 2 days,
lay off aspartame.
and see what happens.
Okay. Well, it makes sense. I mean, there's no biological free lunch. If you get something and it does something positive, it's probably doing something negative. If it's some novel potion that you're pouring into your body, it's probably some negative aspect of it.
I was talking to Mike about this, about
Brain tumors in rats led the FDA to stay aspartame 74 approval. Brain tumor, fucking rats, man. Highlighted high brain tumor incidence in rat feeding studies and risks from phenylalanine causing convulsions and mental retardation. Isn't that what they had killed Tammy Faye Baker? Didn't she drink like a fucking gallon of Diet Coke a day?
really?
Yeah, it's fine that. I think that's what a lot of people, because Tammy Faye Baker, I think, died of brain cancer. Colon cancer? Okay. What's that?
Oh, that's awful.
Went from her colon to her lungs.
What is she doing asking about stuff? She should call Kristen Silva. I don't think it's good name. She should call Kristen Silva. There's some weird artists down there.
Wasn't she like a prolific Diet Coke drinker? I think she was. I think people were trying to link it.
What did you do? Well, I
It's like sugar, it's not sugar.
you might get a number on me, and I'm happy to be able to work people.
I like stevia. Like I like these drinks called stevias. They're stevia drinks. It's 0 calories. Tastes good, right? It doesn't quite taste like sugar, but it tastes good enough.
I'm just thinking my water and my full sugar. So it is.
My daughter's like really good at reading labels and finding children. You're only supposed to drink one of those a day.
She was eating a protein bar this morning. I get my face big, and I just look at the label, and one of the things I see is titanium dioxide. I'm like, do I really?
Interesting.
But right,
Yeah.
so that's it. You have.
Yeah. There's other protein bars.
I think they all have that.
No, I eat carnivore bars. You ever heard of carnivore bars? It's just like fat.
I use MRE like this.
Carnivore bars are great. They just taste like you're eating fat.
Okay. Is that all the ingredients are?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything bad in them at all. I think it's like pull that company up, carnivore bars.
How that is switch.
Yeah, I think it's really natural. I don't think there's anything in there.
It's got to have a lot of salt or sodium.
Yeah, there's some salt there, but salt's not bad for sure.
But like when you're eating TV dinners and those numbers, I thought
That's different. TV dinners are filled with preservatives. Yeah, oh, the carnivore snacks is great. This is something that I eat all the time. This is my go-to snack. When I go to the UFC, that's the stuff I bring. I bring that.
you don't have food. You
You know, I bring it because I
Dana, get this.
we're like this company, so they send me a bunch of it. It's fucking great. That the carnivore bars, this stuff.
Okay.
Purest meal on earth, 2 ingredients. 20 grams of protein, 35 gram animal-based fat, 400 to 420 calories from grass-finished beef, shelf-stable, no refrigeration. That's what I eat.
Okay, send it to me. Send me some, guys.
I have some. I'll send you some. But if I had some here, I eat those all the time. So I take them with me and throw them in my car. It's fucking great. If you want to eat something,
That is what I
it's protein. It's got grass-finished beef tallow, so you get the fat and great stuff. Some people don't like the taste of it. I like it.
I like
It's kind of mild or bland.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get food right. Yeah, nutrition. Yeah, but it doesn't make me feel bad at all. It feels like food. Like I've tried some other stuff. Like I tried those David bars. Oh my god, I've never heard of ones I was having. So David bars, they have some weird fat in it that your body doesn't digest. Like the wheat chips, something like that, but a new version of it. And so when this company, when they were purchased, they got a monopoly on that kind of whatever this ingredient is, and all these other companies they blocked it. These companies that were using it, they couldn't use it anymore. So a lot of people were like boycotting David bars. They taste good, and they have like a lot of protein. I think it's like 30 protein for like 150 calories. But good lord, the farts I was having.
And this is
Because your body's like, what is this?
I had that same thing with protein Cheerios.
Protein Cheerios.
Yeah, it wasn't farts. I was having fries.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your body's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing?
Just
Yeah. Yeah, but eat something like carnivore bars. One of those carnivore snacks are delicious. It's just meat and salt. That's all those carnivore bars, those snacks are. It's like a meat pastry. It's not even like jerky. It's chewy. It's delicious. So this is a lab-engineered fat substitute called PG, manufactured by a little known Indianapolis-based company called Effigy. After tinkering with the product formulation, the people who set up a website in 2024 began promoting the bars at local bodybuilding shows and farmers markets. Right, so what does it say that stuff does? So find out what that stuff does. It does something where your body doesn't digest the fat, like it doesn't turn it into calories.
This is not great. Yeah, this is making it sound like this doesn't have the cabbage in it.
Yeah, this is probably promoting.
This is another lawsuit.
It is essentially a better olestra. At the time, fat was the big culprit for heart disease, which is undigestible. Olestra was undigestible. That was its key attribute. It passed right through the digestive tract, therefore wouldn't result in body fat. The problem was its low melting point in the body, which led to an infamously polite phrase printed on the WOW labels may cause abdominal cramping and loose stools.
If you were shitting this
Yeah. Well, this stuff didn't give me loose stools, but it did give me like the devil was farting out of my asshole.
I gotta tell you, that's not this fun.
Farts.
Yeah. Like when you have a fart, you have to be somebody. Like when you're old and you start having farts, I kind of like it. I'm just like, I still got it.
Well, this was just like, for me, it was a warning sign. My body was like, hey.
I think it's the warning sign enough to feel this week too.
Yeah, right. So, what is the problem with that stuff? Okay. And problems. that was the thing that they were trying to block other people from using it.
Bloating, gas, and diarrhea.
Yeah, bloating, gas, and diarrhea due to sugar, alcohols, non-digestible fat substitute. That's it, which are poorly absorbed and can have a laxative effect, especially in larger amounts. People recommend limiting intake to 2 bars daily to minimize discomfort.
Wait, make sure we talk about that. I love that they say minimize, not eliminate. There's still food where you're like,
You're like surprised.
they're getting definitely at this stuff. I'm seeing 2 of these fucking things in brain. I'm sure people,
I know. Like after the parts, we need to be like, hey,
it's not only the farts, it's the distension.
the inflammation.
Yeah, you've got that
For some people, why they would choose something like this is they want all that protein is 150 calories, and they'll just take the parts.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can weigh it, it's not digestible. That's a standard protein bodybuilding.
Yeah, that doesn't bother
A lot of people, it's not
for a lot right now. Yeah, probably.
I can't do it. I get a brain fog. A little bit. Maybe I'm just something's wrong with my brain.
Well, you might have like some sort of a milk allergy or something. That's possible.
I know, so the point is I switched to the whole meat.
Yeah,
And that's
something like carnivore snacks or those carnivore bars. That's the solution to get those, and that way you don't have to even think it's just food. When your body treats it like food, it feels like food. You eat it, it doesn't feel like.
it's just hard for me to get enough calories in a day where I eat.
So you try to do
I'm doing lean gains.
lean gains. What does that mean?
So you're keeping the same body fat, but you're slowly putting it weight.
Okay. So you're involved in that again, and they bailed on bodybuilding type activities.
Well, no, it's not
that. Or are you trying to jack?
I think I'm in good shape.
Are you trying to jack?
I know I'm okay. Yeah,
I don't know why you're doing that. I didn't do that. I'm just asking. Are you trying to get jacked?
Okay, that seems like the kind of question that people are going to gym.
No. What do you know? No. It's a normal thing for people to try and get swole. They're trying to get like big muscles.
I am trying to put on as much mass as I can while maintaining somewhat lean build.
What are you doing like as far as your workouts?
I go to the gym 4 days a week.
What are you doing with your workout? What kind of workouts?
I do a bro split. Don't make fun of me.
No, there's nothing wrong with the bro split.
That's the bro split. That's really wrong.
Nothing wrong with it. It works.
Yeah, but I feel like, because my legs are already too big. What?
Get stretchy jeans.
I have 30 jeans. I don't need to get more jeans. Point being,
If you have regular jeans that have to flex it up.
I have 30 pairs of jeans. The point being, my legs are great. Russians are great. Like,
So you don't work out your legs at all. You have to get balance. Also, if you work out your legs, your whole body will grow.
That's true. I will put up more pounds on the scale. The point being, I'm already at the point marginal with most of my jeans. And they're not skinny jeans.
Let me see your leg.
I'll show you what Russian.
How am I going to show you my legs stand up? Let me see your legs in your jeans. Those are not too big. That's ridiculous.
No. Hold on. I will send you a photo of my legs. My legs are great. Okay, they're not chicken legs. I believe
They don't look like chicken legs, but I don't think you should be concerned about them getting bigger. First of all, it takes a lot to get your legs much larger. It takes a lot. Like, you have to really push past like some severe discomfort.
I'm not disputing that, but the point is you're already marginal with my clothes. And I think they have good clothes. You got buddy.
Listen, you gotta balance. You gotta keep your body balanced. Like, that's why you should do legs. You should never just do upper body.
I know at the point where my upper body is too weak for my legs.
Well, it's not that. You should condition both of them together.
Okay,
It's like you want to have a body that works together.
my body is fine. I'm not going to be body shaming on this show.
I'm not body shaming. I'm talking about functional.
What function? Going upstairs.
Anything you have to do, if you have to pick something up and move it. If you're not working your legs, then all that stuff in your hips, all that stuff, all the surrounding tissue, all that stuff is not getting the exercise it deserves while you're working at your upper body.
Fine. Point being, my legs are perfectly fine.
Okay.
And it was hard for me to get the calories I need. That's all I'm saying.
So, how many calories? What are you trying to do a day?
I think it's 200,
Okay,
which is not that bad.
that's a good meal for me.
That's a lot of calories.
Yeah, I guess. I eat a lot.
If you're eating clean, 3,200 is a lot.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so 3,200 calories. So, but you're trying to stay lean. And are you on testosterone replacement or anything like that? Okay, you are. Good. That's good. Peptides? Peptides? You know what I tried? Yes. Okay, good. I tried Glow. What's Glow? Oh, well, Mr. Justice Gay. He doesn't have polka dots on his face. Oh my God. You call yourself a bro, and you have polka dots on your face. Glow is this new peptide. It's a combination of 3 things, and it's called Glow because it has heavy copper, so it's blue. Glow. Huh. You're Russian. Interesting. Most people combine BBC 157, TV 500, and GHKC without addressing sequencing or inflammation first. Here's what determines whether Glow truly works. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it's a combination of all those things together. Interesting. Because I pulled my shoulder pretty bad with your heavy lifting. It wasn't. I don't think it was heavy. It's just I don't know what happened. You don't lift heavy? I lift somewhat heavy, but not. I'm not going to heavy enough to provoke injury. Okay. I think that's kind of foolish, especially at my age. But if you want to gain weight, but I'm gaining. What kind of? You're not doing bench or anything, are you? Would you bench press? Why would I do bench press? Why wouldn't you? Yeah, because it's terrible for your shoulders. Well, I think you got no bench. That's slightly better for your shoulders, okay? But that activity of having a lot of weight down here. I'm only putting up 7 days. That's not that much. It's a lot for you. Okay. When you all that weight back here, when you're right here, that's tremendous. How much have you done? Thanks. If you do dips are fantastic for it. Don't go past 90 degrees. You can, once you condition your shoulders, to be able to do it. But dips are good. Weighted dips are really good. There's stuff that you can do with just kettlebells. Well, I don't do any chest exercise other than dips. Yeah, I do a lot of kettlebells. Most of my exercises are full body motion stuff. Yeah, almost everything. I do a lot of snatches, a lot of cleans, a lot of like alternating cleans, a lot of renegade rows. Everything I do is kettlebells. All I do is I have someone who's really knows this stuff, and I follow orders. Like that's good too. That's good too. My concern is always functional. My concern is always I want my body to work as one unit. I don't like isolated things. I think I do a lot of compounds, incline dumbbell, incline bench is one example, or but if you have shoulder problems and you're benching, there's a lot of people I know that just have a completely limited benching. It's not right up there, especially heavy benching. It only resolve this thing, but you know what? It won't if you're doing kettlebells. That's the weird thing about kettlebells. It increases the strength of all your activities. I have found that people that do snatches, it increased their VO2 max and it increased their ability to do chin-ups. I did used to do kettlebells. I had one of the lifts in my workout, and I pulled out my back with something so fierce. It was spectacular. I don't know if it was like a cramp, but it was very scary. Do you remember what the exercise was? Yeah, I was doing bending over the swing over your head. Snatch. Yeah. The key to that is warm-ups. Do you warm up a lot? I do warm-ups with the weights. Like I'll my first set before your second, my set. What I would recommend is, but you gotta, especially as you get older, you really have to warm your body up. One of the things that I do is I always do 10 minutes on the airline bike, get everything slightly sweaty, then I do a lot of jump rope, I get everything fired up, and then I do a lot of mobility exercises. I do body twists, I do these things like wave, I get down to the bottom and I wave all the way up and I bend backwards and I go forward, I do a lot of twists, I get everything loose, and then I start with push-ups and bodyweight squats. I do 100 push-ups, 100 bodyweight squats, and that's my warm-up. So all that stuff, by the time I'm done with all that stuff, now everything's warm. Now I can start working. How many days a week do you lift? Well, I work out almost every day. Oh, okay. Occasionally I'll take a day off, but I work out almost every day. And then lifting, it's almost every day. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm hitting the bag, generally I don't lift weights the days I hit the bag, so that's like maybe 2 or 3 days a week. So the other 2 days a week, I alternate between stuff like bodyweight stuff, like pull-ups, chin-ups, dips. I do L pull-ups, where you stick your legs out straight, and so you're working your abs at the same time you're doing that. I do a bunch of different things focus on that GHB machine to get them all the way down. Yeah.
I'm just happy with the results, and I hope that if it ain't broken, fix it.
That's good. Yeah, as long as you're happy with the results. I would just avoid a lot of heavy lifting with bench press. I think bench press is so many people I know that fuck their shoulders up through bench press. I know a lot of bros who get angry.
I know. That's what I'm waiting for. It's a little like, oh, just bench, bro.
But here's the thing, like we did the Sober October thing where we got these stupid fitness challenges, and then after Sober October was over, we all got drunk. And so then we went out to my gym, and Ari, Tom, and Bert were all trying to bench 225, and I don't bench at all, and I did it 13 times. Like I don't bench, and I just
Ari, you want to play?
No.
Okay, that was
No, we all got pinned.
That's everybody. 225's no joke.
Yeah, Bert can do it now, but back then he
You can't casually use your plates.
Yeah.
No one can.
Yeah, but I did without ever benching.
But I mean, like, there's some works out against.
Right.
If you're
No,
casual,
it's really crush.
of course. They thought they could do it. Bert definitely was heavy, right? How much did Bert weigh?
Oh, Bert's like 250.
Right, so sure. Okay.
Tom was bigger at the time, too.
Okay, he must have just flashed.
Yeah, they got crushed. But the point is, it's like doing kettlebells will help all those other things because it just your whole body gets strong. And it's not an unusual motion to do that. You can do it.
Yeah, I like the weight.
No, weights are great. There's nothing wrong with weights. I just want to be careful about benching. I think dumbbell benching is probably better than barbell benching, and I just think there's other ways to work your chest.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to muscle rest. That's my guy.
And there's a lot of people that don't even agree with dips. Like my orthopedic surgeon that told me that I need to get my shoulder operated on 15 years ago, and I never did. He was like, "Yo, stop doing dips." I'm like, well, why? Because everybody I know that fucked their shoulder up did it for dips. I go, well, that doesn't mean anything. Like, I'm looking at him, his body. I'm like, look at him. Shut the fuck up.
Look at all these gyms.
Yeah.
Do gyms 24/7.
Exactly. Just build up to it. Don't do too much. All of it is like overworking your body. You have to like slow progression is the key.
There's something fun about I love doing dips because if you look at flying, there's something about it when you're just
But that's a great chest exercise. Dips are. Yeah. Along with the push-ups, do 100 push-ups a day and then do dips.
But you're the okay. Talk about this also. You're the one. Can I tell you what you said to me at the mothership about this?
What I said?
You said you can't be jacked to be funny.
Well, you can. But you can't show it.
That meant that you like at a certain point you're too jacked.
Well, there's definitely a cost to the way you look intimidating.
Right.
That's not that funny for people.
Right. And Roseanne was telling me, or just she was starting out, she lost all this weight and stuff like that.
There's plenty of skinny, funny women.
Not in 1981. Are you calling Roseanne?
No, I just don't think that's what it was. I've seen people lose weight and still be hilarious. It's just
I think there is a mentality.
Like Kevin James, his fucking agent said this to him once. I got furious. Kevin was losing weight, he was trying to get in shape, he was really self-conscious about his weight. And his agent said, Kevin, when you lose weight, you're losing roles.
That's true, though, because he's very much a specific character.
So what? He could fucking do anything. He's a talented guy. It's not like if he lost the weight, he wouldn't be funny anymore. That dude's fucking funny.
Hold on. I'm not disrespecting Kevin James in any way. I have respect for him. One Cop, the greatest comedy of all time.
It's a funny movie.
I agree with you. I can see. The point being, he is very much in people's mind a certain specific thing.
Right.
So if Kevin James stopped being that thing, I think it's going to be a lot hard for a lot of normies to come over with him to a different paradigm. That's all I'm saying.
Perhaps.
Come on.
It would be a challenge, but I think he'd still be hilarious. I do not think that he is limited by his weight.
Okay, if Will Ferrell got a Hugh Jackman, do you think he'd have the same roles?
Wouldn't necessarily have the same roles, he would still be very funny.
Yes, he would. But you know perfectly well that this
It would be weird because he would be super jacked. Like if he got The Rock jacked, it would be weird.
People don't know how to deal with that stuff. So the agent's not wrong.
Well, the agent's still not looking out for Kevin's health.
Was he that big?
he's big. He didn't like it. He was worried.
Yeah, okay, that's very fair.
Yeah.
But you don't have to go from, you can go slim, or you don't have to go to, like, try to peptides with
Right. You don't have to get jacked.
Yeah.
But maybe he wants to.
It can be done. I mean, what's that guy who claims he's natty, that Indian guy? He was in Indian or something.
Oh, Camille?
Yeah.
I don't think he changed. He claims he's natty, does he?
They do special exercises. They just call him on.
He doesn't even claim that testosterone replacement.
Don't you know that if you just do lateral raises, he goes natty. He has to. They all have to.
That's real.
Yes, it does. Look about it.
He did a very funny bit about people being angry at him for getting in shape.
Oh, okay.
He did a funny bit in his stand-up. He's his stand-up special about that. Does he claim he's natural?
Somewhere. The one I'm thinking is in stand-up. What movie is?
Yeah, he just stand-up. He started out as stand-up. Camille not Johnny. Yeah. He started out as stand-up. Yeah. I mean, he's doing stand-up again. He just released his special.
What's his name? He's 192. Or the ultimate.
No, that guy claims daddy.
They have to. Chris Hemsworth? I think he does.
Get the fuck out of here. That guy gained like 60 pounds of solid muscle.
Well, that's because he's doing lateral raises too long. And how do you know? You've never seen him put in his he has personal trainers that teach him second exercise.
Right. I've been on testosterone replacement for a long time. I highly recommend it to anybody who wants to stay in shape.
How long have you been on it?
Since I was like almost 40. I started with like the cream, and then I noticed I was training a lot. Back then I was doing jiu-jitsu 4 or 5 days a week, and I was lifting.
That's hard luck.
It's hard, of course. I mean, you're always tired, and I had a doctor that specialized in that stuff. It's one of those things was hormone replacement therapy, and doing a lot of it for people that have had head injuries. Just people with head injuries, people that have had CTE, and a lot of damage to your pituitary gland. A lot of times your brain's not producing testosterone.
Oh, is that right?
Your pituitary gland gets damaged from repeated trauma. That's one of the things that causes depression in a lot of people that have had head trauma. It's like I'm not making hormones anymore, so you're fucking lethargic all the time. It's in fact statements. He described a year-long process with professional trainers, nutritionists, funded by Marvel, daily workouts, precise calorie tracking, no refined sugar, and minimum fats. In his 2019 Instagram post, he emphasized the resources required, but never mentioned PEDs, steroids, or denied their use. So he never denied it.
Okay, that's a good. I take it back. I apologize.
Yeah, from a softer build at age 41, for fucking sure, he got on testosterone. There's a lot of people that were giving me shit about being on testosterone like 15 years ago. They're on it now.
No disrespect to him.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I just said I do it.
No, that's their point. No, but at a certain point, it's just really funny people yelling at him, "Oh, you're cheating." It's like cheating to what? Where's the best?
People are silly. People are silly, and I just get mad that he didn't look like them. He was doughy, and now all of a sudden he looks like a bro. They don't like it.
Yeah, but the thing that's kind of crazy is how the kids in high school are popping off.
That's crazy because you're going to destroy your endocrine system.
And also, if you're peaking at 18, that's not good for your mental health.
Well, it's not just that. It's just like it kills your dick. It kills when you put a bunch of exogenous testosterone in your body stops making testosterone. So say if you're on a cycle for like a month, 2 months, it will take you 4 months for your body to get back to normal. I think that's the ratio most people, if you're not taking like clomiphene or any of these other things, or HCG or something that naturally ramps up your testosterone, I think they think that the number is like double the time that you run a cycle.
It's also harder to run a cycle. It's harder to
100% because your body starts relying on it and your endocrine system shuts down. And it's like, why do we have to make testosterone? This guy's got more than a normal human ever has. And so we just stop.
And I think these numbers are really prodigious.
Well, they all want to be like an influencer. They all want to be jacked. It's just that you don't understand the harm you're doing to your body.
It's also the kind of thing where it's just like, you shouldn't be comparing yourself to the guy who's
right.
in the gym. You compare yourself to the guy in the plane. That's what I do. That's what kind of helped. When I get on the flight, I'm like, how many of these people my age are in shape? It's going to be what I don't know.
The other thing is especially when you're young, there's plenty of stuff that you can do that's natural and super beneficial and not dangerous, like creatine. Creatine is tremendous.
chasing the game. That's so sad. It's very sad. I mean, some of these guys look better than Schwarzenegger. They're 17. It's insane. But it's just like, what's Field's future? Well, you're not going to have kids, right? You're going to be sterile. You're not going to have any sperm. So, there was that thing about the asked Olympians, would you give up like 20 years of your life and guarantee you live 90% of the Yeah, I know. Well, look at Lindsey Vonn. She had a blown ACL. She still skied. Is that right? Yeah, she blew her ACL out like a couple of weeks before the Olympics and still decided to compete and then shattered her leg with this horrible compound fracture. Oh, you didn't know about that? Oh, yeah, she had to get airlifted. She's had multiple surgeries. She's been fucked for a long time. Her leg broke in multiple places. She's got rods and stuff in it. And leg breaks are really scary because your body doesn't necessarily always heal from those. Like sometimes the blood flow is not appropriate. It's not what you need. People get their legs amputated from those things. Yeah, fever breaks are super dangerous. I've never broken a bone. Ever? I know, right? That's crazy. Yeah, nothing. And part of me's like, is this something I want to try before he dies? But no, it sucks. Does it? It's like, how bad is it? Well, I broke my arm when I was 7. I broke my forearm right here. I fell off a monkey bar and snapped my forearm in half. That healed perfect. But when you're a kid, they just put me in a cast. And like 6 weeks later, I was good to go. I broke my fibula, the small bone in my tibia, sparring. A friend of mine threw a back kick at the same time. I was throwing a kick at his heel, hit my fibula, and cracked that. But that was only a crack. I actually competed with that. I put soccer pads on. Those plastic soccer, I taped soccer instep pads to that part of my leg. I didn't tell anybody. Oh, okay. Because it was a Taekwondo tournament, so I had hands on. And so I put like a regular these soccer pads. I taped them to my calf, and I put a foam one on over that, and I competed. Huh. Okay. I won the state title. And you're a national champion. I won the American Open, and I came in second place in the U.S. Cup against the national champion. I think I should have beat him. I got a bad decision. But I never won the national championships. But at the time that I was getting ready to try to win the national championships in '88, the problem was I had already started kickboxing, and I'd already started to realize there's also Taekwondo. Taekwondo is like the rising force. It's really not good. Well, it is if you know all the other stuff. Right. Because those kids are devastated. Right. They're devastating. And that guy was a really good kicker, like a Michael Van Page, for instance, who was a karate specialist. Learned how to defend takedowns. They're really dangerous because they have the ability to cover distance and kick at range. And if you're not a good kicker and you don't recognize what this guy's doing, they can fuck you up. But there was so many holes in Taekwondo when it came to punching to the face and then leg kicks. I didn't realize how many holes there were in it until I started really getting into kickboxing. So I was, by the time '88 rolled around, I was already disillusioned. Yeah. And then I was already starting to stand up. So it was like, what am I doing with my life? Oh, I got to go to pick with you. I'm excited. You sent me. Thank you, Joe Rogan. Bridget Fantasy sat in this very chair, right? The chair party right now. Because in my life, I have some vintage homemade chips. And this chair's going to be that's a Trump chair. I know. And she told you that I was starting to stand up. And you said, that's great. He's so funny. You know, for me. And then I was all excited. And I waited a few weeks because I was scared to, whatever. They would text me about something. And I go, first of all, I don't think I said you could book it. I highly doubt I said that. That's fine. I'm holding it. I'm just saying. That's fine. Maybe I was joking. I'm not holding it. You were just being encouraged. Okay. I think you're very fine. Okay. You text me and I go, hey, I'm going to do stand up. I go, you absolutely should. You're very fun. I go, I have my set. What should I do next? I know you said, but yeah, you left me in. You're on your own, bitch. What do you mean? You got to figure it out. It's like, I want to start fighting. What should I do? You know what to do. I know fucking gym. Figure it out. Start training. I can't hold anybody's hand. Stand up is too hard for you to help someone in the beginning. You gotta actually want to do it. Sure. So you gotta go to open mics. You gotta do stand up. You gotta get ready, put a set together, record it, review it. Time. Okay. Yeah. So you're doing stand up all the time.
You're saying I should do it all the time? You have to do it all the time. It's like if you want to spar, you have to spar every week. Everyone's told me what I asked them, okay, people who are names, they also think that you have to bomb. Yeah, well, bombing is good because it lets you realize how difficult it is, and you don't like the feeling, so you work really hard. And also, you know you have to be ready for that moment and how to recover. Yeah, failure. Failure, I think, in everything is good. Losing is important. It's right. It motivates you to do better. And people don't like that feeling, but a lot of uncomfortable feelings lead to growth. And that's why they're important. That's true. Heartbreak, losing a job, getting fired, all those things are important. Okay. Yeah, so that's important too. It's important to have like bad sense. Bad sense. So when's the last time you went out? I haven't done it for a while. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, you gotta do it a lot. It's gotta be something that you're dedicated to. That's why I'm saying you can't just say how do I? Okay, that's very fair. I'm talking calories. Very healthy. Yeah, just there's plenty of places we can perform. In Austin alone, on my street alone, on Center Street, there's like within a 1 block radius, there's like 7 clubs. For me, this is the place. If you want to do stand up, this is the fucking place, man. It's incredible right now. Okay, fair enough. When my club alone has 2 nights of open mic. Is that true? Monday night, okay, and I'm just like, the whole idea is like to make it so that we have a real foundation of people that are coming up. And that motivates all the people that are already doing well. It's like, oh, these guys are like really working hard. And it gets everybody excited about working hard. And then it motivates the people at the top and say, hey, these young guys are really good. And then guys start getting specials and like Cam Patterson just got an SNL. All these things are happening for people from the club. So it's like, it's a great place. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's very fair. Yeah, but it's not something that you can kind of cash into every now and again. You can, but you won't be as good as you will be if you do it every week. That's what calories as well. Yeah, if you have to put it in time. This is not something that you can do just on weekends. Yeah, you can't like run around your block once a month and think you can go do a marathon. Right? Yeah, you gotta get into, and you gotta. The thing about stand-up is like you're making a mountain one layer of paint at a time. It's not a quick process. To become a stand-up, most people agree it's not a hard and fast rule. It's depending upon how much actual time you do and how much focus. The general rule is 10 years. Really? Yeah, the general rule is 10 years. Like people don't really think of you as being legit until you've been in it for 10 years. I don't know that I have to. I don't know if anybody has 10 years. I don't know if the human race has 10 years. I see those robots in China that are doing fucking kung fu. Are they ready? Oh my god, they just did this demonstration, this martial arts demonstration with these robots on stage. It's crazy how they move. I'm more worried about if anyone can use AI to engineer a bioweapon. Oh, that's right. Because there's a piece, like a guy, I think his name, I apologize, but he's one of these big AI people, and he goes, if you use the paid for AI, he goes, I can tell it to write me code, and it also knows the idiosyncratic preferences, so it's better than hiring a person, and that's the game. Yeah. So what's going to happen in 2 years, 3 years? Like, how do you put guardrails on it? I don't think you can. And there's a lot of people that are resigning from a lot of these companies that are saying we're doing it. Yeah. I'm not a human kind of guy, but that I think is a much faster path towards something happening than robots come from robots. Well, there's also automated weapon systems that are totally autonomous. That's how it's. Yes, the government's working on that, and I believe there was an issue. See if you can find this with one of the AI companies not willing to partner with you or not willing to do something with autonomous weapons programs. I think it's Anthropic. Oh, yeah, I think Anthropic was like, we don't think that's good, and all the other ones are like, let's go. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is China. We probably are. Anthropic is clashing with Pentagon over AI use. Here's what each side wants. Anthropic's relationship with the Department of Defense is under review as the two sides negotiate over how the company's AI models can be used. The startup wants assurance that its models will not be used for autonomous weapons or mass surveillance. Oh my god, these pop-ups are brutal. fuck you, CNBC. The DoD wants to use anthropic models for all lawful use cases without limitation, according to Emil Michael, the Undersecretary of War for Research and Engineering.
Holy crap.
Yeah, so this is what they're doing.
It's just worse. Autonomous weapons are messing around.
Both of them are terrible.
It's just worse though.
They work hand in glove. Both of them are terrible. I mean, did you see Alex Carter, that interview that he did, where he was talking about Palantir, and he's like, we're going to, and occasionally kill people, we're going to use it to kill people?
Yeah.
That's what he said. Right. But he was like openly saying, kill people. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, what?
Did you see that leak from Palantir, which I don't know if it's been verified or not, where they were talking, Kim.com is the one who dropped this.
Yes, I did see that Kim.com tweeted about it, but I didn't see if it was verified. What did he say exactly?
I don't know if you're kidding, it was a long thing. And it was hilarious. He said, Palantir got hacked. He said he doesn't have, I don't think it was verified that this was legitimate, but these were the bullet points he laid out, and it was extremely disturbing. It's not surprising that private companies can be more effective and efficient than the government at implementing what the government wants. A lot of the things during COVID wasn't literally the government. These corporations were more than happy to impose these kind of, vaccines, so-called immunity fiber.
Well, they were all having vacuum deals.
Exactly. They were more than happy to do that.
Yeah, they were being incentivized, right, which is fucking crazy. But the thing about this AI stuff that no one realizes except for the engineers that are deeply invested in this is that it's accelerating at this tremendously rapid pace that they can't really control. ChatGPT 5, I was reading this article, ChatGPT made ChatGPT 5. They essentially tasked the AI to make a better version of itself. Make sure that's true. And I'm pretty sure that's
Right
what
now,
they're saying.
for free, if you put any photo on Rocket Match, you can animate it, and it looks realistic.
Yeah.
Like instantly.
There's a video of me and Keanu Reeves doing Kung Fu in this room. Like he's dressed up like John Wick.
But it looks real, I'm sure.
It looks very real. It's like a scene from John Wick. It's like we're doing like movie style Kung Fu in this room.
And the average person can't distinguish between what is how they're shooting it is outside of the window.
Right.
And for the human brain, they're going to never remember it and perceive it as something that they have seen before.
Right.
It is a very scary thing. I remember something that clicked in my head, Survivor Season 1, so it was in 2000, I think it was.
Yeah.
They had the second last episode, there's 4 contestants left, and they go next week on Survivor. And Sue turns to Kelly, and she goes, I kind of thought I reached you. And I was on a message board at the time, and one of the people who were like, who do you think's going to eliminate her goes, oh, I think they're going to put out Richard Hughes, who said, we all heard it. This wasn't eavesdropping. This was a sound clip that the editor left in. There was nothing else to hear. In fact, you could only hear what Sue said to Kelly. And there was such a wake-up moment for you, like, holy shit, people really think they're on that beach, and they heard something they weren't supposed to. But you laugh. There will be people who tell you right now the straight face, and I think they can pass a lifetime presidency that Trump said we should protect the beach. And Trump said, I'm praising verified people by nationalists.
Right.
And you will play the tape, they will not perceive it, they're not lying.
Right.
And I think that's a big hurdle for a lot of people to accept. People honestly are perceiving things that they're not doing.
That's true. Yeah. And they're also only looking at headlines or only looking at narratives. They get a tweet, they read the tweet, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. And then they put it down. They're too busy. They're not going to do deep dives.
It's not that they're too busy, it's that their preconception of that outlet, everything.
That too.
They're not running a true false filter, they're running a custom filter.
Right. That's right. That's
Trump's 1,000 times the Epstein files. There you go. What else I need to tell you?
That's it. Yeah. Very fine people on both sides. Obama said that during the campaign. When he said it during the campaign, I'm like, that's crazy.
Biden said that was his reason for running. You remember that?
You see in the Epstein file, someone said that Biden's dead.
Well, they're also saying that Epstein's alive.
Yeah, that might be real.
I don't know how they pull that off.
Well,
Here's the thing with myself. Whenever I hear something that's out there, I'm not saying it's ridiculous. I always say to myself, what steps do you need to be taken for this to be true, right? So if you're going to keep Epstein alive, and he's obviously extremely visible in his face and very known, how do you keep that guy under wraps? Would be the question I would have.
you move him to Israel, get plastic surgery.
stuff. That's it.
Yeah, look, Renee Zellweger looks different.
That's true.
She's a fucking movie star. Like, she kind of ruined her career by making herself look pretty.
So,
Right.
no, she's Asian. She's got all those
Did something weird.
She got all the things. Her eyes are all like small.
What did she do? Let's take a look.
She's all puppy face. Yeah.
Like, people said that Bradley Cooper did something, but if he came in here, he looked fucking completely normal. It's just weird pictures online. Maybe when he was tired. She is. Bradley Cooper looks exactly like Bradley Cooper too. Like, she did something weird.
Oh my gosh. She looks like that. She was so cute. Is that a going lefty lady who's a podcaster? Yes, you do. The one who's a real housewife and now she's
Oh, yeah. I don't know her name, but she's awful.
she's a heel. She does a great job being a heel.
She's great at that. Whack them all up.
She don't have to show
She's
her.
She's very angry.
That's what she looks like.
Let me see that again. Other photos. Okay, the one on the far right. She's still pretty, but there's definitely a change in her face. I thought Jennifer Grey is a better example.
She's a nose job.
Right, but after that nose job, her career kind of fucking stopped.
Well, no, but Evans, of course, the DC people, but Evans.
Evans from the Terminator?
From Dynasty.
Oh, with Hamilton.
Yeah, with the Evans is.
And then Hamilton's fucking awesome in Stranger Things. What did she do?
I mean, she looks very good.
She's old.
Yeah, but there's many old people who don't know that.
She doesn't look like she did anything. She's sick. For plastic surgery?
Yeah, look at that one right there. It's bad.
Well, that's just, I don't see. Where does it say?
What do I do after that? Let's see that.
Finding peace and happiness growing older in the Northwest. That just looks like an older lady.
She doesn't look like herself at all.
But she's older.
She had a lot of visions of her first.
Maybe.
You're saying that's not.
That was not that shocking to me. That's just an older lady.
I think it's quite shocking. Because I think it's
that's the difference between a 30-year-old lady and a fucking 70-year-old lady.
It's pretty a 70-year-old lady with goatee bars.
I don't know. I don't think that's the best example. I think that when they said, okay, what has Linda done to her face? Right. Okay, so that might not be true.
There's a lot of cases like this.
Yeah. What was the point? How do we get on that?
Younger rates than Renee Zellweger.
Okay, yeah. ChatGPT 5. Did ChatGPT code ChatGPT 5? If you ask that question, it doesn't. I don't ChatGPT 5 makes it so better. There's something that I was trying to dig into.
What's that similarity stuff?
Like self-correcting glitch or something like that. But that's not the right. This was the concern about AI, was that eventually AI would become sentient and autonomous and would create better versions of itself, right? And do it very quickly, right? And I think we're in that right now. I think what we're getting from these engineers is an indication that the people that are deeply involved in this are fucking disturbed by the power of this stuff. They essentially say that they don't have a job anymore, they just kind of show up and it does the work for them, and that this is far more potent than what the general public is aware of. So, and getting better all the time.
We're at the point now where Grok is a better conversationalist and better at perceiving nuance and humor than the average person. A lot of times, if I some creator comes in with some response, I will just say, hey, Grok, explain to this person such and such and such. And then we think Grok is like a target. And I do this every single day. But the point is, if I'm being humorous, maybe my jokes aren't that funny. The point being, Grok understands that I'm being humorous. Right. This person gets it what you're intending not to. So what happens when the average person, what are they bringing to the table?
Right.
And what about artists do? Right. The AI art's getting better every single day. Like I did a work right today after the cover. It's like, what are you going to do with it? And so you're going to have certain people who are good at like misogyny and having great ideas, but at a certain point, there's only so much you can do.
Did you see what the Door Brothers did?
No.
They just released these really good AI artists, the guys who do all the intros to the Kill Tony videos. They're fucking awesome. And they just made like a Hollywood movie, and they did it in like a day, like with AI. See if you can find that clip because it went viral and everybody's kind of freaking out. They're like, Hollywood's gone. Because this clip's insane, but it's so realistic. And the other thing is, by the time we're all wrapping our heads around it, it's already satanic. That's what's crazy. It's far better than it was then. Let me see. Okay. Go full screen. Back it up. Yeah. Holy shit. I don't think it's a good idea for humans to cash. This is the other one.
Yesterday.
No, I have a meeting. I can't. This is all I have. Face looks so realistic. I don't like it.
I love you. I'm on my way. I need you to hide. Get underground.
It's a green Cybertruck, yeah. That people point out like, no, you can hear the engine when it does. It makes a weird humming noise. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Why don't you get the president on the phone? We have her.
casually seeing footage of people being shot in the face. Like, I'm on YouTube already. I'm saying it's not a check out this video that I'm saying. There's a lot of, I watch a lot of these podcast videos. Oh, yeah. It's on the video. Chill, man. Just like, are we not having a conversation that affects the human mind? I'm just watching real people getting killed left and right all the time. Oh, I know. It's just some people, there's a lot of that. Like, I don't like seeing when we watch check this out. Oh, Jesus. I was just asking another question. This is crazy. This is crazy. That I don't like. You don't see anything wrong with just casually showing scenes fighting technology. Yeah. It's all movies do that, though. I don't think that's. Yeah, but the thing is, this is how you kind of boil it from. But they've always done that in action movies. I don't think to that level is to have anyone be able to make this in the drop of a hat. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying, I think at a certain point, if 24/7, you're seeing dozens of people getting killed, it's going to have an effect on people's psyches. No question. And I don't think it's a good effect. Well, it's what we have now before this, not good. Do you know what else is fucked up? We're not even talking about this kind of points. Right. And corn with anyone like you and Jamie can fuck a little bit with. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about stuff though. Oh, right. Yeah. You can make corn right now. 100%. Yeah, just pull out a shotgun. So you don't find a knife. Yeah, anything. Yeah. And look really realistic, and we're still beefs. People probably already making that. Of course they are. Probably on that I know. The investigators already don't have the tools to distinguish real videos of infants and the AI videos. And this is again a bridge that's been crossed, and really no one knows what to say or do about it. It's just like we kind of bad thinking it's here. Well, it's not just here; it's here in growth, right? Getting stronger all the time. We're all just plowing head first towards the cliff. And what's going to happen when this started kind of stuff gets matched up with psychedelics? Well, it's not just that. It's like what happens when this stuff starts running all of our resources, running our economy, running everything. Right? Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be our government. Well, I mean, right? Who was that? The creepy line guy? Creepy line? There was that documentary, the creepy line. Robert something. I think his name was. He's an academic. He's funny. He went through Google, and he goes, "Look, if I'm Google, right, and I'm on Facebook, and I have people who are like Trump and people who are like Hillary. So if I just put out, hey, you should vote, and send it just to the Hillary people, I'm not on paper endorsing Hillary or Robert Epstein. Robert Epstein's that guy. Yeah, right. That guy. Right, but then you're going to be getting at that vote in the direction you want. Well, his concern is Google searches. Sure. So, like, if you search Trump, it's all negative stories. If you search Hillary, it's all positive. I talked also about the Facebook stuff. If you're promoting and you have this group versus that group, they can nudge it very easily. Right. So, that technology is right here. It's been used. Right. So that's real election manipulation. Right. That's already legal and being used. Right. For whatever reason. So, what reason? Also, the curated search engines are real hiding certain information. Like, I noticed that during the pandemic, there was a story about a doctor in Florida that got vaccinated and then really quickly afterwards had a stroke and died. And I read the story, and a lot of people were concerned about it. And then I tried to find it on Google. I could not find it. I looked everywhere. Then I looked on DuckDuckGo, and I found it immediately. And then it was in the first page. And then somewhere along the line, DuckDuckGo got weird too. Jesus. Yeah. So it's like they realized that people were finding things on and then I believe is DuckDuckGo curated, or did they just have open source? What are they saying? And then I started using Brave, and Brave was showing me things that other search engines weren't showing me. Then the other hand, are they showing me that we have a problem? Is it showing me things that are just not true? Right. But I was searching for very specific stores that I'm going to find. Right.
definitely going to get a lot of that, especially if there's like, look, the Hunter Biden laptop story. There are 51 different former intelligence agencies say that it was Russian disinformation. Not curated in the sense of building a personalized filter bubble based on user history, but it does curate results by ranking.
Yeah, I know how you can really avoid that though.
That's curating, indexing and filtering from hundreds of sources, including Bing,
It has to put
to
things in order.
provide what it deems relevant, what it deems relevant. Unlike Google, it avoids user tracking and personalization, providing more neutral, non-personalized search experience, but also curated by ranking. No user profiling, just on store search history. All I know is that there was a difference in the way it worked for me. It doesn't for many people.
There has to be some ranking process.
Yeah.
You can't just, it's going to have those in order no matter what search.
Right, when you're looking for something very specific,
That is the
I think to me is not shown in that article. I put in all the facts of that article. I could not find it. All it was saying was the benefits of getting the COVID vaccine.
Has it gotten better or worse? We don't know how it will be.
I don't know. I mean, but you should be disturbed at Robert Epstein's work, because Robert Epstein's work shows that with just this curated search result, you can shift all these centrist voters, all these middle of the pack voters, these swing voters, you can shift them high enough.
I think it's 2%.
I think it's larger.
Would be Trump on
It was 9% or something crazy.
And let's be conservative say too. Trump might want to be one of them.
Yeah.
So and I don't think these are looking good for the Republicans going forward.
Well, it doesn't look good for the midterms, right?
No, that's
I mean, this ICE stuff is doing a great job for that. Because a lot of people are like, hey, we're moving towards fascism.
the perception of the economy.
Yeah.
The thing with the ICE stuff is like people, voters can have contradictory perspectives. Like they want to get rid of illegal aliens, but don't force them out. Is it what are you going to do? Send them a smart letter?
Well, I think the real problem is they're not willing to address the fact that these are paid protests and agitators.
Sure.
And that these people, this is not an organic thing that people are taking the streets. They're literally being paid. These people come out and said, you get X amount of money, you get $100 a day, it's cold out, you get more money. One thing that I don't know is true at all is like this thing they gave them decibels to see how loud they were yelling. Protesters. That they were providing protesters with these decibel meters for them in order to get paid. They had to be yelling at certain decibels. Like this sounds like this information.
Yeah, I feel like
sounds like this. How much are those things? How much is a fucking decibel meter? That sounds like very like a problem in terms of like cost.
right. I had that as on eBay. Right.
Just thousands of people, you're providing them with these decibel meters. Right. Yeah. It sounded like horseshit. But there's a lot of horseshit out there. There's a lot of people that they do interviews and they just make up fake stuff just for clickbait.
The thing is, I think people are. I agree with you. Like over ice, but it's like once you're playing with
right.
amnesty, like if that's your argument, that's fine. But it's just like it's not a tenable situation. I mean, look what's going on overseas.
Right.
What are you going to do? Like right now, there's a guy who's fighting against Farage from the right pin, and said you're going to break up that vote with this overstore break.
Oh, what does he say?
He's saying like Farage is too soft. We're going to support them all. Blah blah blah. It's just like how. Fine, I understand that's your argument. Literally, how are you going to do that without mass enforcement? I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm just saying, what is your plan? It's easy to promise. If I'm in a country that's awesome, I don't want to go back to my shit hole. Right? I'm going to do whatever I can, legally and sometimes actually illegally, to make sure I'm staying. Especially people that are encouraged to go there.
And then they bend the laws in order to kind of hide their crimes.
Right. One of the best things that happened to me was December 31st, 2024. So it was the beginning of 2025. I was on Twitter, and you heard about these grooming gangs overseas. And even me, who writes a lot about the nature people, was naive. Because when you hear the term grooming, I thought, okay, these high school girls have these, boyfriends from different countries that were 30, whatever, and it's gross and whatever. And then I saw someone posted the receipts of the grooming cases. These were girls and children, 8-year-olds, 10, whatever, being violated and beat with baseball bats. They would complain to the police. The police said everything's fine. Like really graphic stuff. And like how stupid I was to think grooming and what anyone else thinks of grooming. These were rape and torture gangs. And then Elon saw my tweet and he blew a gasket. And then they kind of talked about it in Parliament. So it was we're going to start 2025. But like, where's it all going? The people are upset, but if you start with like building against further inquiry. Some of these guys got prison sentences, but they're not anywhere near proportionate. Why are they still in the UK?
I just don't understand. Like what's the end game?
Right. What is like?
Is it just the destruction of the UK? Like, what's the end game?
That's sure what it's. That's sure. Well, if that isn't their goal, that's surely where they are headed toward.
Right. If you were trying to destroy the UK, that's how you would do it. Bring in violent migrants, let them do violent crimes, don't prosecute them, and prosecute people for complaining about it online.
And don't bring them into your country and kind of assimilate them.
Right.
Like encourage them to not assimilate.
Yeah.
So I was just there in August. As bad as people think it is, it's even worse.
Really?
There was a theater a block away from the House of Parliament, and they were bragging that seeing their shows are safe. Not fun for the whole family. Not, oh, this is educational. You're not going to get murdered if you go see a play here. That really should be a selling point when you're going to the movies. It is just crazy. Yeah, and it's only getting worse. So it's I don't. Here's the thing. Let's talk about America, right? If you want to get rid of all these illegal immigrants, what is your mechanism? If what Trump is doing is too much, there's no. The alternatives make the hoops and they migrate. There's plenty of people who I can certainly understand it. I'd rather be a legal immigrant in America than go back to whatever hell.
Right. I found the video talking about this.
There's a joke, okay?
Paid protesters with the decimal meters. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah. That makes sense. Because I was like, there's no way. There's no way they're giving people decimal meters. Well, that's also just, what would you do with the illegal immigrants? It's a good question. The real problem is that they let 10 million people plus in over the last 4 years. And that's the thing that no one wants to address. Like, the only reason why there is this problem is because we had a fucking open border for 4 years where they actually encouraged people to come in, and they let in a bunch of violent criminals, and people have been killed, women have been raped, children have been killed. And they want to hide that data because they don't want to be held responsible for what they did over the last 4 years. The fact that that doesn't get the kind of outrage that it should, but then an ICE protester shooting a guy who was armed. What really is going on with the gun community about that guy who got that Alex Reddy guy? Do you know the story?
Well, I know that what's his name got fired correctly.
Yes.
For saying, oh, we shouldn't let's let the police and all that. 2 people like you're crazy. Crazy. More than 2 police.
Right. But that guy, so they disarmed him. He was carrying a SIG P320. Okay. SIG P320s are notorious for accidentally discharging. It appears, at least in videos that I've seen, and some people seem to verify this, that as one of the officers pulls the gun from him and walks away with it, it accidentally discharges. Okay. They think this guy has a gun still. They just pulled the gun from him. A gun went off. They think they're in a gunfight. Everything's happening split second. They empty on that guy. The 2 guys that killed him, both of the Mexican guys. Right. Did you see? It was crazy.
I didn't see.
They showed their actual faces.
Oh yeah. It's on my Twitter. It looked like I said it was me. It was
But what's crazy is how many Latinos are in ICE.
Why is that crazy? I think Trump got the Latino vote.
Well, it's not just that. It's a really well-paying job. Sure, and they give you a big bonus to sign. I think, what is the bonus when you sign for ICE? I think it's like a great incentive.
But here's the other thing: a lot of why that debate drives me crazy. If there's a hospital, right, and there's a nurse who's killing patients, which happens, that happens to them. It's like a black widow situation. No one's going to say shut down the hospital or stop giving medicine. So even if this was a more justice for the sake of argument, that doesn't mean we should ICE. It just means I should go to jail.
Right. Look at this. Signing bonus of $50,000. $60,000 in student loan repayment, up to 25% in premium pay. I don't know what that means.
Overtime, maybe.
Premium pay. 25%. I don't know. Either way, just the $50,000 bonus. How many people are willing to take that job just for that? And then $60,000 in student loan.
It's great on your resume.
Yeah, well, you get your student loan paid off and you get a $50,000 bonus. Holy shit. You can get a lot of people
And job security.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a job you could macho guys would enjoy.
If you're desperate for work, if you can't find work, and then also this is like the answer to all your financial problems, a lot of people can do it. So, but again, you're also like very undertrained. Like they only train for 7 weeks. Is that right? Yeah.
What's the answer? What is the answer?
Right. That's a good question. Because, yeah, well, there are a lot of violent criminals in this country that did get in over the last 4 years that do need to be removed. So what are you going to do?
What do you do about the nonviolent?
Well, here's the thing. Well, there was an interesting statistic, I think I said to you, Jamie, where they were saying only 14% of these people they've arrested are violent criminals. Okay. But what they didn't say is that 60% of the people that they arrested had criminal history. And when you say non-violent meaning what? What about strong arm robbery? What about a guy pulls a gun? Is that how you classify it? I bet it's not if you don't cause violence.
No, there's no way to armed robberies and violent crime.
If you do not cause violence, I wonder if they're categorizing it as violence. Like if you do not shoot someone, stab someone, beat someone, so you're not convicted of a violent crime. You explain it to robbery
because they're doing everything in their power to make the gun violence numbers as high as possible. So if there's any opportunity for guns involved, that will be counted as gun violence.
Perhaps, but you could rob people with a knife. You know what I mean? Does that count? If you pull a knife on someone and you rob them, is that considered violent?
I think it is.
I wonder. But either way, the misleading aspect of it was that only 14% were violent criminals. But is that okay? That the other fucking 46 R's and I think about that.
But what about the 40% who just shouldn't be here?
Right.
But that's the question.
Right. They all should be there.
Right. So what are you going to do?
Right. Okay, so here it is. 400,000 ICE arrests in Trump's first year. About 60% involved robberies with some criminal charges or convictions. However, only 14% had violent crime records, including as homicide, arrest, sexual assault, 5,400, robbery, 2,700, for civil immigration violations.
Can we skip ahead? This is what's so shameless. Arrests for nonviolent issues like DUI. I'm sorry, if you're doing DUI, you should be deported.
Right.
That is a violent crime.
Well, you definitely can cause death.
Right.
Destruction. Drugs, 22,000. DUI, 30,000. Outnumber severe violent crimes. But yeah, those are fucking bad crimes.
I think this is kind of a distraction from.
Yes.
If you have 10 million people, they're all household makers. Like, let's suppose they're the nicest people ever. Are you comfortable with them just remaining here? I don't think most people are.
No.
Then what do you do?
Rand Paul thinks that you should allow them to stay, but not give them citizenship.
See, if birthright citizenship went away, a lot of this would be solved.
Right.
Like, you can't, you don't have eligible welfare,
right.
Eligible for Medicaid, you can pay your taxes and income, not any benefits. People can understand that argument, maybe.
Especially if you are illegal and then you come here specifically to have a baby, and your baby is state too. That's kind of crazy. That's a crazy law.
I think we're the only country that has the two.
Yeah.
So China definitely doesn't. So, well, I mean, that was really banging them from the Chinese citizenship, to be fair.
That's true.
That's for North Korea, maybe. Yeah, so
it is a problem that doesn't have like a clear-cut solution that would make both sides happy. That's for damn sure.
Well, I think one side is against it entirely. Many Republicans don't think it's worth, kind of overturning our whole society against giving people out. So, I mean, if we had 10 million Canadians come to America, that's not going to change the country.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Right. Well, especially 10 million Canadians that could be violent criminals. If you just have an open door. There's violent Canadians. Sure. They're all.
Do you know about my incident in Canada plan?
No.
I want to get the exact. I have the exact numbers all out here. So there are, let me get this exactly right, 41 million Canadians.
Okay.
Now let's talk about reparations. Right. So if I wreck your truck and your truck is worth $10,000, I gotta get you a brand new truck worth $10,000 as reparations to your store. Okay. How do you have reparations for something that's sort of slavery and check's not going to do it? Because there's no amount of money where I can say, well, you know what, you owe me grandma, it's fine. Right. 41 million Canadians, they've already demonstrated repeatedly that they don't want freedom through every action. actually did 42 million African and Black Americans. So slavery in the South was a horrific lot that America's past. So the opposite, slavery in the North, would be better. So we invade and enslave, hashtag enslave Canada, and every African American is one Canadian, and that's reparations. And then you have to talk about slavery or racism again. And the big names, you get the big names. So like Michelle Obama, you get that sad, right? Barack Obama is not African American, he's African. You don't get it. Do you think that's real? The Kenyan thing? Well, he was of African descent. His ancestors were slaves. So he doesn't have to do reparations. Right. In fact, his ancestors owned slaves. That's what Kamala Harris is. Michelle Obama's ancestors weren't slaves. So she gets that. Sorry, God. I'm not kidding. I think you should do it. It would solve Canada. It would solve the racism problem.
Canada just needs to be free.
Yeah.
They need a better government up there.
That's right.
Trump ruined that. When he was saying they were going to be our 51st state, he killed the Conservative Party. Everybody sort of united and said, hey, we've got to stop America from trying to turn us into the 51st state.
It's great. Let's talk about this. Okay, because I don't know if people know this. In the first term of Marie Frederickson, I think is the Prime Minister of Denmark, they were going to have a meeting, and Trump's like, we want Greenland. And she's like, oh, before this meeting, Mr. President. And on Twitter, he canceled the meeting. He goes, since the Prime Minister doesn't know her place, we're going to have to meet another time. And she's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And now he's saying, you can have Greenland to do anything you want. You want to dig for the minerals? Please, bring industry there. No, we need to own Greenland. And they don't know, and I don't know what to make of his. Someone I saw social media that's on the spectrum, because he's so fixated on this thing, and no one's neurotypical has this kind of fixation. But what do you think of this whole thing?
I don't understand it. Do you know they offered us Greenland in the 1920s?
Right, okay,
Yeah.
Wasn't it 20 or something? How much was it?
How much did they offer us Greenland for?
But I don't blame them for being like, what is going on?
It is crazy.
Right.
So Denmark owns Greenland. Who's closer? Denmark or the United States?
It's Greenland.
We should have it.
Like, should Canada have it? No, fuck no. This is what it must be like in Denmark right now. We're like, what are you saying?
Okay, did not offer itself in the United States in the 1920s. The U.S. expressed interest in acquiring or basing in Greenland during that decade, but no formal offer came from Denmark.
I thought there was negotiation. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay.
And that's what I did.
Okay. For the U.S. Virgin Islands for $25 million. The U.S. bought the Danish West Indies, now U.S. Virgin Islands, for $25 million for a deal. But affirmed Danish sovereignty over Greenland. 1920s U.S. Army General William Mitchell advocated for American air bases on Greenland and Iceland to expand air power, viewing them as strategically vital amid advancing technology. No purchase or secession offer emerged from Denmark. U.S. interest remained internal military advocacy without diplomatic action.
You never go with it. You just gotta get a swap. You get Greenland, you get Puerto Rico.
So in 1947, go back to that. 1946, President Truman proposed $100 million in gold for Greenland, rejected by Denmark amid Cold War tensions. The U.S. gained defense rights via 1941 agreement during World War II occupation of Denmark. How interesting is that? Like, we've been interested in Greenland forever. Oh, it's right there. That's how it was originated. Fast route to commercial.
Well, yeah,
Right.
you have the whole streets on both sides.
Yeah.
The thing is, they're already saying you can do whatever you want. Like, take a dump on it, we don't care. Like, we're happy for you to exploit it. That's kind of it. It's like, no, we gotta own it. It's like, why?
I guess he got it in his head that he could make it happen.
This is really, I don't, the thing is, they're getting kicked out of Europe, not because it's aggressive, I think, not just, but also because it's like, what are we missing here? Like, you and I, like, what are we missing here?
Right.
Like, what about Greenland would make it change?
Right.
Do whatever you like, the more bases you like. You feel like how it is. Is he have a screws?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think anybody who wants to be president has a screw. Sure. Anybody who went through that guy, but Sure, absolutely. He went through the last 4 years with Biden was really trying to lock him up. What did I think he was president when they went through? Yeah, the Russiagate stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. You have to have a little bit of screws, and now I think he's on a victory lap for sure. He also wants to get a lot of stuff done because he knows he only has one term. And I think the Greenland thing, I understand the strategic implications why you want that. I don't understand why you wouldn't just like accept the deal. We got bases there. We have bases there already. And we do it already. Here's the other thing. This is the other one that I don't understand. We go to Venezuela. We basically teleport the girl out. Right. Obviously, we do this in any information where everyone knows. And then everyone just stops watching about it. And it's just like, well, the news cycle is crazy. What is going on in Venezuela? They changed the government. I don't think they did. They didn't change the government, but they got rid of the one guy that was in resistance. And a lot of people, like Kurt Metzger, thinks that what's going to happen is during the trial, they're going to reveal that Maduro was involved in rigging the 2020 election. But he was in 2020? Yes, because there is some sort of a connection with Venezuela and the 2020 election and the voting machines. Wait, okay, I love Kurt. I was one of his party. When I say I love him, ironically and not ironically, I think he's the best. I love him too. I don't see any route where they would leave the theater of a trial to release this sort of information. Right, I agree. But I think that having him in America and making a deal with a bitch where he kidnapped you and killed all your guards. I think if I could out courage, I would bet this. I would bet a lot of money. I would not be surprised that this is already happening. That they told him, if you come to jail with us, we will take you out. And he's like, you know, fine, I'll retire here. That would make more sense. They did some wild stuff over there, like they used some sound weapon to like incapacitate everybody and they went and executed them all. Is that all? I imagine that's not a single U.S. soldier was shot, right? And everybody was down. Like the people that are talking about it that were on the ground saying it was crazy. They shut off all the power, right? They shut off all the radar systems, and then all of a sudden, fucking helicopters, drones, everything was there. The sound weapon was used. Everybody was incapacitated. They came in, gunned down. How many people did they kill? I forget how many people they killed. Killed a lot of people, but they killed them with no resistance. But I thought it was very clear that we had some kind of inside information. I'm sure we have that as well. Someone on the inside was like working with us and just where he is. I'm sure there was that as well, but there was this. When I scattered a photo of him getting arrested, I thought it was AI. Because it looks so crazy ridiculous. And if I went a year ago and said Trump's going to arrest Maduro, I'm like, arrest him. It's just, like, I don't know it's real. Right. There's an article from The Guardian. Okay, Trump's DOJ investigating money. It's pretty bad. Yeah, they're gross. So he's bullshit. What just I just trying to read it. You're the CIA. Dabo Mego. Okay. This is what Kurt believes. This is not my theory. Scroll down. I want to see what you explain. Yeah, what's the accusation? Yeah, just scroll down. Well, that would be contributing to the conspiracy. Yeah, yeah. Mr. Reynolds. Yeah. They don't want to do that in The Guardian. Who knows? Why would they do that? I'd like to find out another awesome chapter of Game of Thrones. I still don't understand. It was a lot of people have heard correctly that we should be doing regime change, but the regime didn't change. Right, we just got rid of one guy and kidnapped him. Right, brought him to America. Like if you get rid of Trump, that's because president. You're not changing the government at all. Right. So like, what are we doing here? I don't know. Especially democracy by Maduro stole Venezuela's vote. So that is very widely accepted as well. Right. That's I think the keywords that are popping out is like the same stuff in our election this week. Ballot receipts, people checking polls, later than the looks like we're about to go in.
Are you sure?
Well, they're preparing.
I mean, that's always his great thing to shake the
Shadow, yeah, right, saber rattling.
So it's like I feel like all of us are like looking around being like,
What the fuck is going on? Yeah, every day is what the fuck is going on.
right?
You're just trying to like live a normal life,
Yes.
which is what everybody really wants. But preventing you from doing that with constantly being assaulted by new information that scares the shit out of you.
And it's also there's no context for us to understand this. Like we understand this in our situation, right? You go in, you conquer a country, you kill a lot of people. It's a nightmare bloodbath that was unnecessary. Fucking thing. We know that story. Like we're just gonna come in, pull out one guy who's the president, and his wife, and his wife, and then we'll come back. It's just like I remember the Democrats were like, what do we think? This never happened before. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just overwhelmed. I think I share the feeling that most Americans have right now. We're just every day like, what the fuck is going on?
But I feel like it's escalated.
Oh,
Unless it was crazy during this first third.
no. The world is escalating.
Yes.
What is this? Venezuelan oil gets shipped to Israel for the first time in years. Oh, boy. So as long as we assume control of the country, I think
I think we got their oil, right?
found a better way to run it. Well, that was the other thing that Trump said. What are we going to do with the oil tanker? We're going to keep it.
Yeah, it's like, what, right? Like, how do we get to do this? Like, if you're,
They said oil because,
so Venezuela saying it's fake.
Venezuela plans to send its first shipment of crude oil to Israel in 17 years, part of opening up the country's exports following U.S. induction. President Nicolas Maduro. I'm not a great source of this high.
The Bloomberg's the revenue. Yeah.
It seems like it's the same story.
It's supposed to be like this thing.
First shipment to Israel.
I think all they're saying is they've restored relations between Venezuela.
Well, they probably control the relations now. It's essentially the U.S. is probably in control of their oil distribution.
I think it's explicit.
Yeah. So,
Still like,
those are the things, bringing in all these companies, they're all going to do, but apparently their oil is like very difficult to acquire. Yeah, their oil is not like simple like Texas oil. They go home now, pull it out. It's like it's all it has to be processed with all these chemicals. It's apparently like the consistency of asphalt. It has to be broken down. It's very expensive. This is why was it the CEO of Exxon? One of the companies said that it would never work. Yeah, that the infrastructure is not in place. And then Trump was upset at him. Nancy.
I think anytime you start whenever you start talking about regime change, I think it's very scary.
Yeah,
historically.
and always turns bad.
Yeah.
Like Libya and all these other
Iran,
places. Yeah,
in
Iran,
1979.
yeah.
So it's just like,
Never good.
yeah, but then at the same time, we're like, what do we do? I'm like, what's plan B? Gavin Newsom? Do you know what I mean?
What's he gonna do?
Right.
Senior Trump administration officials are vowed to maintain control of Venezuelan oil exports for an indefinite period. Indefinite is weird. In quotes. Secretary of State Marco Rubio claiming that the Venezuelan acting government headed by Delcy Rodriguez needs to submit a budget request for accessing the country's oil proceeds. Whoa. So we just took over Venezuela, essentially.
Yeah, we just took over their oil.
Yeah, but also the country.
It's like the case that they compressed as hell.
Yeah, but the government essentially is like we're running that.
I don't think we will.
We probably tell them what they can and can't do.
No, I think that's the thing that they're still
Just the oil.
right. Can I talk about something fun?
Yeah.
I am finishing a project I've been working on for 10 years.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I'm excited.
What is it?
So there's this band from the 80s who were called Rabbi that combined punk and country, right? And I was looking at this compilation that I got in 1994. That's them Jamie worked on the picture. And I was staring at this photo trying to make heads or tails of this band because when you pull it up, it'll show you the photo, you'll see what I mean by it. Because they're a bunch of kids, these like kind of square dancing moves, no affect on their face whatsoever. And the singer, she's in Dolly Gordon wig and this big square dancing dress and just staring right at the I'm like, are they joking? Like, what's up with these people? And I met them, and they were art school kids. They were not joking. They're in that photo. So you see, I'm like, are they kidding? Are they not kidding? I mean, it's tradition. It's true. This is from the 80s. They got signed the same day as Bon Jovi at the same time. And he said, I'm taking you both to number one. So I wrote a screenplay about them. It's kind of like a Spinal Tap story because they're on stage in punk clubs doing jokes like, hey, Bob, I'm exhausted. Why are you exhausted? I'm on a couple in this hotel room where I'm like eating candy bars. Candy bars? Yeah, she kept yelling, oh, Henry, oh, Henry. Right? So it's this complete, like, what are you doing here? But the guy who did the keyboards for the band did the animation for American Splendor. And they and my band party PR. They wrote a movie about me in 2006.
Is he that guy that went nuts on Letterman?
So that you know who Harvey is.
Yeah.
So Harvey started the idea. Comic book guy, right? He started the idea of writing autobiographical comics in the 70s. From all this music, Here Comes American Splendor. It's an ironic title because his life was not exactly very splendid. He was a bother, kind of a miserable person. He hated a comic curmudgeon. And amazingly, the film came out in 2000 and something like that, 2001. He flew back to New York to produce it, and the producer of the film at home sent out an email that said, Harvey's in town with nothing to do. If you want to hang out with him, this is your chance. And I'm the only person who took him up on it. And I go there, and he's on his bed, and he got, spoiler alert, he died in 2010 on my birthday, which was not a funny email to get. Anyway, and he's like, yeah, he's got this really weird way of talking. He's like, I'm really fucked up, man. And I point out to him, since everything in his life was a disaster, his brain got him one piece the weekend of the blackout. It was this big fucking blackout. He's like, oh, god damn it. And that was the weekend kind of fish tank. And I'm trying to keep them alive with no electricity, and that worked out. So he wrote a book about me, and that screenplay fell by the wayside. But because it's kind of like Spinal Tap, it's this kind of funny story about when you're young. Anyone who happens to you're young, go for it. Be stupid. If you're gonna fail, it's okay. It's still something exciting to try and to do, which they certainly did. And I'm like, wait a minute, this universe to a graphic novel. There used to be this guy named Eric July who has this whole kind of empire. He did Kickstarter. He made like $1 million first one. It's called The Riververse. And now they're at a point where you don't have to go through DC or Marvel to produce your product. So I'm super excited about it. Again, I started this in 2000, and now it's finally 26 years later coming to fruition. So awesome. I want to work on it. All right, I'm just really kind of, it's very intense. It's just the other thing. I was at Bowles, and I had basically what was the opposite of a nervous breakdown, where all the parts of my brain slid into place. But I realized the story I wrote in 2001 happens if you do all these things, try to be original, go nowhere. Like, those are my fears. When I was starting, what if I end up letting them have nothing to show for it? And 25 years later, that starts to run, I can pay my rent because I'm kind of creative person. And if they were around today, they would probably pay their rent because it's much easier as a band to kind of hold an audience. But it's a very funny story, but it's also a very dark one. And it's largely true. All right. So I'm just stoked that I kept it on a happy note. Yeah. Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
Congratulations on the Facebook.
Bye, everybody. Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
You got a wild card boxing hat on, a Bruce Lee shirt. Come on, son. There you go. Yeah, you got it all going on. What's happening? Great to see you. Things are really well. He's thinking of the there's on that thing there. There's what is it? Last time I saw you was at Terry Black's barbecue. Yeah, random run in. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, man, I was thinking about going there right after this. I'm like, what? Terry Black's? That place rules. Yeah. Are you still in LA? Yeah. It's a lot. It's cool, man. Is it? Yeah, you like it? They're all sensation. No. Yeah, well, listen, okay, I live in LA in a way where, first of all, if you got a handful with you, yeah, your family, and it's chilling. So the fact that LA has a different thing, I can trail, 20 minutes. Oh, geographic weather. Yeah, oh, you can't be anything. So good people, good friends with you. Yeah, and so you just run by crazy. It's a nice neighborhood run by the mob. It's run by the woke mob. But I mean, geographically, you can't beat it. You can be at the ocean, and then you can be in the mountains in 2 hours. Yeah. So that's even if you don't partake, it's still you get something. Oh, yeah. Like the spot itself is magical. It is a magical place to live. Although I am deeply concerned that motherfucker's gonna get hit with one sword. That's about time, right? Yeah. I was reading this article about massive earthquakes in California that come off the mission right now, and the possibility of one of them happening in the next decade is very high. Yeah. And I try not to think about that. I don't think about it too. Yeah, but now there's, I think they have a better detection of that stuff now too. It's better. It doesn't matter. They can't detect. Do you remember what happened in Italy? A couple guys got arrested and jailed. They were seismologists because the company, the country rather, didn't understand the ability to detect it. They had a big earthquake, a bunch of people died, and so they blamed these geologists or seismologists. They wound up winning in court on appeal. Because eventually the science was revealed, like, hey, there's no fucking way you can really tell. But they hung these guys out. They blamed these guys on not being able to detect it. Well, I mean, here's the thing. The last crazy 72 and then 94. Yeah. Right, it was 93. I moved to LA right after the last big one. I saw one of the sections of the highway that had collapsed on the other one. I was driving by. This place. I was in the middle of that. I came into LA. Oh, were you there? Dude, I don't like to tell the story about what happened during that 94 earthquake because it sounds like bullshit. But literally, I got up, ran out of my house, my apartment at the time, jumped off the balcony, and watched it happen. You watched the house collapse? I watched the earthquake happen from outside. Oh, it's like no bullshit. Everybody. So I thought, oh shit, I overreacted. I had a bad dream. I lived on the first floor of this apartment building. All I know is I wake up, I'm off balance, catching my balance in the parking lot, right? And like, oh shit, I gotta find the guard to get me back and I get in the apartment building, right? And I'm thinking, what was like I lost my mind or something. Next thing you know, everything shakes and the lights go out. So just everything gets black. And so I'm back in, I retreat back because I'm thinking the building's gonna fall on me. And I'm like, wait a minute. Then I got the story from everybody knows that experienced that. They said that the first thing that happened was the building shook and the lights went out. Well, I was outside watching it. So I'm outside when it happened. Like some kind of funny like you jump over. I don't know. Dude, did you have like the first rumbles? I thought I reacted to like some kind of aftershock or some kind of rumble. No, girl, that wasn't me. You have to turn in the apartment. Dude. All she knows is that you jumped up and you ran out of the house, and I heard the door slide, and that was it. And the next thing you know, everything shook, and she was trapped in there because there was a closet door that trapped her in the hallway. So when I got back in place, me and a friend had to try to pry the door open because she couldn't get out. But I ran out of that place before the earthquake actually happened. How weird is that? Coincidence. I don't know what the hell that was. It has to be because I don't even like telling that story because it sounds like bullshit. So, it really happened that way because in the guard, I talked to the guard. I'm like, hey, when did the lights go out? Oh, this shook. The lights went out. I'm like, I'm watching that happen. So you felt it happen before it happened. Some kind of weird way. I think humans have that. Animals definitely have that. They talk about Thailand, how they had that tsunami and all the animals ran up to the highest point of the island. They all just took off. It's like they just knew instinctively. I don't know. And nothing like that has ever happened now. I gotta say this, but I've been like, yeah, but you're a dude that's tuned in. You're tuned into your body. You're tuned into your environment. You're not gonna get caught slipping. Like you probably felt something and your spidey sense went off. Yeah, I have been like that. Like I've been, I've been on my own since I was 14. Crazy shit that you never see in movies. And that's the type of shit that you get from those comedies. But yeah, and I was always the one that said, hey, let's leave. Let's get out of here. And then, hey, man, there was a shootout that just happened right after we left. Or I can detect, like, the predators. You know what I mean? So I grew up kind of that way. Right. You had nobody looking out for you. Yeah. Nobody was looking out for you. You had to look out for yourself. Well, yeah, I mean, I was like always the junior of people. A lot of times, but like I said, I've been on my own since I was 14. I had a grown man since I was 13, 14. I looked like a grown ass man, right? I was fighting in tournaments at 15 against grown men, like fighting heavyweight at that time. But I was always hanging with older people, kind of, kind of like I got away with kind of living as an adult growing up. Because, like, did you work? Yeah, well, I was teaching a karate school, a karate class. But what was happening, see, I used to hang out at this place in the hood. At this time, I moved from Brooklyn to Newport, Connecticut, right? Bridgeport, yeah, yeah. It was a lot of people don't know. Yeah, we had the top murder rate per capita, man. Like, Bridgeport's rough. Oh, yeah, yeah. So I was constantly, there's a community center that was like my haven. And I would go practice with me and my other karate nuts, And so I'd be in the paper for winning heavyweight, competitions or whatever. And so the people that were running the community center said, why don't you teach a class? And they thought I was an adult. No, that's fair. And so I was teaching like like kind of like just under the table. I was getting paid under the table basically. But I had like close to 200 students early on, like around 15, 16. Oh, that's crazy. And so, it was kind of a trip with, which is one of the reasons why I was a father at 15. Because I had one of my students' older sister, it's like had a crush on his instructor. But I was kind of living the life of a grown up kind of early on. And so, there's a faction of people who are not going to say this because they think that I'm probably in my 70s. I just give a bit right? Yeah, so there's some people I had to admit, like, no, I wasn't the age you thought I was. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, but I mean, so yeah, one of the things I'm really grateful for is growing up that early and having to, use my instincts and being that street fighting was like my favorite thing to do, actually. And so when I got to the martial arts deeper and everything else, I really dug into it. I wanted to learn style after style and just, everything. Just a martial art nerd. But I also like the realistic portion of even though I was doing other styles like shoot and everything else. It's actually like somewhere Eddie Bravo has to find this video. There's a video of us working out together at Legends where we were talking about hopping sidekicks and different types of sidekicks. And you threw out, there was a bag that we had that had a shade chain, but regardless, you threw a hopping sidekick on that chain, and the chain snapped and went flying, the bag went flying, and Eddie Bravo was like, "What the fuck?" It's a funny video, man. I know Eddie has it somewhere. I'll text him after this and try to see if he can put it up on his Instagram or something.
Yeah, back then you were training when it wasn't even popular. I just see you in the gym all the time. Yeah, all the time. And you were, just think about this. It was 29 years ago, last time you ever.
Yeah, that's right. 29 years ago. After the Bob Costas show, he took a week off and guest hosted it for a week. Yeah.
And at that time, you were already training with Maurice Smith.
Yes, and Maurice was one of the guests.
Right. I ended up training with Maurice Smith, every time I go to Seattle. We training him. So, we were like part of this kind of karate, martial art nerd culture. Yeah. When it wasn't even popular.
No.
I used to see him all the time. Doing jiu-jitsu with Carl Parisi and all these guys that were legends. There was another place. There was Legends and there was another place.
Bomb Squad.
Yes.
Bomb Squad was the first place that Eddie taught at, and that place closed down, and we went to Legends. And then we moved to the other Legends that was like in East LA. And then Eddie started opening up his own place in downtown. And that's where
I was training with Josh Barnett.
Yep. Olden days.
Yes, man, yeah. School would be coming through the gym because I was training my staff at one time. And then that's how I got Frankie Lyles connected into the
Wow.
And so I remember Frankie. Yeah.
Frankie used to be on the Bomb Squad first.
Right, yeah. Frankie was like my best friend in the world. He was really super middleweight champion. That's what I deeply into boxing. And so I would always be at his training camps. And, I got to his training. Tommy Hearn.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing. Sugar Ray and all these guys.
Frankie's a great boxing coach. Yeah. He's one of the most technical. He's one of the most technical guys I've ever worked with. Like, he analyzes every aspect of your jab. He's moving your elbow. He's tightening this. He's moving you here. He's he's showing all the various basic little tiny details that make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he was my personal boxing coach. I trained with him. Joe Houston early on. But Frankie, we really kind of combined a lot of things. Because I started kind of teaching him things with the jab and telegraph technique stuff. And he started applying that. And he would bring me in this stuff and would have me show people like Sugar Ray. Like, oh, explain this jab thing. And I'm like, what? Explain this to Sugar Ray? This is ridiculous, right? But it was like this combination. It was like, I don't know, I'm very analytical, and I love technique, and so I would just try to break things down. My whole thing was always to pressure test things, so if I could develop a tool or a skill, and you can't stop me if I tell you what I'm doing, then that's what you're going to take me, because then it's legit.
The thing about no telegraph at all, it's so much more effective than a harder strike with telegraph. It's so difficult to teach people that because everybody wants to hit everybody as hard as they can. Especially if you have power, your instinct is to fucking load up on everything. I remember I first saw you teaching that to Kim Muslims.
Oh, yeah.
You were on a movie set.
Yeah. So, oh, yeah, what a great guy.
What a great guy he was.
That's one thing about the fight. You can't hide your nature. know what I mean? People see who you are, and it's like the one of them. But like, but like a lot of people, like almost like street basketball as opposed to professional. You miss out on certain techniques that you need when you're trying to step up. Right. And so, like, like a lot of people, like, kind of telegraph. And so when we were shooting the movie, you know, and I basically had a cameraman that did not really know how to shoot and stuff, so I just had to do everything on screen. And so I would actually make everything very realistic. And so Kimbo had this rubber knife, and I was like, try your best to touch me with the rubber knife. And so he would try, but as soon as he would move, there'd be a little bit of an indication that I'd see, and then I felt the punch go really close to him, and I have to react to that. But he was all like, wait a minute, how are you hitting me before I can get the knife out? And then I told him, I'll show you what that is later. Because, kind of like, not to be a real nerdish about it, but like, why are like 50, 60-year-old traders beating people's hands like a 20-year-old guys who's in their skins like this? You see, the person with the pad moving just as much as the other guy because there's an indication there. They do this before. They're always kind of flexing and going in reverse before they go forward. So, just for years, I wouldn't do that, and I would explain that. So it's kind of like a cheat code that I'm like, what the hell am I going to do? I'm going to have to. So my thing is, just like yourself, I see, George St. Pierre and how they're always mentioned, and kind of collaborating with it's about just getting better, not no ego or anything like that. It's just like, hey man, we're kind of, kind of like jamming on one technique and getting better. Well, it's just a high when someone has a different style. Yeah, there's always something in different styles that you can take out. There's always something. And we're seeing that now. There's all these different martial artists that are entering into MMA that have these different techniques that people haven't seen before. And there's a lot of them that people dismiss that you're finding are very effective. There's some people who don't know how to do them. You don't know what they do. So you have like a data to your mind. It's like, what do you see when a guy's loading up on something? But if you don't know that, you don't see it, right? And if you're loading that, you're not gonna capitalize on it, right? Because you're taking there's a millisecond that you're taking because your move is not efficient. This episode is brought to you by Threat Locker. Here's the truth. Reacting to cyber attacks isn't enough. You need control from the start. That's where Threat Locker comes in. With zero trust, you only allow what you need, blocking everything else by default. You're in control of what runs, when, where, and how. Ransomware, zero-day exploits, block them before they can execute. And now with AI now increasing the speed and volume of attacks, a fast response isn't fast enough. Visit threatlocker.com/JRE to learn more. There's a move that still to this day people aren't doing effectively when someone loads up. You can see the load up, and it's just not a jump. It's just lifting your foot up and putting it on the hips. And it's super effective in Taekwondo because everybody's fast. Everybody's trying to do that technique. But that jam of just lifting your foot up and just not trying to hit them hard, just putting that foot on the hip, it fucks people up. And I don't see anybody using that right now. That's how you win. Like, as in life, there's always something that you can gain from the ego. People want to like the egos a lot of times. But like even shit. It's hard as hell for me to want to shoot against guys half my size. It's not against me. It's performance. Right. But if I can only go to these very hard techniques, I got to get down to the floor and I got to. And obviously, at my size, right? Well, then I'm better. So if I want to kick you in the eyebrow, I can, right? Because
it's about, having my body, my mind's telling me to, right? And so, of course, people want to dismiss it because, oh, that ain't real, you can't use it. Yeah. Just like ballet is hard as hell, you can't use that either. But anybody, any heavyweight, it's no ballet, would be a better fighter, 100%. His dad taught him Ukrainian dance. Lomachenko's dad pulled him out of boxing for 2 years when he was young. And said, you're just going to do Ukrainian dance. Look at that guy's movement. Exactly. It's just that as in life, I don't look at anything one move. It just discard the other stuff. I used to when I was young, I was pretty arrogant. I was sort of thought performance were stupid. All I wanted to do was spar and act. And then as I got older, I realized, there's a lot of ways to do it. Absolutely. Yeah. Like I said, I try to apply that to life, period. I never look at anything from one perspective. Now, my favorite band is Eagles. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm listening to Jody Mitchell, and people like, what are you doing listening to my This is my life, man. Fuck you. You hear these lyrics? You hear Jody Mitchell lyrics, man? But look, that's all for me, too. I mean, I'm just as passionate about, Aerosmith as I am about the Isley Brothers. But I've never looked at life as I have to think in this parameter. I've got to be marginalized. That's just, man, come on, it's such a waste of life. It's all for you, man. So, like, with the martial arts and everything else, I look at every martial art, just like everything else. Everything has something to contribute. Just like all people have something to contribute. An idiot, learn from an idiot. A lot of idiots have wise things occasionally, because everybody's wanting to have a conscience of legitimacy. Maybe 20% has it right, and they don't see the 80%. But until you acknowledge that 20%, they're not going to hear you. Right. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. It's like, man, all this minute, the things I don't envy a whole lot of people. I do envy you because you get to expand your world into so many interesting people. And that's what a great thing. What a great thing to just have all these type of perspectives and all that coming through. And I gotta say, man, I'm super proud of you because I know you guys joking and Jim, man, look what you've done, man. Man, it's like that's a shot in the arm because it's like people that you like and seeing them prosper, that's cool as shit. But yeah, I've learned a lot, man. I didn't expect to. When we first started doing this, it was just fun. We just get together with our friends. What you wanted to do, we forget everything. You remember this? We come to, I think it was an ice house in Pasadena. It wasn't an ice house. It was in Orange County. I came to see you before I offered you the role in Blood and Bone. You remember that? I do. Yeah, I do now. Yeah, okay. Because Blood and Bone, which was like actually Sony's most successful theatrical, that was basically a kind of reimagining of hard times. And yes, well, that role was basically, it was a James Coburn role, right? But you were so you did to me. I don't want to do exactly stuff. I want to focus on what your interest, which was stand up and you get together with Eddie, doing like kind of the early podcast type of stuff or whatever. And I'm like, man, you really kind of knew what you wanted to do. Well, the thing about acting is, I admire it, especially good acting, but it takes a long time. It's a 16-hour day. It's so long, and it will take away from other things you do. And I saw that with a lot of comics that they started doing acting and it would take away from their act because they really couldn't go with their sets every night. They couldn't really polish their material. You see the stuff get a little clunky. It's just you gotta focus. You gotta find the things you enjoy and focus on that. Yeah, that's why I say I'm so proud of the team. just being there and seeing what's like, being part of the UFC, where there's nothing promising. You know, if not only was it not promising, people looked at you like you were doing stuff. They looked at like, I remember in the early days, Tina White always says this, people would talk to you like you're doing porn or something. Right. I was on news radio, the sitcom on NBC, and I was doing commentary where I was doing post-fight interviews for the UFC. And they were like, why are you doing this? Why are you flying to Alabama doing cage fights? See, this one movies are good movies are made of shit like this. You know, somebody that's just, I do your spirit. You want what they want to do with no promise of anything, and then accomplish it. So, well, for me, and I'm sure for you as well, when we were young, there was always a question: what is the best style? Is it Kyokushin? Is it judo? Is it kung fu? What is it? What's the best style? And no one really knew. I mean, Benny the Jet fought in a bunch of those no rules fights early on, but they never really took off. There wasn't a lot of those. You know, Benny was obviously a very special fighter. Yeah, yeah, he's one of my teachers too. Oh yeah. I trained in his gym. He was on the podcast with me, recently, and I told him, I said, I came to LA, there's two places I go. I go to the comedy store, and the Jet Center. And I was there in '94, right before it went up, because the third grade dam is still going. Exactly. So when the rainy season came, right now, so right now. And that was on. We were training that gym. That was incredible. It was incredible. Yeah, I used to be there. Yeah. Those great times ago. I mean, I connect with many because when I was in Bridgeport, my instructor, Benny Bellisi, we went to California and started training with Benny early on. So that went the path about coming to the Mecca training with Benny. He was the Mecca for kickboxing, especially in the 90s. That was the Mecca. You had to go to the gyms. Everyone was so we were always wondering, like, what is the style? What's the best style? And then the UFC came along. Oh my God, they did it. They figured it out. They put it all together. And for a while, it was jiu-jitsu because nobody understood jiu-jitsu. Gracie was just running shit. Well, you know how that was kind of set up. But look, he had some challenges. Like Shamrock was a beast. Oh yeah, he had some really good fighters. He was King of Slice. Excuse me, not King of Slice. Chemo. Sorry, Chemo was fucking huge. He's a big dude, but he didn't really. It was a 100-pound advantage. Yeah, 100 pounds over Gracie was smart. They were very smart at that time. The right people who were kind of big at that time. There was some killers out there. There were some killers out there. Yeah, they definitely set it up, especially the early ones. But it's also, it's like, it was good for us to see a guy like Royce. He wasn't jacked. He was a slender guy who weighed 175 pounds, strangling everybody, arm-barring everybody. It was wild to see. Dan Severn, 260 pounds, was tapped him on his back with a triangle. That put jiu-jitsu on the map. Big time. That cat was like, I always considered him like powerful. It was, he had this, not only jiu-jitsu skills, but just his concentration. And he was almost like, hypnotic. Right? And just no wasted energy. Just unbelievable. What an amazing person. Watch it. Yeah, I encourage anybody to pull up this fight. Talk about dangerous versus the highest. I mean, it's like cross training too. It's Dixie got really into yoga. And everybody's like, it's from college. Dixon got really into yoga. That's super flexible. It's able to control his breathing. I never got time. Yeah, you saw him in there. Oh, yeah. It's tough, man. That's what Dixon, there's a video of him. I did this multiple times. Where he would go to these gyms and he would teach the seminar, like a long seminar, roll all the black belts. Just tap them all around to get one chance. Guys are just don't understand what's going on. Like, how is this happening? Like Paulo Filho, when he was the WEC world champion, and he had won the Nelson, I believe, he won multiple jiu-jitsu championships, and he trained with us. And it's true. Because I can't believe it. Because I trained with him like I did with Paul, and it was crazy. And Dixon, by that time, was probably like 40. He's still just dominating guys on that effortless. It wasn't strength, it was pure technique and basics. Just mastery basics. Oh, yeah, basics. It's like there's no bare polos, no X guard, nothing crazy. It's like everything he did is like jiu-jitsu 101, master. And you've read of him, people that, everybody knows his voice. You guys don't know who his big brother is. His brother, yeah. He would always say that my brother's 10 times better than me. Right, yeah. So that's that. Yeah, I love jiu-jitsu. It's held up in the tradition that martial arts is quietly lost because it became a business and became practice. Put their time in, pay for their black belts, right? And it just watered it down, right? All these people running around saying that they're master this and brand whatever, all these made up things. It's like, oh yeah, guys are master, and then martial art, that's an English word, right? How do master sneak its way into it? Right? We don't need to go. So, well, the thing about martial arts, other than jiu-jitsu, is when you're sparring, it's very controlled. Like a lot of karate sparring is very controlled. A lot of taekwondo sparring is very controlled. But in jiu-jitsu, the beautiful thing about grappling is you know how good everybody is because they all spar. They're all rolling with each other, and they're essentially going full blast. So there's no hiding. There's no hiding your skill. Rothschild'S used to say basically, what? I killed you. Yeah, I just killed you. So that's like, wow, that's true because it's like, it actually works out better. Oh, yeah. He gets you a triangle and you tap it because you're about to go to sleep. Yes, once you're sleeping, you stop your head and no thank you. Yeah, just hold on to that triangle and you never wake up. But when you fail, what's really humbling is how quickly someone can do it to you. You don't know where you're going. Like, that was shocking to me because I had all this martial arts experience, and I first started training. I was like, I wrestled in high school. I'm strong. I'm fast. I know how to fight. I just got over and over and over. This is ridiculous. Yeah, see, that kudos. A lot of people, because of getting egotistical thing going, and you really got to get your confidence, you got your background, all that kind of stuff. It means jack nothing. Everybody, continues and really learn real fighting. Knows when you have a boxer beat the hell out of you and you can go over it. There's a lot of stuff I got to toss out the window. Because I never forget like times where I wrestle against stupid or boxers like pieces me up like early on. I'm like, no, I got to do this. I went through several of those. I went through one of them in high school because I had a friend in high school who was a wrestler. I didn't think anything of wrestling. I went, that's not even martial art. And then we wrestled on the grass one day. He just took me down at will. I was like, this is ridiculous. He put me down. I couldn't move. I couldn't get up. I'm like, God, this is stunning. I thought I'm strong. I thought I could move. I thought I'll be able to get out of the way. I had no chance. He wasn't even a great wrestler. He was just a decent wrestler. He just humbled me over and over and over again. So I started wrestling. Then when I got into Taekwondo, I thought I'm really good at Taekwondo. I was competing on a national level. I won state championships 4 years in a row. I was fucking loving it. And then I remember the first time I boxed with like an amateur boxer, I was like, oh. This kid was like 18 years old. And I was at the gym. He went on, this kid, his name's Dana Rosenblatt. He went on to become New England middleweight champion. He beat Vinny Pazienza. He beat Howard Davis Jr. as a professional. He's a really good boxer. But he was kickboxing at the time, and I was going to get into kickboxing, and so I was sparring with him. When I was boxing him, I was just getting lit up. I was like, oh, and then also when we were kickboxing, the moment he got close to me, I was in trouble. Right? I was like, oh no, like Taekwondo had too many flaws. I can't take these. So I had gone through that. So then I thought, okay, well now I understand kickboxing. Then I met a dude who went to Thailand a bunch of times. So I was training Muay Thai and fighting over there, and then I started learning leg kicks. I'm like, oh, good lord! Now all they have to do is kick my legs. I didn't even think of that. And I started really paying attention to WKA fights, the old Dennis Alexio days, John the Dragon Wilson, they kicks everything. Oh my goodness. And then I'm like, okay, well now I got a solid foundation. I understand how to fight. And then I started getting jiu-jitsu. Like, oh no, back to square one. Greeks. Just getting all over that. But I've been through that so many times and restarted so many times. And like, well, it's time to learn this now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everything has something to teach you. And, there's that. The martial art is fantasy world, which is, I think it's hilarious. There's this, I didn't know this. It's kind of, I would say it like this. With martial arts, it's the Dunning Kruger effect. The largest way possible, because everybody out there has an opinion of martial arts, though very few people really know what it is. They want to look at these happening, and they really want to believe that. They want to believe that this guy who, kicks in the air and all that type of stuff will be able to beat the champion. And, hey, I benefit from that to some degree because they think that about me. But, I go through fighting. I actually love fighting against anybody. But we've had actual competition experiences. My best experiences is when I got a chance to train against champions at their place. When they're at their best. And it's not an ego thing, it's just that I love to be able to test myself. And because I'm my biggest competition. And so that whole thing about just what the value means to me is like, thank you for making me better by providing me constantly. And the higher the better the person, the better I can become 100%. And so I loved it. So for years I've been Saki, Maurice Smith, and name it. I consider myself one of the luckiest black martial artists on the planet because I get to train with so many people. Sometimes, at my house, I got all these, former champions, training people. Rampage, he was champion. I go to his place. And honestly, like, the things I brag about is when I get humbled, because that's when I learned something. Sure, my philosophy is I love to be wrong until I'm wrong at it. Absolutely. And so, like, some of the best times for me is like, I don't know when I was, Michael President was like, to fight for St. Clair, and we were in Thailand. It's like, hey, this thing, it's not what's what it is. Oh, we were doing what we were. Oh, wow. He had to train, getting ready for the George St. Clair fight. And so, I was like, yeah, let's just do some rounds or whatever. And I got so for second round. I'm like, dude, just whoop my ass. I feel so like I'm embarrassed. I just said it was a cardio. Yes, he was. He was a cardio. I expect that because we spent all day on a yacht the day before. He was drinking nonstop. I'm a non-drinker, right? Like this guy's gonna, we're probably taking it easy on him. Like, he's all of the toughest motherfuckers that ever fought in the sport. I swear. That's what I say about him. No matter what you think about watching his fights, you have to understand. Not only did he accomplish so much, he accomplished a lot of it with one eye. Why fucking not? He got 11 fights in the UFC with a winning record with one eye. Crazy. That's he would memorize the eye chart so that when they covered his eye, he could sag it out like he could read it. How fucking crazy is
He's
this?
got he's a personal story too. I was trying to encourage you to get that mayo. Honestly, man, I really look at these UFC's fighters and MMA guys as are my main heroes. They're our gladiators. And so whenever I have a chance, man, I always like to put them in movies and try to expose them to another kind of way getting paid. Yeah, especially afterwards, because that's something it breaks my heart that their heroes when they get discarded sometimes back then. And not simply by the people that they're with, but just by the fans. They're so fickle sometimes.
Yes, well, the casuals, the people that aren't really martial artists.
Right, yeah. So I
This
just,
is a guy.
I just did my third movie with Cowboy Cerrone. You know, we just finished a little over a week ago.
Oh, that's
Yeah, he's really good.
I love it. That's a guy that can really legitimately transition to comfort. So,
Yes, and he's got a lot more confidence. This is, like I said, the third movie. He did a Western with me. I'm a Jack Black guy. I'm a black guy. But I had Cowboy. I had Randy Couture in it.
oh, wow.
And then Josh Barnett.
Randy's done an amazing job of transitioning.
Oh, absolutely.
Expendables. He's great at it.
Yeah,
He's a great personality.
absolutely.
Very calm. I remember one time he was fighting Tim Sylvia for the heavyweight title. And he came out there and he had a smile on his face. He looked over at me and he winked. I'm like, how is this motherfucker so relaxed before he's fighting? He had an amazing perspective. He said to me, the people who love you will love you whether you win or lose. He said, what's the worst thing that can happen? You lose, you've lost before.
Yeah,
It's no big deal.
remember him smacking Tito?
Yeah, top of his head, man.
He had that heart attack while he was shooting my movie.
That's crazy.
And it's came back to set like that. How long ago was it? I don't remember how exactly it was. And then he drove himself to the hospital. Yeah, man. Talk about an American hero, man. I mean,
I was there for his first fight.
really?
Yeah, 1997. Yeah, I was there for his very first fight. Oh, shit. He fought this huge jack dude. Took him down the mountain and beat the shit out of him. It was wild. It was like, that was the time when wrestlers had first started cracking this code. Right? There was this code of, there was a lot of people that thought like jiu-jitsu was the only way. And the elite wrestlers got in there. The Mark Kerrs, the Mark Colemans, and Randy, and a bunch of these guys got in there. And it was like, if I can just take you down, you can buff out you from the top. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Right? And then you realize, like, boy, that is the core. That's the true cornerstone of martial arts. The ability to take a guy down. Like, so what's harder than wrestling? This is the hardest sport in the world. The hardest sport in the world. The best sport in the world to get your kids into at a young age because the discipline and the mental toughness that they get will carry them through for the rest of their life.
Yeah, tenacity, just stick to it as well. You want to call it. Yeah, that's just
Even high school wrestling. I remember wrestling in high school. I had already done martial arts, but I was like, I never trained that hard. I was like, I can't believe. And then it carried me over into my Taekwondo career because I realized, like, oh, I'm leaving a lot on the table. Like, I'm not training like these guys. Running, I started adding all these things to my training that I wasn't doing before. I started doing a lot more calisthenics, a lot more different things. Like, I'm leaving something on the table because we were not training in the gym. We were sparring hard. We were doing hard rounds, and you get tired. It was not the same as what we were doing in wrestling. No one trains hard in wrestling.
aerobic stuff. I got the rest of when I was a senior in high school, and my football coach was a wrestler in college. And he challenged me. I think we did this 2 years in a row. My junior year and my senior year. At the end of the year, we wrestled. We just go like, he and like I said, I was big for my age. He played football. I was for a very short time, but
times I wasn't designed for team sports. Meeting up with oh no. Yeah, I had the worst temper than anybody that I've ever seen. I mean, I used to go in the fifth grade. I was so angry early on, man. It's like the whole, it's like, chill out a little bit. Like, I was just, yeah, you know what it is? It's like I was growing up in a very harsh environment. And I didn't know I was an artist. I didn't know I was a writer, director, whatever the hell I did. And see those growing up where I am, right? And so when you're a sensitive kid, man, what you do is you read karma. Like I was still playing Mike Tyson later on, and I understood it quite well. And if you're sensitive, anything that's precious, you put it in a lock it in a safe, it becomes safe. And it's like I grew up, my brothers are completely different behaviors, so things roll off different. But like for me, just I was just volatile. And luckily I had martial arts to kind of focus on too. But like I said, like I was playing Mike Tyson, I understood a great deal. And even though you can take the rider of this monster, it's only the high what's really deep inside. And that's why you would see if anybody's around over the tears right in front of people, it's people like Mike Tyson. And you go, how does that fit in the same person's brand? And so that's what I was growing up. You know, I don't know if you know this, but I was a school teacher before I was an actor. Oh, yeah, I taught EPLs, special ed teacher. So I focused on a lot of kids who were very much like me. I still do that in a way I consider it a job. Whenever I'm off doing work, on a movie or whatever, I go into the administrators, I go into the babysitters. I do the moment that there's nothing afterwards. There's no better spending time and something like that. Because I was luckily saved. I have just the right times in my life, just different seeds planted. And so I'm confident that if those seeds were not planted, I wouldn't be. Because, like I said, I was some crazy stuff, classic story. Yeah, bro, man, like, I tell you, like, just, like, 2 years ago, a buddy of mine, who's a close friend of mine, he got out of prison. He was in prison for close to like 30 years. And they found me on Facebook. And so when I went back east, he linked up. And I said, you know, I know a lot of people who have businesses and everything. Put them up, got my job, we were sitting over lunch. And telling me like third or fourth story, like in back in the glory days of us or whatever. Right in the middle of this story, I was kind of in my set to kind of set the straight because I don't know if you want to call it superstitious, but I won't lie. I refuse to lie to my friends. I don't lie by omission. So I was getting sent to tell them, you gotta stop embellishing your own stories. Just because you were locked up and you made these stories sound bigger than life. I get it, but that's not real. You gotta really, not do that. And the more you hate that, and I'm listening to it, I go, holy shit, he's telling the truth. I start remembering what he's telling me. And I'm like, now I'm finishing this sentence. And not only was that story true, but the other one was true too. And dude, like, I swear, every time I think about this, I got these goosebumps. And I realized, oh my God, how close I was to being or just not like better devote my time into helping kids the way I was helping them. Hell, if I'm taken out, I accept that. Even if I'm at some projects where I'm not supposed to be, I shouldn't be, I accept that It's definitely fit on the radar and all that. And I can remember a lot of these crazy stories. But aside from the ones that he made me comment on, wow, well, that speaks to your character that you downplayed it all in your mind so much that you thought it was eccentric. I swear to God, you're not that person. No, but I mean, but there was so much. There was so many things that were, I just call it on a Wednesday that I went through. That is like, I don't know, like, I think I would have traded because I continue to be the happiest guy I know because of, I think, some of that, just to appreciate the time. Oh my God, yeah. And I should be slapped if I think about anything, right? You know what I mean? Like, what? Yeah, so I just, boy, I just know I'm so blessed. And you know what we do, what we're doing right now, we're in the service industry. You're here to serve. In my opinion, that's what we're all here for. And it's great that we get to serve doing things that we like to do. To inspire. That's definitely a lot of it. That's definitely a lot of it, right? You entertain, but I feel very blessed that I've been able to expose to so many different ways of thinking, so much information, so many different things that have led to so many different paths. I can tell you about whatever discipline they're involved in, what we're working on right now, and what you can learn about the human mind, the body, ancient history, life, whatever it is. Yeah, man, I see you do that over and over. But most honestly, I was like, you had to kind of push out aside until, as a friend, some things that are hard. People, other friends attack. And like, that was real. Yeah, that was real. He's a great person. He's a great human being. And I knew the path. I'd seen it too many times, but I hadn't seen it with someone I was that close with. I was like, you have to stop. Because you, not only you're in the heavyweight division, so the knockouts are brutal, and you're going to get 3 or 4 more in the next couple of years, and then you're not going to recover from those. So I hope they take a page out of that because it's so non-manly, I feel, to just not say anything, right? And allow somebody you love to go down the road. I mean, that might be detrimental for them. Well, it was also, Sean had another path. He was really good at podcasting. He's a funny dude, right? Yeah, he's like, as a podcast, he's got a great personality. He's hilarious, silly. He's a big, giant, silly dude. Yeah, like, it was so much fun, and he was doing really well. He was making more money doing that than he was fighting. But his identity was so wrapped up in being world-class guys, like world-class, shit. But the time had passed, and I had saw he was one foot in and one foot out. As soon as he got his 1 foot in, 1 foot out, this one has both feet in and he's a big samurai. You're going to wake up on a stretcher, and you're on the way to the hospital. What happened? You don't remember the fight, you don't remember nothing. And then you don't know what your keys are, you forget to use names, you tell the same story over and over again, and then you struggle to put sentences together. You start seeing things with a slur, nothing's worth that. Because at the time, I was only 35 years old, what it was, my man, you got another 55 years of life. You can't do this. You can't sacrifice all these years for glory that will never be achieved anyway because you're not on that path. It's not about what strangers say. It's just so hard for you to abandon that identity. That's the hardest thing for fighters is to abandon that identity. I've seen so many guys that are great. They come back, they show you, you see it, you see them get humiliated. It comes down to it. You don't love they love you as the image. Yeah, 5 years ago, I remember one in any kind of thing, kickboxing, this tournament, I just loved my best. The thing I did best in the world was fighting. And I had this, I always had these cheat codes with me. And I enjoyed the chess match of it. And anybody who was against me, I don't care if you're my cousin or whatever, you got paid for all the angst that I've had in my life. Until there was this one time, I swear, I took the technique, I caught somebody with something that was kind of, cool. And I just remember the audience just cheering. And in that moment, I was like, just angry. Kind of like, yo, this guy can really be messed up right now. They're cheering for me, but everybody here is for me. Like I'm a hit or something. And then I got angry at the audience. I fucking hated them. And I said, because if I was down on the ground, you'd be cheering for the person that put me down. And something just snapped. And I go, no, this is not enough for me. This is not what I want to do. And just some snapped. And I'd much rather be skillful, test myself in a skillful. And I'd much rather not try to peel your head off, but show I could, as opposed to, that triumph of dominating. It was nothing for me anymore in that. It's something just rubbed me the wrong way. And I just, anytime I would do any kind of competition, it was for me, and it wasn't for the audience. It's just something sour. And I always thought at one time, I'm going to be called out, and I thought, I'll rise to that occasion. That happens. Kind of like, wrestling. Which would have been, oh my God, that would have been too much. But I always thought, hey, maybe, something I think was, that was one of those out there. I think it was ever serious, but it was like, I think we had negotiations for quite a while. We had lawyers involved. Yeah, it's always easy. Like, it's just like John Black's talking about, right? Jake Paul, right? Is he talking about the radio? It's just like, yeah, he's 50 pounds. Come on, man. Is he really talking about that? I just saw something like the last couple of days. I'm like, oh, Dave West was serious because I think they had hit him with tax case. And he owed a lot of money. It was before that tax case. No, it was a bill. Really, 100%. I know it was. Yeah, it was 2000, I want to say 5 or 6. It was in the middle. And he was in trouble. It was serious. And but obviously eventually wanted to go to jail. Yeah. So they were going to set up a fight for the drug fund. That was the first fight. Campbell McClain from the UFC was like, you should fight Trump. You got to fight someone else. So he said, contact Joe Rogan. He called me out and said, would you be willing to fight Wesley Snipes? And I was like, what? I was like, come on, really? What is this? And so I said, let me think about it. I thought about it. I called him the next day. I said, let's fight. Yeah, I was training with Rothschild in the mornings, and I was doing jiu-jitsu. I trained twice a day for 6 months. Wow. I was always tired. It's like, fuck, man, to be like, and I wasn't even a professional. I was training like a professional, so I can't believe how tired I am all the time. But I think Wesley had never really had a fight. I don't think so. I think he was an accomplished martial artist. He had good technique. I'm not trained with Wesley's instructors. Marcus Alvarado, and also Mark Thornton. Marcus Alvarado's instructor. That's the thing is that I believe that he's third. But I mean, I've known Wesley since way before he was Wesley. I was a giant fan of Wesley. Yeah. Also, why because I love Blade. Blade was like my favorite comic book when I was a kid. Yeah. I didn't think they were serious about it. I couldn't imagine Why would Wesley? I always thought it was not. I think Wesley thought that I was just a grappler into years. He knew that I was doing jiu-jitsu. I don't think he knew my background. And so, like, Wesley was talking to them saying, oh, he thinks he's going to be able to stop you from taking him down. He's going to catch you in the knee when you're coming in and try to take him down. I go, oh, he wants to stand up? I go, I'm way better at that. I was wondering how that occurred. I didn't think that was serious. I was like, okay, it was serious. Yeah, it was serious. It went on for a long time. There was a lot of negotiation taking where I even talked about it on the UFC broadcast calls. I said, come on, let's sign the contract. I'm getting bored training. Let's do this. Like, I have to do it now. I was like 35, 36. I was like, I don't have much time. We're going to do this. We have to do this now. Come on. Let's go. And I decided not to. I'm like, that's probably for the better. And it's right about first talking about the sovereign, being sovereign. Yeah, that's what they got. That sovereign citizen shit. Yeah, and I was like, I wish I was friends with him. I was like, I was super protective. I've always been that guy. And with Wesley, I was always like, my thing is understanding around him. Yeah, like, we have like get-togethers at my house when I don't like them. It's not my problem. Because there's people that just have to like, hate us all. That kind of thing. And I was always like, hey, the way I look at it is a big brother. And I'm going to have advice or you know, it's everything that I felt because I had to overseas, get there, show up. It was overseas market for it to know that you're down, you know. And I took that to heart. It built me out like a great deal. And so I look at it like that. I've never seen anything derogatory about it or whatever. So I mean, I just recently tried to reach out to him like a couple days ago just to check him in because you know, I wish I could ask him. And I was like, they start to get asked, I would love to see that return this play. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, he can do it. Yeah, yeah. Blade, he can do it. Yeah. Fuck, he was good at the gym. That's that opening scene. That's one of the best scenes in any action movie of all time. It's that vampire party. The sprinkler starts spraying blood. And they're about to kill that dude. And also Wesley shows up. Yeah, man. What really gets me is that he saved him. And that movie saved Mark. Oh, yeah. He was Stan Lee. They were like in trouble to that. Isn't that crazy? Superhero movies are the biggest fucking movies in Hollywood. I mean, when they have a big budget movie, superhero movies are the only movie that you can throw hundreds of millions of dollars and be sure it's going to kill at the box office. Whether it's the Avengers or Spider-Man or Superman or whatever it is. It's the only kind of movie that Hollywood's like, yeah, okay, we'll throw $500 million in this movie. I'm not a big fan of those things. I know it's not. They didn't design it for people like me, right? So it's for the fan base, and to me, it's like, look, you know, they took and meld into each other. Right? They do. Yeah. They do. Yeah. There's only so many times you can tell the story. So you know. But I still enjoy some of them. Yeah. Yeah, I like when people are yeah, that's not good. Yeah, so, you know, I like the actors that you know, kind of work in this, you know, into the music. And so, I haven't really had a team. I haven't had moments when it's something. It's simple entertainment. It's silly release, an escape. You know, it's not great. There's no great films that are superhero films. Right, yeah, because sometimes I'm like, yo, she's 90 pounds and she's doing the film. Like Charlie's Angels. Yeah, oh my God. Kicking ass and stilettos. It's like, anytime somebody lands in a three-point stance and then looks up, I'm like, I just changed the channel. Yeah, I was like, stop. Just stop. Yeah. You know, when people love those things, like this, I don't know why they have so much appeal, especially in the American market. People, that is one of the only movies that you can make that's guaranteed to be huge. Yeah, it's McDonald's, man. It's McDonald's, but I remember when that's yeah, I remember when it was like 300. You know, that was like nobody really came on it, right? But it was just such a breath of fresh air because it looked like some badasses that were real. You know what I mean? I'd like to see more of that kind of thing. Like, you know, not this guy who's star power, but just some fuckers that you believe. Right. You know what I mean? That would attract me. Also, the style of that movie was so unique because it blended fantasy with reality, right? Calm history, too. Look, I got some things in the works. Yeah, I got some. Oh, yeah. I've been blessed, man. I got some really good movies coming out and some things that I know doing. A place where I'm really shooting things that I want to producing and all that sort of stuff. So I have movies that have their body count, but also have a little bit of something to say. You know what I mean? What's that? Oh man, bro, a lot of people, yeah, forgot about Spawn. You don't hear about it anymore. Yeah, man, I was fucking great. Yeah, I have a lit. Most people didn't see the first adaptation of the first. Well, I saw a cut of the movie before. I mean, at this time it had like 71 special effects on it. But Bashir at the time, it was running good on it. Liked it. That version, he just gave the director carte blanche, which just add whatever you want. And the director was a special effects guy. So he started throwing special effects in there that was really killing the story, which kind of drove me a world of better. Like, I didn't want to see why my character wanted to get back. You know what I'm saying? I liked that. I wanted to get back to because there was so much special effects in it. Even when I saw the final version, I'm like, what the hell is going on? They were fine because they understood the character. But for me, it was like the story got all convoluted. But but I think people loved it. I think it was a thing for its time. But unfortunately, I saw a version of it that made you care about it. I understand, but I cared about the one that I saw. And I felt like I don't understand how Spawn sort of escaped the zeitgeist. You don't ever hear about Spawn anymore. You know what I mean? There's all these superhero films and all these different things, but Spawn was unique and it was really good and dark. And I wish that they did another one. They should do it just like that. Make it hard R or a more non-rated. Because I mean, like to do this on PG, how we got PG-13. It's like, what do you want to attract for Spawn or something like that? Like, come on, man, let's go hard. Like the cartoons. See if you can find a clip from Spawn. Because I feel like no one talks about it. It's kind of weird. They have to talk to me about it. It's good. What year was this? 97. Wow. Yeah. They're fucking great, man. That was a great movie. How many did you guys do? One. Just one. Just one. There was nothing else. Was there something else like a series? It was cartoon first. That's right. Yeah. It's good. Oh, it's comic book. It's cartoon. It's good. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Keith David was the voice of Spawn. So yeah, but that was a big hit. I think so. It's successful. I mean, I remember it was very popular. Like everybody was talking about it. People got excited about it. Especially people like me that like the comic books. Right. They were very into it. Yeah. I was always surprised. It's weird to but that even the comic book Spawn doesn't get brought up anymore. Right. Every now and then, like I'm on to a movie, whatever, I drive by a comic book store, I go in and this is side and shit, right? It's fun. So there's still stuff there. Oh yeah, there's always gonna be a hardcore fan. Yeah. So I mean, there's people there, like there's still hardcore out there. Time and from. So he's talking about Spawn for the last 25 years. It's huge. But the weird thing is like, okay, I wish you all the best of luck, bro. But he created the comic book. When he's talking about doing another Spawn, like, you haven't done a version like the comic book. No, he's not a director. Like, it's just like Stan Lee hasn't directed a Marvel movie. Right. And Tommy Farley was talking about doing another Spawn, but I'm like, well, that would be the first time a person that created a comic book directed and produced a movie that I know of, right? Because you know he talks about he's going to do, and he had this concept that he's talking about. That he said he wanted to do. I guess he wanted to use Jamie Foxx. He's talking about this concept that Spawn would be, you can see him, and it's like drawing, he would never be around, but these people would be fucked up, and all of a sudden they're, like mist would come in, like people are destroying them. Like, good luck with that. I don't know, but he's been talking about it for a while, and people say, oh man, I'm sad that you're not the next one that use a gender, but when is it going to happen? They've been saying that for a long time. But I'm like, hey, maybe somebody is going to give him that amount of money to do ever direct anything. Right. He hasn't directed anything. He visited set a few times because he created a comic book. Directing a movie is completely different. You know what I mean? So I'm like, all power to you if that's happening, but it's like, I wonder why people believe. Yeah, that's a lot to bite off, especially a movie like that, which probably a large budget. Yeah. But then you gotta get the executives involved and fuck with it because they always have to have their say. Yeah, man, it's a miracle that movie gets done the way it's intended. Period. Yeah. I'm like, a lot of times when a movie works, I think, how did some executive not fuck this movie up? Right. I'm always. There's only a few guys that can get away with a movie with everybody sleeping. There's a few Tarantino's out there. Yeah. Let them go. Just let them go. He tried to make it once upon a time in Hollywood. The successful director. Some guy with an idea. Someone with absolutely. Luckily, people have leave me alone. I've been directing. Do my own thing. They go, okay, you got this. Like I said, I can be the body count, but now if I can put stuff in it, what's going on in Jamie Foxx and Tyson? Because that's been going for a decade. That's another thing. It's like Jamie Foxx was doing Tyson and Spawn. It's like, I don't take it personally. Very talented guy. But yeah, I think Jamie does a very good impression of Mike Tyson. Yeah, but he got to gain 100 pounds. Right, and that's he's got to pack on that weight at 50. Why? I just think I know why. But Tyson's life itself has been very, transparent. Right? And so you see the real guy, documentary form and everything else. What story do you have to tell? I'm not trying to be a hater, but I'm just curious. The only thing that would be interesting is seeing the Jamie do it, seeing Gordon over on Ray Charles, seeing him evolve. That would be the one thing I want to say. My personal opinion, I don't think there's another. You got to tell a story. Right. He's got to be something to tell a story. I mean, hell, you saw Titanic, you know how it's going to end, but you had to present the story there. Which is so versatile. There's very few guys that can do all the different things that he can. He can sing, he can act, he can do stand up, and he can do all kinds of different characters. And I mean, and he's so believable in so many different movies. You might watch it. Which fucking great movie that I forgot was so great is Collateral. Oh yeah, man. Oh my god. No. Jamie had Collateral and Ray. Yeah, like it was. You couldn't have it. Right? Two completely different. Oh my god. Yes, absolutely. You know, so I mean, he became those people. He became Ray Charles. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And as good as he can sing, him singing as Ray Charles was insane. It's one of the best performances ever. But so was Collateral. Yeah, he really played that in Collateral. You believed it. And fucking Tom Cruise. Oh my god. Tom Cruise really proved something to me in that deal. Because I would never think I would ever be scared of Tom Cruise. And how convincing he was. He's a bad motherfucker. Yes, he is a bad. He's crazy as bad shit, but he's a bad motherfucker. You have to want it. You have to be that crazy to do stuff that guy does. He's 60 years old, jumping off buildings and shit. Like, insane. Yeah, it's like Johnny Depp. I'm like, Johnny Depp, he did the Black Mass. I'm like, oh yeah, right. Shit. And just like with Tom Cruise, like, him having that character in it, there's a scene in Collateral that tactical instructors play. Yes, a scene where double tap, he whips it back, double tap, knocks the guy's get out of the way, pulls it out, and it's so fast, and it's so you need to find that scene, Jamie. It's a scene where they're trying to take Tom Cruise's briefcase, and he's in an alleyway. I played that over and over myself. The amount of times that he must have drilled that to get that, unholster the gun, pull it out, shoot him, shoot the other dude so smooth, and the way he did it, so professional, it looks like a legit hitman. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that was that character, terrifying finish. Like, to me, yeah. I mean, he embodied that guy. You know it is. Am I briefcase? Yeah, it is. Why? What? Oh, so yeah. Come on, son. I actually visited that set. They were shooting that scene, but it was another day. And it was weird because they were shooting something and they were shooting Tom behind Tom Cruise's head. And he had 8 camera angles just looking at him. I'm like, and I'm looking at the video village where they made sure they had a choice of whatever perfect thing that they wanted. It was the craziest thing. Like, and I guess Michael Bay, he's known for like shooting a lot, but it was like 8 cameras. That's just behind the dude. That's crazy. Yeah. Just like another experience. It's a great fucking movie. That's up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's prime Jamie. Yep. The fact that he's got that much range, that he can do this nerdy dude who's terrified, doesn't know what the fuck's going on, is just driving a car, and also he has his headband with him, and he's wrapped up in this whole thing. Yeah, as a fan, I want to see him do something else like that. Right. You know what I mean? Like something like that requires what he can do. And it's not, it's one of the things, out there sometimes. So he's doing things that I think show certain parts of it, like to going in lateral and like Ray. It'd be nice to see that stuff. It's gotta be hard to find those rules, right? And when you find those rules, there's probably like 6 or 7 A-list dudes that they have like on a board somewhere trying to figure out who's the guy for this. Yeah, but I'm looking to sell the most. You gotta create some stuff. Put it this way. Nobody's right like that. Right. You know what I mean? Right. I think it's going to create my own development thing. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's fun. Thanks, man. So, yeah, man. So, I enjoy writing. It's always looked at everything through it. I was fascinated about this industry. And I saw a lot of things as a writer, separate from that. And so, just putting it all together is something that's like I really enjoy doing. How do you dedicate time when you're writing? Okay, do you just like have an idea and say, okay, for the next X weeks, I'm going to sit down and dedicate myself to this? It's all different. A lot of times I will see the entire movie. Like I did Black Dynamite. Dude, I was in China, going set. I was in China, and I was listening to James Brown's Superbad, and I just started thinking about it. I'm laughing, and in the back of this car, there's a driver. What everybody else is going on? I'm seeing the whole goddamn movie, including a nutshot fight scene with Richard Nixon. And I'm laughing. And I'm starting jotting stuff down because it occurred to me, man, like, that's like, I was thinking, like, wow, growing up, we had Shaft, we had Superfly, Mac, and all that posters like that that we idolized. And I'm going, those were pimps. There was something wrong with my childhood. Why am I? I'm like, that's a hero. And so it made me really think about it. And I'm looking at these movies, and Jim Brown and Fred Williamson are like killing like 60 people. And it's okay. Everybody's like this. They have a club. They got all these women. And I'm like, this is actually hilarious. If I do a movie that depicted it exactly like it is, think about this. One of the biggest movies at that time was 3.5 Million. I don't know if you remember that. Jim Brown, Fred Williamson, and Tokyo Life. Oh, yeah. I know Jim Kelly. The hard way. Lewis and Rabbi had three dominant blaxploitation stars, right? And the movie was about a feather who had these leaders of liquor that he was going to put in the water systems of LA, Chicago, and New York. And we're going to kill all the black people. It's not comedy. That's a movie. It's not a comedy. It's going to give sickle anemia to all the black people. Now, the conspiracy, I've been a black man for a long time, and it is really funny because in the community, conspiracy is a big thing, right? So it's like that whole conspiracy, they trying to get you, that kind of a thing. Its engine was that paranoia that this leader of Liquid was going to kill black people. Well, there was so much evidence that those conspiracies were, like Tuskegee. But of course, that's something that's like, it's on its feet, though. Right? Come on. A leader, this is something that's big. In the water systems, that was going to kill all the black people. And that's not a comedy. That was a serious movie. When you look at it, that's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious to think that you can do a movie about that. So to do a movie, I thought that really talked about that time period where it was kind of this overcorrection because you had in the 60s there were like butlers and maids and all that kind of stuff. But now you got these super overcorrected badasses that can just do anything, right? And I thought it was hilarious to look at it and treat it as if it were like back then they like the laws of movie. Actually, Tarantino was somebody I was talking to about that whole thing when I was putting Black Dynamite together. And he had some ideas about that kind of about direction. But yeah, man, so yeah, things like that. Like, I was got to a place where put these things together that really interesting. And finding that there's an audience that likes it as well. But yeah, man, so it just occurred to me that it was bizarre. So I mean,
So for that movie just came to you.
yeah,
But
it came to me just like the whole movie came to me in a ride to set. Is that normal for ideas? Or do you sometimes sit down and say, like, I'm going to allow blank? Sometimes, like, I have the next movie I'm going to do is a sequel to a movie I did called As Good as Dead, right? It became Senator Rowan's the most successful movies. I wrote the idea. It's based off my brother. My brother, he was in Florida, went to Mexico, started a family, like, fell in love with Mexico. And based my character on him. And he's basically a cop that's like hiding out in Mexico, trying to avoid this, syndicate crime that's trying to kill him. But that movie just came to me. I wrote it during production, like 2 months later, and we actually got the movie done within a year. How did you get the movie done so quickly? Yeah, they responded to the script, and it's kind of like a grown-up Karate Kid. So my character was like doing work in construction in Mexico, and he spent his past week jumping out of units, training back in, trying to avoid the gangs. They were friends. That is just this kind of martial art. And so one thing leads to another. It's good at it. They trace the style back to my character. And then the bad guys are trying to kill me, and I have to fight back. So what we're doing, we're about to do a sequel. We're starting that in a couple of weeks, actually. So I wrote that one. Yeah, so I feel like, I don't know, I'm still a fan of horror. I want to write something out of what I want to say. And I've seen a lot. The thing I understand is the industry. I understand there's a lot of stories that I think could be told in a more professional ways. And with the action of martial arts, I can really tell you. Like, I'm trying to get into a place where I'm trying to make fight scenes look very real, including choreographic mistakes. People are so much more sophisticated watching UFC films and all that type of stuff. I think you gotta raise the bar to make this amazing. And there's a lot of the stuff that's in superhero movies or whatever that you just kind of go, you see choreography sake. And you're not invested because you don't feel like you're in a real fight. So I like to kind of, use my platform to step that up a bit. Yeah, that's hard. That's especially as a person who's a martial artist to watch fight scenes. You have to kind of suspend disbelief and go, all right, well, this is what it is. Like, it's weird, but kind of full circle. It's kind of going back to the way Bruce Lee did stuff. He's a little faster than the other person. He has a little bit more technique. And if you imagine, like, if I imagine in a real fight, your technique's not going on. People are not going to have that same technique. People are going to beat somebody with a punch. You do things that logically give you the edge. That's what you should do. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah, so it's not like you got to do a lot of talent tricks. If you're faster and stronger than another person, well, there it is. There it is. So, luckily, I kind of resemble what things might be like, you get the benefit of the doubt because you're in the position. It's just very hard. It's very hard to make it. Yeah, you turn it down. I don't know, but man, I got a lot of movies. You did the right thing. That's what you're doing. This cannot be you're up your alley doing things you do. I'm like, John Wick was hard. I'm a giant John Wick fan. Especially John Wick 1. And eventually it's going to be a John Wick 7, so you decide to do it. They got kind of crazy. They're over the top now. Even John Wick 1 was totally unrealistic. Oh, man. Totally unrealistic. It was so fun. I love it. So, yeah, well, I got something that's kind of in that vein that I just finished. A lot of body count, a lot of CQB. I've been studying that for a while. A lot of CQB, close quarter combat, of course, close quarter battle. But I've been doing like a lot of like tactical training, and kind of getting myself. I made at some point. Oh really? Yeah, yeah. I've gotten pretty into it. I even trained a lot of places. I trained Tyler Graves, Delta Force. I had a lot of friends who are like special force guys. You ever go to Terra Tactical? Oh, of course, yeah. I've been with Terra quite a bit. Oh yeah, he's amazing. You want to talk about someone who's very oh my god, just he shoots from the hip like that. Anybody that uses a laser, it's preposterous. It's all these iron sights. He doesn't. He uses red dots, but he prefers iron sights. He's like, you never fail, you never go wrong. And he's so crazy accurate that you fly on the watch. And you think about like fast guys just take out everybody. It's kind of spooky. Yeah. It's also so calm about it too. It's weird, like almost like autistic. Weird. Yeah, like brain vanish. Like what? When you watch him do it, like I've had some contest range train, and people will go into it like, dude, they do this. Like, okay, you can do this, you can do that, you can do this, you can do that, and then pull this out right here. It's crazy. You're like, what the fuck did I just watch? That's crazy. And then you see how many times he's won the championship? Oh yeah, ridiculous. And like, there's only a few people that won consecutive years. And he's got like 7 years in a row. Just chunks of like, this is crazy. Yeah, he's a very unique talent. Yeah, very unique talent. A buddy of mine, Tyler Gray, he's with Delta. He's been decorating. Oh my God, his place in Vegas. He creates guns. He's got like a quarter of his arsenal in every gun store you can imagine. But like he's something else. One of the most mellow people you ever want to meet in life. He's a guy, the consulting director of Navy SEALs for years. But I got a lot of friends doing that. So my brother, he just retired from Secret Service. And Danny Hester, he was a former Mr. classic music. He's gotten into shooting with guys all the time. And actually, Flex Wheeler, a lot of the guys are into the gun stuff. So we go set our stuff. Once you start training, you realize how difficult it is and how long the learning curve is. Because you think, oh, you point, you pull the trigger, which they did. But then you get into it and you see someone like Karen or someone that's competing and you go, oh, well, this is just like everything else, just like karate, like jiu-jitsu, everything. There's levels and levels and levels. And you see people competing and you go, oh, wow, that makes sense. Yeah. Great place for it. Yes. Yeah. Texas is a great place for it. Oh, yeah. There's just the common range to go to sometimes. It's awesome. All these different setups out there, like this whole breast count, all these different like targets set up. Way to go. It's pretty badass. And John Jones is John Jones is fucking scary human being. Yeah. You get past him, he's got his fucking dog Dutch. Yeah. Just he brings a Belgian Malinois everywhere he goes. Yeah. I know. Josh Burnett, he's a turn. So yeah, he's a scary. Yeah. And a very analytical, intelligent. One of the most scary well-read. He is like Jeopardy smart. Yes. And there's not many things that he doesn't. He's amazing. Watch you guys on the show. I was very flattered. He mentioned, I don't know where he started talking about how he was inspired by his wife. Actually got me a little choked up. I was like, what? Josh is a great guy. Yeah, intimately, my wife is somebody that, glass over, sliding down the woods. Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. On beer flat, on beer flat. Wow. Yeah. So you can slide down the looks over the glass door. That's great. Right into my arms. That's awesome. Yeah, we're 6 feet. Oh, what's it? Yeah, our teenagers are, we got one left. We got two left on the house. One college now. So that's awesome. Congratulations. Yeah, man. Okay, yeah, it's wild how these things kind of connect. It is wild. It is wild. Yeah. Josh is one of the, he's like one of the best examples to me of when people think of martial arts, you think of a cage fighter, former UFC heavyweight champion, and you think of a guy like, oh, probably some bruise. Have a conversation with him. And you realize the depth of his intellect and the depth of his knowledge, like how much he knows of Ichi, oh my god, he's so well read. He makes his own whiskey. Yeah. You know, he's a very interesting guy. Man, what a renaissance guy. He's a real renaissance guy. We got the same birthday, so sometimes we throw parties together. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, he's always in Japan. It's all over the place. It's amazing. It really is. And again, one of the best examples, like when people have a stereotype of what they think cage fighter is. And Josh was the youngest ever UFC heavyweight champion. Yeah. That's probably, I'd say more with him than so many people. No, it's just, what a great friendship. What a inspiration, like person. So yeah, he did him back down to Reed. He shot that time. Yeah. Also, like training titles. Kind of hot. Yeah, like the brotherland of Muay Thai. Yeah. Look at every style. There's strength and its weakness. A lot of things around not straight, right? Straight, it's the quickest distance between 2 points in a straight line. So it's not a whole lot of what they can do with a lot of boxing technique and some of those things. But man, it's about toughness, that kind of thing. It's kind of tragic. Like they shot themselves. By the time they're in their 30s, man, they like busted up. Well, they start fighting very, very young. But it's also led to them training so intelligently. A lot of things about time training, they don't spar like a lot of Americans do with 85 match. They play spar. Yeah. And that play spar allows them to not get beat up by the time they get into the ring on Saturday. Because a lot of them are fighting every week. So they do touch spar. And a lot of people say, oh, you can't get good at touch spar. And you certainly can. Especially when you're fighting every weekend. That's probably the best way to do it because you're just working on timing, pattern recognition, and just getting your reps in. And just like with jiu-jitsu, you watch you don't muscle things when the technique, let the technique is so much better. Right. Yeah. And maintain so much better as well. Right. One of the best examples of that is inside shot. Still not in the world. It's crazy watching that guy fight, but look at him, a very unassuming guy. He's not ripped. He's an older guy, but he's just his timing, the way he moves. That's very playful, but he's just fucking people up. I miss Thailand. I actually did a wedding ceremony in Thailand. Oh wow! Yeah, who was who officiated part of it was Tony Jaa. Oh really? Tony Jaa was part of our wedding. He did the order blessing, and he also sang. He's like all black. Yes. One of the greatest martial artists. What a great movie that was. Yeah. For martial arts technique, that was like one of the first times like real true Muay Thai was exhibited in film, captured at a super high level. And Tony just, my God, like he do these incredible feats in front of you, just unbelievable. He can do a somersault, hit you in the shoulder, and just tap you like that with I just found out about it a couple weeks ago. And he's another guy's better. But I'm up there. And he's better now. Excellent. Yeah. So it's so fascinating to me how different parts of the world develop a different style of martial arts. Thailand in particular, because of the fact that there was so much gambling, there were so many fights that they developed this very heavy leg kick, clinch elbow style. Yeah, it was just very different than a lot of the other styles. And for a long time it was really dominating in kickboxing. But then you started to see other styles, like particularly a lot of Kyokushin guys, just specifically out of Japan. Have you ever seen this kid Kyoza? Yeah, Kyokushin guy out of Japan was dominating people. He fights very different, man. He's fucking up a lot of time guys with calf kicks. Okay. God, I just officiated a Kyokushin tournament yesterday. Sunday. Was that 2 days ago? Yeah. I'm still connected with Kyokushin. Can't throw that. Yeah. Since I was a kid, it's my whole thing. You have to find like 100 guys in a day. They should. I live in 30 minutes. I have that. Yeah. Which is the toughest. Honestly, I love it. It's the toughest thing I ever had to really face because you come to a point where you want to give up and you have to just kind of walk in the right sands. So it's like walking. And I remember the first time I did a 10-man, and I had several knees on my legs, put it that way. So because they destroy your legs so bad. Right? I did a 20-man one other time, and made the mistake of having I had like an energy drink beforehand, which is stupid because now my heart is racing higher than normal. And so it made it even harder. But somewhere around, inevitably, you get to a place where I remember the 12th guy, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you here? But you have to dig deep. You got 18 more to go. Yeah. So I'm like, man, what? It's such a hard style. Yeah, but man, it's something about getting, because you're going to be faced with yourself. You're going to be, you want to quit, and you have to just dig down and get through it. And there's nothing like it when you accomplish it. Because you know where you can go. You know that most of the time when you tell yourself you're done, you're done. What a valuable lesson it is to know that about yourself. And you can't, there's no substitute for that. And it's just something that you just benefit. The last time I did this, we had to train out in Canada. Because usually these things are in Japan, and people from all over the style, they come and they train. They're like training 8 hours a day. You got these little lunch breaks, and I didn't think it through. This was like the last one, like 5, 6 years ago. I wanted to challenge myself because I'm by myself. Most people come with family members and all that kind of stuff. So you're by yourself, you're a movie star. Yeah, I have a target on my back, but it's like, course. Yeah, it's like you have a training thing, and then you got a certain amount of time to go eat, but then people want to take pictures of me, and I'm the last guy to get into the lunch thing. And then it's like, oh shit, I got 10 minutes to eat, and I got to get back to the next training session. Then full stop. Yeah, and then you got it kind of sucked, but I taught myself something. I said, you be 3 hours in, I told myself, I just got here. And I dig deeper in that fight. And in the last few days, you just fight down to the last person. And, the people that, like, they got their eye on you because, they got the bullseye on you. But the great thing is, like I said, I learned a lot. I learned friendly players and dodging technique and that. The video key that's Walish's match, right? I've got so many Japanese wanted to give you a souvenir that means that you know. But I had to try to, overcome that. So in life, especially in this kind of coddled life I'm living, I don't get a chance to test myself in the market, right? And, I had to, listen to my own complaints, shut the fuck up, and get through it. Yeah, it's not fair because everybody's taking pictures and doing this, and I'm by myself. No. That's not, the point is, get through it, and I'm so glad to do that. And I was like, that's why I like to train with champions and stuff because, that's, you want to get through things, it should be, you should be tested. If I had a religion, well, the hardest part of it, if I was the head of my own religious cult, would be that man go through some rites of passage. You got to know how to protect yourself and your family and your loved ones. That to me is paramount. You just have to know what's inside of you. And it's exactly to find out is to test it. Exactly. Because otherwise you get these kids that have their chest puffed out and they're talking loud. Why are they doing that? Because they want to scare people off. Right? Because they don't know what they're capable of. They're terrified. Yeah, you can't fight for yourself. And that's the thing. I'm not going to bullshit myself. I want to know. And it's great. There's no substitute for going through that. That's the thing that I love fighters. You're basically making to the world, right? You have to dig down. You have to overcome things. That's why I love them so much because they are gladiators. They live vicariously through them. And that's why I'm a little dogged about actors receiving those accolades when they haven't done it. Right. You know what I mean? Even myself, I don't care if somebody says, oh, he's not a fighter, he was an actor. Fine, you should think that. But personally, it's something deeper for myself. And, one person I think I identify with that is you. Because I've seen you. I've seen you in YouTube back when it wasn't popular. And you reasons that are not, had nothing to do with authority or, ego or anything like that. It's self-improvement. Yeah, and that's what it's about because it's about overcoming obstacles. The biggest obstacle in the world is yourself. Yeah, my instructor when I was very young told me that martial arts were a vehicle for developing human potential. Exactly. Because it's so hard. People need something hard. Yeah, and what about Khabib's? What did Khabib say? Like, what he says about discipline? Oh, you gotta have that. And I had to go with that. That range. Somebody told me that brand is AI. What? Yeah. Is it AI? What? Well, yeah, we see Khabib's voice. Khabib would agree with everything you said. Yes. You told me that brand. Let's pretend it's not AI. Or it may be one of AI's greatest contributions to martial arts. Absolutely. It is becoming addicted to discipline. Yeah, everybody addicted to discipline. Yeah. It's such a great brand. It's such a fucking great brand. Sorry for being to some things, some changes, some things. But they might be discipline. Yeah, I don't give a damn if it's AI or whatever. But kudos to the AI person that put that together. Yeah. That's how he lives. Yeah, so even if it's AI, this is that kind of Well, I'll tell you what, man, that part of the world, Dagestan, you want to talk about a hard part of the world, it's developing some of the baddest motherfuckers. Even in Muay Thai, there's this cat coming out of Muay Thai out of Dagestan right now, Asafullah Iman Ghazalian. It's like Dagestani Muay Thai fighter who has his own style. He's this tall, lanky dude. He's one of the most terrifying strikers alive. A lot of people think he's the best striker alive. But he's 22 or 23 years old, and he's just fucking everybody up. He fights for one FC. Give me a highlight reel of this cat. That's it. Best technical striker in the world. That's it. Click on that. Just give me some of this. Just start with the beginning. This dude, that tall dude with the beard, Azadullah Iman Ghazaliyev. Watch this motherfucker. What a style he has. I mean, it's just this long, tall, lanky dude, perfect timing and measurement, and he just starts piecing dudes up. Yeah, well, I don't think so. If you scoot ahead, I think he fucks this guy up pretty quick. I've seen this fight. This guy he catches with one shot, but some dudes not so lucky. Yeah, that was one shot, but it keeps going, and then give me the next fight. He just starts lighting guys on fire, including ties. They don't know what the fuck is going on because he fights different than them. I mean, he's a Muay Thai fighter. He's got that straight. He's more than effective. They got so much round technique. Exactly. A lot of front kicks up the middle, especially to the face. But also his spinning attacks. He's got wicked spinning attacks, man. And also comes off angle a lot. His head's never on the center line. Super fucking technical. But just lighting dudes on fire. And just an attacker, always attacking. And it has the benefit of that range, that long range. Man, dude is incredible. And again, 22 years old. Look at that. So he's combining like taekwondo techniques, karate techniques, and precision Muay Thai. I mean, the problem with this stuff, not this style, but this form, is that a lot of people aren't seeing it. One FC is doing a really good job of highlighting a lot of like elite Muay Thai fighters. You know, they have Tom Chai over there, Chai, and all these like high level guys. But in America, this for whatever reason has not caught on. And the only way this guy's going to get the kind of attention that he deserves is if he gets an MMA. Yeah, an axe kick, his spinning back fist. It's great, right? Up, he's a laser. He's so focused. He's so good, man. So good. Yeah. So the Dagestanis are now entering into Muay Thai, which is a terrible sign for all these Muay Thai guys. Hard people start at a very young age. Also, Dagestanis now, because of Khabib and Islam, they all know this is the pathway to greatness. So there's heroes. Like, I mean, Ankalaev, there's all these guys that are world champions out of Dagestan now. So it's like you're seeing all these guys coming out of there, and some of these young guys that are coming up are so good. They're so good. But this is fascinating to me that you take a guy who's adapted this Thai style, but then morphed it into something that's different. And again, like you were saying, a lot of straight techniques, especially when you're a tall guy like that, weight class, because he fights at 145. And when you're that tall at 145, you got those straight shots down the line. His right is just like, you can't really see it. Laser right there. But it's also the hooks, too. His hooks are coming around the guard. And everything is precise. His accuracy is spectacular. Yeah, I'm a student, obviously. I watch every fight I can. I watch kickboxing, I watch Muay Thai, I watch jiu-jitsu matches, I watch it all. And I'm always fascinated by these cats that stand out. This guy just stands out. Yeah, so somebody knows how to use it. Yeah. Well, Yoza, the Kyokushin guy that I was telling you, totally different. This guy's doing shelling up and getting tight on guys and kicking the fuck out of their inner thigh, outer calf, lower, like he's chopping at their legs. Even Thai guys don't know what to do because they're not used to guys kicking their calves like this guy. Right. So he's inside going shin to shin, and you know as well as anybody, Kyokushin guys have some of the most conditioned shins in the world. They're always battering shin to shin. this dude is just getting in, and you see him stepping around on his Thai guys like, oh fuck, I can't walk. Like, you can't move right. And my calf is so the calf kick, which is really kind of revolutionized MMA, it's changed MMA because 1, 2 hard calf kicks, you're compromised. You're not moving right anymore, and you're not pivoting off that foot when you're punching, so your punching power is diminished. This Yuki Yoza guy is like putting it on Thai guys.
That's something, especially for Kyokushin guys. Not Kyokushin, I've been doing that since I was a kid. It's just that, not developing
Exactly.
facial blocks.
This guy is incorporating Russian style boxing. He's got Russian style boxing with Kyokushin karate techniques.
Well, yeah, that Russian style boxing, they really kind of masterfully non-telegraphed kind of.
Yeah.
It looks like it's not more fast.
He was a highlight. You see, there's a bunch of fights with him and Thai guys. And, the first round, Thai guys are doing their thing. And it looks, like a normal fight, but Kyo's just starts chopping at those calves inside. It's like multiple kicks to the calf from tight and close. And you see guys like playing at like, kick me. And after a while, they're like, oh, I'm trying to get mine to rhythm, and it's not working. This is
It's like your eyes.
You see how he's he's chopping, but he's getting it tight. He's always how much he's utilizing all the karate techniques, but also getting tight just destroys guys' legs. But also spinning back kicks, all the other stuff. Look, his boxing is excellent too. A lot of Muay Thai stuff, jumping people, but look at that. He's constantly kicking the inside of the leg, but they're committing to kicks. He's taking their legs out. This dude, one of my favorite guys to watch right now. Look, that's a Thai guy, man. He's just destroying their legs, man. And excellent movement. And he comes out of a very high level gym in Japan that's produced a lot of really Masasaki Mori. Another guy that's like that is a very similar guy to being Chai recently. These guys are just destroying people's legs. So they're utilizing a lot of the question mark kicks, a lot of the stuff that evolved in Kyokushin, but putting it into kickboxing, and also with the toughness that is in, a lot of the Kyokushin fighters.
Yeah, I see it. It's looking to like Superman. Yeah. Everybody saw something for that. You got a kick, a leg kick, and that's that legitimate. Yeah, they're gonna fight on that.
Right. And then he's a Superman punch. Yeah. Another very young guy. So there's these people that are exploiting these holes in these styles because some of these Thai guys are so hard to beat. And by the time they're competing, they're 25 years old. They might have 150 fights, so much experience. But this cat's figuring it out. It's really interesting to watch.
Yeah. I would love to see. I wish it was like some kind of company or all the like superstars, whatever you get. This guy versus this guy.
Well, one is doing that a lot, but one unfortunately is not that popular in America. What I love about one is they'll have grappling competitions, they'll have kickboxing, they'll have Muay Thai, they'll have MMA, they'll have all combined on one card.
What is the one with Michael?
Well, he was on that. Michael Chavelle's not with one. Michael Chavelle is one of the best commentators.
Yeah.
He's excellent. Great guy.
I would see
He's on Australia. Nice.
my wife we did a tour. I took my seminars over there and read stuff like that. I haven't done that in a while, but yeah, we got some good fighters out there.
Oh, yeah. John Wayne Parr.
Yeah.
Some great fighters who come out of Australia. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was here and there.
Oh, yeah. Fighters. It's just warrior culture. It's absolutely warrior history.
I've never met an Australian that
I know. The nicest fucking people. Yeah, they're the coolest people. They're friendly. Easy going.
yeah, you got rights of passage still. Places like that. Yeah, I mean, let's work together out there.
what's sad about the United States, like not making many. Not a lot of them. When they are, they stand out. Yeah, that's why it's like a lot of times in these movies, if you have an alpha male, a lot of times that alpha male, that American alpha male is being played by an Australian or somebody from because it's like it's very rarely an American. It's like such a trip. Oh, masculinity is demonized here. Yeah, strange reason over the last couple of decades. I saw the beginning of a lot of things. Like I said, I was a school teacher, and I was right on the forefront seeing everybody is trophy. These kids, these about their self-esteem, they're protected like performer, and they're taking away competition. Yeah, I saw the beginning of that shit. And it's just so bad, man. These kids don't know how to deal with loss or anything, and they end up shooting the classroom. Loss is one of the most important lessons you can ever learn. If you want to get better, losing. Losing is the best medicine because you lose. I don't feel loud. You start thinking about all the things that you cut corners on, all the things that you didn't do. What can I do differently to make sure that never happens again? I never feel that again. Or you quit. Those are the two options. Either you get way better or you quit. But winning sometimes don't work. You go, well, I'm doing the right thing, I'm winning, I'm getting better, I'm developing confidence. That's good. But man, sometimes a loss is the best medicine. Yeah, man. I realized something when I was I was born with some music. Okay. I think one thing that got me in college is the gap. As a group, I jumped into a race against one of the fastest guys on the track team and beat him, right? And that was the coach saw that. The track coach saw that and was like, "Oh my God, you're fucking right from the school." And I was like, "Okay." I was just like, I didn't have anybody kind of adult that took a liking to me like that. And the next thing you know, I'm on the track team, and I started. I mean, I was feeling good, and then I wound up going to college because of that. And incidentally, that's the stuff that really kind of taught me to kind of evolve my martial arts because nowhere is there a benefit of like cutting off fractions of seconds in movement like track, like when I'm doing shot put. Well, a lot of times I was competing against people that were ginormous, and all they had to do is stick their arm out, and their arm was going to be better than mine. Well, I had to generate enough power to go at a 45-degree angle, and inertia, all that to get past them. And with running, of course, if you shoot the gun off, all of your motion has to go forward. If you go backward, you're going to be a step behind everybody. So as far as efficiency of motion, all the things I had to do with track, I started applying in fighting. And that's what kind of gave me cheat codes into things to where being super efficient really helped, right? And so one thing would like kind of help the other. But like, yeah, a lot of my track thing was a great benefit, but I didn't learn that. I was kind of in a way like the Bo Jacksons or the Herschel Walkers. I was gifted, and so when I would fight, I was a big guy that was fast, and that was kind of rare. So fighting was easy to me, but I learned that when I was the celebrated fighter, that was less of a martial artist because then I kind of flake off other things. Like I didn't try as hard as other people. There's another thing I don't know if we really see it, but it was the thing that he said about those gifted people. A lot of people who are gifted were not the best fighters. Yeah, that is cool. Exactly. And I took that, that same thing because I realized, dude, you're doing it wrong. I think my philosophy was like, I feel that the philosophy of Okay, say this kid Sean is 140 pounds, and there's me, and it takes me 1,000 kicks to become fatigued, and it takes me 100 kicks to become fatigued, and he pushes to 120, and I push to 1,001. That's a better martial artist. He is, because he's pushed into his comfort zone. He's pushing himself further. What if he one day gets to 1,000? For him to go from 100 to 1,000, that's going to be a wild that I don't have. Me being the gifted one, right? I'm looking at it using career as a saying, well, I mean, at the end of the year, I just kick a basketball. I was had that ability. But when I started thinking about, well, when I compare myself with other people, that was a wrong thing. So I said, no, I'm going to be like Sean. They're going to train to my ability, not in comparison to someone else. And that really taught me something as far as, like, again, why I put myself through these things and the benefit of it by really, like, what the martial arts really teaches is, the fact that, yeah, I have these gifts, but if I use those gifts as a crutch, I'm limiting what I can be. Right. You're limiting your potential. Exactly. And so it becomes it's too easy for the gifted guys. And so they kind of slack off. Right, yeah, so yeah, and I realized that's what I was doing. They also are not as comfortable with struggle. Absolutely. Being comfortable with struggle is very important. Yeah. It's message because we start to admire the fake sometimes. As men, we celebrate the futures a lot. And that's kind of where you come full circle to where, okay, yeah, I'm going to be able to do these things. But is that really me? Is that the limit of what I can do? And then by having someone else go, oh, yeah, you can do this or that, that's kind of, it's not really the crux of it. Right. You know what I mean? It's really about, like, yeah, there's going to be people that's going to praise what you can do physically. But is that, but I realized there was a point where that was kind of retarding where I could be mentally and what I could really become. You also have a responsibility to those gifts, right? Because if you are gifted athletically, you have a responsibility of achieving the full potential because you've been given this thing by genetics, by life, by God, faster, quicker, more explosive power. But are you going to harness that gift and allow it to reach its full potential? Right. When you do that, then you get Mike Tyson. When you do that, then you get Michael Jordan. When you do that, then you get elite of the elite. You get what David Goggins would like to call uncommon amongst uncommon men. Right. That's the real hard thing to do. Because so many of these like really gifted guys in the gym, they always kind of peter off and disappear. And when they're in a fight or they fight another gifted guy who maybe trained a little harder than them, maybe he's got a little bit more experience, they realize, oh man, I don't want to struggle with that. I don't like that. I don't like that feeling. I like beating up guys in the gym that feel all right. Yeah, and then you got to deal with that person in the mirror. Yeah, that's not, yeah, it's hard for guys when they hammer their whole life and then one day they're nailed. And you see guys that are like really elite, that are dominating, and then one day they get fucked up and they're never seen again. It's oftentimes, but then you see the guy who like gets fucked up a bunch of times, keeps showing up, keeps learning, and you realize, like, oh, this guy's nailed it. Yeah, and those are the true heroes, right? This is why I don't like that. Sometimes you get trouble pointing out people like I don't want to say somebody like this or whatever, but like you see the people who are used to having that ability over other people when it gets hard, right, and then it's like even sometimes there's a talk about even Tyson, and that's just people who are not just spectators. You go, oh man, this guy's so gifted now. Some of the knockings, man, that when it came from Florida. You hadn't seen him dig down and overcome that thing. You know, so a lot of times when it got hard, he was like, he just, got tapped out. Yeah. And so that's something that, not to disparage him, but it just has, people are looking at life. You look at those things and you take a lot of meaning from that and apply that and say, oh, wow, maybe that's what him to say, oh, was that the case? Or is it something that,
I think Mike is a very special case because I think he had the elite coaching right at the beginning with custom auto training, and then because of that, he was kind of left with all this amazing ability that he had developed when he was young, but not with the elite coaching. Like, so if Mike had left when custom auto died, if he had then went to an industry, or did, you know what I'm saying? Did then went to an elite boxing coach and had someone analyze his stuff and someone he really respected as that, and he could still maintain that same level of discipline when he was the 21-year-old dominator of the world.
oh my God, but he has so much pressure on him. So I had to play him, so I had to study everything he did. And it's interesting because, oh my God, like I was viewed as somebody who was always looking for a father figure.
Yes.
And I would study him, and Customado, he dressed like Customado. And the young black guy from Brooklyn, it's so real, right? And and the cat, he had like and then when Customado was gone, he was around Kevin Looney, and Kevin Looney had this fast way of talking. It seemed like he adapted that. When he was with, it was, shoot, why am I blanking? The other track, the other manager, Jim Jacobs. Jim Jacobs was married. I think marriage became important to him at that point because he was really under the umbrella of Jim Jacobs, and then when he was with Don King, the N words to every third word out of his mouth were very much like Don King. When he goes somewhere, he's got two father figures. I don't say Tom again, and he's got Arthur Ashe on the show. And I just noticed that, like, even speech patterns change. That as well. He was a guy that I felt like I identified with a good deal was coming from the same kind of place. But yeah, it's interesting because I think a lot of people don't know how much struggle he had to deal with. Because people think that Kevin Rooney was kind of a savior in that situation, but he wasn't. Kevin Rooney explained to me directly that he said to me, or see, Mike, please apologize for me because I mean, when Mike was married to Robin Gibbons, he didn't want to do this interview, and then turn around, Kevin Rooney did the interview, and Kevin Rooney was like, I really messed up when I did that. And Kevin Rooney even told me that with the speech right alone, Kevin Rooney let me acknowledge he left that person alone. I had to be like change. And so people thought, oh, Kevin Rooney is no, Mike was, I mean, he had so much pressure on him. And I think with Don King trying to hire Mike's cohorts to help out, he would hang out with him anyway, to try to he had so much, this dude had so much pressure on him, it's unbelievable. To Don King definitely took it back. I believe so. I know Don from, because I was always in fight camps with Frankie Lodge. In fact, that's how I got to first meet Mike Tyson. Mike was in prison. Frankie put Mike and I on the phone. And so I would, do my, kind of interview with Mike while he was in prison. Because I was going to be playing him, so I wanted the whole story. And I went to Catskills on my own, knocked on that door, and spent time with people house. So I learned a lot. There's a lot that probably doesn't know. And I think he was concerned about coming out, and it didn't. And so it was really interesting. I had a guy. I was front and center on how much pressure this guy had to deal with. He had to kind of develop the whole world of the show. It was in his 20s. Boy, it's crazy. Youngest ever heavyweight champion in the world. He's went from being a 13-year-old kid with no family to being adopted by this guy who's not just training him, but also hypnotizing him. And then he's got Jim Jacobs, who exposes him to this library of all the greatest fighters of all time. He's watching video footage of it. Okay. It's an extraordinary story because it's like unlike anyone else. It's like the environment that he was exposed to and the way it produced this guy who was unlike any heavyweight before. I mean, in his prime, I was going to the Marvis Frazier fight. I always tell people, you want to see like the scariest motherfucker that ever stepped out of the ring? Mike Tyson versus Marvis Frazier. He was just undeniable, just undeniable. But that pressure, the kind of pressure that no one can explain what that's like. There's no internet back then, so there's not as many famous people. So like, who's gonna relate to? Who's gonna tell him what this is like? There's no one like him. You had Muhammad Ali, you had a few other guys that could tell him what it was like. But for the most part, he's got no roadmap. He's out there in this world of superstardom where he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Everywhere he goes, people are screaming and cheering. And he's knocking everybody out in the first round. The pressure on that, you have to fight with him. The guy who was more like a big brother to me. That's where I was like, it's professional. Because Holyfield was screwed, man. And Holyfield was that guy, Mike checked on him and all that type of stuff. He has to fight this guy, so deep down, like, he's got to fight this guy who's he's got this reputation as a holy man, all this type of stuff. And then I remember being at that fight, and I remember the press conference, and Mike was like, they manufactured this danger. And I was like, that's not like, he's trying to dig down to really get this edge, to really hate Holyfield. I was like, I thought that was a mistake. But, and I don't think that psychologically he was in his vein. Right. I mean, I feel a lot of them, John. Yes. There's also the fact that the holy man was a big deal. Holyfield had this incredible belief in God. He really believed that, God was looking out for him. He was going to go in there. And he couldn't be deterred. In the third round, I mean, I studied all this stuff on Mike Tyson. Third round in that first fight, got chills because he heard something that he never heard his entire career. Everybody started chanting within the guy. Oh, yeah. I swear to God, I saw just the air come out of his eye. And it was like, I've done all of this, and they're cheering for this man. And how racist he was, how Tyson was at the end, I felt like that's not a new thought. You kind of had that opinion of him going into this. Well, they had those wars with he had the first war with White Muhammad Ali. Remember that fight eventually? Oh my God! Go back and watch that fight. He had the war with Bert Cooper. Like he had war. Holyfield was unflappable. He's like, yeah. He's like, I don't know what I like saying this, that's like, he's just like, he never got angry. Yeah. It's like, how do you know? It's hard to maintain like anger for that dude. Like, he's just like, okay, that's also terrifying to me. You can't get in there. You're trying to get in that head. It's like, you're not going to do that. God's in there. Yeah, that's like, if you look at it, Mike Tyson was committed to every first blow. Holyfield is a counter fighter. Because they could let him throw that counter and he got it. Yeah. And I one time. Mike should be able to beat him easily. Easily. I didn't see the things that I normally saw from Mike Tyson in that fight, which made me feel like it's psychological. It's a psychological component, but it's also a training component because he wasn't an elite trainer at that time. He wasn't the same as him being trained by Costamano. It wasn't the same. Yeah, he didn't have the Bobby Lee style he used to have. Remember, he caught Holyfield with the body shot and uppercut. Yeah, and just like basically, he almost said, "So I finished him." Yeah, but he just chilled. Do you remember that? I don't specifically. Yeah, there's a moment like that where he hurt him. And Holyfield looked like it's like Kevin Holyfield would rebound towards the end of no fights. But if you look at Tyson, look at almost everything he's done. I thought I was about to see the beginning of the end. And I'm like, what the? I'm being there going, why is he jumping on it? You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I swear I saw that moment. And I remember going, what's going on? Why is he not jumping? It's interesting. It's interesting. Psychology plays a big role. How you feel about the opponent, and the opponent essentially holds up a mirror and allows you to look at yourself. And he's comparing himself to his holder. Probably didn't like that. Joe, I think that's the way I thought about it. Of course, but this is my opinion. Those two, they're that kind of character, like Holyfield had at the time. Those are scary guys. It's like they can't be broken mentally. Right. They're always going to, if you try to break them physically, you're down. It's like, oh, God. How much do I have left in the tank? Yeah. Before these shots can take. Yeah, like, no, it's different if somebody like 20. You can, manufacture like, but when that's just like, okay, I'm doing my thing. You gotta start going, oh, is it me? Because, it's like, that's you got Fedor's team. Somebody like that, it's just like this, it's like you just drown yourself. Stone, because I can't derive that from him. It's like, oh, he was the best. Yeah, Fedor was the best. Fedor would be in the middle of the most chaotic war. It looked like he was just sitting with a cup of coffee. No one like that guy. He's one of the most unique characters. I think we loved one of the greatest heavyweight matchups of all time. When they never figured out how to put Cain Velasquez versus Fedor both in their primes. Cain Velasquez is the scariest person I've ever seen, as far as I'm concerned. Like, there was one guy that I pride myself out again. That guy, man, I'm tired. Man, he's had cardio. He had cardio for a heavyweight marathon runner. He said 240-pound guy that never got tired. Yeah, perfect technique. Yeah, and I think the fights with Dos Santos, like that. Yes. I feel like they're going to. Well, I think certainly going to. Especially the second fight. The first fight, Junior caught. The first fight, Cain should have never took that fight. Cain had to take that fight because it was on Fox. It was a big deal. It was the main event of the first Fox card, and Cain losing. So if you look at that fight, Cain's wearing knee brace. His knees were fucked up. Like his meniscus was torn. It was all fucked up. He couldn't anchor on it. He couldn't really post on it. And then he couldn't get out of the way. Junior caught him with the big right hand, cracked him, dropped him, stopped him. And he comes back. There he is. Here's Tyson versus Holyfield. Yep. Yeah, but I'm still, Holyfield's still there. He's still there. If I really have the chance right now, man, there's hurt. What I said, right? Yeah. The thing about Evander is always there. He had been through these kind of fights before. But I don't know where I am, but I was there. And something about seeing that, I felt like, oh, he's about to take him out. I think because Evander rebounded and Evander had a history of rebounding. Oh, sure. Absolutely. Especially when they go, it still doesn't change the fact that I feel like there was an opportunity, and that was a very un-Tyson-like Tyson was Tyson anymore by this time. I think he was a one punch guy by this time. He wasn't cutting those crazy angles, trying to slide off to the side, grip the body. He was standing right in front of guys. So he lost a lot of what made him special, which was the speed of combinations. And
The movement is primarily because he could have never gotten that far if he didn't do that.
show that Marcus Frazier. Show that Marcus Frazier. Tyson versus Marcus Frazier. Favorite Tyson performance. Because Marcus Frazier looked like a gentleman at the beginning of the fight. Look at him. I mean, you feel the energy from his face.
You played a covenant right after this. Just fall
He's just all over Marcus, like from the beginning. This was on ABC, Wide World of Sports. I remember watching this at home. Look at the vomiting and the weaving. It's not just right in front of him, it's angles. Like, what do you move?
man. Oh, man.
That was when he was the champ. He wasn't the champ yet, but he was the champ. He was about to fight Trevor Berbick, but everybody was like, oh my God, he's real.
Yeah, here's the thing that sparks a controversy. Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali.
It depends on which Tyson, which Muhammad Ali. The best Muhammad Ali wasn't Muhammad Ali. It was Cassius Clay. I think the best was when he fought Cleveland Big Cat Williams. To me, I always tell people, if you want to know Ali before they took his title away, before they put him on the shelf for 3 years because he wouldn't fight in Vietnam, watch Cleveland Big Cat Williams. Because Cleveland was a big, scary power puncher, and Muhammad Ali was just dancing around him, dancing around. But was he popping Muhammad Ali?
See, that's the thing about Muhammad Ali. You realize he was the biggest guy in the ring. You know, he's only 4 pounds different than you don't realize because he moves around. That's where he moves.
Back then. But in the Cleveland Big Cat Williams days, he was lighter.
He was only
Like 215 or 220.
and Cleveland Williams was
Was big. Look at the size of Cleveland. Look at his back. Look at his back on Cleveland. Yeah, but he was a power puncher, man. You watch some. Look at his back. Cleveland was a scary dude,
Man,
man.
he might be lean. But Muhammad Ali's a big dude.
Oh, he's a
I think Muhammad Ali's bigger than that guy.
maybe. Look at the movement.
Oh, absolutely.
So this movement was absent when he came back 3 years ago. He never fought like this again. And when he fought Cleveland Big Cat Williams, Cleveland just didn't know where he was. He was like, this is too low, like this is too no. Dudes are smaller back then. Like, think about Rocky Marciano. He was only 185.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you don't realize because he's fighting like a lighter guy. You got a bigger guy. You guys, especially people are coming in and that magnifies it.
Yeah, sort of. They're basically the same size. Yeah, 212 is very small. This is smaller than Mike was when Mike was in his prime. 215, 220.
Yeah, 221. Yeah, that's why it's interesting because Mike was 10. People who did the best against Muhammad Ali was Joe Frazier and Ken Norton.
But
Their heads.
yes, but again, these are the guys that after this 3-year break. This 3-year break, Muhammad Ali didn't train. He didn't train at all for 3 years. When you watch when he comes back after that, like, come on, son.
Yeah.
The speed. Cleveland's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, the speed and the bigger guy. That's the thing. That's the thing that's been like, you thought that that he was bigger than Muhammad.
I did.
Yeah, so but the thing is like people don't realize how big Muhammad Ali actually was. Because George Foreman, was a monster. And his legs are bigger than George Foreman's. Right? We know what the power is. Right?
George Foreman, what did he weigh when he fought?
218 and I think Muhammad Ali's 214. It was like right. So the actual fight game, was together.
Right.
But I'm just saying it's interesting because I got a guy the same size as Foreman, a moving faster.
Yeah, but he did win that fight. In that fight, he mostly laid on the ropes, remember?
I mean, a lot of Roman though, but I'm saying
There's a lot of that.
he's a big 220.
212 to 220, pretty close.
Yeah, I've seen that different. I've seen
It's
this.
just, he wasn't the same guy. If George Foreman of that time fought Cleveland, the Muhammad Ali that fought Cleveland Big Cat Williams, is a pretty good fight. Foreman's like he pieced up.
Yeah, I mean,
He pieced up on the outside, and Ali was just picking him apart, and Foreman swinging at him. He was like nobody else before him, man. He was so different. He was so different. But those 3 years, Drake fight. See if you find that fight. But why look at his body when you see it? You see his body smooth. His footwork doesn't look the same. His timing is off. He had a ton of ring rust. He just didn't. What's it? He just didn't look the same. He didn't look the same, and I think that 3 years they fucked him. They fucked him. They fucked him, and I mean, look, it made him a cultural hero because he wasn't willing to fight in Vietnam, and he famously look at his body. It's different, man. He's just not the same guy anymore. He's not moving as fast. And Jerry Quarry was just a really tough guy who was famous for being able to beat. Like Ali didn't have the endurance anymore. Like look at him. He's just not the same guy anymore. He was a shadow of what he was before. He still went on to win the title. He still went on, but I always wonder what he would have been if those 3 years were not stolen from him in his peak, in his prime.
It's one interesting thing. Another thing we used to talk about Ali is like try to find to go on the body shot.
Right. Not one of those.
He almost never did.
Maybe a jab or two to the body.
It's true. It'd be interesting to count up all the body shots throughout his whole career. And you might get 10.
That's true.
Yeah, it's true. Eventually.
Yeah, it is.
That's why when people talk about the greatest boxer, of course he's the greatest human beings, the greatest Americans. Right. Like just man, the stuff he's doing. Talk about putting himself out there, as far as his children, of the world. There's nobody, anybody compares to him.
Also, the personality. He would go on talk shows, and he was just so fun.
Sharp was
So sharp. One of my favorite ones was Howard Cosell said, "You're very truculent, champ." And he goes, "Whatever truculent means, if it's good, I'm that guy." I mean, he was just a different human being.
He was not scared of anything, man. There's some stuff that some interviews that he's made real confident. He actually talk shit to people and talk about whooping their ass. So recently I've seen some stuff that I was like, wow, I didn't see this one.
Oh yeah, if anybody disrespected him, or if anybody if they wouldn't call him Muhammad Ali, they would call him Cassius Clay, they would fuck him up. What's my name? What's my name? He was a special person, and he was just culturally like one of the most significant figures ever in the history of America. Because at a time where the world was torn, like why the fuck are we in Vietnam? And this one guy says, "Oh, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna strip your title away from you." And for 3 years, he was persecuted, and the whole world was watching. And they eventually let him fight again. But then we realized that Vietnam was not a just war. And this guy, they had taken 3 years of his life away from him because he wasn't willing to participate. A real hero. A real hero. And like again, a cultural icon. Just a different kind of human being that inspired so many people outside of fighting. My parents were hippies, and my parents wanted to watch the Leon Spinks rematch when he fought Leon Spinks. Like, hey, what is this? I'm like, I remember being a little kid going, "Hey, they want to watch this fight. This is so good to me. If they want to watch a fight, that's who Muhammad Ali was. He was just different. He meant something to America in a way that no other fighter before or since has.
And it's just even for equal rights, and just for everything. There's so much. I really can't think of many people that's been more significant.
No, and that's people think about like what you stand for. What do you mean? This guy, he could have easily just taken some stupid fucking desk job in the army or something.
I did a movie last year in Louisville, Kentucky. And while I was there, I went and visited Muhammad Ali's graves. And dude, man, I didn't expect the mess to see it. I couldn't talk for 2 hours later. I just sat in my car. Just almost got overwhelmed. What this man really meant. It was just like, it jacked me up. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I can't think of another fighter that meant more, like in terms of like a cultural icon.
Yeah, put his life on the line. It just was so,
Yes, a caution cautionary tale for fighters too. Yes. About fighting too long. No one ever forgave Larry Holmes for beating him up. Larry Holmes, one of the greatest heavyweight champions of all time, never got his just due because people never forgave him for beating up Ali. It's just crazy. It's not fair. It didn't make any sense. Muhammad Ali was trying to beat him up, but everybody knew, even though Ali was fighting, everybody knew it was over. He wasn't the Muhammad Ali of old.
He wanted to call it into the fight. Holmes was like, why am I doing this? Right? Yeah, that was sad. And he wasn't, Holmes was never that much of a likable presence. It's hard to come up with, but like,
right, he was never that kind of person. Damn.
oh, that's the best jab around.
Larry, even when he fought Tyson, when he was popping with that jab, and it made you wonder, God, Larry would do this crime. This is an exciting fight to see him try.
The two of them.
Yeah, I still don't think he'll be able to beat Prime Tyson.
No.
But it was wild.
Tyson made his bones on fighting bigger guys against other people.
Yeah.
So he looked up on, on his legs. A lot of times when he's landing, he's in the air.
Yep.
Yeah, he's in the air, man.
It was the speed, too. The weight speed in the heavyweight boxing.
He was the fastest. Well, he was one of the fastest heavyweights, I think. Just,
It was just pretty fast.
oh, 6 nights. Yeah. Oh, man, what I talk about first night, it was funny. That's a funny dude.
He's a character.
Yeah.
He was on TV, too. And I don't think I was trained by the same guy as Lomachenko. Lomachenko's father trained him at house. Which is also why he's like a heavyweight loser. Heavyweight Lomachenko. He's got that woodworking movement and that Russian style, the Ukrainian Russian style. It's like those guys, they figured out movement, footwork, Paul has it. So, we're very fortunate that we can see all of these incredible human beings that have risked their life and their health and put it on the line, so we can see true lessons about character and technique.
Yeah, just to show the heavyweights concentrate on technique a little bit. Right.
Well, maybe Usyk's changing people's perspective. Maybe they're realizing, like, wow, you can't just one to everybody.
Yeah, I think what happened is there's another thing in this country that's like, I think it's a foul of boxing. I'm not going to give advice to a lot of these guys who go for fighting and try to play football or whatever.
Well, since Deontay, we haven't really had a heavyweight boxing champion in America. Deontay was our last heavyweight boxing champion.
Yeah. Talk about technique. Yeah.
Not the best, but he had what Teddy Atlas likes to call the eraser.
Right, yeah, true.
He can make all the mistakes in the world. He had that one eraser. Wow.
Yeah.
Deontay's one of the craziest knockout punchers that's ever existed.
Yeah.
It was nuts. He hit you moving backwards and flatline. Great 209 when he fought Tyson Fury the first time. 209.
Yeah, well, I would shoot. Some kind of stuff together. Yeah.
Really nice guy.
Yeah.
I love talking to him on the podcast.
So yeah, he's great. Listen, just work on his technique. He's like that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's too late. I think he relied on that gift for so long. Because, I mean, look at the gift, though. I mean, at one point in time, he was like 39 knockouts out of 40 fights. Yeah. It was like, I know, nuts. But it didn't matter when it landed. When it landed, you couldn't do shit about all that sloppiness.
I still wouldn't mind seeing AJ versus him.
I still would be. I think after the car accident, AJ might be done though, because he was knocked unconscious in the car accident. I heard it really bad. It was out in like 10 minutes. Really? Yeah. His two friends died. And after all those fights, that was the last thing he needed was some extracurricular brain damage like that. And then also losing his two great friends like that was kind of, that's just fucking crazy.
That's the sad thing. Yeah, because my brother, my cousin, for their sake.
Yeah.
What would your friends want you to do?
Wow.
Yeah, I was the best. Because like, one of our warriors, he was in
body, like on the line, that's how I'm a gladiator. There's nothing like a fight. It's different than any kind of sport. It's very different. The losses are way different. They're way harder to deal with. The victories are way greater. Yeah, one of my best friends being Frankie, man. So I got a front seat to all of that. Frankie knocked out Roy Jones back then. So I wanted to see him get his he was WBA super middleweight champion 5 years straight. But it was a front seat to boxing life, fighting life. So it's a hard road. It's not for there's no one there for you. I was watching this piece on Bob Chacon. It was a great fighter in the 80s. Oh my God, man, it was horrible. It's just horrible watching just the deterioration and the brain damage and for you. That's a lot of guys. Your brain doesn't regenerate. It only gets worse. Yeah, if you're experiencing brain damage now without treatment, there's some treatments now they're able to use to help regenerate some neural tissue and things like that. But there's a certain amount of that. I know my son, my son's he's been on what they call this like stimulation thing. The magnetic stuff. Yeah, but it's actually helped him out a great deal. He kind of went through kind of an interesting like kind of experimental with some stuff. Now he's kind of come back. He's turned it around. What happened? Yeah, he kind of was like he died that route for a bit, but it's but he's gotten not just actually seeing things turn around. Because I don't know why I can't remember, but it's this brain stimulation thing, and it kind of rewires you. You know, I think I heard you talk about ED and those type of things. So yeah, there's things that are there are things that can help, but then you gotta be very vigilant. Yeah, there's something connected to a lot of the anti-aging protective stuff. It's fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating. Sure, a good friend of mine, Rocco, I don't know if you know Rocco, Dr. Rocco. No. Yeah, he runs 8 4M. This is a conglomerate of doctors all around the world that's dedicated to fixing causes of disease, not just chasing around the symptoms and stuff. And so it's like we're very much in the face of the pharmaceutical companies. They are really dedicated to like taking care of things from this source. And it's been going on for a while, man. It's like they have like about 6 of these things a year. One of the biggest ones is in Vegas. But like, look it up, 8 4M. So that's Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger. They, deal with I've actually tried to Nick Diaz to help him because they're on the forefront of the medicine type stuff. So yeah, it's an interesting thing for you. A lot of doctors who have been given lectures on all of this advanced stuff, all the newest equipment. That's just like it's just the biggest kind of like rooms, huge rooms full of all the most collaborating. It's a good time to be an older person. There's a lot of science. But you have to believe that you should be in your living to a healthy. You really believe that. If it's ever been possible, now's the time. Oh yeah, my doctor, Dr. Alan Bezos, not just 63, he looks like he's a weird. That's awesome. Yeah, 63-year-old guys basically dead. Yeah. They're just old, frail, feeble. Yeah, it's interesting, man. It's like, man, we're getting older. Oh, I am. Yeah, well, you look great. You look great. I feel good. Yeah, I feel very good. It's a really well. There's so much information now on how to maintain your body, how to maintain your health. So, hey, brother, this has been great. Glad we got together. Me too. Yeah, again, man, I gotta tell you, man, how proud I am. Joe from the gym, he's doing this thing, man, in a big way. I'm saying about you. Yeah, thank you, man. This is a lot of fun. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna get some stuff. Yeah, we gotta do all right. Last one. Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Any form? You know, like I know it's weird. If I eat a burger, it's different if I eat steak. Steak is a problem? Yeah, I don't know. My digestive system just like gets you over the fucking. How much is there? I forget. I'm 58 too. I eat mostly meat. I don't think it's age. What is it? Well, what do you eat it with? Cheetos. Cheetos vodka? Oh, you can't do that, right? No, I tell you, and I wash it down with Cheetos and time because it's some Cheetos, you know, sometimes I get blown up until I do it. What? Cheetos and tonic resembles water. Look at this. That's all that matters to you. Yeah. I know at some point I need to change. I'm looking to age now, and it's like I look at certain food, and I'm like, oh my god, it is so good. You can't handle it. I think this is when I really, really need to be in love because I need to be with somebody that understands. When I go places where I want to pick out, they got like, okay, yeah, he's right. He's a handler. But I think I feel like they call it geriatric. Like, that's the way I hear it. It's the main thing. It's a geriatric shit. You smash all over. You want to do everything. Now you don't have to worry about somebody helping with your meal diet, helping you with your dietary needs. So they say that's a lot of times when you fall in love with somebody take you to your cold feels. Oh, this is when you about to be out of here. And somebody say, don't do that. You gotta mash this food. You gotta chop it up. But I'm having digestive issues sometimes. With steak, huh? Yes, maybe I want to say that I'm a fan of it. So you eat if you eat like a whole pasta with potatoes, no problem. That's not a problem. Interesting. Definitely. We should go to one of those doctors that checks people for allergies. Yeah. Oh yeah. Is there any particular reason why I'm doing this shit? Like I said, no, you asked to come on. You reached out to me. You reached out to me in July. I would have said yes. You got an open invitation. You got it. I don't know. I said, I don't know. You said, this man told me, I have a guest. And then you called back. I don't know if Jack said, you know what my list is. Right. I don't know if he did. You called me. I knew somebody. I need somebody for you because I knew you were coming here on Monday. I had some before. It was a Caucasian person. I don't remember. You know it was a white man or a black man. No, you know what? Actually, it might have been Michael John White because he's here far. Yeah. So it's probably Michael. That's probably like that. But I appreciate you being coming because I felt like it was time to come back and you can come on anytime. I really appreciate it. I got down. I hold it. Come on. I know that you know I love you. I listen to that gum too. So Neurogum? Yeah, that's such a good shit. I know. Whenever you say something, it's a shit. Yeah. What can I do about my, I can't do anything about my diet. Yeah, just you should go to a doctor and find out if there might be something particularly about you that red meat doesn't agree with you. But it might just be what you're eating with the red meat more than the red meat itself. That's what I would imagine. I would imagine it's not actually red meat. I would imagine that it's what you're eating with it.
Might be. And I'm going to check into it. Because it's just things I'm at that big age where you have to be considerate of what you're doing. So that's what I have to do. I have to do.
Do you exercise at all?
Sexual intercourse.
Did you push ups?
Yeah. That's strong. Damn, man. I don't know if this is not everybody. When you get to a age when you start looking at your history, then you're like, damn, 2000 was my best years. Like right now, I would just give up.
Give up.
I don't put no pressure. I give up. I start asking like what your shoe sizes, whatever. I'm ready to go shopping. I live in areas now where I call it certain times. Like,
I probably shouldn't give you that. That comes going to be a real problem.
Listen.
Just chewing a little bit out. Get the effects of it very quickly.
I think the age where my best work is like holidays.
Holidays.
Like,
why don't you hire a trainer? You got some money.
People are trying to
Get you a chain.
I think I get trainers before I get a trainer. I mean, you got to take one step at a time. I got to get my mind right before I get my body right.
No, getting your body right will help get your body.
I think that's some truth the other thing. So I think that you can be right.
Oh, 100%. Getting your body right fixes your mind.
But I will say I'm at my best. I'm at my peak. This is a holiday, so the rest of it, I'm best to it's more silly. Like, you want to smash good time, consider Valentine's Day, Christmas, Kwanzaa, you get 7 good days. But to expect me to be at my best on just a regular Tuesday or Wednesday, it's not going to happen.
Well, it's also like the trainer.
Why would you say that? I know why you said it.
Come on, see. Okay, right.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right.
Cigarettes, right? Yeah, those are not good. There's
We used to smoke on one of those podcasts. How you explain what made you not want to smoke?
well, cigarettes are a cognitive enhancer. It's fact. Nicotine is a cognitive enhancer. There's no doubt about it. It's fact. And it does things to your mind, stimulates your mind in a way that very few other things do. That's why a lot of intellectuals, a lot of professors use nicotine, a lot of academics use nicotine, a lot of people that rely on their brains, a lot of writers use nicotine. And there's different delivery methods that have different effects. Unfortunately, smoking has a very potent instantaneous effect. And that's where people like it when it comes from the cost, the physical health, repercussions of cigarettes are well known. Yeah, not good. And also, you smoke we had a doctor on the other day that thinks that regular cigarettes are not nearly like American cigarettes are not nearly as bad for you as
I understand that sometimes the American cigarettes, I'm not even they say that's supposed to be more natural.
It's just tobacco, I believe. Is that a fact? No, what's in there is just tobacco. They got, I don't know how this lawsuit ended up, but they got sued for the advertising of saying it's additive free. Oh, did they? What are the additives? I got this. Well, let's look at it. I've tried to look. I mean, there's a big website about the lawsuit. What's the accusation? Lawsuit natural claims. Natural American Spirit cigarettes are made by Santa Fe Natural Tobacco Company, American Company Reynolds America, RJ Reynolds, their company. American Spirits has been sold in the U.S. since 1985. The original American Spirit, fugitive, organic, unadulterated tobacco. Sue claims such marketing language has endeared American Spirit cigarettes to a core group of smokers who believe that the natural tobacco cigarette makes healthier alternative, despite sales declining 17% between 2014. American cigarette sales have increased 6% over the same period. Reynolds American's website states American Spirit is the leading super premium cigarette brand that's a top 10 best-selling cigarette brand, priced higher than most other competitive brands, and is differentiated from key competitors through its use of all natural and free tobacco, including style made with organic tobacco. Words like all natural, unadded, free. American Spirit's labeling the suit says belies the fact that Santa Fe Reynolds adds ammonia to their cigarettes to maximize the amount of nicotine a smoker receives, with the result that American Spirits contains significantly more free-base nicotine than other major cigarette brands. So actually, you get high off of cigarettes. 100%. I get high off of them because I don't smoke all the time. So I only smoke, if I smoke a couple cigarettes a week, it's a lot.
Newport's probably like 10 times worse than menthol cigarettes, probably 10 times worse.
I was talking to Kat about that. I was asking him like why menthols, and he's like, he was speaking on behalf of the black community. He said we like things that are popular.
I believe that that's part of it, but I also believe that this is about. I don't know if I talked about this. There were certain brands that were communities interested in loyalty. Yeah, I think Target. I don't know if it's a situation where they came out. They were spending more ad money on advertising and everything. I don't know if I shared this story with you, but Pepsi was a company that did that, but they targeted the black community. So I think even though I understand it's a group, I think it was something that was in our community, whether that was like cheaper prices or whatever. And I think it's generation to generation. Like, you need to do this because black people do this because it's cheaper. I think that might be the case.
Probably wrong. What is the menthol effect? What is the difference?
I know that's also, I sound like that. Well, that's one of the reasons I had to downgrade to like, some people think that I started smoking Marlboro less because I started taking white women, which is the word unless you take a white woman from the Midwest, but she probably smoke worse than Coca-Cola. But I had so many I need to change.
Our sponsor, our AI sponsor, Complexity, says the menthol effect in cigarettes comes from the chemical menthol itself, which is added as a flavoring and a sensory agent to tobacco. Menthol is naturally found in peppermint and other mint plants. It can also be made synthetically in a lab. Menthol activates cold sensitives in the mouth, throat, and airways, creating a cooling sense of smoke. It's a mild anesthetic numbing effect that reduces pain and irritation from hot, harsh cigarettes while making it feel smooth. Menthol can suppress the cough reflex and dull early warning signs of airway irritation, which make it easier to inhale more deeply and more often. Menthol reduces the perceived harshness of nicotine and smoke. The minty taste and smell plus the cooling feel acts as a pleasant sensory cues that many smokers come to associate with satisfaction and craving. Menthol can alter nicotine metabolism and the way nicotine acts on brain receptors, which may increase nicotine's reinforcing addictive effects. In short, the menthol effect is not from nicotine, but from added menthol, which cools and numbs the airways, masks irritation, and can make cigarettes feel smoother and more addictive without making them any safer.
So menthol cigarettes appeal to black people because it's a cool cigarette. It's cool. That's what's cool. It's so much just about a very cool cigarette because it makes you feel
right. That's why they call it cool.
Damn, what white people do destroy my mental. Destroy it.
Happy body makes mild pain. Cool and cool is. Oh, because that was like a take of it's giving you just more coolness. But do calls exist anymore?
In jail.
Only in jail?
I don't know what to ratio of what I'm saying, like this is more money in the dice game. Or whatever I hear people tell me war stories. They like, man, I got a carton of coolness for a bag to read or something, but the value of a cool cigarette is higher in prison.
Isn't it crazy that they give you cigarettes in prison? That's crazy. It's like the only drug you get in prison.
Yeah, those
can't get alcohol, right?
Well, you can get hooch. Well, you can't get alcohol, but they make it all.
But it's all under the table.
Yeah. But I think say I hold the most value. I think it's tame, right? It's that artificial flavored drink. I think that's not shit. Yeah, with cigarettes, Doritos, I heard honey buns. I hold the value, and I heard candy bar. The candy bars, you gotta be particular with that because if you offer, this is what I hear. If you offer Christmas milk the candy bars, then what I understand is that you're invited to have sex with the person. Interesting. Yeah, candy bars. Yeah, like I don't think he wants candy bars. That's like code. Yeah, it's not like candy. It's a candy bar. Yeah, it's a chocolate bar. And it's called. I think this is only. I think I do this for still. This is the time the cities which are important, not and these facts are conversations.
It's interesting how different brands market to different people. And how do they figure it out? Like, what do they work with? Like, that's where it's evil, right? Like, advertising itself, I don't have a problem with. But there is something weird about deceptive advertising that's illegal. You know?
Well, they do a history on what people like. I was watching or reading a story about the people that started Forever 21. I forget what the brand was. It's from South Korea, not to be confused with Kim Jong and those people. But they were tailoring something. They started a small boutique, and what they would do is they would have these clothing pieces of clothing, and they would really pay particular attention to what colors people like, what was selling the most, whatever. And that's what they find. One of the reasons made Forever 21 so popular because they had really inexpensive. These clothes were expensive, but they was turning them over so quick, so they would do case studies to see what people attracted to. I know black people use lemon pepper for anything. It's going to go off out the way. Even the lemon pepper, chicken wings, lemon pepper, french fries, anything lemon pepper is go. I don't know who started the whole lemon pepper craze, but lemon pepper, anything black people buy.
That's interesting, like how white people are associated with very bland foods. Macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes, mayonnaise.
Macaroni and cheese. You never, ever say, if you tell somebody, if you say, if you wouldn't be able to get right to work about Joe, people like that. If you say, hey guys, I'm coming to cook out, right, and I'm bringing macaroni and cheese, you're going to get uninvited to cook out.
How should I say that?
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
Yeah, you can't say macaroni and cheese. Nobody ever does that. They would look at you as a spy. You get invited, you are right.
Well, I'm a different type of white person because I'm Italian. I'm associated with spicy food, very strong flavors.
Yeah, but this is different.
Like the Italian people don't like flavor.
It's like you're not going to say spicy. You're not going to say, I'm bringing big seasoning to the barbecue. Like, I'm bringing seasoning, right?
Not that it's a big seasoning. Yeah, because there's different kinds of seasoning. There's seasoning that you bake it, and there's seasoning that you just boil and put, marinara sauce on.
But I would say this, as much as, comedians make fun of white people and their lack of seasoning, that can save your life.
Lack of seasoning can save your life?
Yes, sir. When you think about, you look at somebody who's country, home cooked seafood spot, the one ingredient that is in everything that you taste right up there is salt.
How's sauce on that?
It's all about you think salt is all about you.
If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker, it's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine, and one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Salt is an essential mineral. We need salt to survive. Salt is not the problem. They associate salt with high blood pressure, salt with this, salt with this. Not true. It's bullshit.
What type of salt? Is it different salt? Is it like
No, it's not. Salt's not bad for you. Well, first of all, there's iodized salt, which is actually good for you because it contains iodine. They add iodine to it, which is good for you. But salt is not a bad thing. I mean, you shouldn't have too much salt. Salt. If you eat enough salt, you could die.
so all of these years,
It's a
people get their toes chopped off.
that's not fun. That's not fun. If you're getting diabetes, it's usually from sugar.
Okay.
You know, there's been a lot of misinformation that's spread because of the actual scientists that were bribed by the sugar industry. So the sugar industry, they paid a bunch of Harvard scientists. It was Harvard, right? I believe it was. They didn't even give them a lot of money. Was it the 1950s or 1960s? So this has all been outed now. But what they did was they tried to associate saturated fat and foods with saturated fat with being responsible for heart disease. And they did that to try to get the blame off of sugar. Because sugar is fucking terrible. It's terrible in basically everything, especially added
So
sugar.
why are all of these diseases that we speak of are more happening in the black community?
It's diet. It's diet. It's 100%. It's processed food. It's diet. It's sugar. It's sugary drinks. It's the amount of sugar. Like if you say if you drink like a 1 liter Pepsi, the amount of sugar that is in. Okay, let's find out how much sugar is in a 1 liter Pepsi. If you drink several liters a day, one of them I believe is more sugar than you're ever supposed to have a day.
Pepsi is the one that's why.
Well, it could be Coca-Cola, it could be Pepsi, Mountain Dew.
I
Maybe
think
you poison.
I think it's one.
Well, Pepsi's, I don't know, does Pepsi have more sugar than Coca-Cola? I don't know. You know, Coca-Cola is one of the only things that's still flavored with cocaine. Sugar content, 115, 123 grams in a 1 liter bottle. That's a crazy amount of sugar. 25 teaspoons, 35 sugar cubes. That's 130%, 138% of the recommended daily value of sugar. That's where people are getting type 2 diabetes. They're getting it from excess sugar, specifically excess sugar, like in a liquid form. Your body does not know what the fuck to do with that because nowhere in nature do you get sugar in a liquid form like that. Like even orange juice, like people think orange juice is good for you. It's not. Like drinking orange juice, yeah, you're gonna get some vitamin D, but you're also gonna get vitamin C, rather, but you're also gonna get a gigantic dose of sugar that has no fiber in it. It's a straight type of sugar.
Fruits and vegetables that you get off the counter.
You get fructose rather than high fructose corn syrup. You know, sugar from fruit is the best sugar for you because it's attached to fiber. That's a slow release sugar, like if you eat an apple. Apples are bad. It's a natural way that your body consumes sugar. But there's not. I don't know if it was an apple. It was a fruit. It was a fruit from the tree of knowledge. The tree of
It was apple. It was apple.
There wasn't an apple tree. What specifically does the Bible refer to as the fruit?
Adam and Eve. Adam.
You know the truth? He never talked to God. Adam talked to God. Adam told God not to eat the fruit. There's nowhere in the Bible does it say that Adam went to Eve.
This is why we should start not just shut women down to listening to it. It all started off.
Genesis does not specifically specify rather what kind of fruit Adam ate, only that it calls it fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, so it's not necessarily an apple. We call it an apple. The text never names the species, apple, fig, etc. The Hebrew word is peri, a general term meaning fruit without a botanical detail. Where the apple idea came from over time, Jewish and Christian interpreters proposed many candidates, grape, pomegranate, Sichuan, and Others, now common ideas that are developed later in European tradition, helped by wordplay in Latin and Old French, where the words evil and apple or fruit sounded or were spelled similarly. So it's not necessarily.
I really don't know. Well, I feel like I need so much more information.
Yeah.
I don't know if you understand.
Well, the crazy thing is that I mean I found this out recently because I've actually been reading a lot. That there's no reference whatsoever to them telling Eve you're not supposed to eat food from the plant with the knowledge of good and evil.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just know.
it's just Adam just. What happened was God created Adam. This is what Genesis says. God created Adam and then told Adam to go and name all the animals. Then, when he was done with that, Adam ate it. But he never said, it never says in the Bible, Adam told Eve to not eat the apple. Well, the problem with the Bible is, first of all, that it was an oral tradition forever. So it was an oral tradition for a long time before it was ever written down. Then it was written down in a bunch of ancient languages. It was written down in ancient Hebrew. It was written down in Aramaic. And then when you translate ancient Hebrew to first, they translated it to Latin, and then they translated it to Greek, and all these other, maybe Greek first. I forget which one was first. Either way, the translations miss a lot of the language. It's a very complicated. Ancient Hebrew is a very complicated language, and the numbers double as letters in ancient Hebrew. Ancient Hebrew doesn't have numbers. All their words have a numerical value to them.
What do you think makes people so connected to the Bible? Is it because of wanting to believe in something?
Definitely wanting to believe in something, but then specifically, if you look at like the teachings of Jesus Christ, if you follow them, I think it'll lead to a better life. I think it makes you a better person, it makes you a better member of the community, it reinforces community. It's like a really good way to live your life. So I think people that live that way, that actually live that way, are better examples of human beings. So that makes it reinforced. But it's also people. There's a lot of other religions that people believe in that don't have those aspects to them. People want to believe things. People want to believe in things, even if you like Scientology. People deeply believe in Scientology. You know it was written by a science fiction author who was a bad science fiction author. L. Ron Hubbard wrote some terrible books. Like that guy would just bang books out. He never rewrote shit. Everything was a first draft. Just like he wrote more fiction than any human being that's ever lived. And he also wrote Scientology.
I think people, like you said, people would want to, if your life is fucked up, they want to be able to say, okay, this is my sin, I believe this is going to get me on the right track. And then with that, with things like we just did a skit that went viral, right? And it was like, hey, it was making fun of the mega churches and everything. But these churches, like, they give these people something to believe in, make them feel better, and they charge them. Do you think there should be a separation? If I inspire you, if I'm writing here, my speeches inspire you to want to do something and change your life and be more financially secure, do you think there's going to be times like, okay, almost like, hey, this is, if I get you the word, we'll get you this shit, you got to be off. The mega churches, is it so wrong for me just to pour all the money to a board? Are they giving these people something to believe in? If that's the case, do I have those things?
I think they're preying on people's need to believe in things, and I think they're very predatory. And I think that's why they're flying private jets and driving Rolls Royces and living in mega mansions on giant ranches, and they're doing it all off of donations and people can barely get by. That's a lot. You know, I think it's a scam. I think if we were a just and righteous society, it wouldn't be legal. I mean, you're taking advantage of people when they need something to believe in, and you're asking for all their money. Like I remember I was watching this guy on TV once, like televangelists for the worst, and this guy was saying that if you are broke, you should borrow money to donate it to the church, and it will be paid back to you tenfold. That God will pay you back tenfold. And then he had all these examples of people that did it, and they would call in and say, I was $1,000 in debt, this and that, but I borrowed $100. Donate to you, and now all of a sudden was some more shit.
But those are all desperate people. Desperate. Those are the same people that I want to spend
$20 in the lottery. That's another thing. Not only is that a scam, here's the scam about the lottery. Not only does, like, say everyone pumps money into the lottery. Say you buy $100 worth of tickets, and Jamie buys $100 worth of tickets, and I buy $100. So it's $300 in the lottery. There's not even $300 available if you win. So, and then if you win, you don't get all the money. You get the money over a long period of time. Right. But if you take the second option, it's a significantly, like, here's a good example. Speaking of the Epstein files, the company Zorro Trust. I didn't like that. You looked me right in my eyes and said, speaking of the Epstein, we were talking about it before the podcast. Epstein came to see you. No, Epstein is not coming to see you. They loved your show. He was the number one fan. First of all, you don't know. Like, they came to West Palm Improv because you're a famous comedian and you were playing in the town where he lived. So what are you saying? No, but what I'm saying is Epstein won the lottery. His company Zorro Trust won an $80 million lottery, and then they took the payoff. The payoff was only $30 million. What do you mean? You said his company bought a ticket for the lottery. Yes, Zorro Trust, which is his company. They won the lottery, which is very suspicious. And not only that, he won the lottery right after he was arrested and went to jail for fucking kids or having sex or whatever he was arrested for, sexual hand jobs, whatever it was. So after they won his underage, no, but when they're underage girls, so then when he went and got the lottery money, the company took the payoff. The payoff had an $80 million payment. The $80 million jackpot was only $30 million. So if you want the money, you take 30. So not only did they take 50 out of the 80, but then if you think about how many people spent money buying lottery tickets, it's way more than 80 million. So they make money off of that, and then they make money off of the fact that you won the payoff instead of the over. So it doesn't matter what the jackpot becomes, they can't lose. Because it's stealing money from people that are desperate. It's legalized gambling where the house always wins. Like, let's find that out. Like, let's find an average jackpot of $5 and find out how much money actually goes into it, how much money people spend versus how much money they pay out. So when this is all a lot of state regulated, right? I don't know. Okay, so they get, say, they get $100 million for people trying to win $1 billion. It's because state regulated. They have to pay taxes to the government for the money that the lotto? No, it's the state or it's the government owns it. So it's a whatever the. Not only that, they pay taxes on it. So say if you get that, yes. So say if you take that $30 million payout, you don't have $30 million. Then you have to pay taxes on the $30 million. So they get money from it. They can't fucking lose. But for a person that's never seen it, never seen $1,000 anywhere, anything with video, they're gonna be excited about it too. Exactly. And over time, most people are not going to win. So most people are dumping money into it. There was a story of a young lady, I don't know exactly what it was. I think she won some type of lottery where they gave her two options. She would get, I think it was like a payout of like $2 million right up front, or they would give her, I think it was like $20,000 every month for as long as she did. Yeah, that's what she did. This people think it's kind of crazy, but you consider that she was by 2021, her life expectancy probably, she was right, so she probably lived to 132. You know what I'm saying? She looked like, I'm just smart. A lot of people would not understand that. That's just my thing. I don't think it's for the rest of your life. I think it's until it reaches that number. I don't think they're going to give you money for the rest of your life. Well, maybe I was reading that. Maybe it's a different kind of lottery that I'm not aware of. Maybe I think it was something as long as she lives. That sounds right. Yeah. All right, here it is. Typical Mega Millions jackpot run total ticket revenue is usually several times the advertised jackpot. But there's no single fixed average because sales vary enormously with the jackpot size. Still, you can get a good ballpark. So around 50% of ticket revenue goes to the overall prize pool. So the government makes 50% right off the bat. So if it's $100 million payout, they already made $100 million. So it's $200 million is what they made. They throw in $100 million for everybody. Of that prize pool, roughly 2/3 to 3/4 is allocated to the jackpot, with the rest funding lower tier prizes. So that means even if there's $200 million out of $100 million, only 2/3 of it goes into the big jackpot. And that means the jackpot is typically in the order of 1/3 of total ticket sales that run. And then out of that 1/3, so say if it's $100 million, or with the Epstein case, it was $80 million. We took the payout, which was $30 million, so they make $50 on top of that. And then on top of that, you pay taxes on that 30. It's a crazy scam. Whatever the fuck they want. I think they're trying to tell me in certain neighborhoods. I think it was certain level of creativity into a neighborhood just to get your attention to keep one of their how it's supposed to be random. You don't know how much oversight. Look, a guy like Jeffrey Epstein can win. I don't know how much oversight is. I know back in Boston, Whitey Bulger won. Say this is true. I think he won the lotto twice, which is crazy. Whitey Bulger was a South Boston mob boss in the 1980s when I lived there. The 1980s and 90s. Yeah, he was a dangerous guy. He was the guy that movie that Leonardo DiCaprio starred in, Jack Nicholson. What was that movie, Jamie? Remember that movie that was based on Whitey Bulger? The Departed? Yeah, that was based on Whitey Bulger. Oh, yeah, terrible. Yeah. What was his demise? It was actually a fucking FBI informant. Not only was he a gangster, he was working with the FBI and they were letting him get away with shit because he was throwing other people on the bus. I think there's a different they wound up catching him in Santa Monica. Well, I Whitey. About that Whitey Bulger won the Mass Millions lottery. About that time. Yeah. Yeah, he won the fucking lottery, man. So, this is what it says here. What does it say? That was more of a scam than actually money, but that's a waste of money. It's highway to launder money. Yeah. Oh, 100% to launder money. So the way it would work was, like, say if you lived in the community and you won the lottery ticket, maybe they would give you money for your lottery ticket, and then he would get it. And that way, it would show that this is where he got his income from. Like, these guys would all own businesses, but the reason why they would own businesses is so they can show why they drive a Cadillac, why they have a mansion, why they have this, because they have legitimate businesses. But really, these businesses were scams. My father convinced my family that he was a real estate guy. All we did was excuse his son real estate. That's hilarious. So, and you were the real winner to sign the ticket over. With Whitey and two associates paying $2.3 million in cash, 50% of the winnings. Vulture himself paid Michael Linsky $700,000, although Linsky lost money in the deal. He really had no choice. It came down to selling the ticket or risking his life. Yeah, so that's how it usually works. Whitey was a snitch. Yeah. He was a snitch and he got caught in Santa Monica. He was a whistleblower. He was a snitch. Whistleblowers are like this snitch, right? He was in a higher profile position like corporate America. No, he wasn't a whistleblower. He was an actual snitch because he was turning other people in. So he was a kingpin. Is this true? And I don't want to get anything about race. Is that phrase, snitches more prevalent in white community or black community or is across the board? I think it's across the board, isn't it? Like the black community is famous for keeping their mouth shut when someone gets shot or when someone does something. Like when cops come and question. I don't know if that's the truth anymore because not anymore. But that was the thing with the mafia too. Yeah. The mob would never rat out. These guys just go to jail. Just didn't know because now I see it like especially in black community, so many people like, yeah, I got to pay for it. And now it feels like that model of being loyal is dead. It's like people now they court shit and court they snitch on everybody. Right. And there's no repercussions when they come home. There's no repercussions. I don't see that as much. I see so many people that are like they say whatever fuck they want to do, and they still out here just living their lives normal. Like nothing fucking was always like if you ratted on the mob, you were dead. You burn your house down. People keep their mouth shut because of that. And so guys there all the time and never open their mouth, and they would be rewarded when they would get out. You could have a party for them, celebrate. That's a Goodfellas. You never said nothing. That was the whole thing. But the whole thing was that changed though, like with John Gotti. Like the Gotti well, Samuel, and it wasn't just them. Like, everyone was snitching on everybody. It's like got these guys. We had Donnie Brasco in the studio from that Johnny Depp movie. It was called Donnie Brasco. Well, I confused that with Joe. I'm not confused. Bronx, that's not Bronx. Joe Stone. That's not really Bronx, right? No, different. That's different. Yeah. So Donnie Brasco was the guy who was an agent and he pretended to be a mob guy. And he got in with the mob and was with them like 7 years. Did all kinds of shit with the mob. And then sold everybody out. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so good. This the culture, everything is so racist, it's just now I don't know. But just everywhere I go, it's like the most interesting thing now is selling on any platform, especially social media, is beef. And I don't understand people gravitate toward negativity more than anything. That's normal. Right. But you know what? It's your platform is not no better. No. Your platform, I go to these other platforms and I don't know. I think these guys think people they sit back and it's like, okay, what can I say to make people upset, get them riled up, and then I take advantage of their engagement that they do. They're in a different game. All right, their game is trying to get engagement. My game is talking to people. But it doesn't have to become. I don't want to be treated. It doesn't have to become destructive. 100%. 100%. Have you noticed, especially, I'll put it like this, especially with comedians, podcasts. There used to be a time where, like you said, a person was on a podcast because it was interesting. They told funny stories. Right. Or they was good craft or whatever. But now it feels like all these platforms, and I don't know, that's just in my career, I see that in black people. It's like the only way I can find myself interested if I talk shit about people. Right. And motherfuckers are going away from being funny when you get into it. Like every fucking podcast I turn on now, it's somebody I'm exposed to this person. I'm gonna tell us about what you didn't know. And the one thing they're not doing, especially as a stand-up comedian, motherfuckers don't give a fuck about being funny. Are those days over? No. Those people that do that are almost always not very talented. Almost always. The only exception to that is Cat. And I think what Cat was doing was different. Because what Cat was doing was exposing what he thought was snakes and liars. Okay. This is my question. Okay. This is my question. Okay. I want to say this. This is what I'm saying. What he's saying. I'm like this. Don't disrespect me if you can't. But like, who asked you? Shannon Sharp did. When he did that podcast. Shannon Sharp might have asked one question. But Shannon Sharp likes that. Like, that in his podcast. He likes a lot of that. His people, they find questions. He's got a sheet of paper. What do you do with those truths? What do you do? We're talking about. I watched this movie. I sat there and I watched David he did his house and he came down and he was standing up. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck do you get out of that? What is the result of that? You expose these people and say, well, Hollywood is never going to fucking change. You know what changes? Like what you do. I left fucking Hollywood. Hollywood's not going to change. And I'm not saying I went to a dinner party. First of all, I was never invited. There's a chance I would have stuck the invitation with rules. You know? Right. But what is the purpose of exposing something? I don't think most people are exposing. What most people are doing when they're being negative is they are jealous. They are below the person they're talking shit about. Like whenever I see someone that's talking shit about a high level,
you say that, and you use Cat Williams as an example. So you said
Cat, first of all, when Cat did it was very funny. Which is very funny. Cat's a very funny guy. And when he was doing it, I think he was also being very funny while he was doing it, which is different.
Well, you have to put an LOL on the end of it because people might not understand this. Because this is connection people have. This is what the connection they have. It's like this is what they say. And Robert, they say there is the line. There is a line and all that stuff. But I'm just trying to understand what is the purpose of exposing all this stuff. What do we do with this information? What do we do with the information that did like the fucking free parties and behavior? What the fuck do we do with all this information?
This is jail right now, so that would be.
Well, Jenny's in jail for doing something that a lot of people. Let me tell you something.
Tell me.
I was fighting Diddy for one thing, like the music and everything. I don't know Diddy like that. But when I first read the definition of sex trafficking, right? I'm sure you're the first person to respond. The definition of sex trafficking to transport a woman because they possibly have sexual intercourse with her.
Right.
When I heard that,
Paying them. It's trafficking is
no, there's not actually. Really? Just my Jamie was
wait a minute. So if you are dating a girl and she lives in Minnesota and you live in California and you fly her to California, that's sex trafficking.
and I'm thinking about.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I think that's flying a girl in that you have a relationship.
It's called flew out.
Yeah, but that's normal. Everybody does that.
But that's the definition.
Commercial sex. Yeah, commercial sex. Induced by force, fraud, or coercion. Coercion is crazy. It's coercion is like, please, I'll buy you a bag. That's sex trafficking. That's so like, right? If there's a girl like, what are you gonna do for me? Like, shoes you want? I got those shoes for you. Let's go shopping. Like that's kind of sex trafficking. That's coercion for money. Like if a girl's thinking about coming out to visit you, and then you go, listen. What are you looking for? What do you want, Rob? I got money. Come on, let's go shopping. That kind of would fall into that category. But look, we're getting off topic. Let's go back to the topic originally at hand. The reason why these comedians are no, you're not going to get in trouble for sex trafficking because that's all horseshit. The reason why these comedians are doing it is because they're never bigger than the comedians they're shitting on. Never.
1,000%.
1,000%.
You know what it is, Joe?
And they're never good.
You know what it is, too, Joe? Is that deep down inside, they want to be that person.
100%.
And I tell you what,
they want to be in the position that person's in is a better way of putting it.
I'll use this. I'll tell you this story. I realize that not necessarily there's so many people that can be guilty of it. And this is the thing that I hear that upstairs me that disturbs me is that a lot of these people that bitch the most, they at some point in their career they were favored by Hollywood.
Yes.
At some point in their career, they had these opportunities. At some point in their career, guess what? They had the agencies. And something happened in their career where they fell out of favor. Whatever you want to call it, it's whatever. So what they did, agencies like the choice, and now everything that they wrote on, everything they wanted to do, now it's all that's fucked up, and the only way you get this opportunity is has to be sexual favor and all that type of shit. And when you fucking draw the line,
But it's not even sexual favor. It's just like they criticize the work of the other person. That person ain't shit. That person sucks.
Here's the thing. There was.
Come on, you get this all the time because you ride with Dave and Dave's number one, right? So you always get this label, even though you're a great comic, you get this label being a coattail rider.
Right. And guess what? Everybody don't. This is what I'm trying to explain to people, Joe. Everybody does not have to be Batman. I don't have a problem being Robin. You know why? Because Robin got the same amount of screen time as Batman. And the reason why I said this is what I get, and I'm telling you this, Joe. I don't know if this gum is kicking in. This is what fucks me up, Joe. This is what fucks me up. And I tell you an example. I'm gonna give you an example.
Don't give me an example.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why. because your fucking shirt is fucking triggering me. Like,
Kill Tony? The greatest comedy show of all time.
You know what? I know that, but there's a lot of lies. This is what they say. This is what they say.
Don't pay attention to what they say. Why are you doing that?
Yo, you told
What are you playing?
Kim Tony wanted to say, Chappelle's not like that. Oh, yo, I gotta deal with this shit. But it's so fucking, no,
You gotta stop paying attention to it.
it's so hard.
You know what would happen to me if I pay attention to all the haters that I have? I would go crazy.
But do you think that you pay attention to those haters? Yeah, you're in a position right now that someone will say, fuck, you had that same belief when you was first starting this, that you engaged in it?
Well, I engaged online with a lot of people in the early days because I didn't understand what you're doing is you're engaging with people that don't have happy lives. And they're negative. And there's some criticisms that are good for you. Because some criticisms make you evaluate what you're doing and say, okay, well, what I need to do is be undeniable so these critics mean nothing to me because you can't. I'm killing, the audience loves me, I'm selling out everywhere, I'm doing great on stage. You can't pay attention.
You know what? I will say this. I hear you, Joe. I tried that with the motherfuckers on the show. I tried that.
You had one bad show.
I never had.
You had a bad show. You had a bad show.
Please don't do this to me.
You had that one bad show where you
I
went
did
back
not
and forth with
fucking
the
have a match.
Did you walk off the show?
It's in the one match. I should have walked out and walked off the show.
You want me to play it back?
Please don't do this.
You were a little drunk.
Please don't
Who
do
was the
this.
comic? Who was the comic?
I don't know. His name. We don't need to
He's
say
fun.
that.
Whoever
No,
the dude is,
Joe,
he's fun.
see, now you're doing this. You know what you're doing. You're being provocative. You're provoking me because we broke this shit down. And I don't want to keep
Thinking this when I was wearing this shirt, I'll change the shirt.
No, it's okay. Put something over.
I'll wear a Benny Injection.
Let's break it down, Joe. After you started this shit, all right?
Change my shirt right now.
It's like I didn't have a bad show.
You definitely didn't have a great show, right? When you walk off, it's not good.
I feel like Terry. They're all gonna laugh at me. They're gonna laugh at me. It wasn't. This is for the last fucking time. And this is what's so fucking evil about this situation. It's something called a bad show. I never wanted to do the show.
But you came back on, you had a good show, right?
I want to go back this time. All right? And this is, you are part of it. Look,
Change my shirt. No more triggers. Shout out to Benny the Jet.
Enough is enough. Let's say this. Say what is written. First of all, I did not want, the first time I did it here in Austin,
Right.
I didn't want to do the show. And the reason why I didn't want to do the show, now you're not even listening.
Want a cigar?
Yeah, I'll take a cigar. I didn't want to do the show, and I'll tell you why. Because I was the street sales.
You are a little sensitive.
Can I have not give you an opinion and just listen to me, please? No. They're not sensitive. It was during the pandemic, Joe, you remember, people would still come to do your podcast because they love the videos. I know you had the video. They would come to your podcast and then they would fucking leave because they didn't want to catch COVID. And then they would leave Tony stranded and he had no guests. I was here, right? This one, I'm talking about the time when Tony had a black man. All black. There's a couple of them.
It's black, right?
Okay. I want to tell the story. This is the last time.
Deep Madness. I mean,
This is the last time, Joe. I want to tell the story.
what's that? Yeah, I mean, there's like, we got the performance. A lot of them are black. It doesn't matter. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the only coffee we drink here in the studio and I drink at home. You know it's real? Companies that stand for something from day one, not because it's trendy or because a calendar flipped. Black Rifle Coffee is one of those companies. America is turning 250, and Black Rifle Coffee Company is headed into 2026, making great coffee for people who get up early, work hard, and still care about this country. Roasts like Cactus Watch, Wake of the Neighbors, and Spirit of 76 are strong, straightforward, and not trying to be clever. Also, they have like really cool art on their bags that I love. And if you want something quick in the morning, they have cold brew cans in just black and vanilla, clean, strong, and easy to grab on the way out the door. If you like energy drinks, check out Great Next, their new great flavored energy drink, zero sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, and no nonsense. This isn't about hype. It's just a solid American company making good products and backing the people who serve. Go to blackriflecoffee.com/Rogan and use the code Rogan for 30% off. You also find it at Walmart, Target, Kroger, or your local Black Rifle coffee shop. Veteran founded, American roasted, Black Rifle Coffee is America's coffee.
Look at the whole thing. It's all and I have perfection all the time. Tony was like, it's hard to know yes, but did you stay? Like this is what you fucked up the last time. Well, I did. Yes, you did. I wasn't playing fair. No, I'm telling you, you weren't playing fair. When was I not playing fair? Can you talk? Please. I don't know if I got a raise in my hand. I just want to be able to speak. Here's my point. So, Tony said, yeah, come on. I was like, and I stayed, right? And I stayed, I was on the show for 2.5 hours. I told him, listen, man, it's all crazy. I told him I had something I was supposed to do. There was another black comic that was on the show. He started roasting me. I had no problem with that. I had no problem with roasting me. But I felt fucked up because it was only me and I was trying to give this guy some sad advice. But the only way he did it was by fucking with me. So I was like, yo, why you fucking with me? We were the same, we was fucking same team. What they did was, look at the fucking video.
Okay.
You see how much you slow it down.
Slow it down.
Slow the video down.
It's like a Zapruder film.
You got to left. You want to left it until you get up to a jump. So that's what you're distracted. Just like
One of these guys.
so you look at this video, you see him saying something, right? And then when I leave, it's two different fucking comics on the fucking stage. It's the dude that I was roasting, and then they show me the exit. And then these kill Tony bitch ass motherfuckers, I'm telling you, I'll get past it. They all down there walked up. I didn't walk up. I had some other shit to do. In the last episode, you and your boy, Tony, he caught here, and Tony doubled down on it. And he said, no, that's not what happened. Of course, the comment motherfuckers, the ones that come cringe on it, they rolled with it. Then I came back.
Get back in an amazing show. Tony said it was one of the best shows he's ever done.
Why? It was amazing.
Because you were ready.
I'm amazing.
You are amazing, but also you wanted to get it back. Right?
I didn't have, you know what? This is what Redman said to me.
What difference?
He changed too. I would tell you about it. I would tell you. I would tell you different between him. I would tell you the similarities between him and Jamie a little later on, right?
Okay.
How they're divas. And I know
Jamie? My Jamie's a diva? Yes, he is. Jamie was genius. The last thing from a book of character. I will defend Jamie to the bitter end.
Maybe you don't know him. I don't know Jamie. Yo, let me tell you, this is Jamie. I know Jamie better than his mom. I do. But this is the Jamie I saw. And killed Tony. I sit down and I didn't care about this. Okay, he had 11 jackets.
Jamie had a leather jacket.
He didn't call it a leather jacket. You own a leather jacket? No, we don't see wait. Collar rather than Boston Memory Joe. Collar was terrific. I like Dice. He had a shirt. Joe, he no breaks the Joe. He had the shirt open to this button right here.
Oh, right.
Change. He was sitting. I don't know what type of movie sport he had on James Blues on his hair. Ponytail was popping. He had some type of moves or something, right? And then he was just looking. And I was like, what's up, Jamie? He was like, he had his hands in his mouth. It was giving, because they said he was giving Fonzie a job. I knew it had a change. This is what Redman said. Redman. He said, after the show, he said, that was the most epic comeback you killed Tony.
I was like, well, the second episode was. You killed back.
Oh, you know what you're doing? I don't know. It was great. I'm trying to use the term. I don't think it's as really the rest of you fucking want to.
No, I'm telling you, you're a great comic and you're funny as
what I did. You're editing. This is what I did. And I'm not saying I think about she told me all this like that, but I thought about it. Because this is what I said. I was like, this is what I want to have you say. I'm a great guy. I know that. I said, you know what? I don't want to use my much opportunity to be fuck with you. So I did. Before I went to lesson, I said, okay, what did you do last time that you were different? But they gonna say that. I was like, the last one, we had some drinks. I wasn't able to do anything about that because I had some drinks. But I was like, I tried to address what they're concerned for, right? Which at the end of the day, it's not gonna make a difference because I know that last episode. But this is what I didn't understand about Kill Tony. I didn't understand about the I don't watch it like that. First time I ever did it, I was interrupting the 1 minute part. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. And Tony told me, first time I did it, he said, D, only 1 minute. He said, let them talk for a minute. I said, Tony, why you have this whole weird shit? No, I didn't know that, right? Then after I was like, I understood how important it was to let those comments get that minute. Right. So when I did the second time with Rothschild, I didn't interrupt. Sometimes my criticism could have been too hard. I was trying to be more supportive than anything. If you watch the last one I did, I had nothing bad to say about people in a harsh way. Certain people I knew was up there just because it was giving. And there were certain people I was like, oh man, they really got talent. Like this one lady, she was an older woman. I think she's a regular there, right? I don't know what she was. But I told her, I said, you know, it's so awesome. I said, when I watch you perform, I see passion. I see somebody that's wanted to do a career later in life, which is the hardest thing to do. I made those points, like, and I wasn't trying to be an asshole. And even I got caught up in one of they ran with this shit. And it's a song that Fleur acts right there. My name is gender. What is it? Transgender? Yeah, you would have a dick, but you're a girl still. Yeah. Yeah, transgender, right? So she came off the song. She did the song, hey, praise you, praise you. And I had a couple of friends, right? And I said, I was thinking like, oh, you can't come to that shit. Put your headphones on. No, listen. Put your headphones on. Go, man. Wait a minute. That's Juanita's version? That's a written. Okay. Okay. So you got Juanita's version? So this is what happened, Joe. So I had a couple, two, three, four, 5 teams. And I'm only looking at the audience. I'm not staring nobody down. I got like, so the performer, I'm going to say that because I don't want to get anybody upset. The performer was like, here we go. Okay. Now look how I'm not paying attention. Right. You look right at it. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Probably the song. Yes. Shut 18-year-old boy. This is a memory coming back to you. Oh my God. So you feel the black man's reality. Juanita, have you been to the black man before? Here we go. Gets you fired. He's just saying that so that he doesn't find you and kill you. Oh shit. No. Okay. He was half blood. I'm freezing over, nigga. No, wait a minute. It was funny. And I didn't take it. The funny thing about it was I had a couple of people I live in the Midwest, and when I grew up going, I know women who look just like them. Sure, the place is kind of like sketchy, like a college or one to two. And I wasn't offended, it just caught me off guard. Going back to what I was saying about the kids on the phone, and this is another thing people say, well, Donnell, you said because Rob Schneider was moving to whatever. First of all, that was the first time Rob Schneider was on the show. Right? He didn't really know too much about the kids. I didn't even know that. And at the beginning, he was kind of cold. I didn't call like funny, but he just warmed up to the flow. And then I started saying things because I was valued, right? Basically what? I helped him get him comfortable with show, and then he started crushing, right? He started crushing. And then we did, anybody tell you that episode was amazing? Right? It's amazing. But this is what that platform is not amazing until how you really feel about the spot, right? And I owe Tony an apology, and I'll tell you why. When Tony did the Republican National Convention, whatever, remember we did the Ghosting? Yes. It was a very, very testy time. Right. Politics, everybody's some shit for this. I told him not to do it. You told me not to do the show. I'm not to do it. The Republican Party. This is what, just for people that's listening, this is what happened. I did that kid Tony did me and Rob Schneider. All I wanted to do, I had the question, where do you draw the line? Do you draw the line of what people think, how you're supposed to respond to something? Are you loyal to somebody, how they treat you, how they are as a friend to you? And Tony wanted me to do this show. Anytime I called Tony, he's been involved. That's because he's been able to my publicist. This is what I do. What you think is a nice suggestion on the show, people want to act like it's a political speech. I didn't want that, right? So I came in and said, this is what I learned here, Joe. What I'm saying, that was my inexperience with it. It's something I kept calling out. Like, what did I do this? Because I wanted to be reconnected with whatever. And I told Tony, she was hot. Good in a positive way. I felt so bad. I called myself, man, I really want to do a show, but I think people are going to take the wrong way now. Like, this is what I need. I felt bad about it. I said, look, in Chicago, I was on the balcony, right? And I watched this going to the show. I felt bad about it. I didn't do it. The only thing I wanted to do at the end of that Kim Twine episode was to apologize to him and say, as a friend, I probably wasn't there. He understood it. I was like, let me show you. He said, I love that. The only issue I had with Rob Schneider, in that moment, he didn't have a sense of me trying to say something serious. Right? Everything he was getting a laugh on his front door. It was in my expense. When I had this moment, I would jump in my friendship group. Rob kept on this fucking corner jumping. I didn't want to flip out. People told me this. Oh, yeah. So I was saying, the fuck out of here. I was trying to talk about it. And I had this issue. You might have the same issue. Some people know people a certain way, a different way. And I use an example, and I'm going to get shit on this thing. How can you say that? I had to stop worrying. I just stopped worrying. Okay. This is the conflict. You know how you feel. Just be yourself. I'll just say this. I would block you out right now. You say that, man, for some people in certain places, whatever, right? I bet you rock. some years ago when we were doing cornfield shows and yellow space. And I tell people, so when we talk about stories, some people are provocateurs. I really believe Kid Rock doesn't believe the average citizen, but I think he knows that as much creative headlines or shit is not to be. Well, we did that show in Nashville. Rebel was on that one. Went to his house. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even when he came to this point, he says it was crazy. I don't like when he be around me like that. I do this thing called I do river runs and videos and I for some reason I take people out there it's like a piece of like nature. I got a photo of you right outside the door. I know I actually got a photo here too. It's right outside. So you know, you look at that photo, you'll see anything that's nobody wanted to get close to Kid Rock and anything, right? And I remember as a kid how the black community accepted it was about that shit. Right down the river, kids all over Kayak, I understand respect it, right? And he looked at me and I know he was sincere. He said, man, it felt like I just had 13 hours of anger and shit, right? And I was like, okay, I'm not trying to get therapy. That felt good. Then at the end, we stopped this flipping burgers and shit. We got to know each other, people telling each other. And he was doing a comedy festival in Nashville, right? He appreciated his comedian. He said, yo, D, I'm doing this. I was like, one of the first people he called, right? He said, I was like, why not? And I thought, well, again, get yourself in. 7 days on the show. I'm the only black guy. I knew what I was walking into. I knew there was going to be all masks. It was going to be a gay person. It was going to be a midget. It was going to be a lesbian. It was going to be anything but bona fide, real, red, white, and blue flag motherfuckers. I said, I know, can you separate people out here, can you form and be entertainment? Not shucking and jiving, none of that type of shit. I want to be the last person that standing ovation, right? At the end of the show, this is what everybody understand, and I'm not trying to defend anything. At the end of the show, me and Kid Rock, in this case, I'm going to say Kid Rock was backstage, Bobby was, right? And he said, man, he looked at me. He said, man, I think we just put this country back together, right? And I said, well, let's separate it, motherfucker. He said, okay. 2 weeks later, he did some other shit. When Trump got elected, I know people went to his page to see what his response was going to be. So, you know, oh God, this is America. He did this video, which I thought was so dope, because it showed 2 sides of him. It showed Kid Rock and it showed Bobby, right? And then how they both responded to him, Donald Trump being elected. And Kid Rock was the crotch grabbing motherfucker, fuck you, right? And he came out, you find this, he came out his body with shorts and just no American flags, baseball cap, fucking weed glasses, right? And I thought it was dope. The dialogue that he had when he played with him, he said, you know, so we did win. He said, but this is not a time to do. There's so much stuff that we need to do. He said, all sides are running into a certain place. We have different ideas of how we want to make stuff. I thought that, for whatever people want to think, I thought that was showing another side. And also, I told him, because I would talk to him before, I said, you know what song you should do? You should do Nina Simone's song, Listen to You. Right? Just say that shit. But I know you wouldn't do that because the bass didn't really splice or support it like what he saw. When I'm making it, even though with Tony situation, I consider Tony a good friend of mine for different reasons, right? That's why I wanted to have that moment to say that with Rothschild'S. As much as I say I took away from moments on that show, he took away from that moment. I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I wasn't trying to solve it. I wanted to say I apologize because sometimes friendships got to be stronger. That's where I was with him. And as much as I don't need the Kill Tony show, this is what I always say about that show. I said, there's not, that reminds me, the Kill Tony reminds me of the Def Jam era, right? And when I say that, there's a platform for undiscovered talent people have never seen for such a spectacle. Like the Def Jam, there was people that didn't have the skill set to fucking go ahead, right? But they was being silly. Same thing with Kill Tony, it was fun. So this is what I appreciate about the show, whoever likes it, whatever. It's a platform to get a money. like, why need to be on left? I need to be on the car seat up. That is the I gotta give it to 100%. And in some cases, it's a good match. There's some people that was ready for it. Some people like, you know what, you had 2 or 3 minutes worth of jokes, you know what I'm saying? You're not ready. But it gave people some hope. When I was staying in the hotel the other day, 3 people travel across the country, like, the hopes of it, you know? So I know how important that show is. You know, it's a man place I went to, like, oh, I can't wait to see him. But for me, I always, my whole career, I always want to be around people in places that I think the best comedians before. When I started, when I was in New York, I wanted to get past to the comedy cellar, not because I wanted to be a cellar dweller. I don't want to be the guy in the back part and just every week and just sit back there and tell you what's going on. I was like, if this is where the best comedy perform, I want to be a part of it. I want to be past it. That's when I got past in the comedy cellar. It wasn't like a black community. So it was Ray Warren, it was Keith Robinson, R.I.P. It was Glenn Stevenson, Patrice, Dave Chappelle. In fact, Barry Katz had a room, Boston Comedy Club, and it was Black Metal Sundays, right? It was black comedians, everybody was in the corner. I said, I got to smile and celebrate. How did you get to celebrate? The way I got into it was, when you work in a hung out, you got a couple recommendations in this time, showcase at the end of the day. But the minute I got past the cellar, I didn't really care about working all the time. I just wanted to be validated. It's like, this is fine. Same thing, I get it. You know, same thing with the comedy store. Same thing with what you're doing here. Like, I get it. Greg Barnes, one of the most underappreciated talents in the country. But you know, I've known that dude for 30 years. He's a funny motherfucker. He's been funny forever. You know, it's so funny that you said underappreciated because, you know, when you know comedians and it's a phrase people use, underrated. You gotta ask underrated. You didn't use those words when you said underappreciated. But he is. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta ask yourself.
He's not underrated by comics. He's underappreciated by audience members for whatever reason. I think it's a social media thing. This thing, he doesn't have a big presence on social media for whatever reason. He's a solid fucking comic. Always has been.
And a solid guy and a good dude. But that's another thing. This is the era that we're in right now. It's like, you notice this even more so now. The most talented people want to get these jobs if you don't know how to evolve.
Well, it's not even just that, because like look at not Dave Chappelle, David Tell. David Tell, I think, is one of the funniest dudes who's ever lived, ever. One of the best comics ever in the history of comedy, and mostly does clubs, does like theaters and stuff like that. He's sold out arenas all across the country, but he does not promote himself. He's not into social media. He doesn't do much other than specials.
I think Tell would be petrified. Not that he couldn't do it, and it was probably. Remember with the show he had, what was it, the late night show? That was before everybody was doing it.
Yeah.
The late night show, you know, the bar and stuff like that.
Insomnia.
Yeah, so it's before everybody was doing it. I don't think that some people think they like think he's always going to make millions of dollars and whatever. But I think his comfort zone is like he's not a club actor, but he's a club comic. I think the best thing for him he ever wants to be is in front of 250,000 people.
Well, he's awesome in that, but he does like when Bert does arenas, he does arenas, he murders in arenas. I think the real thing with him is that he's just focused on his craft only. And the props that he gets from other comedians on podcasts and things along those lines is what really fuels his popularity. And then when people go to see him, just word of mouth.
Do you think some people might be afraid of a certain level of fame they don't want to have?
There is that, because I don't think he's that. I just don't think he thinks about it. I mean, he doesn't even have a phone. He carries a flip phone with him all the time. He has an iPhone that he like stores away, and sometimes he uses it. When you text him, he texts you on like when you get a press conference and he asks you, he doesn't want to be distracted.
He's in the Epstein file.
Yo, this guy get distracted.
You get a murder phone. You heavily in the Epstein file. No, I think
He's only in the Epstein files because he was on a lineup that Epstein was going to go see it himself.
I think David Tell.
Who's Jay
Watch
Gomez?
this. I think David Tell is like David Tell's ultimate happiness is being
Shut your fucking phone up, man. Do you know how to do that? Do you know how to do this? Put it on Do Not Disturb.
It's okay. It's okay. I think I think some people, I think my thing to his comfort zone is fucking just being as incognito as he tries to be. It's just like, oh, I can't with this. I don't know anybody that turns over, there's certain comments we look at Joe, and like, God damn, this motherfucker's constantly trying. I just, like, I went with Dave. Dave was Dion Cole is another guy. When I watch Dion Cole does like at the Holiday Drop, I think maybe 3 times a week, so Monday night, just as it worked out. Like, man, when I go into a spot, I'm trying to beat the ball up. I'm trying to beat it up. So sometimes I get distracted when I'm really there for this work. I do too. There's a different level. Just like, you know what, I can deal with the silence. I can deal with some of that. But when I watch people like this another comedian in LA, he doesn't have all that notoriety like that. And I see him, I'm like, damn, every time I see this motherfucker, it's one of those shaking at the same match. Everybody doesn't have that. That's why David Tell always give other comics something to like try to achieve. He's like, you ain't gonna see him doing the same shit. He's always another. That's what makes him who he is. That's why he gets so respected by so many.
Well, he's only focused on his craft, whereas some people are really focused on social media and promotions, and they have a guy who films him doing a bunch of wild things and edits with music.
I've never seen so many comedians have full out production crews
Right.
on an intro,
I know.
on stage.
They think that that's what they need. You know, they think that's what they need to separate them. And it does get them attention, but what it takes away, it does draw some focus away from what you're trying to do, which is work on your shit and come up with new stuff. Where Tell doesn't have any of that.
With that said, it takes away, but then it also lets you know the special people out right now. Fucking my goddamn got it. So this is my people. Just say he's got an HP, he's got a special coming out. I don't know who doesn't have a special coming out. And the thing about it is like now, Joe, you know, specials aren't. If you really look at it, specials aren't special. It's special.
Weird word, right? So the specials are a weird word.
It's
Special is special, but no other art form calls it a special. Like if someone like Taylor Swift puts out a concert video, it's a video of her performance. You know, a musician puts out a video, it's that. It's like for a comic, we got a weird word, special.
you know what special is now, but just like my special, if you can still do that, it's who's putting out the special people that do it. It's special people like Sebastian is doing special. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Tom does a special. It's special people do a special. And a lot of them now, it's just people that's doing 45 minutes of comedy. No beginning, no middle, no end, no point of view. One thing about it, it's just like the same way the photo comes, it's just like the joke comes.
Right.
And I like to say, and I'm not even going to say Dave Chappelle's but one thing I can say, how
Dave Chappelle's what?
no, I'm Dave Chappelle's black belt. That's what people want to know.
You gotta stop listening to what other people say, Joe.
I said it, but he told a story.
This is about Jamie wearing a Fonzie jacket.
He's got it all colors. He's got it all. He's got red, white, blue. You know, like he took it off before the show. People get so critical. And at a certain point, people evolve. People that was born a certain way, they turn up their season 35, 40 years. People think like this last special, so and so did. It wasn't like, but how long do you just be like, some people have a position where when they talk, people listen. And I look at it as an example. In all the special, 20 years from now, right? You have Netflix and chill, whatever. If you play all the special that Dave ever did, you would know exactly what was going on at that time. You know what I mean? Right. You know what's going on. Some people put out singles and one, two, just some people put out albums. He's one of those people. Sebastian is another one. You look at like you see how his comedy is when people get older. They have different perspective on life. And that's what you have to fucking accept. Right. Another thing, I don't know if this is in your community. I see it from the community is a lot of people. It's so much dumb beef. And I, it's only one night.
back then it was wow, where he had that special, or that show rather, on Comedy Central after Dave left, which was basically doing his version of Dave's sketches. And he was, do you think it was his version of Dave's sketches? There's a lot of shit was. Like when he dressed like the white guy and had the white paint on his face and wore the white wig, he was basically the same character that Dave was doing. Yeah, but if you look at the history of sketch comedy, I don't think Dave was the first person to ever pay to dress himself up to look like. Yeah, but it was right afterwards. Right after the same slot. Anything that came after Chappelle's show, Dave was saying, oh yeah, Dave never talked shit about nobody. He was like, this motherfucker's doing my show. Dave can say it. Dave doesn't talk shit about nobody. Right. It was, but that was only one of the problems. The real problem was he would sit in the back room, watch open mic nights, and take this shit. But they would flash the light when he was in the room, so comics wouldn't do material. They would start doing crowd work. So why did he get exposed before that? Why did it just come? Because nobody had the balls to do it. Because he was famous at the time. And he was doing, but I look at it cost me. I got banned from the store. I lost my agent, and I was famous. I was on Fear Factor. I was rich. I had a lot going for me where I could stick my neck out. But you came back strong, man. You really took like the same situation with Dave Comedy Central as much as he did. Yeah. He took a trail for hires. Dave showed that. He said he's a real artist. Dave just said, fuck it, I'm going to disappear for a while like a legend. He just disappeared. I remember when I was hearing stories about Dave doing shows where he would set up a speaker in Seattle in the park and just start doing stand-up. Like, what the fuck? And for no money. People would just show up and he would just do street performances. Because you know, with the kind of way you got it from, you've heard of the come up pretty sure Charlie Barnett. We played Charlie Barnett on the show. I know Charlie. Charlie was like, everyone, they were funny. Whatever you go, this is what the art of the only people I could ever only got to certain levels of success like Charlie Barnett, Michael Collier, as far as me. Right. Like, people don't understand how Charlie Barnett, like, to go to a party, to see other artists with one. You gotta gather around a bunch of people. You gotta listen to people. Not only that, you gotta hold their attention for one joke. Right. You gotta get them blah 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 blah. Yeah. This audience up and get this whole. A lot of people don't know that Charlie got Saturday Night Live. He was so gangster. Like they would spots because he was probably a bit too deal with. Would go to the Boston Comic Con and yell at them, don't go in there, I'm doing my show in 5 minutes. The whole fucking club would come out. That's how much power he had. But then sometimes that we become victims of our own vices or destroy us. That's why when people talk shit about like I'm Kevin Hart to be out of money, listen, you have money. But no, funny is everything. Just because you're funny, that's not you. So good, you got talent, but more importantly, it's your work ethics and how you take your guy that can tell me your passion and turn into money. You know, to make sure everything, you probably been paid a million sets or this or whatever that you like to listen to shit, but for some reason the business part, all that together. And I'm going back, I'm probably talking to obsessively folks about my folks who they go on these platforms and talk shit about the newest comedian that was talking shit about Martin Lawrence, right? Well, I saw Martin Lawrence in the casino. It's really, it's not that funny. I'm like, this motherfucker, he's Martin Lawrence. Well, they didn't know him, right? They started to follow Martin Lawrence. This person particularly, no, if you just know Martin Lawrence, period, that's enough. Richard Pryor, before he passed away, he was in a wheelchair. Damn near rolled him out of the stage, sold out one of them. I followed him for 6 weeks. I followed him for 6 weeks at the comic store when he put it down. Certain people, Joe, I look at this business, I really, how dare you talk shit? Right. So that's a good way to put it. It's made that. Another thing, Joe, you know, in this business, you can have a career, right? But you have certain times when you just move. You had 3 years. Martin Lawrence, film star, movie star, comedy star. And he had one period of time, 5 or 7 years, and he was just a part of everything. How dare you, as a person gets older, and 1 year is good, man,
Like, how are you to judge? You ain't doing shit. How are you to judge a motherfucker? When I was coming up, Joe, every fucking black comic in the business was running an audition. Everybody wanted to hustle. Everybody wanted to start Joe because they knew that they would do it. So you judge a motherfucker years down the road, right? They basically, when Martin goes out, guess what? Martin ain't doing no tour scene. I'm doing 45 years tour. He's like, y'all want to see me? Guess what? I'm 6 years old. You see this person? I'm putting you on. How dare you come out your fucking mouth to talk shit about this motherfucker? How dare you talk shit about motherfuckers? Talk shit about Kevin Hart? How dare you talk shit about a motherfucker that was right here doing David Smith, R.I.P. passed away. I remember when Kevin Hart was doing one of the motherfuckers doing those comment cards. All right, I'm doing this. Email this 1%. I remember fucking Kevin Hart had fucking 20,000 people on Instagram, on Twitter. And then radio, he was like, yo, Grace is doing this about me. I seen Hart. I see him not just come to fucking New York for the black rooms. I'm doing black rooms, I'm doing white rooms, I'm doing all of this shit. I did. I'll just say this. When I was answering, there ain't no beef now. Cat Williams said, this Cat Williams said about Kevin Hart. You're very strange that you just come here and you have a take a show. How does that happen in New York? I'll tell you how it happens. You want the biggest showcase in comedy. And you know what it is. Change that the game. Just for that. Kevin Hart was a product of that. He was a product of that. Dave Chappelle was a product of that. No. Kevin Hart wasn't carrying these things in LA. But he happened to be on a showcase. Back in the day, Julie Jan Bell, these motherfuckers leaving there. They probably had $500 in the bank. He put $250,000 development deal just to do that. That's the area. So just because you work in LA doesn't mean you just work in the pavement. But I don't care. In LA, in New York, nobody is a stand-up comic. Trying as hard as a comic in New York wants to LA. And the reason why LA don't have that many stages. LA don't have that many stages. They tell you all the time, stand-up comic. If you're trying to be active, whatever, go to LA. If you want to be a great stand-up comic, bang it out in New York. And this was the rule back in the day, Joe. That Hollywood called you to go to LA to see somebody else. Some people had that spot. It was like, you're fine. And back then, everybody's got their own path. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's just work on your act. That's the point that I'm making. Yeah, that's just, everybody's got their own path. The real problem in this conversation is what I said earlier. It's worrying about what other people think. The more you spend time worrying about what other people think, the less you're worrying about what you're doing. The less you're thinking about what you're actually trying to achieve. And I listen to what you're saying, and I don't listen to what you're saying. It's the reason why I say that every time I go into this rabbit hole, whatever, it's the echo. It's like a rolling angel right here. It's whispering. Yeah, but I'm right. It's still real. I know you should. I'm focused on it. But this is another thing I did that I didn't know is that white comedians actually I did not know audience is not here. It's rare. It's more rare. And the ones who have beef are usually failures. They usually do well. No. I got an example. I've exposed to this street. I have this episode. And this is listen, I was in the comic store. About 2 months ago, right? I'm good friends with Bill Burr. I'm just with Charlie Murphy. And I know Mark Berry. I don't know what I found out is I don't know Mark Berry. So I know Mark Berry. Like when I see Mark Berry, I was like, oh, he's looking at me. Yeah, with a great smile. That guy is alternative comedy. Mark Berry special. So when I see Mark Berry, I said, let's check it out. So I went on Instagram. So I went to this show. I went to whatever, right? And I'm like, and I'm agreeing with him. So I forgot what Sparks is, but it was incredible. So I'm creating jokes. Bill is right there. It's a Marcus stories about this. And I'm creating jokes with Bill. That was something that nobody's really listening to my jokes, right? all of a sudden, fucking argument about that. And it was like, it was right argument because it was so nice. They were so gentlemen to each other. It was a whole bunch of, oh yeah, but you'll never do nice podcast if you podcast means I'm right in the middle. I don't even know. I didn't know you had beef like this. They were so gentle about it. I took the difference between white beef and black beef. I never thought that was a bitch. Yo, I felt so sick. Yo, and everything I thought it'd be like lawsuits next morning, definition of character, slander, but I never knew that there was fucking Caucasian people like this. And it was entertaining. So
Mark Maron was doing really well at one point in time in his career. Now he's not. So Mark Maron had the number one podcast, and after a while, his podcast wasn't even in the top 200. He dropped off. Bill Burr, his career's took off. Right? He's doing arenas. He's killing it. Mark's not. And Mark finds reasons to criticize other people that are doing much better than him. He focuses on that because he thinks he should be getting more than he deserves.
what do you think that's going back to being derogatory? You know, we talk this shit.
No. I think it's going back to being bitter and jealous, thinking about other people instead of thinking about himself and why people don't want to go see him anymore. He was upset when we left the comedy store because we took the crowd to it. It's like, hey, you were on the fucking marquee too, man.
Right.
They're not coming to see you. And the reason why they're not coming to see you is because you're not doing well. And your podcast was in the top. It was number one. And when it was the number one, by the way, this is what I was saying about Mark Maron. He was great. Mark Maron was fun to hang out with when he was killing it because he was happy. Because he was getting validation. Because he had the number one podcast. We were friends. Like I did his podcast, he did mine. We had a good time. I hug him when I see him. Like we had gone back and forth many times. His problem was when everybody else started doing really good and he started dropping off. That's what happened.
Like, this is what I don't understand. Why can't you understand that you have a moment? Like, I was talking
Because
to
he's a fucking narcissist. He wants the moment to always be around him. He wants it to always be about him. Other people are doing better than him. He wants to talk shit about them. And that's where Bill had a problem with it.
you think being a narcissist is a bad thing? I for some reason, I think that kind of fuels you to be the person that you are, that you determine to do, and I feel like the right thing.
Well, having self-respect and having an ego where you care about what you put out, yes, that's a good thing. But making it all about you and not being appreciative of other people's work is crazy because other people doing well can be fuel for you to be inspired and do better yourself. That's a positive thing. And if these people are your friends and you love them and you care about them, you should be happy with the killing. And if you're not killing anymore, you should try to figure out why. Because it's not like the door's not open. It's not like you're not getting on stage. It's not like you're not putting out specials. You should probably figure out why your podcast dropped from number one to not even in the top 200 without anything happening. You didn't get arrested. There was no scandal. There was nothing crazy. You should try to figure that out. And he doesn't do that because he's instead bitter and jealous. And he's always been like that. It's that story about Jon Stewart. And Andrew Schultz came on the podcast and told a story about Jon Stewart. Maron confronted Jon Stewart when Jon Stewart got some television show. He called him a fucking sellout, yelled at him all this different shit. When Jon Stewart left the show, and they hired Maron to do the same show. The same show that he was calling Jon Stewart for being a sellout.
So how do you go from that to, okay, so you have one of these podcasts, at some point in your career, you had to be likable, or you just wasn't doing shit.
There wasn't very many podcasts. The thing that killed Maron's podcast, my personal opinion, no hate, is that he has this rant at the beginning of his podcast that's not entertaining. I don't think it's good. The rant was long. He would just ramble about himself. He was very self-obsessed. And I just didn't think it was good. And I think that was part of the problem. It's also the problem is how we interview people. They're very confrontational interview style, specifically some comedians that felt like we're below him or they can pick on.
You would think that that's how it would work in this day and age.
No. People don't want always to be uncomfortable. They want to like you. They want you to be a good person.
People want train wrecks.
They want train wrecks for 15-second or 30-second Instagram clips. They don't want train wrecks to be their primary thing that they're listening to in traffic on the way to work.
But the people that use these podcasts now, like, I think people who use podcasts now are like this. This is so viral.
Yeah, but they're not that talented. That's why they're doing this, because that's their own method of getting attention. If they were entertaining and interesting and fascinating, then their podcast would be about that. trying to focus on. What I try to focus on in my podcast is who I want to talk to. I never have someone on and go, oh, this would be great, it'd be very controversial, people will fucking hate them, it'll be crazy, they'll say wild shit. I never do that. My podcast is only about who I want to talk to. That's why I have a lot of people on that I don't even know remotely famous, because they're interesting. I find them interesting. I find the book they wrote interesting, the documentary they made interesting. I want to know something about it. It stimulates my curiosity.
There's going to be a shift these selection videos. He said, I don't think about it.
That's my key.
It's so funny. I was saying this, it's funny about what you said. I was with Dave a while ago, and he echoed the exact same thing. And I was having this conversation with him, and he said, Dave, I don't even think about this shit.
I don't think about it. There's other things to think about. I've said this too many times, and people heard it before, I'm sorry. Think of your focus and your attention like a number. Think if you have like 100 points in a day to spend on things. If you spend 30 of those points thinking about haters, 30% of those thinking about bitter people, 30% thinking about other people that do better than you, that's 30% that you rob from the 100% that you have to focus on your life. I have things to do. I have a family, I have friends, I have loved ones, I have interests, I have hobbies, I have comedy and podcasts and UFC and all these different things that I like to do. I think about those things. I don't think about negative, stupid things with people that have bitter, angry minds that are concentrating on other people's success and trying to tear them down all the time. Because they're trying to tear them down all the time because they compare themselves to them and they don't like how they stack up. They don't like the fact that person's doing better. They don't like the fact that person's more successful. So they try to take things either out of context or try to misrepresent who that person is. They try to change public perception of that person. They try to drag that person down. And it's transparent. The reason why it doesn't work is because people inherently know what you're trying to do. You might get people that go, oh, there's me. Those are simple-minded people that you're always going to attract. But you're not going to change people's opinions. It's a trick. It's a trap that you're playing on yourself. It's a waste of your precious resources. You only have so much time. My time I spend on things that I think are interesting or beneficial, or things that excite my curiosity. And I think that is the way I like to live my life. Now, if you like to live your life constantly engaged in beats and being filled with anxiety and stress, you want to do that, okay. But those are bitter fucking people. I don't want to be a bitter person.
I never liked it to be a therapist.
Well, I majored in psychology for the brief amount of time that I was in college. That was what I was interested in. But I was doing that because I was fighting at the time. And I was trying to figure out how to manage my mind. So I was trying to figure out the inner workings of the human psyche.
Do you think, I know this is, do you think your success made you a more calm person to not give a fuck?
Well, it certainly helps, right? You don't have to give a fuck. If you have enough money, then you can just disappear off into the sunset and never have enough money. Because a lot of people are always worried about money, and so you're always constantly in a state of anxiety trying to get more. That helps. But it's also, it's like, there's other things in life. I concentrate on my loved ones. I concentrate on my friends. I concentrate on things I enjoy doing. I'm fun. This life is short. You and I are 58 years old. We're more than halfway dead. Why would you spend time concentrating on people you don't like? Because one thing if someone's wronging you, it's one thing if you find out you have a business partner's been stealing money, or you have someone who's lying about it.
No, I'm so sad.
Brother,
I know
your brother stole from
it's just like this. Yeah, yeah, it's very, very interesting. I'm at a place right now. I was with John Hill, right? Services, and I had just been showing him. It was interesting. So I'm talking to that. He's just going to summer camp. I was listening to him. So we had interesting for each other. It's interesting. And this is after I just like this morning. So I'm feeling like, he said, John, he said, what is it that you're doing? He said, what is it that you're doing? So we kind of said, no, I mean, what is it? It's a TV. It's a TV show. It's movies. I was like, John, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. For me to be able to wake up, not have to work for anybody, call my own shots, make fair wage, take care of my families, enjoy my friends, right, they got this, they got that. I like this. Am I happy? Am I comfortable? Do I get to do what I want? So whether I tell you all this all the time, whether I get another opportunity, whether I get another TV show or whatever, I will be but some people's dreams are yes, it's not right for you. It's my reality. Yes. And I also had to realize it's so easy for us to do. You can be so connected with somebody, even with a situation where my connection with them, I'm usually they was got me great opportunities. But at some point in my life, I had to say, you can't be caught up in somebody else's dreams so much that you forget your realities. My reality is whether I'm alongside of you or I'm doing, I got to continue to be down there.